The gentle sunlight streamed through the cracks of the curtains, casting a warm glow upon the woman resting on the grand bed. Perhaps due to the sunlight's caress, her face appeared rosy, and the fine hairs on her skin shimmered vibrantly in the radiant light. A thin blanket draped over her, her brows relaxed, and her breath shallow, clearly indicating she was enjoying a sweet slumber. Suddenly, her brow furrowed as if she had dreamt of something unsettling. In an instant, she sat upright, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, her eyes wide with terror yet unfocused, and her lips slightly pale, exuding an air of profound unease. Mianmian had not anticipated that a mere nap could lead to such a horrific dream. Once she regained her composure, she instinctively patted her chest, relieved to have awakened in time. Otherwise, she might have been devoured by a terrifying creature. In her dream, a grotesque monster had relentlessly pursued her. No matter where she fled or how she attempted to intimidate it, remained steadfastly on her heels. Mianmian consoled herself with the thought that it was not merely chasing her, but rather toying with her. She gazed at her hands, still shaken by the incident she had stumbled in her dream, and the pain felt eerily authentic. Were it not for the absence of a monster in her current reality, she might have questioned whether it had truly been a dream. It felt far too real, so much so that she began to wonder if it was a premonitory dream. Just as she contemplated sharing her experience with her roommate, an unexpected sight jolted her. Where was she? The room was spacious and impeccably tidy. The chandelier above sparkled beautifully. She imagined that if it were lit at night, she could admire it for hours. The bed she occupied was remarkably comfortable, a plush haven compared to the unforgiving dormitory beds. However, the room's decor was rather austere, lacking the warmth that she, as a young woman, typically adored. Mianmian sighed softly as she glanced at the black curtains. "Madam, are you awake?" A cautious voice interrupted her thoughts. "What would you like for breakfast this morning?" Startled by the voice, Mianmian turned to the door, perplexed as to why the woman outside referred to her as madam. She hurriedly slipped on her shoes and rushed to open the door. "Who are you calling, madam?" she inquired impatiently as she opened the door. The woman before her looked bewildered, realizing that the butler's summons bore little good news. With a serious and respectful demeanor, she replied, "You are the madam." Mianmian felt as if the ground had fallen from beneath her. How could she possibly be a madam? When she got married? No, it was impossible. How could she have become someone's wife after just one slumber? In a state of urgency, she questioned the woman before her. "If I am indeed the madam, then who is my husband?" Although the woman was reluctant to engage with Mianmian, she wished to retain her position within the villa, so she endured the conversation and answered with utmost respect. "Your husband is, of course, Mr. Shi. Mianmian was at a loss for words. Could she not simply provide the man's full name? Who is this Mr.? Sure, she did not recognize anyone by that surname. "Just tell me his name directly," she implored. "No titles, please. Sure, Mr. Sure," the woman clarified. "Madam, you should not be so upset with Mr. Sure. He has treated you quite well. Sometimes what we hear may not reflect the truth. I believe you should take a moment to appreciate his kindness." Mianmian scarcely registered the latter part of the woman's statement. Upon hearing Sure Su, the world around her began to spin. "I understand now, you may leave," she murmured, unsure how she managed to close the door and return to the bed. When she finally came to her senses, she found herself sprawled on the bed. How could I have transmigrated into a book? She pondered. And why did it have to be into a post-apocalyptic novel? This was utterly bewildering. Staring at the ceiling, she had previously admired the chandelier, but now her heart was heavy with realization. She understood whose body she had inhabited. The original owner of this body was also named Mianmian, an eerie coincidence. However, what drew her attention to this particular Mianmian was not merely the shared name, but rather the fact that this woman was exceptionally foolish. The original Mianmian had entered a marriage of convenience with Su. Although they had no initial affection for one another, their relationship had been amiable, with Su respecting her and promising to wait until she genuinely fell for him before any physical intimacy. Everything seemed satisfactory until the return of Mianmian's malicious former friend from abroad, which marked the beginning of turmoil. Upon encountering Su, she fell hopelessly in love with him. Subsequently, she exploited Mianmian's gullibility, frequently staying at the villa and whispering slanderous tales about Su. suggesting that his reluctance to engage with her was due to a lack of feelings and insinuating that he must be involved with other women. Mianmian, for reasons unfathomable, believed the friend's words and became resentful towards Su. The original Mianmian despised the thought of infidelity, perhaps due to her father's influence. Thus, upon hearing accusations of Zu's supposed betrayal, her disdain for him grew. The friend continued to instruct the original Mianmian on how to irritate Su, ultimately leading to Su feeling disheartened by her dramatic outbursts and agreeing to a divorce. What the original Mianmian failed to realize was that had she nurtured her relationship with Su, she would have become one of the happiest women in the world. Su was a responsible man, and the underlying reason for their union was her brother. Her brother had once served alongside Su in the military. During a mission, he had shielded Su from a fatal bullet. If not for her brother, Su would have perished. While in a coma, he had promised to care for Mianmian. Su honored that promise, and after her brother fell into a vegetative state, he discreetly ensured Mianmian's well-being. Without Zu's continued support, the original Mianmian would have succumbed to her predatory family after losing her brother's protection. Chapter 2. Selection. Initially, Shermu believed his protective measures were sufficient to shield the original host. Yet fate dictated that she would be pawned off into a political marriage by her unscrupulous father. Upon learning this, Su decided it was best to keep her under his direct protection, and thus, he proposed the union to the Su family. The original host held no strong feelings about her prospective spouse. When she learned that Su was to be her partner, she regarded it as a mere formality. Su, too, refrained from divulging his motivations to her. Mianmian perceived a certain deficiency in the relationship between the original host and Su. When the original host discovered Su's infidelity, she chose to feign ignorance to save face, citing her unwillingness to accept the arranged marriage as the reason for her desire to dissolve the union. Su, upon hearing of her wish for a divorce, dismissed it as a momentary lapse in judgment, opting instead to give her space to reconsider, effectively employing a strategy of passive resistance. Neither party possessed the acumen to resolve their issues effectively. As Mianmian read this part of the novel, she foresaw their inevitable downfall. However, now that she had been transported into the narrative as Mianmian, she was determined to alter the course of events. The original host's grim fate sent shivers down Mianmian's spine. She was unwilling to suffer the same end, cast out to be devoured by zombies. The thought filled her with vexation. Could she ever return to her original world? Should she attempt suicide to see if it would transport her back? Her gaze drifted to a small knife on the vanity, an object that held a morbid allure. However, she reasoned that since she had already arrived in this world, suicide might prove futile, or worse, result in her actual demise. After contemplation, she lacked the courage to gamble with her life. Very well, she conceded, since I am here, I shall adopt a strategy of cautious self-preservation. If a sudden return becomes possible, so be it. If not, I shall leave it to fate. With a final glance at the knife, she resolutely averted her eyes. Having clarified her course of action, she began to deliberate. Regarding Su, though she had yet to interact with him, her knowledge of his character from the novel informed her that as long as she refrained from disruptive behavior, he would continue to protect her, regardless of the impending apocalypse. Mianmian deemed this a worthwhile arrangement. The original host's brother had indeed secured a formidable protector for her, a resource she had tragically failed to utilize. This realization piqued her curiosity about the original host's brother. He was a fleeting figure in Su's memories, sparsely described. Yet Su's determination to seek him out after the onset of the apocalypse spoke volumes about his character. Su was, by all accounts, an exceptional man. Though Mianmian had not personally experienced the apocalypse, her familiarity with post-apocalyptic fiction made her acutely aware of the immense challenges of navigating such a world alone. Securing the trust of reliable allies was of paramount importance. Su was a man of unwavering responsibility, a veritable titan in the face of the impending cataclysm. Mianmian concluded that if she were unable to return to her original world, she could not afford to let Su slip through her fingers. To lose him would be a death sentence for someone as vulnerable as herself. She lacked the strength to survive alone. Cooperation with Su was her only viable option. Once she had attained sufficient power, she could entertain other possibilities. For now, she needed to devise a convincing way to inform Su about the impending apocalypse. Her individual knowledge was insufficient. Only by sharing this burden with Su could they stand a chance. However, she wondered if he would believe her. Would he dismiss her claims as the ramblings of a deranged mind? Mianmian stared blankly at the ceiling, her fingers involuntarily curling as she pondered her predicament. Unbeknownst to her, the woman who had come to inquire about her breakfast preferences had already disseminated the details of her morning's eccentric behavior. "Are you serious?" Mianmian actually asked that. One woman whispered. "She seemed fine earlier, but now she seems increasingly unhinged." "I agree," the other woman, the one who had spoken to Mianmian, replied. "When she asked me who her husband was, I was speechless. If I weren't afraid of her filing a complaint, I wouldn't have bothered with her." "What are you two gossiping about?" a stern-looking middle-aged man demanded, approaching them. "Who authorized you to discuss the master's affairs during work hours? If this happens again, don't expect me to be lenient." The two women, startled by the arrival of the butler, trembled at his reprimand. "Mr. Lee, we won't do it again, we promise. Please don't tell Mr. Sher." "Yes, we were wrong. We won't do it again." Their voices were filled with distress as they pleaded with the butler. Mr. Lee was well aware that their words were insincere, but Mianmian's actions were simply too prone to inciting gossip. He had already replaced several batches of servants, yet he still heard them discussing her. Mr. Lee was growing weary of the constant hiring and firing. He decided to turn a blind eye as long as their comments were not too egregious. "From now on, you are forbidden from discussing the family's affairs on the family's property. If I catch you again, you can pack your bags and go home. And don't think you're invisible just because you're standing in a secluded area. There are cameras everywhere. I know exactly what you're doing." Mr. Lee's voice dripped with exasperation. The two women were mortified by his words. However, enduring a little embarrassment was a small price to pay for keeping their jobs. After delivering his warning, Mr. Lee went to attend to other matters. Mianmian's constant antics had kept him exceedingly busy. Su had been away for quite some time. Mr. Lee sighed at the thought. He couldn't understand how things had deteriorated so rapidly after their seemingly harmonious marriage. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Mianmian's transformation seemed to coincide with the arrival of a particular individual. Mr. Lee hesitated to share this suspicion with Su, as it was merely a conjecture. If he were mistaken, he would be unjustly accusing someone. Chapter 3. The space. Butler Lee pondered that if his suspicions were indeed correct, the tranquility of the villa would only be restored once the timeline was resolved. After much inner turmoil, he ultimately decided to wait for the return of Shu before revealing anything. Should Shu fail to return, he would remain silent. Mianmian, oblivious to the whispers against her, would likely remain indifferent even if she learned of them. After all, she did acknowledge her previous erratic behavior. At present, she was in search of a bracelet, an item of utmost significance, essential for sustaining herself in a post-apocalyptic world. Mianmian felt a wave of relief that the original owner had not bestowed this precious bracelet upon her treacherous friend. Otherwise, reclaiming it would have posed a considerable challenge. Lacking the memories of her predecessor, she could only rely on the descriptions found within the novel to guide her search. Time seemed to slip away as she searched. And when she finally discovered the bracelet nestled in the corner of a cabinet, tears of joy nearly spilled from her eyes. How could the original owner have carelessly discarded such a vital possession? With great care, she reached out to retrieve it, unable to suppress her scornful thoughts. This bracelet had been entrusted to the original owner by Shu's mother after their marriage, a cherished heirloom passed down through generations, symbolizing recognition and legacy. The casual manner in which the original owner had treated this treasure, even going so far as to give it to another woman, left Mianmian speechless. Regardless of the circumstances, the bracelet belonged to the Shu family. Even if it had been given to the original owner, it ought to have been returned to Shu in the event of a divorce. The thought of how the original owner could so thoughtlessly relinquish it to another woman baffled her. Upon reading this plot twist in the novel, Mianmian had felt a surge of frustration. Now that she found herself in this world, she vowed not to follow the same misguided path. What difference was there between this act and stealing from someone else? The most alarming aspect was that the bracelet served as a conduit to a spatial realm. If the original owner had any inkling that she had bestowed such an essential item upon a woman intent on her demise, one could only wonder what turmoil would have stirred within her. Shaking her head in resignation, Mianmian felt an overwhelming eagerness to glimpse the fabled space. While reading the novel, she had learned that the bracelet recognized its rightful owner without such acknowledgement. The bearer would merely possess a storage facility and a parcel of arable land, though seemingly modest. Having access to such a space in a post-apocalyptic world was a coveted blessing. The malicious woman, having unwittingly stained the bracelet with blood, realized its true nature. Although she had not gained the bracelet's recognition, she had nonetheless acquired a storage area and farmland, which was a considerable advantage in the harsh reality of the apocalypse. It was this spatial connection that had garnered her admiration amidst the chaos. The thought of this infuriated Mianmian. She was determined to witness how that woman would fare without the advantages provided by the bracelet. A wicked smile crept onto her lips, only to vanish as quickly as it appeared, as if it had never existed. Approaching the vanity, she adorned her left wrist with the bracelet before picking up a small knife, the very one she had once contemplated using for self-harm. Without hesitation, she sliced her palm. As the blade pierced her skin, she winced at the sharp sting. She watched, transfixed, as her blood flowed from the wound and slowly vanished upon contact with the bracelet. The moment her blood disappeared, she felt a wave of confusion wash over her. How could all of it simply cease to exist? Was her cut too insignificant? Or did she not merit ownership of the storage and land? Gazing at the unresponsive bracelet, she murmured to herself, her voice tinged with disappointment and uncertainty. Just as she contemplated setting down the knife, a blinding light erupted from the bracelet, catching her completely off guard. Instinctively, she shut her eyes. When she opened them again, the sight before her left her in awe. Before her lay an endless expanse of golden rice fields, growing up in the countryside. She recognized the exceptional quality of the rice at a glance. In disbelief, she pinched her arm to confirm the reality of her surroundings. How foolish you are. A disdainful voice suddenly echoed from behind her. Caught off guard, her mind still reeling from the sensation of pain in her arm, she turned instinctively, eager to identify the speaker. To her astonishment, she found only a great tree standing there. In bewilderment, she wondered who had just spoken. Was it merely a figment of her imagination? She scanned her surroundings, even glancing back at the rice fields, hoping to catch a glimpse of the voice's owner. You silly woman, can't you tell who is speaking to you? It's infuriating. The voice returned, this time laced with clear annoyance. Mianmian, intent on inquiring about the identity of the speaker, was met once more with the discontented voice. This time, she distinctly heard the rustling of the tree's branches and leaves accompanying the words. There was no escaping the truth now. The tree had come to life. Can you transform into a human? She asked, her heart instinctively easing at the realization that it was merely a tree speaking to her. It was far less terrifying than encountering a disembodied entity. I cannot say for certain if I can become human. Perhaps I can, perhaps I cannot. I believe it is a possibility, the tree replied after a moment of contemplation, offering a vague response. Had Mianmian known the tree would respond so dismissively, she would never have posed the question. Chapter 4. Space 2. Are you the master of this space? Could you perhaps enlighten me about it? Upon hearing the tree's response, Mianmian felt a twitch at the corners of her mouth. If it weren't for her background in acting from her previous world, she might have found it difficult to maintain a sincere expression before the tree. She was earnestly trying to regulate her demeanor and hoped that the tree would refrain from providing vague answers. I am not the master of this space. I have been awaiting the arrival of its rightful owner. As for the space itself, I believe it can be categorized into several areas. The first is the storage area, where you can bring items from the outside and place them here. Whatever you put in remains unchanged when you retrieve it later. The second area is the planting zone, where you may cultivate anything you desire. The time ratio here is 10:1. 1 day in your realm equates to 10 days here. The third area is the animal husbandry zone, where you can raise any animals you wish with the same time ratio as the planting zone. The fourth is the rest area, where the first floor contains miscellaneous items, the second floor is for sleeping, the third floor houses a weapons repository, and the fourth floor contains books. The fifth floor is dedicated to alchemy. As for the other floors, you currently lack the qualifications to access them. I shall inform you when you are deemed worthy. The final area is particularly remarkable. It is the supply zone, which features a spiritual spring and a small stream. If you wish to enhance your physique, cleanse your marrow, heal, or accelerate the growth of flora and fauna, you must rely on it. There are some locations that do not lend themselves to division, such as mountains and seas within the space, and other wonders that I believe you should explore at your leisure. The tree concluded its detailed introduction, its leaves quivering with joy. Mianmian grasped the functions of the earlier zones through the tree's narration, yet the last area perplexed her. Where exactly is that last zone? Can I cleanse my marrow now? I wish to strengthen my physique. Her eagerness to become powerful was the reason she was most intrigued by the final area. Although the temporal sequence bore responsibility towards her, Mianmian was not the original self, should the temporal sequence discover that the former Mianmian had vanished. The consequences were too daunting to contemplate. For now, she needed to tread carefully. She had no desire to become someone else's pet. Su Mianmin believed that survival in the apocalypse hinged primarily on her own capabilities. You are not ready to cleanse your marrow just yet. You appear quite frail. Start by drinking a bit of diluted essence daily to ease into it. Additionally, engage in some exercise each day. Your feeble body would not withstand the process now. And I fear that if you were to attempt it, I might soon find myself without a master. Upon hearing Su Mianmian's words, the tree fell silent for a moment before deciding that honesty was the best policy, just as it had expressed. It wished to avoid losing its master so soon after gaining one. Su Mianmian, too, had no desire to meet her demise. She dreaded the thought that if she were to die this time, it would be final. After absorbing the tree's words, she relinquished the notion of drinking the water at present. How long will it take before I can cleanse my marrow? It won't be an excessively long wait, will it? As the impending apocalypse loomed in her mind, a sense of urgency surged within her. It appeared that the path to strengthening her physique would not be an easy one. Nevertheless, she was resolute in her commitment to persevere. If you incorporate daily exercise into your routine, I believe that in about half a month, you should be ready to cleanse your marrow. Why the urgency to cleanse your marrow, anyway? The process can be quite painful. I suggest you reconsider. There's a chance you might not endure it and could meet a tragic end. The tree felt compelled to caution Su Mianmian, lest she mistakenly perceive the cleansing as an amusing endeavor. She needed to understand the gravity of the situation. If she still desired to proceed after comprehending the consequences, it would not hinder her. The tree regarded Su Mianmian with a scrutinizing gaze, pondering whether its chosen master would shy away from a minor consequence. If Su Mianmian were privy to the tree's thoughts, she would certainly accuse it of being contradictory. While it vocally discouraged her from attempting the process, internally, it was subtly encouraging her to take the plunge. I am determined to try. I must become strong, Su Mianmian declared earnestly, meeting the tree's gaze with resolve. The tree, touched by her steadfastness, couldn't help but acknowledge her as its master. Very well, then. You must strive diligently. I look forward to witnessing the day you cleanse your marrow. The tree replied, its voice imbued with anticipation. Su Mianmian nodded, then posed a question that had long piqued her curiosity. Tree, besides rice, what other plants are found in the planting zone? And what animals inhabit the animal husbandry zone? Are there any fish in the sea? Beyond her concern for her own strength, she was genuinely interested in these matters. In the planting zone, there are wheat and various fruit trees. The animal husbandry zone seems to lack animals. As for the sea, I assure you, it teems with fish, far more than what you would find in your current location. The mountains are home to numerous creatures, but there are too many to enumerate, and I prefer not to dwell on it. The tree felt it had divulged an excess of information, as if it had shared the countless words it had withheld for centuries in one go. Su Mianmian discerned that the tree possessed a rather proud disposition. Since it no longer wished to speak, she resolved to explore further at a later time. Just as she was about to speak, the tree suddenly exclaimed, leaving Su Mianmian startled, fearing something was amiss. Instead, she heard the tree mention it could transmit the spatial data to her. Oh dear. It seems that I have forgotten some details after being without a master for so long. Please do not look at me like that. The tree, feeling slightly embarrassed by Su Mianmian's incredulous expression, spoke in a tone filled with contrition. Su Mianmian chose not to comment further. Please transmit the information to me now. But how will you do so? No sooner had she asked how the tree would convey the information than a sudden sharp pain pierced her head. Once the pain subsided, a wealth of spatial information flooded into her mind. Without wasting a moment, Su Mianmian eagerly began to peruse the details shared by the tree. Upon finishing her review, her eyes sparkled with newfound excitement. Chapter 5. Does he desire brotherhood? Does he truly perceive the vastness of space? I believe it is imperative for you to upgrade promptly. Once you do, you will witness an even more formidable realm. I wonder, after the space upgrade, will I be able to transform into a human? The last words spoken by the great tree were uttered softly, yet Su Mianmian managed to catch them. Upon hearing that final utterance, she realized that the tree harbored a desire to become human as well. Perhaps it yearns to explore the world beyond. Su Mianmian concluded that she must diligently seek means to enhance the space, not only for her own sake, but also for the tree. Tree, do you have a name? I have been calling you Tree for so long. It feels rather impolite. Su Mianmian's curiosity was piqued, and her tone brimmed with wonder as she gazed at the tree. Unbeknownst to her, as her eyes swept toward it, the tree subtly trembled its branches, a clear indication of its shyness. Regrettably, Su Mianmian did not perceive this. Upon hearing her question, the tree felt a pang of grievance. I have awaited my master for centuries. Do you think I possess a name? A name bestowed by my master carries significance. If I were to name myself, it would hold no meaning. With this declaration, Mianmian understood the tree's intent without needing to hear more. It desired her to bestow upon it a name. With a mixture of compassion and resignation, Mianmian regarded the tree, contemplating for a minute before speaking. Shall I name you? However, I am not particularly skilled at naming. If you dislike it, please inform me, and I shall choose another. She believed her proposition was impeccable. Surely the tree would be satisfied. Her gaze fixated on the tree. She lamented inwardly that it lacked a human face. Had it possessed one, she could have discerned its expression more clearly. As Mianmian spoke, the leaves of the tree began to quiver gently, one of its ways of expressing joy or discontent. To gauge the tree's emotions based on this behavior may not be entirely reliable. I would cherish any name given by my master. What name will you choose for me? The tree's tone was imbued with innocence and anticipation. Upon hearing this, Mianmian's expression softened. For the first time, she perceived the tree as a child untouched by hardship, still retaining its purity. With her heart warming further, she suggested, "What do you think of the name Shushu? Books are made from trees, and I believe a name connected to your essence is rather meaningful. If you do not like it, I can change it." The name Shushu had spontaneously emerged in her mind, and she felt it suited the tree perfectly. She merely wondered if it would be to its liking. The tree pondered the name Shushu and found it indeed to possess a certain significance, just as she had articulated. "I find it quite delightful. From this day forth, I shall be called Shushu. What is your name?" The tree felt the need for a surname, wishing to share one with her, as she was its master. Mianmian assumed that Shushu merely sought to exchange names formally and, without hesitation, revealed hers. Upon hearing her name, Mianmian, Shushu felt a surge of excitement. Shushu. She thought, how delightful it sounded. I shall henceforth be known as Shushu, but you may simply call me Shushu. I will call you Mianmian, Shushu declared exuberantly, its leaves fluttering down in joyous abandon. Noticing the fallen leaves, Mianmian inspected Shushu's form and, upon confirming its well-being, breathed a sigh of relief. Very well. I shall call you Shushu from now on. With other matters at hand, Mianmian informed Shushu of her intent to step outside. Though reluctant, Shushu understood that Mianmian had her own affairs to attend to and could not be selfish. It nodded, watching her depart with a heavy heart. Once outside, Mianmian contemplated how to summon Shushu back. It had been nearly a month since he last visited. Ever since their quarrels upon his return, he had not come frequently. Without Shushu's presence, that woman would not appear either, for her ultimate aim was not Mianmian, but Shushu. Seated on her bed, Mianmian deliberated various strategies, only to dismiss them all as inadequate. They seemed too simplistic. How could Shushu, with his intelligence, possibly believe her concocted excuses? Never mind, I should first satisfy my hunger, she murmured, her stomach grumbling audibly. She changed into a different outfit before heading downstairs. It must be said that while the original owner had her quirks, her beauty was undeniable. Notably, her eyes held a fox-like allure, yet exuded a delicate fragility. Mianmian mused that she could never truly embody the persona of a sophisticated woman. Her greatest aspiration had been to be a femme fatale, yet in her previous life, she was a sweet girl, and in this one, she resembled a beguiling sprite. Shaking her head, she recalled glancing at her reflection, nearly captivated by her own appearance. She held a deep admiration for Shushu's ability to endure the original owner's shortcomings. If she were in his position, she doubted her own resilience. Reflecting on the plot, Mianmian noted that since Shushu's divorce from the original owner, he had not remarried. She admired his resolve. Men like him were likely driven by ambitions beyond mere romantic entanglements. Did he seek brotherhood instead? Should she perhaps cultivate a bond of camaraderie with him? As she pondered these thoughts, she reached the door and opened it, only to find a man standing outside. Chapter 6. A changed person. As Mianmian observed the man outside, poised to knock on the door, he seemed taken aback when it swung open unexpectedly. A flicker of surprise danced in his eyes upon seeing her. Mianmian, on the other hand, was teetering on the brink of existential doubt. She never anticipated that upon opening the door, she would be greeted by a strikingly handsome gentleman. For a fleeting moment, she almost believed she had traversed into another realm, not a dystopian one, but rather a kingdom of beauty. The man stood tall, perhaps over 6 feet, clad in a tailored black suit that suggested he had just returned from a significant event. His features were sharply defined, with high cheekbones and a nose that evoked envy even in a woman. As she gazed at him, still stunned, she noted his long, thick eyelashes. When he first caught sight of her, his lips were pressed together, and the surprise that graced his face seemed to soften the cold aura that usually enveloped him. His thin lips, often associated with a lack of empathy, piqued Su Mianmian's curiosity about his true nature. Most striking was the formidable presence he exuded, unmistakably that of someone accustomed to high positions. For someone like Su Mianmian, who had not encountered many grand figures, meeting his gaze felt daunting. She sensed an intriguing depth in his eyes, as if he could effortlessly discern her innermost thoughts with just a glance. For her own sake, she resolved to minimize their eye contact. "Mianmian, why do you look at me like that? Do you not recognize me?" His surprise was fleeting. He had hesitated to speak because Su Mianmian's expression was too entertaining to ignore. He was genuinely curious about her intentions. Earlier, upon his arrival, her demeanor had been one of disdain, and he had been left bewildered as to what had provoked such a reaction. Now, to his astonishment, she seemed not to recognize him at all. In truth, Su Mianmian had an inkling of his identity the moment she laid eyes on him. His question only solidified her realization. The man before her was indeed the very person she had been desperately trying to summon back into her life. She had underestimated his looks while reading novels that failed to adequately describe his appearance, focusing instead on his remarkable abilities. Now, seeing him in the flesh, she recognized his exceptional nature, albeit slightly cold. As she scrutinized his impassive expression, she couldn't help but mentally chastise him. However, her internal monologue was interrupted by the grumbling of her stomach. "Tianxiu, I'm going to grab something to eat. You can entertain yourself for a while. I have something important to discuss once I'm done. You mustn't leave." The sound of her stomach's complaint rendered her momentarily embarrassed. Stealing a glance at Tianxiu, she noticed a hint of amusement flickering in his otherwise stoic gaze. Was he mocking her? If not for the disparity in their strengths, she would have undoubtedly retaliated against his perceived jest. "Are you intending to bring up divorce again? I think we ought to contemplate this matter thoroughly, especially you. Don't you agree that our prior interactions were quite pleasant? Why the sudden insistence on separation?" Tianxiu appeared genuinely perplexed, gazing at her with an air of confusion. He had never been fond of female company, and his marriage to Su Mianmian had stemmed from a desire to protect her. Truthfully, he was quite ignorant of women's complexities. He couldn't fathom why she had changed her stance so abruptly. Her claim of disliking an arranged marriage struck him as implausible. He was no fool and found her reasoning hard to accept. Su Mianmian sensed Tianxiu's bewilderment. He likely did not comprehend the original owner's sudden wish to sever ties with him. She considered this an opportune moment for an open dialogue. Lingering with unresolved issues was bound to lead to future complications. Ultimately, the original owner's problems would need to be addressed by her. Just the thought of it made her head throb. "Tianxiu, I have some questions for you as well. Let us discuss this after my meal. Perhaps if we clear the air, we might restore our previous rapport." Su Mianmian was cautious not to commit to any definitive statements. Doing so would jeopardize her carefully crafted persona. She didn't want Tianxiu to perceive her as someone entirely transformed. The fear of him discovering that a different soul inhabited the original body was unsettling. Tianxiu, intrigued by her words, was curious about what she wished to discuss. "Go eat. I will wait for you in the room," he replied coolly. Su Mianmian felt a chill at his words, as if the summer air had turned frigid. She involuntarily shivered, nodded, and hastily made her exit. Her hurried steps resembled those of someone fleeing from a pursuing wolf, prompting Tianxiu to shake his head in exasperation. As Su Mianmian descended the stairs, she encountered Butler Li, who was on his way to find Tianxiu. Upon seeing her, he wore a knowing expression. The adage that Su Mianmian would not be present where Tianxiu was proved to be true. Unaware of Butler Li's misinterpretation regarding her quest for sustenance, Su Mianmian instinctively recognized him as the household steward. "I'm looking for breakfast. May I inquire if there is anything available?" Her tone was surprisingly polite, devoid of the former owner's usual assertiveness. This change momentarily left Butler Li at a loss. He had not anticipated Su Mianmian reverting to her more courteous self, even surpassing her previous demeanor. It took her second question for him to regain his composure. "Yes, indeed. If we don't have what you desire, I can arrange for the kitchen staff to prepare something special for you." Chapter 7. Unraveling misunderstandings. Su Mianmian felt that the butler was a tad overly enthusiastic. Embarrassed, she offered him a shy smile and remarked, "I'll eat whatever you prepare. There's no need to make anything special." To her, arranging for someone to cook separately seemed excessively cumbersome. In her previous life, she had been an ordinary person, having lived in the countryside with her grandparents during her childhood, where she had tasted a plethora of foods, declaring herself unpicky when it came to meals. Upon hearing Su Mianyan's considerate words, the butler was nearly moved to tears. Not long ago, Su Mianyan had caused quite a ruckus among them, being exceedingly particular not only about food but also about clothing and even their actions. In stark contrast, the present Su Mianyan endeared herself to the butler, who found himself increasingly fond of her. He wished for her to remain as she was. Unbeknownst to the butler, Su Mianyan was genuinely hungry, and just moments ago, her stomach had growled audibly for the third time. She felt utterly mortified and hoped that the butler had not heard it. She wished to disappear into a crack in the ground, perhaps due to his overwhelming happiness. The butler failed to notice her embarrassment and eagerly led her to the dining room, where he personally arranged an extravagant breakfast for her. When Su Mianyan beheld the bounteous spread before her, she nearly lost control and succumbed to her instincts. Fortunately, at the last moment, she remembered her current identity. Otherwise, she might have resorted to grabbing the food with her hands. After a considerable effort, she managed to finish her breakfast under the butler's eager gaze. As soon as she was done, she excused herself, claiming she needed to discuss matters with Shirshu. The butler, upon hearing this, gazed at her retreating figure with concern, fervently praying that they would not quarrel and that any discord would be swiftly resolved. He was anxious about whether the old residents would learn of the situation, fearing they might take action. However, he realized there was little he could do about it, shaking his head at what he deemed unnecessary worry. After all, Shirshu would be there to support her if calamity struck. Once back in her room, Su Mianyan had scarcely calmed her racing heart from her hurried return when she encountered another heart-stopping situation. "Shirshu, why are you out without any clothes on? Is that really appropriate?" she exclaimed, her face flushing crimson as she stared at him, draped only in a towel after emerging from the bathroom. She was at a loss for words, ultimately settling for a mere reproach. Shirshu, taken aback by her reaction, couldn't help but smile. He hadn't anticipated her swift return, believing she would take her time. The unexpectedness of her response amused him, as he remarked, "This is my room too. I'm merely wrapped in a towel. Surely, it's not against the law? If you think I've erred, then I accept the blame without argument." Shirshu found Su Mianyan's demeanor amusing today. He had expected their reunion to end in conflict, yet she had surprised him instead. Su Mianyan, astonished by this unexpected side of him, regarded him as if seeing a stranger. As she examined him, he gradually sensed a shift within himself. Reassured, he returned to his usual calm demeanor and said, "All right, I will be more mindful in the future." Upon hearing Shirshu's words, Su Mianyan nodded in satisfaction, feeling that this was the Shirshu she had come to know from the novel. The earlier version of him had felt somewhat dissonant from her understanding. "Just a moment. I need to change into some clothes," she said, instinctively moving to turn her back to the bathroom. Shirshu, observing her instinctual action, shook his head in amusement. When he re-emerged, dressed in casual home attire, Su Mianyan noted how different he appeared compared to his earlier formal attire. Now, he seemed imbued with a sense of warmth and approachability. "Shirshu, let us discuss why I recently considered filing for divorce," she began. "I heard a rumor that you were unfaithful. You know how my father is. Infidelity is something I cannot abide. Hence," Su Mianyan succinctly explained her predicament, feeling the weight of the false accusations burdening her. She was nearly ready to sink into the floor from embarrassment. Shirshu, wearing an expression of exasperation, had not anticipated that their discord stemmed from such a baseless rumor. He gazed at Su Mianyan, wanting to voice some reproachful words, but then realized that her willingness to engage in conversation was a significant step. He refrained from criticizing her further, fearing it would only deepen her distress. "Mianyan," he said earnestly, "I assure you, there are no other women in my life. I do not know where you heard such things, but that is inconsequential. What matters is that you trust my words." Su Mianyan had braced herself for him to chide her for overthinking, yet his response took her by surprise. She had to concede that he truly was a commendable man. If other men were faced with such unfounded accusations from their wives, they would likely react with anger. In light of this, Shirshu indeed demonstrated admirable emotional stability. "It's not due to my so-called good friend that I realized what truly matters," she admitted. "I apologize for misjudging you. I will no longer associate with her." Seizing the moment, Su Mianyan aimed to make Shirshu aware that the woman was not to be trusted, wishing to sever any ties that might lead to future complications. Upon hearing her words, Shirshu regarded her with a bemused expression. He had previously warned her about that woman, suggesting she distance herself, yet here they were. He decided it was best not to dwell on it, recognizing that Su Mianyan was already feeling disheartened and should not be burdened with further distress. Chapter 8. Announcing the Apocalypse. Mianmian, I believe it is quite a commendable thing that you can discern the true nature of people. There is no need for you to apologize to me. I recognize that I, too, have erred in this matter. I failed to inquire promptly about the genuine reasons behind your desire for divorce. I merely assumed that you were experiencing a fleeting moment of despair, one that would eventually pass. It is only now that I realize my ignorance regarding women. Mianmian. Let us speak openly and candidly in the future, shall we? It is rare for Shirshu to articulate such an extensive monologue. Had his assistant overheard it, he might have questioned whether Shirshu had undergone a transformation. Su Mianmian, having read novels, understood that Shirshu was not one to engage in lengthy explanations. When she heard him express such an explanation, she nearly succumbed to astonishment, but fortunately, she restrained herself, lest she arouse his suspicion. Shirshu, let us agree to let this matter pass. I now have something of greater importance to convey to you. Su Mianmian believed that the events of the apocalypse were paramount. Her explanations regarding previous matters were merely to assure him that she had genuinely improved. Upon hearing Su Mianmian mention a more pressing issue, Shirshu could not help but feel puzzled. To him, her discussion of divorce was the sole matter of significance. What could possibly surpass that? Shirshu's curiosity was piqued. Su Mianmian, sensing his intrigue, lowered her head in contemplation before beginning to speak. I had a dream, one in which the world was drenched in blood. Humanity was divided into several categories. Some had transformed into monstrous beings that devoured others. Some possessed extraordinary abilities, while others remained ordinary as they are now. This dream felt incredibly vivid, so much so that I could scarcely believe it was fictional. You may doubt the validity of my dream, but I must share something with you. This morning, due to the disorientation caused by the dream, I accidentally cut my finger while using a small knife. At that moment, I was wearing the bracelet your mother gifted me. Strangely, as my blood flowed onto the bracelet, a blinding light enveloped me, and I was drawn into another realm. The emergence of this realm has led me to believe that our world is on the brink of transformation. Su Mianmian wondered if her words would convince Shirshu. Despite her background in liberal arts, her ability to articulate her thoughts was somewhat lacking. In her previous world, she had focused solely on acting, and her academic performance was not particularly impressive compared to others. She had merely strived to attain the necessary scores for her desired school. Had Su Mianmian known that she would traverse into an apocalyptic world before completing her studies, she certainly would have sought to learn self-defense. When Shirshu heard Su Mianmian recount her dream, he was skeptical. He believed she was merely overthinking. However, when she mentioned the realm, his interest was piqued. What is this realm you speak of? Can you describe it to me? Shirshu inquired, his face reflecting genuine curiosity. Su Mianmian recognized that Shirshu was only interested in the concept of the realm. He would need to accept its existence before he could grasp the reality of the impending apocalypse. At present, Su Mianmian was reluctant to introduce Shirshu to the realm. Although the bracelet belonged to their family, she felt that given her recent arrival in this world, it was imperative for her to possess at least some means of self-preservation. Thus, she had decided to use this bracelet. She explained the realm to Shirshu, not only to substantiate her claims, but also because it was, after all, a family heirloom. To remain silent would not be appropriate. She was, in essence, a person of mixed intentions. Within the realm, one can cultivate and raise livestock. There is also a storage area where we can keep the items we collect from the outside world. Most importantly, what goes in is easily retrieved. Shirshu, do you not think that the emergence of this realm indicates that the apocalypse is imminent? After casually sharing details about the realm, Su Mianmian could not help but probe his feelings on the matter. Shirshu was unaware of the immense pressure Su Mianmian felt while conveying this information. She feared he might dismiss her entirely. Although Su Mianmian considered her fears to be somewhat unwarranted, she did not truly understand him. The Shirshu depicted in novels differed in some respects from the one she now faced. Her apprehension was, therefore, entirely reasonable. She remained uncertain whether her gamble would yield favorable results, and the outcome now hinged on Shirshu's response. Su Mianmian's face betrayed her anxiety. Observing her demeanor, Shirshu assumed she was distressed by the uncertainties of the world ahead. After a moment of contemplation, he approached her, gently patting her shoulder in reassurance. Mianmian, do not fret. Regardless of whether what you speak of occurs or not, I will ensure your safety. Upon hearing Shirshu's words, Su Mianmian's concerns about his comforting gesture faded away. She looked at him in surprise and asked, will you truly not abandon me? Shirshu, taken aback by her question, chuckled and replied, you are my wife. Why would I abandon you? Su Mianmian felt a rush of embarrassment upon hearing his response. She realized that her inquiry had been somewhat superfluous. Shirshu had not forsaken the original version of her who had divorced him, so how could he possibly abandon her, who had not yet divorced him? Reflecting on this, she recognized that she had indeed been overthinking. Shirshu, I am simply a bit frightened. Now that we have this realm, should we not begin stockpiling supplies? Moreover, we must gather weapons. Those mutated beings are terrifying, not only in appearance, but also in their physical structure. Their hearts are located in their chests. Only by piercing their hearts can we ensure their demise. Aside from the heart and neck, their bodies are remarkably resilient, rendering ordinary weapons ineffective against them. It is crucial to avoid being harmed by them, lest we become like them. Mianmian spoke without restraint, only to realize that Shirshu was gazing at her with a look of intrigue. She suddenly felt she had revealed too much and promptly fell silent. Shirshu, witnessing her reaction, couldn't help but chuckle, but the questions in his mind remained unresolved. Chapter 9. Uncertain path ahead. How is it that Shirshu feels Mianmian possesses such profound knowledge of that world? Can a mere dream truly grant such comprehensive understanding? Shirshu harbored some reservations. Realizing that her words had aroused Shirshu's suspicion, Mianmian sought a plausible explanation. Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind. Shirshu, since you seem skeptical of what I've said, allow me to demonstrate a feat of wonder. Observe. With these words, Mianmian placed her hand upon the table before them. In her mind, she silently uttered a command to retrieve the object, and the table vanished into her spatial dimension. Hearing Mianmian's words initially evoked little impact, but now, the reality struck him. He marveled at the existence of such spatial manipulation. This wasn't my first time experiencing this dream. It's just that previous dreams lacked the vividness and realism of last night's. My earlier dreams were more nebulous, yet I retained certain details. By piecing together the dreams from the recent past with last night's, I've managed to connect the dots this morning. I felt compelled to share this with you, but only if I could convince you, lest my efforts be in vain. Mianmian hoped that this explanation would alleviate Shirshu's doubts. She gazed at him with sincerity, her heart pounding with anticipation. Only when she perceived a softening in his expression did her anxiety gradually subside. Mianmian surmised that Shirshu now believed her explanation. Mianmian, you should have confided in me sooner. To bear such a burden alone, were you not terrified? Shirshu gazed at Mianmian's delicate frame, struggling to fathom how she had endured such trials in solitude. Had he returned earlier, would she have shared her burden with him? It was his failing. He had neglected his duties and responsibilities. Mianmian wished to avoid delving into these matters with Shirshu, as she had not genuinely experienced dreams of the apocalypse. If he were to probe further, she would struggle to maintain her fabrication. Observing Shirshu's expression of concern, she silently lamented his delayed empathy. Nevertheless, she did not truly blame him. Shirshu, you must now believe that the apocalypse is imminent, mustn't you? I believe we must seize the moment and stockpile resources. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, all semblance of order will collapse, and essential provisions will become the most fiercely contested commodities among survivors. If we fail to gather resources in advance, we shall face dire straits. Another reason Mianmian disclosed this to Shirshu was her lack of funds, as most of her money had been swindled by that woman. The thought infuriated her. How could the original owner have placed such trust in that individual? Observing Mianmian's agitation regarding resources, Shirshu pondered for a moment and suggested, this matter of resources is indeed urgent. Let us return to the old residence tonight. Our parents must also be informed. Upon hearing Shirshu's suggestion, Mianmian nodded in agreement. Since Shirshu had proposed it, he undoubtedly had his reasons, and she would comply. Oh, Shirshu, I wish to bring my brother to live with us. I no longer wish for him to remain in the hospital. May I? Mianmian suddenly raised this issue, gazing earnestly at Shirshu. She was still feigning ignorance of any connection between Shirshu and her brother, and an inquiry was necessary. However, she was confident that Shirshu would not refuse. As expected, upon hearing her request, Shirshu not only agreed but also expressed his approval. Mianmian, if you wish to bring your brother here, I shall certainly agree. However, given his vegetative state, might there be risks? And these mutated beings you spoke of, how do they transform? Shirshu focused on this crucial question, fearing that ignorance of the process could lead to their own transformation. Mianmian was impressed by Shirshu's astuteness. She had not anticipated that he would raise this point, but he recognized its vital importance. Shirshu, in my dream, the apocalypse is set to arrive in 3 months, specifically on September 15th. On the evening of September 14th, around 7 o'clock, There will be a rainfall laden with viruses. Contact with this rain will transform most individuals into monsters. However, this isn't absolute. A small fraction will become empowered individuals with abilities. Fever is a critical indicator. Those who come into contact with the rain, whether they transform into empowered individuals or monsters, share a common symptom, a fever before the transformation. Some may even awaken their abilities before the apocalypse, but these powers will remain dormant until the cataclysm arrives. In these 3 months, pay close attention to those around you and watch for signs of fever. Mianmian recounted the plot from the novel to Su. She believed that consuming more spiritual spring water would enhance the manifestation of abilities. She resolved to drink more of it herself. Upon hearing Mianmian's words, Su's expression grew solemn. It's possible that the apocalypse may not adhere strictly to the 3-month timeline. It could arrive sooner. Su gazed intently at Mianmian, believing that relying solely on a dream to determine the timing was unscientific. He felt compelled to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Mianmian had not expected Su to voice such concerns, and her heart leaped. She acknowledged the validity of his statement. While the novel depicted the apocalypse as occurring on September 15th, her presence within the story could alter the plot. Mianmian realized that the best course of action was to proceed cautiously, one step at a time. The plot she had read could serve as a guide, but not as an unwavering truth. As these thoughts coalesced, Mianmian suddenly felt a sense of disorientation. Her initial lack of concern stemmed from her belief that she possessed knowledge of the plot, but now, Mianmian lowered her head, feeling a profound uncertainty about the path ahead. Chapter 10. What should I do if I run away? Since hearing his words, Sun had noticed that Mianmian appeared utterly dejected, causing a pang of sorrow in his heart. He gently ruffled her hair, as if to offer her some comfort. Mianmian sensed his touch and lifted her confused gaze towards him, seemingly perplexed by his actions. Sun was not fond of this despondent expression on her face. He preferred the vibrant demeanor she had just displayed. Mianmian, do not overthink it. Perhaps my conjecture is incorrect? Regardless of whether it is right or wrong, we still have time, do we not? As long as we expedite our efforts in gathering supplies, we can surely collect everything we need before the apocalypse arrives. Sun was inherently fearless in the face of any threat. He believed in himself and his ability to alter fate. Upon seeing the confidence radiating from Sun, an overwhelming sense of self-assurance blossomed within Mianmian. Sun, I believe in you. By the way, I possess a remarkably unique water in my space that can enhance physical strength and heal injuries. I wish to try it on my brother. If it truly can awaken him, that would be splendid. As she contemplated the brother she had never met, her interest surged, albeit tinged with a hint of fear. She worried that her brother might discern that she was not his sister. If he were to uncover the truth, would her intention to help him be deemed a mistake? This thought left Mianmian in a state of indecision. Unaware of her inner turmoil, Sun's eyes brightened at her mention of her brother. Mianmian, you should certainly give it a try. The awakening of your brother depends on you. This was the first time Sun gazed at Mianmian with such sincerity. Feeling his anticipation, Mianmian found herself unable to voice any refusal. She realized that occupying the original body while neglecting to assist her brother was not right. If she had the chance to save him, she ought to attempt it. After all, it was merely an experiment. If the miraculous water did not work, she would bear no guilt. Ultimately, Mianmian was just an ordinary girl, incapable of causing harm to her original brother. She had already devised a contingency plan. If her brother sensed her true identity, she would simply leave. In a world as vast as this, she believed there must be a place that would accept her. With this resolution, she nodded at Sun and said, "Rest assured, Sun, I will do my utmost for my brother." Upon hearing her words, Sun nodded in satisfaction. He felt elated that she could think this way for her brother, understanding why her brother would think of her even in the most perilous moments. Sun couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy for the bond shared between the siblings. Sun, do you know what we need to prepare? Mianmian inquired. My space can also cultivate and plant, so we must not overlook small animals, nor should we skimp on seeds. We also need items for both warmth and cooling. Extreme weather events are frequent after the apocalypse. One moment, it might be a chilling -30 degrees, and the next, a scorching 30 to 40 degrees. It is best to choose vehicles with good performance and high chassis. After the apocalypse, the roads will be littered with obstacles, and a low chassis may hinder our progress. Moreover, we must strengthen our physical fitness during this time. A healthy body is essential to evade becoming a monster before the apocalypse even strikes. Su Mianmian shared a plethora of knowledge, much of it common sense for surviving in a post-apocalyptic world. She believed that a brief mention would suffice for Shursun to grasp the entirety of her insights. After listening attentively, Shursun nodded, appreciating her seriousness for the first time. Mianmian, I understand everything you've said. We will need your assistance in gathering supplies later. How much can your space hold? The mention of her space delighted Su Mianmian. She felt that Shursun was truly commendable. Despite the space being a treasured heirloom of the Shur family, he respected her ownership without any discontent. Su Mianmian thought that Shursun was indeed someone destined for greatness. His generosity was remarkable. The storage capacity is vast. It can accommodate as much as you can provide. I only worry that you may not be able to gather enough. She chuckled, looking at him. Finding it amusing, Shursun had initially thought her space was merely small, but he was pleasantly surprised by its true capacity. No problem. The larger, the better. We should aim to collect supplies abroad. Are you capable of that? Shursun preferred not to gather supplies domestically for two reasons. He wanted to avoid competing with fellow citizens for resources and felt that large-scale collection within the country was perilous, potentially leading to their apprehension before the apocalypse even commenced. After contemplating, he concluded that seeking supplies abroad was the most prudent course of action. Su Mianmian understood Shursun's reasoning. Her focus was not on where to gather supplies, but rather on the act of collecting itself. Of course, I can gather supplies abroad. But do you trust me so implicitly? What if I were to run away with all the supplies? Suddenly pondering this question, she looked at him with curiosity. Shursun appeared momentarily taken aback, having not considered this scenario. He thought for a moment, realizing that the answer was somewhat complex. In his view, whether she ran or not would not significantly impact him. Su Mianmian did not require an answer. She could read his thoughts through his expression. Mianmian, I believe you would never run away. Even if you did, I merely hope you would take care of those supplies. Shursun gazed at her with genuine sincerity. Su Mianmian felt a pang of guilt, despite Shursun's evident strength enabling him to remain unfazed by such concerns. She knew that if she were to abscond with the supplies, her conscience would haunt her for life. Did he intuitively sense that she was not a selfish individual? Contemplating this, Su Mianmian regarded Shursun with a hint of skepticism, eager to uncover his true thoughts. Chapter 11. What is the temperature outside? Shurshiri looked at Su Mianmian with a puzzled expression. He smiled and asked, What's wrong? Why do you look at me like that? Surprised that Shurshiri had noticed her, Su Mianmian felt a twinge of embarrassment, quickly lowering her head as a thought struck her. In that fleeting moment when he gazed at her, she sensed an unexpected gentleness emanating from him. While reading novels, she had only perceived him as a responsible individual. But after spending time with him, she realized he was indeed a remarkably tender person. It was no wonder that the original owner's friend was fond of him. As she contemplated that woman, Su Mianmian suddenly remembered that she seemed to have bribed a servant here. Whenever Shurshiri returned, that servant would inform her. This explained why she would follow him shortly after his arrival. There were no coincidences. It was simply someone relaying messages. Unfortunately, the original owner had never discovered this issue throughout her lifetime. Shaking her head in resignation, Su Mianmian caught Shurshiri's attention. Just as he was about to inquire what was on her mind, she spoke first. Shurshiri, that woman Li Qingqing is coming over soon. Perhaps you should retreat to the study. After a brief pause, she continued, I don't want her to see you. In truth, Su Mianmian merely wished to prevent Li Qingqing from interrupting Shurshiri's time, as he had much to attend to. Shurshiri nodded, sharing her aversion to encountering that woman. Each time she looked at him, her gaze left him feeling quite uncomfortable, especially since this recent incident was instigated by her, amplifying his dislike. Mianmian, don't listen to her words any longer. If you encounter any issues in the future, just ask me directly, all right? Shurshiri gently ruffled Su Mianmian's hair. Caught off guard by his sudden gesture, Su Mianmian found herself unable to focus on his words. All she could think was that he had just touched her head again. It felt a bit awkward. Haha. I think I just washed my hair yesterday. Please don't touch it again. I don't want to keep washing my hair, she said, looking up at him with a serious expression. Shurshiri saw through her feigned seriousness. Nodding with a look of contrition, he said, I didn't know. Mianmian, I'm sorry. However, upon closer examination of his eyes, there was no genuine regret. It's fine. I was just saying that casually. You don't need to feel so bad about it. Su Mianmian felt increasingly awkward, as if she were in an embarrassing situation. She could barely look at Shurshiri while speaking. Just as she was engulfed in her discomfort, a knock on the door provided her with an escape. Confused about who would knock at such a time, she heard the voice of Butler Li. Madam, Miss Li wishes to see you. Do you wish to meet her? Butler Li had little desire to announce this, as he instinctively knew Su Mianmian would agree to meet her. If she were alone, he likely wouldn't have brought the matter up, but with Shiri present, he felt compelled to ask. Shiri disliked that Li Qingqing, so informing Su Mianmian in advance was a form of caution. Su Mianmian was taken aback that Butler Li had specifically come to inform her of the woman's arrival. Previously, he wouldn't have made such an effort. The woman would simply enter unannounced. She could already envision Li Qingqing, now waiting outside, fuming internally while maintaining a forced smile. The thought amused her. Not understanding her delight, Shiri observed with curiosity. Mianmian, if that woman arrives, I'll head to the study. Remember, don't trust her sweet words anymore. He looked at her seriously, reiterating his warning. Su Mianmian nodded. She was not the original owner and would never be deceived by that woman's flattery. I understand, Shiri. You should leave quickly. But I don't want to meet her right now. Let her wait outside a little longer. A smile graced her face as she spoke. Shiri finally comprehended her intentions. Seeing her expression, which suggested she was planning a little mischief, a tender smile appeared on his face. Immersed in her schemes, Su Mianmian missed his expression. Feel free to play. If anything happens, I will take responsibility for you. I'll take my leave now. If you need anything, just instruct Butler Li. If he cannot resolve it, he will come to find me. You are the lady of the house. Your word is paramount. His earnestness felt like a promise. Su Mianmian was momentarily taken aback by his words. By the time she grasped his meaning, Shiri had already moved towards the door. She gazed at his retreating figure, still dazed, as she heard him instructing Butler Li to assist her in whatever she wished. Su Mianmian never expected Shiri to be so considerate. She felt that her future life of survival in the apocalypse would not be too difficult. Butler Li, surprised to find Shiri rather than Su Mianmian emerging, was momentarily stunned by the instructions he received. What if, madam? He began, but Shiri interrupted. There is no what if, just follow her lead. With that, Shiri departed. Butler Li stared after him, perplexed as to what kind of spell Su Mianmian had cast on Shiri to elicit such compliance. Would he unconditionally obey if she wished to bring that woman into the house? Butler Li found himself utterly baffled by Shiri's thoughts. Where is that woman waiting for me now? Su Mianmian approached Butler Li, who was still lost in thought, prompting her to ask her burning question. She is sitting in the living room. Butler Li replied hastily, suddenly realizing Su Mianmian had arrived. Upon hearing that Li Qingqing was in the living room, Su Mianmian felt a twinge of unease. How could Li Qingqing be so comfortable? Shouldn't she be left waiting outside? As summer was upon them, an idea suddenly sparked in Su Mianmian's mind, one that could make Li Qingqing quite uncomfortable. What is the temperature outside? She asked Butler Li with an expression of indifference. Butler Li, confused by her sudden inquiry, replied blankly, it should be nearly 40 degrees Celsius out there. Chapter 12. Neither human nor ghost. Su Mianmian was taken aback by the unexpected heat, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. Butler Li, do you think I might be in the garden right now? She gazed innocently at Butler Li. Initially, he was oblivious until he caught sight of the enigmatic smile on her face, which instantly cleared his mind. Madam, are you suggesting that she should step outside and bask in the sunlight? It is indeed a perfect time for some sun exposure. It could help with calcium absorption. Butler Li replied earnestly. Seeing that Butler Li had grasped her intentions so quickly, Su Mianmian felt a sense of relief. You truly are considerate, Butler Li. She certainly needs some calcium. Once she's replenished, I will go over. She yawned casually. Although Butler Li did not comprehend why Su Mianmian had suddenly become so enlightened, it did not diminish his joy for Shirxiu. With Su Mianmian's mind clearer, Shirxiu would no longer have to juggle responsibilities at home and outside. Butler Li left with a cheerful demeanor. Watching Butler Li's uncontainable happiness, Su Mianmian couldn't help but admire his genuine concern for Shirxiu. He was a person of clear likes and dislikes. He rejoiced when things were good for Shirxiu and was displeased when they were not. She shook her head, pondering whether he could endure the apocalypse when it arrived. It seemed she had not encountered any descriptions of Butler Li in the later chapters of the book. She wondered if the author had chosen not to write about him, or if he had perished early in the apocalypse. After a moment of contemplation, she considered arranging a portion of the spiritual spring water for Butler Li as well. Regardless of the circumstances, having another trustworthy individual by her side would be advantageous. As Butler Li descended the stairs, he noticed Li Qingqing glaring impatiently at the stairway entrance. Upon hearing his footsteps, she turned angrily to face him. When she realized he was alone, her expression shifted. Butler Li, why are you the only one here? Is Mianmian not around? Li Qingqing suppressed her irritation, feigning a gentle demeanor as she inquired. Her tone bore a hint of accusation, but Butler Li, not lacking in intelligence, discerned her underlying tone. He had previously noticed how adept she was at putting on a facade, displaying a different self in public and in private. He had even overheard her criticizing him in front of Su Mianmian. It was from that moment that Su Mianmian had begun to harbor some wariness towards him. Though he outwardly maintained his composure, Butler Li harbored a deep disdain for women like Li Qingqing. At least Su Mianmian had been forthright in her dislikes. Unlike this duplicitous individual, he mentally reassured himself, Our Lady must have gone to the garden. If you wish to find her, you may search there. Butler Li spoke with calm assurance. Li Qingqing was taken aback by Su Mianmian's peculiar behavior, venturing out to the garden under the glaring sun. Butler Li, could you please call her? Let her know that I have arrived. Li Qingqing was reluctant to step outside. The sun was too harsh. When she reached the entrance, her attempts to contact Su Mianmian were in vain, and no arrangements had been made for her transportation. She had walked to the gate solely driven by her desire to see Shirshu. The nearly 1-kilometer trek felt like an ordeal with each step. Upon entering, she found herself unable to see Su Mianmian, leaving her with no opportunity to vent her frustrations. Li Qingqing felt a storm of anger brewing within her. Butler Li, well aware of her intentions, understood that if she did not go outside, how would he fulfill his duties? Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. Since Shirshu had recently visited, they might be engaged in conversation. Perhaps you should wait here a while longer. It would not be appropriate for me to go over now, Butler Li suggested. Hoping to ascertain whether Li Qingqing harbored ulterior motives towards Shirshu, Li Qingqing did not pause to consider the implications of Butler Li's words. Upon hearing Shirshu's name, her eyes lit up. I have urgent matters to discuss with Mianmian. I shall find her myself. She thought that if they were quarreling, it would be better for her to intervene. Without a moment's delay, she dashed outside. The villa was at least a kilometer from the garden, and given its vastness, it would take considerable time to search. Even if she returned empty-handed, it would take time. Butler Li watched her hasty departure with a smile, nodding in satisfaction. He believed this was merely the beginning. When Li Qingqing returned, drenched in sweat and in a state of disarray, she found Su Mianmian comfortably seated on the sofa, sipping tea and enjoying snacks. Anger surged within her as she marched over, intent on confronting Su Mianmian about her presence there. Su Mianmian, seemingly aware of her approach, stood up just in time to evade Li Qingqing's grasp. Li Qingqing, what on earth are you doing? Why the fiery temper? Who has offended you? Su Mianmian inquired, feigning confusion. As she discreetly assessed Li Qingqing, she noted her disheveled appearance. Her makeup had melted in the heat, rendering her visage unrecognizable. She looked neither human nor ghostly, which was somewhat unsettling. Su Mianmian quickly diverted her gaze, as though she wished to spare her eyes from such a sight. Weren't you in the garden? Why couldn't I find you? Did you not know I was coming? You didn't even bother to greet me. Li Qingqing was seething with rage. She had approached with high hopes, only to find Su Mianmian lounging in the air-conditioned villa while she had trudged through the sweltering sun. I have no idea. I just returned, Su Mianmian replied with feigned innocence. What were you doing in the garden? She found Li Qingqing's current predicament amusing and entertaining, willing to spend some time playing with her. What about Shirshu? He hasn't been driven away by your ire, has he? Upon hearing Su Mianmian's words, Li Qingqing's anger dissipated. She realized she still needed Su Mianmian's assistance and could not afford to be overly arrogant. Once she obtained everything she desired, she would deal with Su Mianmian accordingly. Li Qingqing believed her intentions were well concealed, but Su Mianmian, not being the original self, had already discerned her venomous heart. Su Mianmian glanced at Li Qingqing's self-satisfied demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle internally. What was there to be proud of? Did she think she could flaunt her wealth? Borrowed from the original owner, while living a life of pretense. It was bewildering that Li Qingqing could be so brazen as to scorn those she relied upon. The original owner had shown too much kindness. She was not one to indulge Li Qingqing. For now, however, she decided to play along and observe just how shameless Li Qingqing could be. He has returned to the company. What reason do I have to quarrel with him? He was unwilling to argue with me. Su Mianmian sighed, her face filled with frustration. Chapter 13. Are you burning bridges behind you? Upon hearing Su Mianmian's words, Li Qingqing's expression soured immediately. She had managed to maintain a semblance of composure moments before, but now it was slipping away. Why did she feel that Su Mianmian's remarks were laced with a hint of arrogance? Was Shirshu still refusing to agree to a divorce? Perhaps you should threaten to take your own life. Surely, he wouldn't disregard your well-being. Li Qingqing's eyes sparkled with a sudden idea as she looked at Su Mianmian, believing it to be a brilliant suggestion. Su Mianmian was taken aback by Li Qingqing's audacity. What a good friend she was. However, she quickly dismissed the thought. If I were to die, wouldn't that be? Su Mianmian feigned fear after a moment of silence. Recognizing Su Mianmian's hesitation, Li Qingqing understood that this matter couldn't be rushed. She had come with another purpose today, to acquire the bracelet gifted to Su Mianmian by the Shi family. For some inexplicable reason, she had been consumed by a desire to possess that bracelet over the past few days. Especially that morning. An overwhelming sense of unease had washed over her, as if something had detached itself from her. Since then, she had been left feeling hollow. Li Qingqing was now eager to see that bracelet. She despised the feeling of losing control. Let us not discuss him. By the way, Mianmian, didn't you mention that Shirshu's mother gave you a bracelet when you married? I heard it's an heirloom, Mianmian. I've been studying this area lately. Could you bring the bracelet for me to examine? Despite her seemingly polite request, Li Qingqing's tone lacked any semblance of humility. Su Mianmian was puzzled as to why Li Qingqing desired the bracelet now. In the original storyline, Li Qingqing had merely admired the bracelet's beauty. But now Su Mianmian's gaze sharpened. She sensed that Li Qingqing's arrival had altered the course of events. Qingqing, it's not that I don't want to give it to you, but I accidentally broke that bracelet. Just this morning. Su Mianmian said this to test Li Qingqing, curious to see if she had any inkling of the truth. What? Mianmian, how could you possibly break something so significant? Let me see it. Perhaps it can be repaired. Li Qingqing felt a connection between her earlier unease and Su Mianmian's admission of the broken bracelet. She glared at Su Mianmian, as if accusing her of carelessness. Seeing Li Qingqing's furious expression, a faint smile crept onto Su Mianmian's lips. So, Li Qingqing was indeed different from her character in the original plot. The original Li Qingqing would never have reacted this way over a mere bracelet. She would have relished the situation, believing that such an event would hasten the divorce between Su Mianmian and Shirshu. Now, Li Qingqing's indignation suggested that her desire for the bracelet was far greater. Had she been reborn? Or had her essence been altered in some way? Su Mianmian was momentarily perplexed, but resolved to probe further. If it's broken, it's broken. I've already thrown it away. Besides, isn't its destruction more conducive to a divorce? Su Mianmian replied nonchalantly, eager to see if Li Qingqing still cared for Shirshu. That may be true, but I still want to see it. How could you throw away even the fragments? It is, after all, an antique. Li Qingqing retorted, her expression one of disapproval. Although Su Mianmian's reasoning was sound, her longing for the bracelet was undeniable. Ultimately, however, she found herself preferring Shirshu over the bracelet. After a moment's contemplation, Li Qingqing surmised that Su Mianmian's self-destructive tendencies might yield favorable outcomes. Perhaps if she had indeed shattered the bracelet, the Shi family might be displeased enough to force Shirshu to divorce her. Li Qingqing's imagination painted a rosy picture, and she even began to contemplate how to ingratiate herself with the Shi family, setting aside the fact that she might not even gain entry into the Shi household. The audacity of wanting to ascend to a position while the original spouse still remained was something Su Mianmian could only admire. Regardless, what is given to me is rightfully mine, is it not? Qingqing, if you wish to study antiques, I have plenty. There is no need to cling to that bracelet I despise. Once Su Mianmian was convinced that Li Qingqing had not undergone any transformation, she let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness she hadn't crossed over. Otherwise, well, it didn't matter much now. By the way, Mianmian, could you lend me some money? I'm currently broke. Li Qingqing feigned a pitiful demeanor, lowering her head as if to evoke sympathy. Su Mianmian shot her a glare. This was the first time she had encountered such a person. How had the original self managed to endure her? Su Mianmian found herself at the end of her tolerance. Qingqing, haven't I lent you quite a bit already? Besides, I'm short on funds as well. Shirshu cut off my allowance. Remember how much you borrowed from me? Please return it promptly. Su Mianmian's tone turned icy. Upon hearing this, Li Qingqing became slightly irate. She hadn't anticipated that Su Mianmian would demand repayment. After all, she was not one to return borrowed money, especially to Su Mianmian. Mianmian, how could Shirshu have cut off your card? Perhaps you should confront him and demand its reinstatement. I currently have no money to repay you. Li Qingqing feigned innocence, lowering her head in a manner that would evoke pity. Su Mianmian rolled her eyes. She was well aware of Li Qingqing's financial state. Over the past few days, Li Qingqing had pilfered over $1 million from the original self. If she didn't repay, Su Mianmian would ensure that Li Qingqing spent the end times in prison. Li Qingqing, this is a notification. not a game of whether you will repay or not. If you don't settle your debts, expect a lawyer's letter. Su Mianmian had now confirmed that this Li Qingqing had neither been reborn nor transformed. Naturally, she saw no reason to maintain any semblance of cordiality. There would come a day when they would clash. She no longer wished to endure it. Mianmian, how can you say such things? I've shared so much information with you. Without me, how would you know about Shirshu's infidelity? Are you truly burning bridges behind you? Li Qingqing looked at Su Mianmian with a wounded expression, as if she were the villain in this tale. She had calculated that Su Mianmian would not seek confirmation from Shirshu, emboldening her to speak freely. Su Mianmian regarded Li Qingqing's accusatory expression with a sardonic smile. You dare speak of this? Do you truly know whether Shirshu is unfaithful? Su Mianmian gazed at Li Qingqing with mockery, questioning how the original self had placed such trust in her. Was it due to the original's lack of faith in Shirshu? Or was it simply that outsiders often see more clearly? Su Mianmian was genuinely perplexed. How could I not know? Haven tea, I already told you. Li Qingqing retorted defiantly, devoid of any guilt. Su Mianmian chuckled, leaning closer to Li Qingqing, using her height to look down upon her. Under Su Mianmian's gaze, Li Qingqing felt her stature diminish. It is utterly infuriating. Despite her wearing high heels, why does she still appear half a head shorter than Su Mianmian? Chapter 14. Do you deserve it? Stay away from me. I detest being too close to others. Li Qingqing reached out, intending to push Su Mianmian away. But Su Mianmian retaliated with a shove of her own. Caught off guard, and with her high heels proving treacherous, Li Qingqing fell to the ground in a graceful tumble. Observing Li Qingqing sprawled on the floor, a smile broke across Su Mianmian's face. Li Qingqing, you look utterly ridiculous. Your makeup is a mess, don't you realize? She chuckled uncontrollably, unable to restrain her laughter. The sound of Su Mianmian's mirth pierced through Li Qingqing's ears, igniting her already simmering rage. Su Mianmian, are you not afraid of our friendship being severed? How dare you laugh at me? Li Qingqing glared angrily at her. The disarray of her makeup combined with her fierce expression led Su Mianmian to muse that Li Qingqing resembled a vengeful spirit. Sever ties if you must. But do remember to repay the money you owe me. I want to even ask for interest, as I suspect you have none. Su Mianmian replied with a look of disdain. Li Qingqing, known for her condescending demeanor, was now on the receiving end of such treatment. She gazed at Su Mianmian in disbelief, astonished that instead of helping her up, she threatened to cut ties without fear. You have changed, Li Qingqing remarked, her tone solemn. You are not Su Mianmian. Who are you? Su Mianmian smirked slightly, surprised that Li Qingqing was the first to perceive her transformation. Even Shirshu had merely assumed she had come to terms with things. How well Li Qingqing understood the original self. Yet, it was a pity. Understanding mattered little in a world where traversing such realms was unfathomable to most. Li Qingqing was destined to remain oblivious to the truth. I am not Su Mianmian. Who am I indeed? I have merely uncovered the truth, Su Mianmian responded, her gaze steady. Li Qingqing, do you think I would remain foolish forever? I have no money to repay. Even if you report me, I still won't have any. Li Qingqing retorted shamelessly, with the mask of civility torn away. There was no need for further conversation. Who could outlast her in stubbornness? Su Mianmian remained unfazed by Li Qingqing's brazen words, observing her with an expression of knowing amusement. This made Li Qingqing uneasy, as if Su Mianmian were privy to some hidden secret. It was impossible. Su Mianmian could not possibly know that she had stashed away most of the money given to her. Bolstered by this thought, Li Qingqing's expression returned to one of normalcy. Watching the shifts in Li Qingqing's demeanor, Su Mianmian felt as if she were observing a jester. Li Qingqing was undoubtedly the fool in this scenario. Do not mistake my tolerance for acceptance of your shamelessness. Are you unaware that there are no secrets that remain undisclosed in this world? You truly believe I am oblivious to your financial situation? Su Mianmian scrutinized her. What are you saying? I do not comprehend. Am I not aware of my own finances? Li Qingqing momentarily felt fear upon hearing Su Mianmian's words. Yet, she quickly dismissed it, surmising that Su Mianmian was merely attempting to provoke her. There was no way she would allow herself to falter so easily. Did Su Mianmian truly believe she could best her in this verbal duel? She underestimated her greatly. With an elegant motion, Li Qingqing stood, brushing off non-existent dust from her attire. Su Mianmian couldn't help but smile at Li Qingqing's brazen demeanor, finding the situation increasingly amusing. Just as she was about to speak, a wolf entered her line of sight. With astonishing speed, it charged forward and, in a blink, pounced onto Li Qingqing. Hardly 2 minutes had passed since Li Qingqing stood up, and now she was once again on the floor, visibly pained. The sound of her body meeting the ground was a resounding thud. Su Mianmian paused for a moment, feigning anger as she turned to the butler. Butler Li, why did you bring it here? Butler Li seemed to grasp Su Mianmian's intentions, hastily approaching her. I apologize, madam. Xiao Qi has been rather disobedient today, continually attempting to enter. I failed to restrain it in time. He feigned an effort to pull Xiao Qi away from Li Qingqing. Xiao Qi, with an innate sense, recognized Butler Li's actions as tacit approval, remaining on top of Li Qingqing. Initially, Li Qingqing had hoped for salvation upon Butler Li's arrival, yet she found herself repeatedly trampled by the foul beast. Finally unable to endure any longer, she shouted, Butler Li, please, get this wolf off me. Just as she uttered these words, Xiao Qi placed a paw squarely on her face, prompting Su Mianmian to burst into laughter. Xiao Qi, get up quickly. Don't crush her. Su Mianmian was not genuinely helping Li Qingqing. She was merely concerned about being falsely accused later. The apocalypse had yet to arrive. But when it did, Li Qingqing would learn the consequences of crossing her. A cold smile graced Su Mianmian's lips as Xiao Qi reluctantly vacated Li Qingqing's body, suddenly darting upstairs. Ah, it loves to run around, Butler Li remarked, aware that it had gone to find Shirshu and did not pursue it. Su Mianmian, your dog has bullied me to this extent. Are you not responsible? You must compensate me several million in damages. Otherwise, I assure you, this matter will not end here. Li Qingqing glared at Su Mianmian with palpable resentment. She could not fathom how someone could change so rapidly. Just yesterday, Su Mianmian had appeared submissive and easy to deceive. Today, however, she was entirely different. Li Qingqing genuinely felt that the current Su Mianmian was not the same as before. Yet, lacking evidence, she could not convince anyone of her suspicions. How absurd. Millions in damages. Have you lost your senses? Do you even deserve it? Furthermore, you have not suffered any tangible harm, have you? Su Mianmian replied nonchalantly. Li Qingqing, refusing to return the money, thought it outrageous that Su Mianmian expected her to pay her. Su Mianmian found her audacity astonishing. What do you mean I haven't suffered any harm? Are you a doctor? Can you ascertain my condition merely by speaking? Li Qingqing seethed with anger, enduring her pain as she glared at Su Mianmian. As she turned slightly, Su Mianmian caught sight of a puddle of light yellow liquid on the floor, recoiling in distaste and covering her nose. Chapter 15 Seeking Assistance. Oh, Li Qingqing, how utterly disgusting you are. Have you wet your pants again? The stench is unbearable. Such words from Su Mianmian undeniably provoked Li Qingqing. She had long been aware that she had been frightened to the point of losing control, and she had hoped that no one would expose her humiliation. Yet, to her dismay, how could Su Mianmian be so loathsome? Su Mianmian, just you wait. The humiliation you have caused me today will be repaid tenfold in the future. Do you truly believe that the Shi family will always shield you? How naive. Li Qingqing rose, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Mianmian, her face a mask of malice. The venom in her words was unmistakable, a curse directed at Su Mianmian. However, Su Mianmian paid little heed to Li Qingqing's venomous remarks. In her eyes, Li Qingqing was merely a foolish jester. What truly concerned her was the man Li Qingqing would encounter in the aftermath of the apocalypse, a formidable rival to Shirshu. As Su Mianmian's thoughts returned to the present, she observed Li Qingqing glaring at her with palpable resentment. With a mocking smile, she uttered a phrase that struck at Li Qingqing's core. As long as I remain married to Shirshu, I am a member of the Shi family. And you will forever remain devoid of what you desire. Li Qingqing instinctively took a step back, her trembling hand betraying her growing anxiety. How could Su Mianmian possibly know her innermost thoughts? She had never revealed them. Feeling the urgency to escape, Li Qingqing muttered, I don't know what you are talking about. I must take my leave. I am thoroughly dissatisfied with your actions today. If you wish for my forgiveness in the future, it will not come easily. With that, she turned and headed for the door. Su Mianmian, seeing her departure, felt compelled to deliver one final blow. Li Qingqing, do not think that I will forget how much you owe me. I possess the evidence in black and white. Attempting to evade your debt is futile. You have 3 days to repay me, or you shall receive a summons. At that point, your reputation in our circle will be irrevocably tarnished. Su Mianmian's words hung in the air like an incantation, causing Li Qingqing's temper to flare. Clenching her fists, she fought to maintain her composure, resisting the urge to strike Su Mianmian. Without a word, Li Qingqing limped out, her dress stained with remnants of her earlier mishap, leaving a trail of soiled marks on the floor. Su Mianmian wrinkled her brow, disturbed by the filthy state of the floor. Madam, I will arrange for immediate cleaning. I assure you that not a single stain will remain. Li Guanjia, sensing her displeasure, replied with solemn assurance. Nodding in acknowledgement, Su Mianmian resolved that there was no other course of action. Dismiss Huang Rong. She has been bribed by Li Qingqing. Li Guanjia's expression darkened at the revelation of treachery under his watch. Madam, I understand. I will handle it at once, he responded respectfully. As Su Mianmian ascended the stairs, she spotted Xiaoqi waiting by the study door. Locking eyes with the wolf, she noticed a hint of grievance in its gaze, prompting a soft smile. This wolf was indeed protective. She had read that it had perished while defending Shirsu against zombies. She was determined to prevent such a tragedy from occurring and intended to train it thoroughly. With proper training, Xiaoqi might even awaken extraordinary abilities in the face of the apocalypse. When Shirsu opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of Su Mianmian gazing at Xiaoqi. His expression softened slightly. Mianmian, have you resolved everything? Do you require my assistance? Shirsu had anticipated that Su Mianmian would take longer to return and was pleasantly surprised to find her there. However, he quickly brushed aside the fleeting thrill of surprise. Things are mostly settled, but I do wish to ask for your help. Su Mianmian had been waiting for this moment. Truth be told, she could handle the matter of Li Qingqing's debts alone, but assistance would expedite the process, and with the apocalypse looming, she had no time to waste on a deadbeat. Oh, what is it? You know I will help you. Mianmian, we are a couple. We should support each other. Shirsu replied, momentarily taken aback by her request for help. You must have a formidable legal team at your company. Li Qingqing owes me money, and I have all the necessary documents. I wonder if you could help me retrieve it quickly. I refuse to leave my funds in her hands. Su Mianmian's displeasure was evident. She had no intention of allowing Li Qingqing to use her money to gather supplies. Of course, this matter is easily resolved. Leave it to me. The company will send someone to retrieve the documents from you. You simply need to provide them, Shirsu assured her. By the way, did Xiaoqi misbehave earlier? Shirsu inquired, eyeing the wolf's overly eager expression, sensing it had likely caused some trouble. Following Shirsu's gaze, Su Mianmian chuckled. You wouldn't believe it. Xiaoqi just had its fun by bullying Li Qingqing. It was particularly entertaining. Upon hearing that Xiaoqi had targeted Li Qingqing, Shirsu nodded affirmatively. As long as the victim is Li Qingqing, that is perfectly acceptable. Xiaoqi seemed to comprehend Shirsu's approval, its demeanor instantly transforming to one of pride. Observing the rapid change in Xiaoqi's expression, Su Mianmian couldn't help but comment, Shirsu, don't you think Xiaoqi is quite perceptive? Shirsu paused, puzzled, and replied, Mianmian, it has always been quite clever. Su Mianmian was momentarily speechless, unable to find a response. Sensing her bewilderment, Shirsu pondered for a moment before asking, Mianmian, do you have something on your mind? Taking advantage of Shirsu's offer, Su Mianmian cast him a mysterious glance, beckoning him and Xiaoqi into the room. As they entered, she poured out the water from her cup and replaced it with water she had retrieved from her space. Chapter 16. I see you are seeking a fight, to be honest. Every time Su Mianmian utilized her spatial abilities, he found it utterly fascinating. Time sequence. This water is indeed spiritual spring water. I believe that if we give a little to Xiaoqi every day, it may awaken extraordinary powers in the apocalyptic world. The mutated creatures are formidable. If it truly awakens its powers, it would be an immense boon for us. Su Mianmian brought the cup of water before time sequence, and what to do next was entirely up to him. Mianmian, what do you mean by this? Why don't you feed it yourself? Time sequence asked, looking perplexed. Su Mianmian's previously mysterious expression cracked, as she had not anticipated such a response from him. Never mind. If he does not comprehend her intent, so be it. She silently mocked him in her mind. All right, fine, I will feed it. With a disgruntled expression, Su Mianmian crouched down and placed the cup at Xiaoqi's mouth. Xiaoqi, drawn by the sweet aroma, yearned to lick, but its long-standing habit compelled it to glance instinctively at time sequence. Su Mianmian thought, see? I knew it would go this way. Time sequence chuckled at Su Mianmian's displeasure. Drink up. At his command, Xiaoqi happily began to lick. Water splashed onto Su Mianmian's face. Once Xiaoqi finished, she quickly stood up. Time sequence. Why do I feel like you wanted to avoid getting splashed? Which is why you had me do it. Su Mianmian wiped her face. At that moment, she finally recognized the truth. I can't believe you are this kind of person, she thought, causing time sequence to chuckle. Mianmian, I am not as bad as you think. I merely wanted it to grow closer to you, so it could instinctively protect you in the future. Time sequence was taken aback that Su Mianmian had misunderstood his intentions, leaving him feeling somewhat helpless. Oh, is that so? My apologies for misunderstanding you. Su Mianmian raised her hand to touch her nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. She looked at Xiao Qi and noticed it now regarded her with a kinder gaze. Indeed, Time Sequence's method proved effective. By the way, when are we going to the old residence? Have you informed them of our visit? Mianmian intended to shift the topic, but upon recalling the visit to the old residence, a flicker of fear surged within her. Before her transmigration, she had been an ordinary person, and now she was to face the elite of high society. She felt frightened. There is no need to specifically inform them. We can just go directly. As soon as Time Sequence finished speaking, he noticed a hint of tension on Mianmian's face. He paused and hesitantly asked, Mianmian, are you afraid? He did not expect her to be anxious. Although she rarely visited the old residence, the people there had always greeted her warmly, so she should not be nervous. Seeing the bewildered expression on Time Sequence's face, Mianmian feigned calmness and replied, I am not nervous. I am just a bit worried that they might find out about our divorce. In truth, she wasn't concerned about that at all, but since Time Sequence was suspicious, she needed to provide a reasonable explanation. Time Sequence was astute, and Mianmian felt she could not appear too different from her original self in his presence. She had to gradually reveal her true character. If she behaved entirely unlike her original self from the outset, Time Sequence would undoubtedly discover that she was not the real Mianmian. After contemplating this, she believed her justifications were flawless. Normal people would worry about this, wouldn't they? The original Mianmian definitely would. There was no need for concern. If they found out, it would be my fault for inadequate communication. I inadvertently led you to misunderstand for so long. Hearing Mianmian say this, Time Sequence felt a twinge of guilt. This was precisely the effect Mianmian desired. She lowered her head, secretly smiling. When she raised her head again, she donned a comforting expression for Time Sequence. Time Sequence, actually. We both have a part to play in this matter, so let us not bring it up again. Our common enemy is the real threat, don't you think? Mianmian looked at Time Sequence playfully. Seeing her like this made him chuckle. He placed a hand on her shoulder, seemingly expressing his agreement. Then let us join forces against that woman, Time Sequence said with a smile. Mianmian wholeheartedly agreed. Time Sequence was quite astute. She felt that collaborating with him would undoubtedly be more effective than tackling challenges alone. Feeling a bit drowsy, Mianmian yawned. Time Sequence noticed and frowned disapprovingly. Mianmian, you should avoid staying up late. Mianmian thought, how does he know I stayed up late last night? This burden felt too heavy to bear. Let us take a nap. We'll head to the old residence at 5. Time Sequence did not give Mianmian a chance to respond and gently pushed her toward the bed. Mianmian was startled by his actions, and her drowsiness nearly vanished. I can sleep alone. No need for you to stay. Mianmian insisted, not wanting to experience the intimacy of sharing a bed. Time Sequence was taken aback by her words, but soon realized what she meant and felt a sense of helplessness. Mianmian, I will not disturb you until you are ready. I merely suggested you sleep. I have no intention of joining you. I am not tired. Seeing his exasperated expression, Mianmian wished she could find a crevice to hide in. She felt exceedingly awkward at that moment. Then you go about your business. I'll sleep first. Mianmian climbed into bed, covering herself with the blankets, obscuring her expression from his view. He chuckled softly, replied affirmatively, and turned to leave. Time Sequence worried that if he stayed any longer, Mianmian would suffocate from embarrassment. Upon hearing the door close, Mianmian quickly threw off the blankets, exclaiming, I nearly suffocated. After leaving the Time family, Li Qingqing walked alone down the street, growing increasingly furious with each passing moment. She could not comprehend how Mianmian had changed so dramatically. Their plans had been flawless, yet she had encountered a hiccup. Li Qingqing's anger escalated, her expression contorting into one of rage as she walked. Passers-by hurried past her, avoiding her gaze, but she remained lost in her thoughts. Li Qingqing, what happened to you? This is too amusing. A bright red sports car whizzed past Li Qingqing, only to reverse moments later. An arrogant male voice emerged from inside the car. Li Qingqing was already irritated, and the sight of this pompous young master only intensified her annoyance. Who's she? Can you stop laughing? Your laughter makes me feel nauseated. Li Qingqing retorted angrily. Chapter 17. Li Qingqing, consumed by resentment, who she was taken aback by the audacity of a powerless woman daring to speak to him in such a manner. He could no longer remain seated. How dare you speak to me like that? Are you looking for a beating? He retorted. His expression one of condescension as he stood before Li Qingqing after opening the car door. He surveyed her from head to toe, internally deriding himself for ever having found her somewhat attractive, convinced that his judgment must have been impaired at that time. Li Qingqing was still grappling with the fallout from her fallout with Su Mianmian, clinging to the belief that she had someone to protect her. Upon hearing Hu Shi's words, her expression soured. Hu Shi, you ought to consider whom you are threatening. Do you know who stands behind me? I am the protege of Su Mianmian, the wife of the head of the Shi family. Do you think I would fear you? She declared shamelessly, convinced that Su Mianmian would never truly sever ties with her. If she fell out with her, who else would dare to befriend her? A confident smile curled at the corners of her mouth, as she anticipated Hu Shi begging for her forgiveness shortly. Hu Shi cast a glance at the defiant Li Qingqing, and he chuckled derisively. His laughter incensed her further, prompting her to raise her hand in an instinctive attempt to slap him. He swiftly intercepted her hand, gazing down at her with disdain. Li Qingqing, if you hadn't elaborated so much, I might have mistaken you for a mistress of Su. Do you really think a mistress would lend you support? As far as I recall, she has no friends. Noticing her silence, Hu Shi leaned in closer, his eyes glimmering with mockery. Li Qingqing felt her defenses crumble in the face of his words. She would have liked to be Su's mistress, but alas, the opportunity had eluded her. Once, she could see him frequently. Now, it was nearly impossible, inciting her profound frustration. Seeing her fury, Hu Shi released her hand as if it were contaminated. His expression one of utter revulsion. He was no fool. He recognized the source of Li Qingqing's ire. Li Qingqing, how disgusting you are. Su already has a wife. Yet you wish to take on the role of a mistress. Setting aside whether he would even consider you, your mindset is utterly revolting. After delivering his scathing remarks, he caught sight of her continued anger, and a fleeting glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes. He approached her, lifting her chin and whispering conspiratorially in her ear. You may not know this, but Su is my cousin, and we indeed share a connection. He then retreated a few steps, as if to distance himself from her. Li Qingqing, unable to contain herself, exclaimed, Hu Shi, what do you mean by stepping back? Weren't you interested in pursuing me before? She was confident, not naive. She recognized Hu Shi's prior interest, but her heart was set on Su, which led her to behave coldly. Now, she began to suspect that Hu Shi's disdain was born from his inability to possess her. She regarded him with an expression that conveyed her belief that his attempts at concealment were futile. Hu Shi's disdainful demeanor shifted, and his gaze turned vicious. He approached her, his expression darkening as he towered over her. Li Qingqing, misinterpreting his approach as confirmation of her suspicions, prepared to display a victorious expression. To her shock, Hu Shi delivered a sharp slap across her face. Ah, Hu Shi, what are you doing? She cried, clutching her stinging cheek and glaring at him in anger. He was the most uncouth man she had ever encountered, unable to maintain composure when his truths were exposed. Such men were the bane of her existence. The contempt in her eyes was palpable, and Hu Shi felt it even without looking directly at her. He scoffed, observing her as if she were a mere circus performer. In his eyes, Li Qingqing was nothing more than a foolish jester. As she instinctively raised her hand to strike back, Hu Shi sidestepped and a flicker of murderous intent crossed his gaze. Li Qingqing, do you think I am a good person? Who gave you the right to repeatedly test my limits? If you seek to endanger yourself, by all means, continue challenging me. With that, Hu Shi seized Li Qingqing's wrist, squeezing tightly, causing her to wince in pain, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. His disdainful expression intensified, rendering her utterly repugnant in his eyes. He flung her aside as if she were a marionette with severed strings, and she collapsed onto the scorching pavement, the heat from the sun having rendered it unbearable. Li Qingqing's scant attire left numerous parts of her body exposed to the blistering ground, and as she attempted to rise, the pain coursing through her limbs and the fury within her rendered her powerless. Hu Shi observed her futile struggle to stand, arms crossed, as if he were enjoying a captivating circus act. How delightful. I hope the next time I see you, you can provide me with even more thrilling performances. A word of advice. Learn who is worthy of your touch and who is not. As he loomed over her, he offered a mocking smirk before returning to his car, deliberately stepping on her hand as he left. Her pained cry echoed in the air as he remarked disdainfully, how unpleasant, before speeding away. Left behind, Li Qingqing's tears flowed freely. She could not fathom how misfortune had befallen her. Damn Su Mianmian, damn Hu Shi. I will ensure that you both endure 1,000-fold of the suffering I have experienced today, she vowed, her eyes glistening with hatred. Unbeknownst to Su Mianmian, Li Qingqing had added yet another grievance to her list. As she awoke, still somewhat drowsy, she couldn't suppress a yawn. Checking the time, she noted it was already 4 o'clock. With a sigh, she reluctantly rose from her warm bed. After completing her morning routine and applying a light touch of makeup, she prepared to visit her in-laws once again, donning a suitably elegant dress and casually arranging her hair. Just as she was about to step out, she encountered Su, who had come to summon her. Chapter 18. The selection of the base location. As I was about to call you, I noticed Mianmian had already tidied herself up. He nodded with a hint of satisfaction. Observing this, Mianmian couldn't help but murmur softly to herself, "Men are indeed visual creatures." Hearing her comment, he smiled slightly, but chose not to respond. After they drove away, Butlerly looked on with a sense of relief. Throughout the journey, Mianmian anxiously twisted her fingers, trying to recall how her original self interacted with the Shi family, attempting to avoid any discrepancies in her behavior, while Su was focused on driving. He remained oblivious to the tumult of thoughts brewing beneath Mianmian's tranquil exterior. He was a man who appreciated silence. Her quietude did not faze him. At that moment, Mianmian was preoccupied with her thoughts and had no desire to speak. Had she not been so absorbed in contemplation, she might have found the silence unbearable. "Su, will many people be present today? Will that detestable person return?" Mianmian suddenly recalled someone from her original self's memories, a person loathed by the Shi family, and quickly turned to Su to inquire. The memories of her original self proved invaluable. They revealed plot lines not detailed in the book, allowing her to navigate many potential dangers. "Rest assured, there won't be too many people. It should just be my parents and grandfather," Su reassured her. Upon hearing Mianmian refer to his cousin as detestable, he couldn't help but chuckle, recognizing that she had good reason to dislike her. He was aware of her antagonism towards Mianmian, yet he was still puzzled by her true intentions. "There's no need to concern yourself with her. We won't be associating with her family. They are merely distant relatives," Su stated, noticing the surprise etched across Mianmian's face. The thought of not having to deal with those relatives brought her immense relief. Once her excitement subsided, curiosity took hold, and she gazed at Su, asking, "Will the family disapprove? After all, they are relatives, and I feel the Shi family places great importance on such matters." Su glanced over and saw the conflict on her face. He couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. He realized that Mianmian was somewhat skeptical of him. Reflecting on his past indifference towards her, he felt a pang of regret. He did not wish for her to perceive him as untrustworthy. He longed for her trust. "Mianmian, you can have faith in me. Although our family values tradition, the apocalypse is no trifling matter, and we cannot allow those with ulterior motives to be informed. Not all relatives are benevolent, and I believe my grandfather and the elders understand this better than I do." As he spoke, a shadow flickered in his eyes, hinting at the concealed machinations of those around them, matters he preferred to ignore, lest they become a burden. Observing Su's solemn demeanor, Mianmian mused that the world of the affluent was indeed fraught with complexities. Their conversation flowed seamlessly until they soon arrived at the Shi family's ancestral home. Mianmian stole glances out the car window, noting that the old residence was steeped in antiquity, unlike the modernity of her and Su's current abode. The environment here was more serene, ideal for retirement. However, as she surveyed the terrain, she shook her head discreetly. Should the apocalypse occur, this place would undoubtedly fall victim. It was ill-suited for post-apocalyptic living. Noticing her reaction, Su was about to inquire, but before he could, Mianmian voiced her thoughts. His surprise was evident. He had not considered this angle. "Mianmian, I have yet to determine where to establish a base after the apocalypse. Where do you think would be suitable?" Su parked the car yet remained seated, turning to Mianmian for her input. Resting her chin on her hand, Mianmian contemplated seriously. Su observed her with quiet interest, his gaze lingering on her focused expression. There was something captivating about her earnestness. Unbeknownst to Mianmian, Su found her contemplative state intriguing. Immersed in her thoughts, she was oblivious to the world around her. She recalled that in the novel, Su and his family initially resided in the old home, later relocating to their current residence in search of her original self and her brother. Their present home, situated on a hillside, posed a risk of landslides in the early days of the apocalypse, a peril they had indeed faced before relocating. It seemed they had endured considerable trials. H-City appeared to be the ultimate location for establishing their base. As this realization dawned upon her, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Su, observing her shifting expressions, smiled as he recognized her enthusiasm. She had indeed arrived at a conclusion. "Mianmian, let us go to H-City," she exclaimed, her face alight with fervor. Curiosity piqued, Su asked, "Why H-City? We are currently in J-City. which is over 2,000 kilometers away. What compels such a long journey? Understanding his confusion, Su Mianmian elaborated, H City is far from the sea, thus avoiding the dangers of seawater inundation and sudden marine attacks. Su nodded, encouraging her to continue. J City is rampant with influential families, and the power dynamics here are perilous. We would be at great risk if we remain. Other locations are either overly vegetated or prone to earthquakes. In my dreams, H City emerges as the most suitable place for habitation in the later stages. Despite an impending major earthquake in the early days, with a serious expression, she gazed at Su, who found her assessment of J City to be quite astute. Indeed, the presence of myriad forces made establishing a base here exceedingly complicated. Su, who favored simplicity, silently relinquished the idea of J City, feeling that any other location would suffice as long as his family remained close. Once they had deliberated over the base's location, they exited the vehicle. As soon as Su Mianmian stepped out, a graceful middle-aged woman rushed over and linked arms with her. Instinctively, she almost recoiled. But the woman-esque greeting revealed her to be Su's mother, sparing Su Mianmian from a significant faux pas. Mianmian, why have you arrived so late? Did Su prevent you from coming? Su's mother shot a reproachful glance at her son before turning back to Su Mianmian, her expression transforming into one of enthusiasm. Chapter 19, Is This True? This was the first time Su Mianmian had witnessed someone daring to challenge Shu, causing her lips to involuntarily curl into a smile. Mom, I did not. Today, we have matters of importance to discuss. Where are Dad and Grandpa? As Shu spoke, he deftly extricated Su Mianmian from his mother's grasp. Surprised by Shu's clever diversion, Su Mianmian couldn't help but cast him an admiring glance. Shu smiled at her, as if to reassure her, observing her son's serious demeanor. Shermu instinctively abandoned her playful intentions. They are inside playing chess. If you have something to say, just go to the chess room and find them. Mianmian can accompany me to the garden to admire the flowers. Shermu smiled warmly at Su Mianmian. It had been quite a while since they last met, and she felt that Su Mianmian had grown increasingly charming. Mom, both Mianmian and you should come. This matter is of great significance. Let us go? Shu, accustomed to his mother's obliviousness, helplessly concluded his statement and pulled Su Mianmian along. As they walked, Su Mianmian glanced back at Shermu, concerned that Shu's words might upset her. However, she soon realized her worries were unfounded. Shermu showed no signs of displeasure. Clearly, having spent much time with Shu, she had grown accustomed to his ways. Upon arriving at the chess room, the two players were still engaged in a fierce battle. Shu, you're back. Hurry and save Grandpa. I'm about to be crushed by your father. Hearing footsteps, Grandpa Shizhao quickly turned his head, and upon recognizing Shu, he became instantly animated, beckoning him to assist. Shifu, noticing this, immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. Dad, are you being unreasonable? Why are you calling for reinforcements? After voicing his grievances toward his father, he turned to his son, saying, Shu, as my son, you cannot aid your grandfather in wrongdoing. Shu. Such scenarios were a frequent occurrence during his visits. To be honest, he felt quite helpless. You two should promptly put away your dreadful chess pieces. They are here to discuss something important. Unable to tolerate any longer, Shermu interjected. Upon hearing her words, both Shifu and Grandpa Shizhao displayed expressions of curiosity. Seeing that their playful banter had ceased, Shu calmly stated, Let us discuss matters in Grandpa's study. It is a more secure location where no one can overhear us. Such places are reserved for significant discussions. Shu led Su Mianmian out first, while Shifu and Grandpa exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of what Shu intended to reveal. As Shifu noticed his wife had not yet departed, he approached her. Before he could speak, Shermu interjected, Don't ask me. I am just as clueless. Shifu. Fine. He needn't bother speaking. Once everyone had gathered in the study, Shu locked the door behind them. Shu, what on earth is going on that demands such secrecy? Please clarify our doubts. Shifu watched intently as Shu approached the door to lock it, then hurriedly asked upon returning to Su Mianmian's side. Shu did not respond immediately. He glanced at Su Mianmian, who nodded encouragingly before he addressed their concerns. Mianmian had a dream. On September 15th, the world will undergo a significant transformation. This change pertains to the survival of humanity. Shu spoke gravely, fixing his gaze upon everyone. Shermu instinctively inquired, Is the apocalypse approaching? Hearing his wife interject, Shifu worried she might incur Shu's disapproving glare and quickly quipped, Xiaoli, you've been reading too many novels. Shermu opened her mouth to retort, but, Upon noticing Shifu's subtle indication towards Shirshu, she promptly ceased her protests. She was also somewhat apprehensive about interrupting Shirshu's forthcoming explanations. Throughout the conversation, Grandpa Shirzhao remained silent, his thoughtful expression revealing his contemplation. Su Mianmian glanced at Shirmu, sensing she could serve as a bridge, since she had mentioned the apocalypse. Perhaps she too was familiar with apocalyptic literature. Feeling a kinship, Su Mianmian asked, "Mom, have you ever read any apocalyptic novels? You know, the ones about zombies?" She gazed at Shirmu with anticipation. Shirmu looked at Su Mianmian's eager expression, as though she understood something. Her demeanor shifted, revealing a hint of unease and a flicker of excitement. Indeed, Su Mianmian was certain that Shirmu's face bore a trace of exhilaration. She couldn't fathom why her mother appeared so thrilled at the mention of an apocalypse. Did she perhaps enjoy seeing apocalyptic storylines manifest in reality? What a peculiar inclination. Su Mianmian felt as though she had unraveled a part of Shirmu's character. "Mianmian, are you suggesting that you dreamt of an impending apocalypse in our world? Is this for real?" Shirmu hurried to Su Mianmian's side, grasping her hands with fervor. Su Mianmian, Shirmu's barrage of "is this true?" left her momentarily speechless. "Mom, it's true. If all goes as foreseen, the apocalypse will arrive around September 15th. However, it could also occur a little earlier or later. Regardless, it is certain that the apocalypse will come," Su Mianmian asserted with conviction. Shirmu nodded, unable to suppress a smile. Grandpa Shirzhao and Shifu turned their attention to Shirshu, eager to ascertain his perspective. Shirshu nodded, affirming his belief in Su Mianmian's words. Observing this, both men wore expressions of concern. What would the apocalypse entail? What were zombies? Grandpa Shirzhao was somewhat perplexed by these concepts, yet he was aware that the term apocalypse carried negative connotations. He had often heard of impending doomsday predictions, yet none had ever materialized. Would this time be different? A sense of worry washed over him. The apocalypse is perilous, fraught with man-eating zombies and mutated flora and fauna. Yet, we need to fret excessively. I find the idea of battling zombies rather exhilarating, Shirmu exclaimed with enthusiasm. Su Mianmian sensed that Shirmu's outlook was somewhat naive. She glanced up at Shirshu, who, as expected, wore a slightly disdainful expression while observing his mother. She chuckled softly to herself. It was refreshing to witness Shirshu's authentic emotions displayed. Chapter 20. Task allocation. When no one responded to Mother Shir's words, she gradually came to realize the situation. With a curious expression, she gazed at Su Mianmian and Shirshu, incredulously exclaiming, "Is it possible that you both believe in the apocalypse solely based on a dream?" Her face bore a hint of astonishment, as if she had not anticipated her son's casual attitude. Was he always this nonchalant? What significance could a mere dream hold? "Mother, it's certainly not just a dream," Shirshu replied with a helpless glance at his mother, then turned to Su Mianmian and said, "Mianmian, please demonstrate your space to mother and grandfather." Su Mianmian nodded and approached the desk. The moment her hand touched the surface, the desk vanished into her space. To the others, it appeared as if the desk had simply disappeared into thin air. "Is this not magic?" Father Shir, usually composed, could not suppress his surprise upon witnessing such an extraordinary phenomenon. Could this truly be real? He raised his hand to rub his eyes, as if to confirm his sight. Grandfather Shir, with a serious demeanor, did not repeatedly question the reality of the situation like Father Shir. Upon seeing Su Mianmian take the desk, he had already confirmed something. "Mianmian, is this space related to that bracelet?" Grandfather Shir stated with unwavering certainty. Su Mianmian was taken aback that Grandfather Shir was aware of this, her face betraying a glimmer of curiosity. "Grandfather, do you know something?" she inquired, sensing that he might hold answers to her unasked questions. Shirshu and his parents also regarded Grandfather Shir with eager curiosity, all wanting to know if he possessed knowledge of certain matters. "I heard from the elders in our family that our ancestors, long ago, possessed a bracelet that held a space. It was because of this that our family survived during a period of persecution and escape. After the family went into hiding and gained freedom, the bracelet was passed down as a treasured heirloom, awaiting a destined person to unlock it. Moreover, the bracelet is only passed to daughters-in-law, not to sons," Grandfather Shir recounted, stroking his beard as he reminisced. Su Mianmian was astonished by this revelation. It seemed that the bracelet space would only react in times of danger for the Shir family. But why was Li Qingqing able to unlock it in the book? Could this be a flaw in the narrative? Su Mianmian found herself in a state of confusion. Turning to Su Mianmian, Mother Shir noticed her pondering expression and remarked with a smile, It appears that the bracelet and Mianmian share a profound connection. Shirshu nodded in agreement. Indeed, without such a connection, she likely wouldn't have been able to unlock it, regardless of how the space came to be. Our immediate priority should be to prepare as soon as possible. The early stages of the apocalypse will bring numerous natural disasters, earthquakes, floods, extreme cold, and heat are merely the beginning. The most pressing concern is that the oxygen we breathe is rife with viruses. Inhaling these viruses can easily lead to zombification. Su Mianmian recalled the descriptions in novels where ordinary people occasionally transformed into zombies within the bases. This was surely due to an excessive accumulation of viruses in the air. A quantitative change leading to a qualitative transformation. She felt an urgent need to create a house that could purify the air. Shirshu, observing Su Mianmian's serious demeanor, couldn't he help but furrow his brow. Mianmian, don't worry too much. No matter what happens, I will ensure your safety. There exists a technology abroad that can purify air, and I believe we could utilize it, though it is still somewhat immature. Shirshu contemplated, considering the possibility of further refining it. What about the selection of locations in the early stages? It will be challenging to choose a site that can withstand numerous natural disasters, Father Sure lamented. If it were only one type of disaster, it wouldn't be too bad, but if they all occur simultaneously, then nowhere would be safe, he added. Father, these disasters won't arrive all at once. They will come in succession. Therefore, we may need to frequently change our residence in the early stages, Su Mianmian suggested. Her greatest concern being whether their prepared shelter would be occupied by others once the apocalypse began. Shaking her head, she felt the situation was becoming complicated. How long can we stay in our current house? Shirshu pondered deeply. Su Mianmian replied, until October. Nodding, Shirshu remarked, for floods, we should choose a house on elevated ground. For earthquakes, a flat area should suffice. Other than that, we need not worry too much, right? He looked at Su Mianmian earnestly. She wished to affirm him. Yet Shirshu was unaware that snow and extreme cold could reach several stories high. She recalled reading that the northernmost regions had even been completely buried in snow. Fortunately, that was abroad. She shared her thoughts, emphasizing that for extreme cold and floods, high-rise buildings would be necessary. It seemed they wouldn't need too many houses. I will manage this matter well, Shirshu assured after listening to Su Mianmian's insights. Su Mianmian was taken aback that he had taken on this responsibility directly, feeling a twinge of concern about whether he could handle it effectively. As if sensing her thoughts, Shirshu smiled. Do you still not trust me? Before Su Mianmian could respond, the others burst into laughter, teasing her. Hearing this, she shot a discreet glare at Shirshu. Could he not see through her without saying anything? Shirshu, feeling a jolt as if electrified by her unimposing glare, playfully ruffled her hair in reassurance. After a brief moment of levity, they swiftly began to allocate tasks. Grandfather Sure would liquidate assets to provide funding. Father Sure would prepare weapons and outdoor supplies. Mother Sure would gather medicines and equipment, while Shirshu and Su Mianmian would focus on essentials for living. They set a 2-month timeline. If the apocalypse had not arrived by then, they would address any remaining gaps. Su Mianmian felt that having many people made tasks far easier. Once everything was arranged, she presented the spiritual spring water for their inspection. This water was beneficial for the body, and daily consumption could enhance the likelihood of awakening abilities. I'll find a place to store a large barrel for you all, she said with a smile. Grandfather Sure was thrilled by the prospect. Initially worried that his frail body would hinder their survival in the apocalypse, he now felt invigorated by the discovery of the spring water. His enthusiasm led him to take Su Mianmian along with him. After they departed, Father Sure and Mother Sure encircled Shirshu, eager to discuss further plans. Chapter 21. The sky is about to change, son. You must treat Mianmian well. If she gets angry, I will certainly side with her, not you, Mother Sure declared earnestly. Father Sure, observing his wife's serious demeanor, nodded in agreement, saying, where your mother goes, I shall follow. Shirshu was at a loss for words, his expression conveying an unspoken message that he would never bully Su Mianmian. Noticing his look of helplessness, Mother Sure turned her head away, pretending not to see. Shirshu, unwilling to linger with him any longer, turned to leave. Seeing this, Mother Sure reached out to pull him back. Shirshu frowned, feeling uncomfortable with the physical contact. Upon noticing his discomfort, Mother Sure shot him a disapproving glance. The moment she released him, his expression softened. Shirshu, if you disdain even your mother, how on earth does Mianmian endure you? Do you give her the cold shoulder if she merely touches you? Mother Sure questioned skeptically. She truly could not comprehend his aversion to being touched, having always been particular about cleanliness. Su did not respond immediately. Instead, he took a step back to ensure an appropriate distance before saying, "She is my wife. There should be no reason for that." Mother Shi gritted her teeth. After all, she was still his mother. Observing the impending clash between mother and son, Father Shi hastily intervened as a peacemaker. All right, Shaoli, you know Su well enough by now. Don't be angry with him." He gently embraced Mother Shi, his tone imbued with soothing reassurance. Su turned away, unwilling to witness their display of affection. Unfazed by his reaction, Mother Shi and Father Shi began to reminisce about their son's childhood, recounting various anecdotes. Su listened, already desensitized to their banter, having grown accustomed to it over the years. When Su Mianmian and Grandpa Shi returned, they found Su standing facing the wall, seemingly in deep contemplation. Amused, she approached him, a glint of mischief in her eyes. Without a second thought, she poked his waist. Su stiffened at the unexpected touch. His expression blank as he turned to see the instigator was Su Mianmian. His face momentarily flickered with a complex array of emotions, caught between annoyance and an inability to express it. "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." Su Mianmian chuckled, bending slightly to apologize. Noticing the playful interaction between the two youngsters, Mother Shi smiled but refrained from intervening. Father Shi, upon seeing Su Mianmian, wore a delighted expression, as he had something to discuss with her. Expecting Su to forgive her, Su Mianmian was taken by surprise when Father Shi abruptly pulled her away. Both she and Su were momentarily stunned. Mother Shi exaggeratedly criticized her husband's sudden action, while Father Shi, looking pitiful, defended himself. "I was merely asking a casual question." Su Mianmian laughed, assuring him it was fine. After dining at the old residence, she and Su intended to return home. Mother Shi wished for them to stay the night, but they both preferred to leave. Reluctantly, she bid them farewell with a hint of disappointment. Once they departed, the three of them retreated to the study. "Dad, what do you think we should do about this? Is the apocalypse really coming?" Father Shi inquired. Curiosity etched on his face. Grandpa Shi shot him a disapproving look. Did he think his previous concerns were merely an act in front of Su and Su Mianmian? "If you don't believe it, then prepare to gather supplies. When the apocalypse arrives, you can remain here." Mother Shi, sensing Grandpa Shi's irritation, jabbed Father Shi lightly in the side, signaling him to refrain from provoking further. Father Shi understood and approached Grandpa Shi with a sheepish smile, saying, "Dad, I'm just worried." Grandpa Shi sighed. The heavens are about to change. As night fell, ominous elements began to gather. In the following days, Grandpa Shi gradually divested stocks, real estate, and properties. Simultaneously, Su announced that the Shi family would be relocating overseas, transferring domestic companies to new owners. Many were caught off guard. By the time they reacted, the companies had already changed hands. The speed of the transition was astonishing. Those who hesitated were left with deep regret, speculating on the Shi family's sudden decision to move abroad, suspecting significant internal issues that warranted such a drastic measure. Regardless, Su achieved his objective, successfully retreating to the second line. Upon seeing the news, Su Mianmian realized how swiftly the Shi family was acting. In just a few days, they had accomplished so much. It appeared that many were already eyeing this substantial opportunity within the Shi family. Chapter 22. The betrayer having turned off the television. Su Mianmian surveyed the spacious villa, yet felt no solitude. With only Mr. Li remaining to care for them, the others had been dismissed by Su. Su Mianmian found this arrangement agreeable, preventing potential betrayals. Her trust in Mr. Li was unwavering, and she concurred with Su's decision. Upon his return, Su found Su Mianmian jogging with Shaoqi. "Mianmian," he remarked with amusement, "it seems Shaoqi is the one taking you for a stroll, rather than the other way around." Su Mianmian, realizing the truth in his words, playfully chided Shaoqi, "You naughty thing. I shall run alone next time." Pouting, she playfully glared at Shaoqi before approaching Su. Knowing her anger was feigned, Shaoqi eagerly followed, even reaching Su first and nuzzling against him. Su Mianmian shook her head, bemused by Shaoqi's unbounded affection. "Su, how did it go? When shall we depart?" Su Mianmian inquired, her expression turning serious. Su found this contrast endearing. He cast a stern glance at Shaoqi, who promptly retreated. With the canine's antics quelled, Su replied, "In a few days. Our parents have been acquiring a considerable amount of supplies. Once the goods arrive, we'll collect them before leaving. Otherwise, we'll have too much to handle upon our return." Su expressed his amazement at their efficiency. Su Mianmian was taken aback by their swiftness, exclaiming, "They're so quick. I almost think the apocalypse is arriving in a month. Are they overexerting themselves?" Su Mianmian voiced her concern, deducing from Shi Su's words that the upcoming shipment would be substantial. She wondered if her in-laws were getting sufficient rest. Observing her furrowed brow, Shi Su tenderly stroked her eyes, momentarily plunging her into darkness. Upon regaining her sight, she gazed at him quizzically, as if questioning his actions. Shi Su simply smiled and shook his head, offering no explanation. "Rest assured, they've delegated the tasks. You, on the other hand, have been burning the midnight oil on strategies. The strategies can wait. We have ample funds." Shi Su's display of wealth was pleasing to Su Mianmian, who relished such extravagance. "I understand. I merely wish to plan effectively. By the way, besides us, who else will be accompanying us?" Su Mianmian inquired. As she pondered the novel's plot, she realized she had overlooked a crucial detail: the presence of a traitor in Shi Su's inner circle. She nearly jumped in alarm, seeing her sudden urgency. Shi Su gently pressed her head. "What's the matter, Mianmian? Why the sudden panic?" He had never seen her so agitated. "Is there someone named Qining among your acquaintances? What is your impression of him?" Su Mianmian asked urgently. After her initial panic, she realized that directly accusing Qining would be met with skepticism. She needed to subtly guide Shi Su towards the truth. She could not allow that treacherous individual to remain in their group. "Yes, I know him. What about him?" Shi Su's eyes flickered momentarily. Qining had never been introduced to Su Mianmian. How did she know he was associated with him? "In my dream, he was a traitor." "Shi Su, do you believe me?" Su Mianmian looked at Shi Su earnestly. Regardless of his belief, she could only explain it this way. Shi Su was taken aback by her words, his expression turning grave. He gazed intently at Su Mianmian, as if trying to discern her true intentions. Su Mianmian felt a twinge of anxiety, but also anticipation. She hoped that Shi Su would trust her. Navigating the apocalypse alone would be arduous. If Shi Su didn't believe her, their journey would be fraught with peril. Did he betray us before or after the apocalypse? Is that something you can discern? Shi Su inquired, neither confirming nor denying his belief. However, his question implied that he did believe her. Hearing his words, Su Mianmian involuntarily sighed in relief. Unbeknownst to her, a bead of perspiration had formed on her forehead. Shi Su gently wiped it away. Su Mianmian felt a warmth spread across her face at his tender gesture. Perhaps it was the lingering effects of her anxiety. As Shi Su withdrew his hand, she felt slightly better. The feeling of breathlessness she had experienced earlier made her feel ashamed of herself. "Before the apocalypse, I remember, he defected to the person who acquired your company. Shi Su, did you inform him of your intention to sell the company?" Su Mianmian suddenly recalled recognizing the name of the company's buyer. Connecting the dots, she realized the full picture. She should have paid closer attention to the plot when reading the novel. Now, she regretted skipping certain sections. Shi Su's eyes narrowed. He had indeed entrusted Qining with the task of selling the company. Su Mianmian wouldn't deceive him, and she didn't know Qining. Therefore, Shi Su sensed danger. He clenched his fist, a surge of anger coursing through him. Seeing his reaction, Su Mianmian gently pried open his clenched hand. Harming himself was not the answer. "Don't fret over it. Now that we're aware of his treachery, we can devise a plan to counter it. A traitor is merely his loss." Su Mianmian comforted him, assuming he was feeling dejected. Shi Su chuckled at her words. He wasn't saddened. He simply felt a pang of self-reproach for failing to recognize Qining's insidious intentions. Besides him, are there any other traitors? Think carefully. Shi Su trusted Su Mianmian implicitly and believed she would never deceive him. Chapter 23. Who are you calling filthy? Su Mianmian lifted her gaze to glance at Shi Su, whose eyes were profoundly deep, seemingly concealing something significant within. Lowering her head, she dared not continue to stare. This version of Shi Su felt somewhat perilous. Reflecting on Shi Su's circumstances, Su Mianmian realized that apart from him, the others were fiercely loyal individuals. One had even sacrificed everything to save him. At this thought, she couldn't help but admire their unwavering dedication. "Shi Su, in my dreams, aside from him, there exists no one who would betray you. They are all steadfastly loyal. I believe this loyalty is reciprocal. If you treat them well, they shall not forget. Yet, there are some who, upon receiving your kindness, only yearn for more." The last remark pointed to a particular individual, and Shi Su understood all too well who she referred to. The mere thought of Qining unsettled him. "Mianmian, I will handle this matter. You go inside first. I shall step out for a moment. There's no need to wait for me." With that, Shi Su hurriedly departed. Watching his impatient figure, Su Mianmin surmised he was off to confront this issue. The mere mention of cheating chilled her expression. Death is too lenient. After standing in contemplation for a while, she realized she had yet to explore outside and suddenly felt a surge of enthusiasm. Su Mianmin instructed Butler Li to prepare the car and driver, and she set out. Her destination was the largest shopping center in the city. A veritable treasure trove of goods, which she deemed an excellent choice for stockpiling. As she wandered through the aisles, she spotted Li Qingqing, who was intimately draped over a man. Their actions were so close that it felt as though they were on the verge of an explicit scene. Recalling the substantial sum of over 1 million that had been delivered a few days prior, a knowing expression crossed her face. She pondered where Li Qingqing had acquired such a fortune, only to realize Su Mianmin had no intention of encountering her. Her purpose today was solely to gather supplies. However, as she turned her head, Li Qingqing noticed her immediately. Upon seeing Su Mianmin, Li Qingqing approached her with the ferocity of a sworn enemy. Su Mianmin, why are you so desperate to ask me for repayment? It turns out the company is in dire straits. I've heard that the Shiz family's assets have been completely liquidated. You must be homeless now, right? Haha. Who would have thought you'd end up like this? Li Qingqing, adorned in 10-centimeter heels, stood before Su Mianmin, but still fell a few centimeters short. She was undeterred by the height difference, her heart brimming with joy at Su Mianmin's apparent downfall. Su Mianmin has lost her support. I almost feel like celebrating with fireworks. Li Qingqing's expression was one of mockery, as if Su Mianmin were a stray dog. Su Mianmin reflected, the Shiz family merely sold off their assets. They are not bankrupt. Why would Li Qingqing say such things? Is this the rumors circulating outside? Her eyes darkened. Perhaps such a narrative was not without merit. Even if the Shiz family had fallen on hard times, they were still better off than her, who had resorted to using her body to climb the social ladder, which she found even more sordid. She glanced at the man approaching them and felt her eyes sullied. This man, with a corpulent frame and eyes brimming with desire, was someone Li Qingqing could stoop to associate with. Su Mianmin was at a loss for words. You, who are you calling filthy? Mr. Li, this woman accuses you of being dirty. You should swiftly teach her a lesson. Li Qingqing's expression twisted in anger as she turned to see Li Yao, a flicker of disdain in her eyes, yet she suppressed it for the sake of her livelihood. But Su Mianmin, she would not let this go easily. The grievances of the past would not be forgotten. This little beauty, if you were to follow me, I would forgive your previous insolence. What do you say? Quite a bargain, isn't it? Li Yao leered at Su Mianmin. Having seen her from a distance, he now stood close enough to inhale her faint, alluring scent, igniting a fervor within him. Li Qingqing realized Li Yao's lecherous nature, astonished by how unabashedly he was fixated on Su Mianmin. How could this beauty compare to her? Why was he so entranced? Although Li Qingqing had no affection for Li Yao, she could not bear the humiliation of him being solely captivated by Su Mianmin. Glaring at Su Mianmin, she seemed to accuse her of seducing her man. In response, Su Mianmin retreated a few steps. Li Qingqing, do not look at me with those eyes as if I have ensnared your man. I am with Shirshu. Why would I be interested in him? What a joke. Su Mianmin regarded Li Qingqing with a look of sheer disdain. Li Qingqing fumed, nearly driven to madness. Shirshu was the very person she yearned for but could not possess. And Su Mianmin's brazen declaration of her relationship felt like salt in a wound, unfazed by whether her words had incensed Li Qingqing. Su Mianmin turned her cold gaze toward the man Li Qingqing referred to as Mr. Li. If you seek companionship, do not come looking for me. I have no interest in you. Su Mianmin found herself at a loss for words regarding Li Qingqing's companions. Upon hearing her icy retort, Li Yao felt a thrill of excitement surge through him. He had a penchant for dominance, and Su Mianmin's demeanor only fueled his desire to tame her. Li Qingqing sensed the charged atmosphere emanating from Li Yao and instinctively took a step back. He had nearly driven her to the brink of insanity, and she had never encountered someone so enamored with elaborate schemes. However, if Li Yao were to ruin Su Mianmin, then Shirshu would undoubtedly turn his back on her. With this thought, Li Qingqing's reluctance to let Li Yao approach Su Mianmin evaporated. Now, she welcomed the proximity. Su Mianmin stood before the predatory gaze of Li Yao, coupled with Li Qingqing's watchful eyes. With a resigned smile, she wondered if today was truly an ill-fated day to venture out. When she finally lifted her gaze again, a glimmer of lethal intent flashed in her eyes. Best not provoke me. I am Shirshu's wife. Though the Shiz family may have fallen, you should understand the implications of that, Mr. Li. Her tone remained calm, yet each word struck like daggers to the heart. Li Yao, standing closest, absorbed every syllable, unable to suppress a shudder as he instinctively took a step back. Chapter 24. The ambush. Li Qingqing found herself positioned directly behind Li Yao. As he unexpectedly stepped back, his considerable bulk inadvertently nudged her, causing her to lose balance and tumble backwards. The sharp cry of surprise she emitted echoed through the vicinity, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of her body colliding with the floor. Curiosity piqued, onlookers turned their attention towards the commotion. Upon hearing Li Qingqing's piercing scream, Mianmian instinctively furrowed her brow. The noise was unbearable. What was happening? Who was causing this disruption? A middle-aged man in a suit rushed over, inquiring as he approached. Sensing the arrival of someone, Mianmian felt an urge to leave the scene. Just as she turned away, Li Qingqing's shrill voice pierced through the air once more. Mianmian, you knocked someone down and now wish to flee? You must compensate me with 1 million in medical expenses, plus damages for emotional distress. No, make it 2 million. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in unison, astonished by her audacity. They had not anticipated such a blatant attempt at deception. Their gazes towards Mianmian now held a mix of pity and morbid fascination. Ignoring the judgmental stares, Mianmian recognized that Li Qingqing was harboring resentment over the sum she had previously returned. It was no surprise that she had resorted to this tactic. I didn't even touch your clothes. If you're going to play the victim, at least do it convincingly. You truly come off as someone with a few screws loose. I can't fathom how you were raised, Mianmian remarked with disdain, her words laden with scorn. The onlookers, too, began to murmur among themselves, questioning the sanity of someone demanding 2 million. This woman is truly delusional, one whispered, while another speculated if she had lost her mind over money. Their collective chatter only fueled Li Qingqing's seething anger. Struggling to rise, she felt the pointed stares of strangers burning into her skin. Mianmian's mocking expression left an indelible mark on her psyche. Clenching her fists, Li Qingqing glared at those who had dared to insult her. As their eyes met, the accusers shivered under her fierce gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? Isn't it clear you're driven by greed? I saw it all. It was that man beside you who knocked me down, yet you're here harassing that girl. Your attempt at extortion is utterly inept. One woman, seemingly emboldened by her privilege, stood her ground against Li Qingqing, unafraid despite the venomous glare directed her way. Mianmian, observing the scene unfold, felt a sense of relief. Li Qingqing, if you don't leave soon, your benefactor will be gone, she warned. Noting that Li Yao was preparing to abandon her. Today, she decided to play the role of the Good Samaritan and offer a timely caution. Upon hearing this, panic flickered across Li Qingqing's face. She shot a glare at Mianmian, muttering a threat before hastily pursuing Li Yao. With a wry smile, Mianmian watched Li Qingqing retreat. Go ahead and wait. Our accounts are far from settled, she mused, hoping that Li Qingqing would soon encounter that man and bring him forth. Resolving both issues at once was her ultimate objective. Li Qingqing alone posed no real threat. Undeterred by the earlier disturbances, Mianmian resumed her shopping. Just as she was about to move to her next destination, the suited man approached her. Madam, I apologize for the inconvenience. As a gesture of goodwill, all your purchases today will be complimentary, he stated with utmost respect. Upon hearing him address her as Madam, Mianmian understood the reason behind his actions. She accepted graciously, nodding in agreement. In the ensuing hours, she indulged herself in a shopping spree, the man trailing silently behind her, unable to voice a word. When she finally decided to cease her shopping, she noticed the man exhaling a sigh of relief. A smile crept onto her face. It had been ages since she had enjoyed such a day. Thank you. Please have everything delivered to the Sure residence. I'll be on my way now, she said, departing with an air of lightness, leaving the man bewildered. He hadn't anticipated her assertiveness, demanding not just one item but dozens. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he felt fortunate that this arrangement had been sanctioned by his superior. For had he taken such liberties on his own, it would have cost him dearly. Unbeknownst to Mianmian, the man's thoughts were far from her mind. She was simply reveling in her good fortune. However, as she approached the exit, an unsettling feeling crept over her, as though danger lurked behind. Her pace did not falter, yet she remained alert, glancing back as she walked forward. As she entered a dimly lit area, an individual charged at her from behind. Reacting instinctively, she sidestepped to the left, catching the man off guard. He collided with a nearby pole, the sound of impact resonating loudly. Mianmian instinctively shut her eyes, and when she opened them again, she found the man bleeding profusely from a head wound. Frowning, she swiftly dialed her driver to come handle the situation. When the driver arrived, he was accompanied by several others, likely locals drawn by the commotion. The driver took Su Mianmian home, while the others remained to attend to the injured man. Upon returning to the villa, she encountered Su hurrying out. Relief washed over him as he spotted her unharmed. "Did anything happen?" he asked, scanning her for any visible injuries. "I'm fine. I was aware of that man following me," she reassured him, shaking her head. Su nodded, relieved that her awareness had spared her from trouble. Seeing his concern, Su Mianmian couldn't help but chuckle. "Did you rush out here looking for me?" Her playful tone suggested she understood his feelings. "Sure, Su. I didn't realize you were so worried about me. Haven't you been teaching me self-defense all this time? Why the lingering doubt?" Amused, she found his protectiveness endearing. There was no fear on her part, yet he was the one fretting over her safety. "Well, it's only natural. I wouldn't want to lose my wife," he replied, a light-hearted tone now gracing his demeanor. Seeing the joy on Su's face made Su Mianmian's cheeks flush slightly. She gazed at him, his expression a blend of amusement and earnestness, and could not help but lower her head. Alas, the heat was truly unbearable. She felt as though she might burst from the sweltering temperature. Time sequence, observing Su Mianmian's demeanor akin to that of a young bride, could not resist the urge to pinch her cheek. Instinctively, Su Mianmian raised her hand to swat his away, her face a picture of bewilderment as she inquired, "What are you doing? How dare he pinch her cheek?" Su Mianmian found herself utterly perplexed. "I just couldn't help it. Your face looks so delightful to pinch," he confessed, though his tone belied any hint of genuine remorse. Casting a glance at Su Mianmian, he mused that her name suited her visage perfectly, soft and tender, just like her. Chapter 25, Purification. Well, let us not linger on trivialities. "Have you resolved the matter?" Su Mianmian inquired with a curious gaze directed at Shu. She was genuinely intrigued by this situation, pondering how Shu would address it. Upon hearing her question, Shu's expression darkened momentarily. He had not ventured out to resolve the issue but to investigate. To his surprise, he uncovered a multitude of treacherous deeds orchestrated by Qining behind the scenes. Even during the recent competition with another company, he had been meddling in the background. Had it not been for Shu's timely intervention, the company would have suffered significant financial losses. As he reflected on this, Shu's demeanor grew increasingly menacing. Su Mianmian felt an unsettling chill, despite the air conditioning being set at a mere 24 degrees. It was only when her gaze fell upon Shu that she realized the true source of the coldness emanated from him. The icy aura surrounding him was so palpable that she imagined if it were tangible, he would resemble a being of pure frost. She reached out and poked him gently, eliciting a response. Shu turned to face her, his eyes still harboring the remnants of his earlier severity, causing a flicker of trepidation to rise within her. Indeed, Shu was a figure of authority, and in that moment, Su Mianmian felt the weight of her insignificance in comparison. His previous expressions of warmth now felt like a distant memory. It dawned on her that Shu had merely been feigning harmlessness in her presence. "Did I frighten you?" he asked, his voice laced with a hint of remorse as he ruffled her hair, sensing her unease. Seeing him return to his usual demeanor, Su Mianmian exhaled a sigh of relief. "It's nothing. Have you encountered any issues? You can confide in me. Perhaps I could offer some advice." Her expression was earnest, revealing the anxiety that had taken root within her. She feared that Shu might dismiss her as naive and choose not to share his burdens. Su Mianmian had no desire to be a woman oblivious to the world. She aspired to be a strategist in her own right. Though she felt weak at present, she believed that through diligence, she would one day attain a stature akin to his. A spark of determination ignited in her eyes, catching Shu's attention and momentarily rendering him speechless. Her tenacity was undeniably captivating, and a smile crept onto his lips. Su Mianmian was indeed a woman full of surprises. He felt a sudden urge to tap the table in excitement. "Mianmian, I just had someone look into him and discovered the extent of his betrayals against me. He is likely investigating our intentions behind these actions. Thankfully, I did not divulge the truths of the apocalypse to him. Otherwise," as he spoke, his gaze flickered ominously, instilling a sense of danger in the air. However, Su Mianmian chose not to succumb to fear. She resolved to grow stronger, refusing to be intimidated. Why should she fear him? With a newfound bravery, she met his gaze head-on. When Shu concluded his statement, he found her attempting to maintain a facade of strength, prompting another smile from him. "What are you smiling about, Shu? Just a moment ago, you seemed quite displeased," she teased, playfully punching his arm, her expression a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Sensing her rising frustration, Shu straightened his demeanor and spoke with gravity. "I am currently devising a plan to identify any others who may harbor similar treachery. If we find any, we shall deal with them accordingly. A glimmer of lethal intent flickered in his eyes as he spoke of resolution. Mianmian understood precisely what he meant by resolution, and she wholeheartedly supported it. She was well aware of the saying, "Wildfire cannot be extinguished. It will rise anew with the spring breeze." She had no desire for a momentary act of kindness to endanger their future. "Do you think me too violent?" Shu seemed to finally realize that Mianmian was still present. Upon regaining his composure, his expression shifted slightly. He wished not to see disapproval in her eyes regarding his methods. "How could you think that, Shu? This approach is the most foolproof. He is devoid of a conscience. Such individuals will inevitably betray us again, regardless of how many chances we afford them. Therefore, why should we strive to be benevolent?" Mianmian replied earnestly. She genuinely wished for Shu to perceive her as someone who understood the nuances of morality. Kindness is not inherently wrong, but misplaced kindness can lead to dire consequences. She was well aware of when to show compassion and when to withhold it. Shu nodded, observing her unwavering and resolute demeanor. He understood her perspective. "I appreciate your thoughts. They are indeed commendable. Let us continue our collaboration moving forward." Extending his hand, he raised an eyebrow at Mianmian. With a smile, she took his hand, sealing their agreement. A fruitful partnership it shall be. Mianmian chose not to mention her encounter with Li Qingqing, deeming it unnecessary. Li Qingqing had willingly succumbed to her own downfall, a development Mianmian found somewhat satisfying. She merely informed Shu about her recent purchases. Upon hearing of her extensive procurement, Shu regarded her with a hint of admiration. "Mianmian, you have worked hard. I will be occupied with the trader issue for the next few days, so I may need to rely on you. Gather as much as you can. We will handle the larger quantities abroad." His tone was laced with concern, for he worried that in her quest for supplies, she might neglect her own well-being. "I understand, but you must also prioritize your safety. Once traders realize they have been exposed, they are likely to resort to desperate measures. Protect yourself, all right?" Mianmian reminded him, her apprehension about the unknown looming like a shadow. Shu nodded in agreement. As Mianmian stifled a yawn, he promptly urged her to rest. "You should take care of yourself. You cannot afford to be worn out during the apocalypse," she scolded gently, observing his reluctance to rest. Shu chuckled, recognizing her ability to pinpoint his vulnerabilities. All right, I shall heed your advice and rest." He conceded, knowing that the work could wait until tomorrow. It was not worth inciting her ire. After they each retreated to their respective rooms, Mianmian opted not to rest. Once she locked her door, she swiftly entered her space, eager to inquire with Shu whether she was ready for purification today. Once Mianmian attained Shu's consent, she commenced the process of marrow cleansing. Initially, she felt a chilling sensation enveloping her body, leading her to suspect that Shu was deceiving her. However, mere minutes later, she was beset by a wave of piercing pain that coursed from her head to her feet. Mianmian, who had been cradling her head, soon could no longer distinguish the source of her agony. It seemed every inch of her being was engulfed in torment. Unable to contain herself, she began to groan in distress, rolling on the ground. Although Shu did not gaze upon her, it could sense her suffering, silently praying that Mianmian would muster the courage to endure. Time became an indistinct blur, but eventually, Mianmian perceived the excruciating pain diminishing, giving way to a newfound lightness. She felt as though her body had become weightless. Gradually, she rose to her feet, marveling at the miraculous sensation of strength that now coursed through her entire being, devoid of any residual pain. It was as if the torment had been but a figment of her imagination. With a broad grin, Mianmian couldn't help but laugh. She had triumphantly passed the trial of marrow cleansing. Chapter 26. Self-Defense Master. "Would you like to wash up first? You exude quite an unpleasant odor," Shu remarked, struggling to tolerate the stench. "I can hardly bear it." Shu felt a sense of accomplishment for Mianmian, yet the foul smell was overwhelming. If she didn't wash it off soon, Shu feared for her sanity. Upon hearing Shu's words, Mianmian became acutely aware of her own odor. Regretfully, she apologized while gagging. She opted not to bathe in the space, but chose to wash outside instead. As she exited, the atmosphere within the space returned to normal. The spot where she had lain still bore remnants of the mud that had fallen from her body, but with a mere thought, Shu restored it to its original state. After 2 hours of scrubbing, Mianmian finally felt cleansed of the grime. As she dried her hair with a blow dryer, she glanced in the mirror and froze. Turning off the dryer, she leaned closer to the mirror, her eyes widening in disbelief at her own reflection. The dark circles from sleepless nights had vanished. and the blemishes that had plagued her skin were gone, replaced by a complexion several shades lighter. Tentatively, she touched her face, initially unable to comprehend the transformation. After confirming it was indeed her skin, she nearly wept with joy. "Is this truly my skin?" she marveled, finding it remarkably youthful and tender. She caressed her face repeatedly, finally realizing that the benefits of her cleansing ritual extended beyond her physical stamina. Her skin had flourished as well. What a remarkable gain! Elated, Mianmian finished drying her hair and climbed into bed, where she succumbed to a dreamless slumber. Upon awakening, she glanced at the time in disbelief. Had she truly slept past 11 o'clock due to her exhaustion from the previous day? She hurriedly rose, washed up, and dressed before heading out. As she approached the staircase, she heard a commotion downstairs, a voice instructing others to slow down. Peering down, she saw butlerly directing movers, the living room now brimming with items. It seemed the goods she had procured the day before had been swiftly organized. Satisfied, she nodded and retreated to her room, deciding it best to avoid the chaos for now. An hour later, a knock echoed at her door, followed by Butler Lee's voice. Upon opening the door, he informed her of the situation. His expression hinted at something unsaid, a question lingering in his eyes. Mianmian gestured for him to speak freely. "Madam, we have so many items with no place to store them. Much has been relegated to the basement, but some still remain in the living room," he explained, uncertain if the master would share his confusion. "Not to worry, it will soon be sorted out," Mianmian replied nonchalantly. Since the master had begun frequenting the residence, Butler Lee had taken to resting in a small house behind the villa each night at 8. Mianmian planned to wait for him to retire before storing the items within her space. Among the supplies were seeds she was eager to experiment with, curious about their potential growth in her space. Butler Lee observed Mianmian's calm demeanor and merely nodded, indicating his understanding. After lunch, the instructor for her self-defense lessons arrived. To her surprise, he had summoned his subordinate rather than simply selecting someone at random. Upon introduction, she recognized Su Qing as the individual who had sacrificed himself to save the master during the apocalypse. She scrutinized him for a moment, noting his boyish demeanor, reminiscent of a diligent student. Tasked with ensuring the master's safety, his martial skills were formidable, a stark contrast to his appearance. After a brief exchange, and considering Mianmian's prior knowledge, Su Qing declared they would begin their training immediately. "Sister-in-law, make sure to wear your knee pads. I won't go easy on you," he warned, tossing the pads towards her. Mianmian retracted her earlier thoughts about his demeanor. He was indeed quite impulsive. During their previous sparring sessions, she had been thoroughly overmatched. However, under Su Qing's guidance and her relentless determination, by the 5th day of practice, she managed to execute a shoulder throw, catching Su Qing off guard. "Sister-in-law, impressive. Your strength is considerable, and your technique is commendable. I believe that with your current skills, you could easily outmatch the average opponent," he remarked, admiration evident in his gaze. Initially, he had assumed she would tire after a day, yet she had persevered and even bested him. "Thank you. I still have much to learn," Mianmian replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. She felt flattered by Su Qing's praise. "Sister-in-law, there's no need for modesty. I just witnessed your progress firsthand," he affirmed. At that moment, the master's voice resonated in the room, startling Mianmian. She turned to see him smiling at her. "Boss, you're back," she exclaimed. Su Qing bid farewell and departed, leaving Mianmian anxious as she approached the master. "Did you encounter any dangers while you were out?" she inquired, her concern palpable. The master had been absent for days, and the unresolved matters with Qing weighed heavily on her mind. Noticing her distress, the master gently ruffled her hair and reassured her it was not dangerous, and everything has been resolved. Mianmian's curiosity piqued. She asked, "Are you certain it's truly resolved?" A flicker of worry crossed her face, fearing that the situation might be unresolved. The master, sensing her skepticism, chuckled quietly before changing the subject. "What has happened to your complexion? You look remarkably pale. Have you undergone cosmetic procedures?" He had noticed her transformation the moment he laid eyes on her. Her skin appeared significantly fairer and more refined, not merely the result of skincare. Time Sequence is no fool, although he is not a woman. He possesses a modicum of common sense. Mianmian was taken aback that Butler Lee did not notice her transformation, while Time Sequence saw through it immediately. He is indeed a person of keen observation, which Mianmian greatly admires. "Time Sequence, wouldn't you like to have skin like mine? I can offer you a 50% discount," she teased, winking playfully at him. Time Sequence shook his head in refusal, stating, "What does a grown man need with fair skin?" His rejection was anticipated by Su Mianmian, who sighed and lamented, "Then you won't be able to cleanse your marrow. For one must undergo that process to attain skin like mine." Time Sequence. Observing the flustered expression on Time Sequence's face, Su Mianmian finally burst into laughter. Seeing her so joyful brought a slight upturn to Time Sequence's lips. With such a jester by his side, the atmosphere certainly felt more lively. Chapter 27. The challenge that evening, Su underwent a profound transformation. The following day, when Su Mianmian inquired about his discomfort, he merely shook his head. Observing his demeanor, Su Mianmian was filled with skepticism. When she asked him if the cleansing process had an unpleasant odor, he fell silent. Realizing this, she couldn't help but chuckle. "So, how many hours did you spend? Surely, it wasn't an entire night, was it?" She scrutinized Su and noted that his complexion appeared slightly improved, and he seemed rejuvenated. If he donned a more youthful attire, one might mistake him for a university student. "No, if I had truly bathed that long, my skin would have been raw. I only spent just over an hour," he replied. Noticing the gleeful expression on Su Mianmian's face, Su shook his head, yet his gaze held a hint of tenderness. However, Su Mianmian failed to perceive the warmth in his eyes. She was astonished to learn that he had only bathed for a little over an hour. She had assumed that someone with his obsessive cleanliness would be intolerant of any filth. "Mianmian, I forgot to mention that I saw Li Qingqing yesterday. She was with a young man, and their interaction was rather intimate. Is this the person you were looking for?" Su asked, curiosity evident in his expression. He was puzzled as to why Su Mianmian wanted him to witness Li Qingqing with another man without informing him beforehand. Had it not been for her request, he would not have paid any attention to her. Su shook his head, thinking that his wife deserved only his affection. Su Mianmian recalled the novel's description of the man beside Li Qingqing, which hardly aligned with the term young. "Su, do you know who that man is? What is his name?" she asked, turning to him with anticipation. To her disappointment, Su was unaware of the man's identity. Seeing her enthusiasm diminish, he gently patted her shoulder, reassuring her, "If I don't know now, I can find out later, or I can have someone investigate." He felt it unnecessary to overly concern himself with such trivial matters. "Oh, you wouldn't understand. Never mind, I can always encounter him again in the apocalypse," Su Mianmian sighed. Observing Su's perplexed expression, she sensed the narrative's power was formidable. Some events might only unfold in the aftermath of the apocalypse. "Don't worry, I'll look into it. It's quite simple," Su said, patting her shoulder again, implying that it would be an easy task. Su Mianmian felt a flicker of hope at his words and nodded in agreement, relieved by her response. Su wondered what had sparked her curiosity about the man accompanying Li Qingqing. In truth, Su Mianmian wished to reveal the man's name to Su, yet inexplicably, the words eluded her. She found it frustrating. When she consulted her book, it suggested that the world was maintaining its order. As an outsider soul, any unrestricted influence she exerted might disrupt the balance of this realm. Upon hearing this explanation, Su Mianmian felt exasperated. Some matters could be spoken of, while others required a trigger to manifest. She worried whether this situation would persist indefinitely. The book assured her that as her essence merged more with the original body, she would no longer be constrained by the world's rules. This statement offered her some solace, as she was relieved that she could still discuss matters related to the apocalypse. Otherwise, shaking her head, she felt a twinge of annoyance. Su and Su Mianmian agreed to embark on their journey abroad in 3 days. Their first destination was Country M, known for its abundant resources and convenient trade. This was also Su Mianmian's opportunity to benefit from their country's resources. On the second day of their arrival, a city experienced a gas leak. She had already devised a plan to don protective gear for a zero-cost acquisition. Su had prepared the necessary clothing to ensure their safety. Su Mianmian, too, wished to safeguard her life. The gas itself was not particularly hazardous. Their primary concern was that it could trigger an explosion at a nearby laboratory. Most of the personnel had evacuated. In her readings, Su Mianmian had not encountered any mention of an explosion at the laboratory. The text indicated that the situation was perilous yet ultimately safe. This was one of the reasons she advocated for the trip. Given the world's rules, she presumed that certain events would remain unchanged. As she contemplated this, excitement bubbled within her. The area was ripe for exploration, with numerous warehouses and even an underground arms depot. She had learned this from her book. This armory belonged to Li Qingqing, who had transported it into the country before the apocalypse. When the collapse occurred, he had relied on these resources to dominate the underground. Su Mianmian smirked, pondering whether, without this stockpile, he could still maintain his underground supremacy. Upon witnessing her smile, Shirsu couldn't resist playfully pinching her cheek. Please, refrain from that smile. I prefer your genuine expressions. Your current demeanor feels somewhat unsettling. Su Mianmian turned her head, glaring at him in discontent. How ironic that she had just been devising ways for him to outshine that man, yet he critiqued her smile as peculiar. Shirsu was truly unbearable. She resolved to sever ties with him for 3 seconds. Madam, you have a package. Li Guanjia's voice suddenly rang in Su Mianmian's ears, sounding like a celestial melody. She joyfully rushed over. Oh, why does it only bear a name and address? Li Guanjia, did you see the delivery person? Initially, Su Mianmian assumed it was her online purchases, but soon realized it was not anything she had ordered. At this moment, Shirsu approached her. As he drew near, he caught a faint whiff of blood in the air. Mianmian, hand me the package. It may contain something undesirable. With a serious expression, Shirsu took the package from her hands. Startled, Su Mianmian had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. It wasn't until she saw Shirsu open the package that the horrifying reality dawned on her. Inside lay a skinned puppy. She couldn't discern what masked its scent, as she had not detected the gruesome odor earlier. Looking at the lifeless creature, her indignation surged to unprecedented heights. To repulse her, they had cruelly harmed a small animal. Such malice was unconscionable. Su Mianmian's expression darkened, resembling the foreboding calm before a storm. Li Guanjia, witnessing the bloody puppy, averted his gaze, unable to bear the sight. Shirsu, however, maintained his usual stoic demeanor, his expression unyielding. He crouched down to inspect whether there was anything left inside the box. When Su Mianmian saw him rummaging through it, she couldn't help but furrow her brow. Just as she was about to voice her belief that there would be nothing of significance, he unearthed a piece of paper. From a distance, Su Mianmian could not discern the specific contents, but the large character for kill, written in blood, was unmistakable. Could it be that woman, Li Qingqing? Is she issuing me a challenge? Without needing to read the note, Su Mianmian was certain that it was the work of Li Qingqing. That Li Qingqing truly harbored malice. It had to be her. What do you intend to do? Shirsu returned the paper, turning to Su Mianmian with a grave expression. Upon closer inspection, one could see immense rage simmering in his eyes, which he had been suppressing to shield Su Mianmian from feeling it. Chapter 28. An eye for an eye. Time did not wish to instill fear in Su Mianmian. The last incident involving Qin Ying had left her visibly shaken. This time, he was determined not to frighten her again. Su Mianmian lowered her gaze in contemplation, and when she lifted her head, a flicker of malevolence flashed in her eyes. Indeed, she intended to repay her adversary in kind. Hadn't she sent me a grand gift? Then it was only fitting that I return the favor. A sweet smile graced Su Mianmian's lips, yet her words caused the ever-watchful butler Li to shrink back involuntarily. He sensed a profound malice emanating from her. What gift do you intend to bestow upon her? Do you require my assistance? Seeing Su Mianmian's jubilant demeanor, Time couldn't help but chuckle. It was a relief that this matter had not affected her. You shall find out in due course, she replied with a spark of mischief. She dares to issue me a challenge. I shall gladly accept. Let us see who falters first. Su Mianmian's smile widened playfully, her lips curving upward. Butler Li perceived a change in her. A touch of wickedness had emerged. He turned to glance at Time, expecting him to frown at Su Mianmian's transformation, yet to his surprise, Tom was smiling at her. The youth of today, Butler Li muttered, shaking his head. As he contemplated disposing of the box, Tom instructed him to return it to its rightful owner. Confused, Butler Li stared at him, momentarily unable to comprehend that the owner he referred to was Li Qingqing. After a few seconds of realization, he nodded and took the box away. Su Mianmin cast a sidelong glance at Time, who mistakenly thought she disapproved of his actions. Before he could voice his thoughts, she spoke first. Time. That was truly commendable. His actions had signaled their stance to Li Qingqing. How had she not thought of this sooner? I thought you would blame me. I never expected. Tom was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Su Mianmin chuckled. Why would I blame you? Returning it to Li Qingqing was the right thing to do. A cold glint crossed Su Mianmin's eyes. How dare Li Qingqing present her with something so gruesome? She would not allow her to continue unscathed. Time. I must return now. I have a grand scheme to execute. Unable to contain her eagerness, she hurried off to discuss Li Qingqing. Time observed her frantic departure with a resigned shake of his head. Upon returning to her room, Su Mianmian eagerly booted up the original owner's computer. To her surprise, there was no password. It seemed the original owner seldom used it. Without further thought, She utilized her prior knowledge of hacking gleaned from her senior, and after a series of efforts, she successfully infiltrated Li Qingqing's computer and phone. Initially, she scanned the computer for content, only to recoil in revulsion. What peculiar tastes did Li Qingqing possess to record such intimate moments? The collection of bed photos was overwhelming. Su Mianmian frowned, her discomfort growing as she transferred these images onto her own device. Once that was accomplished, she continued to explore and discovered a list of influential individuals she had befriended over the years. Was Li Qingqing some sort of record keeper? How could she document everything? Spotting the most recent entries, Su Mianmian searched for these individuals using her phone. As expected, they were all married. A smile crept onto her face. Li Qingqing was finished. She sent all of Li Qingqing's compromising photos with those men to their wives through virtual means, attaching videos to ensure their belief in the revelations. Having completed this task, she proceeded to examine Li Qingqing's phone, which contained little of substance, mostly conversations. To her astonishment, she found evidence of Li Qingqing hiring someone to tail her, intending to ruin her reputation. Fuming with anger, Su Mianmian realized that Li Qingqing was the mastermind behind the events of that day. She resolved to send all this evidence to Time, allowing him to handle the situation. She needed to keep Li Qingqing alive, as she intended to use her as bait to lure out those who opposed Time. As she prepared to shut down the computer, an idea struck her, and she impulsively posted several compromising photos of Li Qingqing on her social media. Let us see how she attempts to fish for sympathy. Feeling lighthearted after her machinations, Su Mianmian descended the stairs with a buoyant step. Upon encountering Butler Li, she received his report and nodded in acknowledgement. Li Qingqing, brace yourself for the gift I have in store for you. Her eyes sparkled with the promise of inevitable victory. Butler Li observed the increasingly formidable Su Mianmian, shaking his head in disbelief. Could this be what they meant by growing closer, resembling each other? Concerned that Li Qingqing might become suspicious, he had deliberately replaced the original box with one from a certain luxury brand. When Li Qingqing received the altered package, she had no inkling that it contained her own gift. She merely assumed it was a delightful surprise from some affluent admirer. Upon returning home, she eagerly opened the box. Her curiosity piqued to see what kind of bag lay within. To her horror, she discovered the very gift she had sent to Su Mianmian. She recoiled in terror, nearly collapsing to the ground. What is wrong? What has happened? Li Yao inquired, puzzled by her expression of pure fright. Li Qingqing attempted to call him away, but fear rendered her mute. She could only watch helplessly as Li Yao approached the box and opened it. What is this? Li Yao exclaimed, his face reflecting sheer terror. He instinctively hurled the box away, and its contents tumbled before Li Qingqing. As her gaze met the eyes of the object, she could not suppress her screams. I didn't mean to. I had no idea that a simple tap would lead to this. Li Yao froze at her words, struggling to contain his fear as he scrutinized the creature. The next moment, he stormed towards Li Qingqing, delivering a stinging slap across her face. Li Qingqing, didn't you say my dog had run away? It didn't run away, you killed it. How could you be so malicious? Li Yao was seething with rage. That dog had been his companion for ages, and he had entrusted its care to her, only for her to treat it so callously. The slap jolted Li Qingqing back to reality. No, it was sent away. Someone else must have killed it and framed me. Li Yao, I am innocent, she cried, her tear-streaked face and the mark of the slap making her appear utterly deranged. Li Yao pushed her away, pointing an accusatory finger at her. You must have sent it to someone else, and they retaliated by sending it back. You're not a fool. If you were, how would you manage the company? He was unfazed by her petty schemes, but she had taken the life of his beloved pet, and he would not let her escape unpunished. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Li Yao's eyes. He approached Li Qingqing with a fierce expression, his hands raised as if intending to strangle her. In that moment, disregarding everything, Li Qingqing seized an object nearby and struck it upon Li Yao's head. Her strength was considerable, and a gaping wound was immediately inflicted upon his skull. He had barely uttered the word "you" before losing consciousness. As Li Qingqing opened her eyes, she beheld Li Yao lying before her, his head drenched in blood. Glancing at the object in her hand, she was astonished to discover it was the hammer that the repairman had forgotten to take with him that very day. A wave of fear washed over her. Tentatively, she reached out to touch Li Yao's nose, feeling a faint breath. Observing the rapid flow of blood, she realized that if she did not apply pressure to the wound and call for emergency assistance, he would undoubtedly perish. Yet, making that call, Li Qingqing shook her head in refusal. If she did so, it would be clear she was responsible. She could not bring herself to commit such an act of self-destruction. Thus, with an icy gaze directed at Li Yao, she justified her actions as mere self-defense. Had he not attempted to harm her, she would not have inadvertently struck him. Chapter 29. Poisoning. Li Qingqing nonchalantly dealt with Li Yao's corpse, and once she finished, she began to cleanse the bloodstains outside. She could no longer remain in this place. It was imperative to find another location to stay for a while. The thought of Su Mianmian emerging victorious this time ignited a simmering anger within her. She would not let Su Mianmian off the hook. If it weren't for her, how could she have accidentally killed Li Yao? As her anger surged, Li Qingqing transferred all of Li Yao's movable funds to a virtual card. With a satisfied smile gracing her lips as she gazed at the sum on the card, she departed from the scene. By the time Su Mianmian discovered that Li Qingqing had committed murder and fled, 2 days had already elapsed. Did you only find out today? Su Mianmian asked incredulously, staring at Shirshu. Shirshu nodded. He had been too preoccupied with his own affairs to keep up with other developments. He had learned of this incident only through a casual mention by someone else. Li Qingqing is quite audacious. Does that mean my plan is now rendered useless? Su Mianmian lamented, sighing in disappointment. Noticing her crestfallen expression, Shirshu gently patted her shoulder, attempting to offer consolation. It's perfectly normal for plans to change unexpectedly. Su Mianmian felt that his words lacked the comfort she sought. Observing her doubtful look, Shirshu rubbed his nose awkwardly, realizing he was not adept at offering reassurances. Forget it. It is what it is. There's no point in dwelling on it now, she declared, resigned. This game was becoming increasingly intriguing. Su Mianmian eagerly anticipated the day she would encounter Li Qingqing again, confident that it would not be long before that moment arrived. She hoped that during their next meeting, she would be by Li Qingqing's side, in the presence of that man. A gleam of expectation danced at the corners of her mouth. Shirshu, perplexed by her sudden enthusiasm, opened his mouth to inquire about her thoughts. Before he could speak, Su Mianmian interjected, "Tomorrow, we will collect the items my parents gathered, and the day after, we will head to Country M, correct?" Shirshu had been preoccupied with local matters for some time, delaying their trip abroad. Su Mianmian had considered going ahead on her own, but Shirshu had refused her. Unable to go without his approval, she had managed to gather a few items in the city during her spare moments. There was still time for them to supplement their collection. Su Mianmian bore no psychological burden about it. During this period, her self-defense skills had improved remarkably, with Su Qing stating that he had nothing further to teach her. Shirshu had then suggested that Su Qing instruct her in marksmanship, a subject that piqued her interest greatly. She had already learned quite a bit in the past few days. As she reveled in her recent joys, Shirshu's sudden pulled her back to reality. Just as she was about to ask what he meant, the realization dawned on her. He was responding to her earlier question. She felt relieved that she had refrained from voicing her inquiry, lest she embarrass herself. "By the way, when will you bring my brother back? I think it would be better to treat him in my space. I can't help but worry about him out here," Su Mianmian said, raising her head with a puzzled expression. After pondering for a moment, Shirshu replied, "I will have someone bring him back today." The reason he wasn't retrieved earlier was to test whether Su Mianmian's spiritual spring water would be effective. Now that the experiment has succeeded, this may be the only way to awaken Su Jinxian. Shirshu eagerly anticipated the day Su Jinxian would awaken. Su Mianmian nodded, her heart racing at the prospect of finally seeing her original brother. In the afternoon, she met Su Jinxian. He appeared as though he were merely sleeping, devoid of any significant signs of illness. Su Mianmian glanced at Shirshu, who had taken excellent care of her original brother. The thought of how much effort Shirshu must have exerted to keep Su Jinxuan's body in such condition during his long coma was almost overwhelming. "Shirshu, thank you. If it weren't for you, my brother." She left the rest unsaid, confident that Shirshu understood her gratitude. This sentiment was not solely hers. She believed that if her original self were aware of all Shirshu had done, she too would wish to express her thanks. Shirshu smiled and shook his head. "There's no need for such gratitude. We are family." Su Mianmian felt a flutter of warmth at his words, sensing a hint of flirtation. Embarrassed, she averted her gaze after briefly meeting his eyes, her cheeks flushing. Shirshu couldn't help but chuckle at her flustered demeanor, not wishing to linger any longer. Su Mianmian excused herself, stating she would take her brother into the space, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished before him. Shirshu recognized her attempt to escape and shook his head before rising to leave. He had many matters to attend to. As Su Mianmian brought Su Jinxian into her space, Shirshu exclaimed, "Master, the person you brought in has something within his body." Su Mianmian, momentarily halted in her intention to project Su Jinxian into a room, looked at Shushu in confusion. What does he have inside him? Could it be he possesses special abilities? That seems implausible. Lost in her musings, she wondered if he harbored a substance that rendered him comatose. I cannot fathom who would be so malicious as to do this to him. I checked. His life is not meant to end here. Master, do you wish to save him? Shushu's words struck Su Mianmian like a hammer, igniting a fierce determination within her. She was resolute in informing Shushu about this, insisting he investigate the matter thoroughly. A flicker of cold resolve passed through her eyes as she contemplated the one who dared to poison Su Jinxian. She would not let them go unpunished. Shushu, can we solely rely on the spiritual spring water to awaken him? Su Mianmian questioned seriously. Seeing her solemn demeanor, Shushu shook its head. To create an antidote, I possess a formula. You will need to concoct the medicine. Master, you can do it. Shushu added enthusiastically, and as it spoke, a prescription floated before Su Mianmian. She reached out to take it and discovered it was for an antidote pill. Master, if you successfully create this, you will be able to counter 90% of the poisons you encounter in the future. Isn't that remarkable? Shushu exclaimed with pride. Realizing the significance of the prescription, Su Mianmian understood that it had likely conducted its own research. Are you certain it will work? What if it proves ineffective? She asked, skepticism evident in her expression. Shushu, sensing her disbelief, became indignant, causing its leaves to fall. As one struck Su Mianmian, she instinctively waved it away. Master, I would never deceive you. You must believe in me. Shushu protested, its demeanor a mix of anger and grievance. Feeling its resentment, Su Mianmian quickly apologized. It's my fault. I should not have doubted you. Now, please extend the time and the space. I shall begin the concoction right away. Initially, she presumed Shushu would grant her a month. But upon inquiry, she discovered it was half a year. Su Mianmian fell silent, realizing that Shushu truly harbored a lack of faith in her abilities. After more than a month of relentless efforts, Su Mianmian successfully concocted a batch of detoxification pills. During this period, she oscillated between failures and the analysis of their causes, nearly reaching the brink of madness. Upon witnessing the successful creation of the antidote, tears welled in her eyes. Shushu, observing her tireless endeavors, recognized her struggles. Master, you are truly remarkable. I thought it would take you half a year to succeed. You possess great talent, it remarked, enchanted by the pure aroma of the pills. However, Su Mianmian was indifferent to the notions of talent. She firmly believed that diligent effort was paramount. Without hard work, even talent is futile. She pondered whether she could administer the remedy immediately or if it was premature. Understanding the situation well, Shushu advised her, Master, you should first give him 1/3 of the dose. Tomorrow, complete the remainder. After that, he must consume the spirit spring water for another month, and he will awaken. Shushu conveyed this with a serious tone. Chapter 30. Fury. Su Mianmian nodded in acknowledgement. Following the instructions from Shushu as she carefully extracted 1/3 of the antidote pill and placed it into Su Jinchuan's mouth. As soon as the pill entered, it began to dissolve rapidly. Watching him swallow reassured her, and she subsequently stored the remaining medication in a box. The other intact pills were placed in a separate container. In total, she successfully concocted 6 pills, and a smile crept onto her face as she realized the high failure rate was not as disheartening as it could have been. At least this time, she had not completely failed. After administering the medication to Su Jinxian the next day, she finally took her leave, entrusting the task of giving him the spiritual spring water to Shushu. You've worked hard, my dear Shushu. He is my brother, so please take good care of him. Love you. I'm off now. Su Mianmian blew a kiss to Shushu before swiftly exiting. As she stepped outside, she encountered Shushu. Upon seeing him, a sense of disconnection washed over her. Shushu, noticing her apparent unfamiliarity, questioned, What? Have you forgotten me so soon? Su Mianmian hastily explained, You see, over a month has passed in the space. Shushu paused, taken aback. No wonder she appeared so bewildered upon seeing him. Once he grasped the situation, curiosity led him to inquire why she had remained inside for so long. Without reservation, Su Mianmian recounted the events to him. When Shushu learned that Su Jinxian had fallen into a coma due to poisoning, his expression darkened with fury. How dare someone poison Su Jinxian? I shall find this scoundrel. His eyes gleamed with an uncontainable murderous intent. Rather than feeling fear, Su Mianmian felt a profound sense of security. His rage assured her that he would uncover the identity of the one who harmed her brother. Mianmian, you must be exhausted. Would you like to rest? Shu placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Noticing his preoccupied demeanor, she nodded in agreement. Once she departed, Shu left with an air of cold resolve. He drove to a villa perched atop a mountain, his newly established secret base, where only trusted individuals were present. The guard, upon seeing his vehicle, promptly opened the gate. As he parked and turned off the engine, someone was quick to open his door. "Boss, what brings you here unexpectedly? Do you have any instructions?" It was Su Qing, who found Shu's sudden appearance puzzling. "There's a task I need you to handle since you seem free," Shu stated, observing Su Qing's curiosity. Su Qing stared blankly at Shu, unsure if he was jesting. Upon seeing Shu's earnest expression, he mentally berated himself for engaging in such a conversation. Shu did not grant him a chance to refuse, as he swiftly conveyed the details of the matter. "What? Boss, is this true?" Su Qing was astonished to learn that the person involved was Su Jinxian, and he was even more shocked to discover that someone had secretly poisoned him. The audacity to poison him under the noses of so many could only imply an insider's involvement. Could there be a traitor among them? Su Qing's mind was a whirlwind of confusion until Shu offered a suggestion: investigate the caregivers around him. See if any of them come from less fortunate families or if anyone has acquired a significant amount of money recently. Conduct a thorough inquiry. If you fail to find anything, I'll send you to the mountains. After issuing his directive, Shu felt there was no reason to linger and turned to leave. Su Qing remained behind, lost in contemplation. "Su Qing, what did the boss tell you?" A curious voice broke through his thoughts, drawing his attention to Qin Shi. "Nothing much." "Qin Shi, what brings you here?" Su Qing asked, puzzled as he recalled that Qin Shi was supposed to be in the lab. "Never mind that. I accidentally blew up the lab. Can you believe it?" Qin Shi spread his arms, exuding a sense of despair. Good luck with that." Su Qing replied hastily. "The boss has entrusted me with something. I must go handle it." Without waiting for a moment, he turned and left swiftly. "Hey, aren't you going to lend me a hand?" Qin Shi called out after him, watching his retreating figure. Su Qing pretended not to hear, his pace quickening. He could never understand how Qin Shi managed to blow up the lab during every experiment. His responsibility was to ensure Shu's safety and investigate the situation, while Qin Shi was tasked with researching Shu's projects and inventing new creations. Su Qing considered himself reliable, while he viewed Qin Shi as anything but. By the time Shu returned home, it was already 8 in the evening. Upon entering the villa, he found Su Mianmian busily organizing items into the space. "Have you bought a lot of supplies again today?" Shu's sudden voice startled Su Mianmian. "You scared me. How did you return so quickly?" she exclaimed, placing a hand over her heart, still shaken. Seeing her alarmed expression, Shu felt a twinge of guilt and nodded in acknowledgement. Noticing his exhaustion, Su Mianmian urged him to take a rest. He agreed, and after he departed, she continued her task. Tomorrow, Butler Lee would arrive, and she knew he would remark on how well Shu had been sleeping lately. Su Mianmian shook her head. It was far from true. There had been no vehicles to assist with the moving. Once she finished tidying up, she returned to the space, which was now abundant with fruits and vegetables she had planted. Rice, wheat, and various beans had already been harvested multiple times. Su Mianmian felt confident that they wouldn't starve even without venturing abroad for supplies. However, who could ever have too many resources? Tomorrow, she would gather the supplies collected by her parents, and she eagerly anticipated the outcome. In her anticipation, she nearly overslept. As Shu enjoyed tea downstairs, he heard a flurry of activity and turned to see Su Mianmian rushing down the stairs in a panic. "Mianmian, why the rush?" he asked, his tone slightly stern, prompting her to instinctively slow her pace. "I overslept and worried you might leave without me." "Thankfully, you're still here," she replied, not holding his earlier tone against him. Aware he was concerned for her safety, Shu was taken aback by her assumption. "How could I possibly leave you behind? Don't do this again. You'll only end up hurting yourself," he admonished gently. With a playful grimace, Su Mianmian turned and dashed towards the kitchen, inquiring about breakfast preparations from Butler Lee as she ran. Certainly, Su Mianmian was unable to have breakfast at the restaurant. Time Su, concerned about not finishing his tasks, suggested that she take her breakfast into the car. Upon hearing this, Su Mianmian wore an expression of disbelief. "Time Su, don't you have a cleanliness obsession? How can you allow me to eat in your car?" With her large eyes wide open, she gazed at him, making Time Su feel somewhat uneasy. He turned her gently to the side and, with a resigned expression, said, "I lack no precedence in making exceptions for you." Su Mianmian pondered for a moment and nodded. That does seem to be the case." As Time Su stepped out to drive, Su Mianmian took the breakfast prepared by Butler Lee and hurried to follow him. After finishing her meal, she fell asleep, only to awaken to find the vehicle had ventured into desolate mountains and wilderness. Chapter 31. A harrowing scene. Shirshu. You wouldn't be contemplating selling me, would you? Su Mianmian turned her head to gaze at the dense woods outside, feeling an unsettling sense that if Shirshu abandoned her here, she would be utterly lost. She had to admit, the place was rather eerie. Even in broad daylight, she imagined that if night fell, it could easily serve as a setting for a horror film. The thought of ghosts sent a shiver down her spine. When Shirshu glanced at her, he noticed her shuddering. Are you cold? Should I raise the air conditioning? He inquired, reaching to adjust the temperature. Su Mianmian quickly intervened. No, it's nothing. I just thought of some imaginary things. At first, Shirshu was taken aback, but once he comprehended her words, his expression turned complex as he cast her a sidelong glance. That look made Su Mianmian's cheeks flush with warmth. The car journey was enveloped in silence until they arrived at the warehouse precisely at 10 o'clock. Su Mianmian surveyed the expansive flatland before her, feeling somewhat detached. She had not realized there could be such vast plains in the mountains. Mianmian, we need to collect supplies. Why are you still standing there? Shirshu had turned off the surveillance and noticed her dazed expression. He shook his head and called out to her. Snapped back to reality. Su Mianmian hurriedly began gathering supplies from the warehouse. She worked swiftly at first, but fatigue soon began to set in. Shirshu glanced at the clock. It was already noon. He stopped her as she prepared to head to the next warehouse and insisted she take a break. He then retrieved 2 thermal containers from the car, one pink, the other blue. Upon seeing them, Su Mianmian felt they resembled a couple's set. She speculated that Butler Lee must have purchased them, as Shirshu did not strike her as someone who would buy such items. Without further inquiry, she accepted the containers and eagerly began to eat, her hunger overwhelming. After finishing her meal, Su Mianmian wasted no time resting and proceeded to the next warehouse. By the time she completed her collection there, it was already 2 o'clock. There were not many warehouses left, and they would not be as numerous as the previous ones. Let's get in the car and go, Shirshu said. Casting a glance at Su Mianmian, who appeared untroubled, easing his worries, she nodded in agreement and followed him. The following warehouse was set in a desolate expanse, barren and devoid of any life. Su Mianmian wondered how the Shurs had managed to locate such secluded warehouses. Upon inquiry, she discovered that these were actually constructed by the Shurs themselves long ago. Truly, the Shurs had a knack for establishing hidden storage. Shirshu, are the remaining warehouses filled with weapons? Su Mianmian asked with curiosity, secretly hoping for an affirmative answer. Most of the supplies collected thus far had been pharmaceuticals and medical equipment, and she anticipated that the latter warehouses might house an array of weapons. Shirshu turned to her. Catching sight of her eager expression, though reluctant to contradict her enthusiasm, he responded, No, the weapons are overseas. We gather them casually while collecting supplies abroad. Su Mianmian paused for a moment before nodding in agreement. That makes sense. The regulation of weapons is indeed less stringent abroad. Transporting them back home could be quite perilous. With many eyes on the Shurs, it was likely they had considered this risk, leading to their current arrangements. Once she had processed this, Su Mianmian fell silent and closed her eyes to rest. Noticing her tranquil state, Shirshu turned off the music, plunging the car into a serene silence. Su Mianmian was roused from her slumber by Shirshu's voice. Groggily, she awoke to see Shirshu's hand still lingering near her face. Shirshu, next time you wake me, could you refrain from pinching my cheeks? She said, rubbing her face with a hint of exasperation. It seemed to her that Shirshu had a peculiar fondness for her face. Shirshu chuckled lightly and responded nonchalantly. Just as Su Mianmian prepared to disembark, Shirshu pulled her back. She turned, puzzled, only to find him gazing sternly ahead. Following his line of sight, she spotted a group of average-sized rats gnawing on an excessively large rat. They feasted rapidly, scattering in all directions shortly thereafter. Mianmian, let's get out, Shirshu said, retracting his gaze and turning to her. Nodding in agreement, Su Mianmian recognized the urgency of the situation. It was prudent to collect the supplies and leave swiftly. The contents of this warehouse included weapons, primarily knives and cleavers, and she surmised that the overseas supplies might consist of firearms. She refrained from further inquiries and worked efficiently. Shirshu, maintaining a stern demeanor, remained vigilant outside while she gathered the supplies. Seeing his serious expression, Su Mianmian felt a pang of anxiety within her. Soon enough, everything was packed. As soon as Shirshu noticed her completion, he grabbed her hand and led her toward the vehicle. Once inside, as Su Mianmian began to fasten her seatbelt, Shirshu accelerated. and the car sped off. Observing his grave demeanor, she chose to remain silent. Mianmian, take a look at the rearview mirror, Shu suddenly instructed. She glanced back, and in an instant, cold sweat broke out over her. The rats had emerged. They were now as large as the one they had devoured. Their blood-red eyes and spiky fur sending chills down her spine. Perhaps due to their recent mutation, they only pursued the car momentarily before abandoning the chase. Mianmian exhaled in relief, surprised that the mutations had begun so soon. Shu, thankfully, they are just newly mutated. Otherwise, the thought of mutated rats being more terrifying than zombies loomed in her mind. She recalled tales of mutated rats seizing control of small bases, which filled her with dread. I understand now. This warehouse is no longer viable, Shu replied, maintaining his speed as he contemplated her words and silently nodded. Mianmian concurred, recognizing that while the warehouse was small, safety was paramount. The two returned to the villa with solemn expressions. As Shu prepared to make a phone call, Mianmian entered first, momentarily taken aback to find her parents present. Mom, Dad, you're here. We just want to collect supplies. Surprised by their visit, she suspected they sought to inquire about the situation. Her mother nodded and pulled Mianmian onto the sofa. You've worked hard, Mianmian. Did you encounter any dangers? Her mother's question seemed casual, as she assumed there would be no real threats. Mianmian recounted the incident with the mutated rats, leaving her mother in stunned silence. How could mutated rats appear so quickly? That is terrifying, her mother exclaimed, patting her chest in fear. Seeing her mother so distressed, Mianmian couldn't help but offer reassurance. Mutated rats aren't as fearsome as they seem. We just need to eliminate their leader, and the rest will scatter. Her mother, however, remained unconvinced. The leader probably won't be easy to kill, will it? It should be well protected. It is perhaps best to avoid encountering the mutated mice. Mother sure shook her head, her expression one of refusal. Mianmian smiled briefly. Whether one encounters them or not is beyond anyone's control. The most prudent approach is to adopt a mindset of confronting whatever arises. At this moment, Mianmian felt indifferent, ready to face any challenge with resolve. Mother, I share your sentiments. Yet, it matters little. Should we come across them, we shall fight. In this apocalyptic world, beyond the mutated mice, there are many other terrifying entities, many of which are unavoidable. Mianmian offered a gentle reminder to Mother Sure. As she pondered Mianmian's words, Mother Sure felt a newfound clarity. Mianmian, you are right. If we do not encounter one thing, we will inevitably face another. Tranquility is not a luxury we can afford in such times. Otherwise, how could this be called an apocalypse? Her tone brimmed with mirth, and an unintentional aura of serenity glimmered in her eyes. Observing this, Mianmian realized that her mother had come to understand. Chapter 32. A feint upon the return of the temporal sequence. Neither Father Sure nor Mother Sure evinced any surprise. Father Sure sequestered himself with Su in the study for a private discourse, while Mianmian engaged in conversation with Mother Sure downstairs. Approximately an hour elapsed before their descent. Observing this, Mother Sure bid farewell to Mianmian, who reciprocated with a nod as she and Su saw them off. Su, did your father broach the subject of the overseas supplies? Mianmian inquired, turning to Su with manifest curiosity. Her conjecture extended no further than this particular matter. Su offered a response that was simultaneously affirmative and negative. Mianmian, perplexed, struggled to decipher the ambiguity of his answer. Was it an affirmation or a denial? Evidently perceiving her bewilderment, Su elucidated with a smile. He disclosed the coordinates and imparted additional information. Mianmian acknowledged with a nod, refraining from further inquiry, cognizant that excessive knowledge could prove perilous. The subsequent day, Su and Mianmian embarked for the United States aboard a private aircraft. This being Mianmian's inaugural experience aboard such a conveyance. She endeavored to maintain a facade of indifference. However, her furtive glances betrayed her fascination. Amused by her curiosity, Su jested, Mianmian, shall I procure one for you? Mianmian turned to him, her countenance reflecting her befuddlement at his proposition. After a brief pause, she realized that her curiosity had been unveiled. No need, she demurred. Such contraptions would be of little utility after the apocalypse. Nevertheless, perhaps a few could be stockpiled, of superior performance, naturally. Su, taken aback by her swift faulty face, responded with an understanding nod. Observing his amusement, Mianmian retreated to her seat. After an indeterminate period, Su, noting Mianmian's silence, turned to find her fast asleep. He had come to realize that her propensity for slumber was both frequent and indiscriminate. With a shake of his head, he resumed his perusal of the strategy guide. As the aircraft commenced its descent, Mianmian roused from her slumber. Peering through the window, she observed the pervasive darkness. A glance at her mobile device revealed the hour to be past 11 in the evening. Noting her awakening, Su prompted, "Mianmian, prepare for disembarkation." Mianmian nodded, composing herself as the aircraft came to a halt. Upon disembarking, they were greeted by their lodgings. Mianmian reflected on the conspicuous extravagance of the Shi family. "Mianmian, are you not fatigued?" Su inquired. "If not, we could avail ourselves of the darkness to secure the armaments." Mianmian, invigorated by her extended slumber, responded with alacrity. Su smiled, guiding her towards the elevator, which descended to the subterranean garage. Su selected an inconspicuous vehicle, eliciting a satisfied smile from Mianmian. At 2 in the morning, they arrived at their destination. Predictably, the warehouse was situated in a desolate locale, a circumstance to which Mianmian had grown accustomed. As she prepared to alight, Su restrained her. "Snipers are present. Remain inside for the moment," he cautioned with composure. Observing his equanimity, Mianmian's initial apprehension gradually dissipated. Su placed a call, the content of which remained opaque to Mianmian due to her limited foreign language proficiency. Upon terminating the call, the silence was shattered by gunfire. A feint, Su remarked with a sardonic smile, turning to Mianmian. "Fear not. No harm shall befall you." He retrieved a handgun from a concealed compartment and commenced firing through the open window. Mianmian, uncertain of his method of target acquisition, observed his marksmanship with rapt attention. Her heart swelling with aspiration. She, too, yearned to handle such situations with comparable aplomb. Su engaged in the exchange with practiced ease. The sound of screeching tires behind them caused Mianmian to startle, uncertain whether the newcomers were allies or adversaries. Su ceased firing, raising the window. "All is well. Others will resolve the matter. It appears the location has been compromised," he stated with dispassion. Sensing his displeasure, Mianmian surmised that the individual responsible for the leak would face dire consequences. The reinforcements summoned by Su proved highly competent, swiftly silencing the gunfire. A knock sounded on Su's window, which he partially lowered. After a brief exchange, the individual departed. Once the vehicle had withdrawn, Su permitted Mianmian to disembark. Expecting to encounter corpses, Mianmian was instead confronted with mere traces of blood. Did they escape? Why only blood? She queried with curiosity. Amused by her inquiry, Su replied, "I presumed you would be averse to the sight of corpses, hence I had them removed." Mianmian was rendered speechless. Su's thoughtfulness was undeniable. Yet she harbored no such aversion. "There is no need for such measures in the future. I must acclimate myself to these realities," she asserted with a smile, conveying her desire for personal growth rather than perpetual reliance on others. Su, seemingly comprehending her aspirations, paused in contemplation before nodding in agreement. He respected her decisions and would facilitate her development. The warehouse resembled a labyrinth, navigable solely with Su's guidance. The intricate layers of security codes left Mianmian bewildered. Upon the opening of the final portal, she was momentarily overwhelmed by the sheer volume of weaponry. This is excessive," she exclaimed. "How vast is this warehouse?" Mianmian estimated the dimensions to be at least 1,000 square meters, her eyes wide with astonishment. "This is but one, 2 more, even larger. Shall be secured in the coming days," Su revealed with a smile. Mianmian, inundated with questions, suppressed them due to the unsuitable setting. As Mianmian concluded her inspection, she observed Su examining a firearm. "Is there an issue with the weapon?" she inquired, approaching him with curiosity. Su shook his head, presenting the firearm to Mianmian. "This was custom-made for you by my father. It is well suited to your hand. Give it a try." Mianmian accepted the weapon with alacrity, testing its balance and heft. It felt remarkably lightweight. Aiming at a distant point, she discharged the weapon. The projectile struck precisely at the intended location. "Su, this weapon is exceptional. I am enamored with it," Mianmian exclaimed, her affection for the firearm palpable. Time revealed her fondness, and he nodded, suggesting she put it away for now. When they returned to the villa, it was already 6 in the morning. Mianmian, utterly fatigued, took a quick yet invigorating shower before collapsing onto her bed. Unlike her, Su chose to clarify the affairs concerning those individuals before allowing himself rest. Once Mianmian had regained her energy, she promptly took Su to the town where a gas leak was imminent. Upon reaching the outskirts of the town, they observed a multitude of vehicles departing. Noticing this, Su Mianmin surmised that the evacuation had commenced. Shirshu, let us wait a while longer before entering. The crowd is still quite dense, she suggested, turning to seek his opinion. Shirshu glanced outside at the throngs of vehicles and people, recognizing that the timing was indeed inappropriate. He nodded in agreement. After a considerable wait, they finally noticed the crowd thinning. Su Mianmian and Shirshu donned gas masks and protective gear, equipping themselves with defensive weapons. Fully prepared, they stealthily entered the town from a concealed location. Chapter 33. The frenzy of zero-cost shopping. Su Mianmin never anticipated that Shirshu's sense of direction would be so impeccable. Despite having scrutinized the map countless times, she found herself outmatched by someone who had only glanced at it a few times. Ultimately, she conceded and allowed Shirshu to lead the way. Their first destination was the granary. Throughout their journey, Su Mianmin encountered not a single soul, just as she believed they would not come across anyone. A faint moan reached her ears, leaving her momentarily stunned. Shirshu, too, seemed taken aback by the unexpected occurrence. But he quickly regained his composure and urged Su Mianmian to leave the area. After a considerable distance, Su Mianmian finally processed the situation. Aren't we afraid? She pondered. There is indeed toxic gas here. Buoyed by her protective gear, she felt emboldened, yet she found herself at a loss for words. The nonchalance of foreigners was something they could not emulate. Let us not concern ourselves with them. We should hasten our departure, Shirshu insisted, not allowing Su Mianmian to speak further. Nodding in agreement, they quickened their pace until they arrived at their first destination. The granary's entrance appeared quite complex. Just as Su Mianmian was about to inquire whether Shirshu could unlock it, he effortlessly entered the password. Su Mianmian stood in disbelief. Initially, she assumed he was merely attempting a guess, yet to her astonishment, the door swung open. How did you know the password? She asked, her curiosity piqued. I had already investigated all the passwords for this place. It's merely a trivial matter, Shirshu replied nonchalantly. Observing Shirshu's calm demeanor, Su Mianmian forced herself to remain composed. However, her tranquility was short-lived as she beheld the granary filled to the brim with rice. Ecstatic, she exclaimed to Shirshu, we struck gold. Although their space allowed for cultivation, she found herself relishing the thrill of zero-cost shopping even more, particularly when it involved goods from country. Seeing her joy, Shirshu cooed and Apos. T bring himself to urge her to hurry. Fortunately, Su Mianmian remembered their extensive agenda and quickly set about gathering supplies. In no time, the granary was stripped bare. Just as she intended to inform Shirshu that she was ready, he suddenly pulled her away. Bewildered, she contemplated turning back to discover what had transpired. But Shirshu instructed her not to look back. Suppressing her curiosity, she followed him to another warehouse. Once they arrived, Su Mianmian finally posed her questions. Shirshu did not withhold the truth from her. What? More mutated rats? Is it possible that instead of an apocalypse, we are to face a plague? Su Mianmian could not help but retort. Shirshu chuckled at her displeasure. We just visited a rice storage. Encountering rats is entirely normal. Besides, these rats differ from the ones we see back home. Their eyes are a dark crimson, resembling crystals, he mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Upon hearing Shirshu's description, Su Mianmian paused, then exhaled in relief. Those R&T mutated rats. They've merely been affected by the toxic gas. Still, they could pose a danger. So it's best we avoid them, she asserted, shaking her head in refusal. Shirshu acknowledged her concerns with a nod. The two proceeded to scour all the warehouses in the town, even raiding the shops. Eventually, guided by the descriptions in her book, Su Mianmian led Shirshu to the weapons cache. She had not anticipated it would be so conspicuous. Had she not known better, she would have assumed it merely housed ordinary items. Who would have guessed it concealed such a plethora of secrets? Shirshu, can you open it? Su Mianmian inquired, glancing back at him, overwhelmed by the surprises he had provided thus far, leading her to instinctively believe in his omnipotence. Shirshu noticed her unspoken query and smiled before confidently declaring, why not? Encouraged by his assurance, Su Mianmin stepped aside to grant him access. Shirshu requested her to retrieve his computer. Su Mianmin complied, producing the device from her space, and he began to operate it. As his fingers danced across the keyboard, the screen filled with a labyrinth of code. Intrigued, Su Mianmian found herself drawn closer to him, not realizing how she had gravitated to his side until she caught the glimmer of amusement in his eyes. I was just curious. Having never seen anything like this before, she stammered, unable to contain her admiration. Shirshu, you're truly remarkable. She gave him a thumbs up. Without a word, he handed her the computer, which she promptly returned to her space. As the door swung open, they beheld a vast weapons cache spanning several hundred square meters. Su Mianmian pursed her lips. Having witnessed more impressive arsenals, she felt little exhilaration at the sight. Nevertheless, it was essential to gather what they could. She would not allow anyone, least of all Li Qingqing, to benefit from their efforts. While she collected supplies, Shu busied himself with some task. Once she finished, a distinct click echoed as the floor began to shift, revealing yet another level below. Shu, how did you know there was another layer? Su Mianmian asked, her curiosity piqued. She was genuinely astonished by Shu's prowess. The sensation beneath her feet felt slightly off, and she recalled that typical weapons caches often contain secret chambers. Shu beckoned her over, and as they descended, Su Mianmian was awestruck by the array of large weaponry before her. A look of astonishment crossed her face. It was no wonder that the man had nearly bested Shu. He possessed an arsenal of such magnitude. With this discovery, they had seized all his secret weapons, leaving him with little to contest against them. A sly smile crept onto Su Mianmian's lips. Though Shu appeared puzzled, he refrained from commenting. As they ascended, Su Mianmian maintained her smile. Observing her buoyant mood, Shu found his own spirits lifted. Shu, we should depart swiftly. The dawn is approaching. Glancing at the sky, Su Mianmian deemed it prudent to leave without delay. Shu did not object, and together they navigated the narrow paths, soon emerging from the town. Upon returning to the villa, Su Mianmian collapsed into slumber. When she awoke, Shu was once again urging her to gather substantial supplies. Most of it consisted of food, rice, millet, black rice, flour. Su Mianmian reveled in the collection of various fruits and vegetables, with both live and processed meats among their haul. Her space now resembled a thriving marketplace. Suddenly struck by an idea, she turned to Shu, let us gather some bees. The fruit trees she had planted would bloom, and with bees, they could harvest honey. In doing so, a complete ecological cycle could be established. Su Mianmian envisioned the beauty of it all. Though he verbalized nothing, the following day, Shu took her to gather a batch of honey. Su Mianmian sampled their yield. It was sweet, with a subtle floral fragrance. She turned to Shu, her eyes sparkling with delight, and he knew instantly that she adored it. As it was their final day there, Su Mianmian splurged on a plethora of items. Their next destination was Country A, renowned for its abundant petroleum resources. Given that petroleum is a non-renewable resource, Shu made a substantial purchase. And Su Mianmian designated a special area in her dimension to store it. Vehicles were also indispensable. Upon learning of the impending apocalypse, Shu had commissioned several dozen specially assembled off-road vehicles from Country D. He also ordered 10 recreational vehicles. But given that sports cars would be of little use in the post-apocalyptic world, he disdained them entirely. Chapter 34. If we must leave, let us depart together. Su Mianmian was momentarily stunned by the sight of numerous vehicles. The ability to assemble such a fleet in such a short span of time was truly remarkable. As she observed the meticulous inspections being conducted by Shu, she felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for his presence. Shu, sensing her intense gaze, turned to find Su Mianmian staring at him with unwavering focus. The vehicles I've checked are ready for collection, he informed her, nodding in acknowledgement. They efficiently completed the task at hand. Just as they were about to leave, a bomb whizzed past the glass, narrowly missing them. In that critical moment, Shu swiftly pressed Su Mianmian to the ground. They were in such close proximity that she could distinctly hear his breath against her ear. Do not fear. I shall protect you, he whispered reassuringly as she struggled to maintain her composure. With a determined nod, Su Mianmian understood that their primary objective was to escape. She was perplexed as to who would target them in such a manner. A flicker of resolve crossed her eyes. Those who sought to ensnare them should not underestimate who they were. Shu held a firearm, and upon seeing this, Su Mianmian retrieved her own weapon from her concealed space. An eerie silence enveloped them. She had anticipated further attacks, yet aside from that initial bomb, there was an unsettling stillness. However, the threat was far from over. She knew they were merely biding their time. This was her first encounter with such peril, and her palms began to sweat with anxiety. Shu, unwilling to wait any longer, contemplated the risk of ambush if they remained idle. After weighing his options, he resolved to forge a path through the chaos. Minion, wait a moment while I create an opening for you to escape. Do not overthink it, just run. There are allies waiting outside, he urged, having received the signal that help was nearby. Upon hearing this, Su Mianmian could not fathom leaving Shu alone in such danger. Shu, we shall leave together. We will charge out side by side, she declared with unwavering conviction. Though Shu felt a surge of gratitude, he firmly disagreed. If you stay with me, I will be distracted. You must exit first. Only then will I be at ease. Listen to me. His tone brooked no argument. Despite her reluctance, Su Mianyan acquiesced. She could not allow Shirshu to be preoccupied. Upon her agreement, Shirshu immediately fired a shot to the left. He advanced while Su Mianyan followed closely, remaining vigilant for any threats from other directions. Upon hearing the gunfire, their adversaries quickly deduced Shirshu's location and opened fire in response. The cacophony of gunshots echoed around them. Yet Su Mianyan steeled herself against fear and focused intently. Suddenly, a bullet hurtled towards Shirshu, and seeing him engrossed in confronting the enemy, she instinctively pushed him aside. The bullet grazed her arm with a sharp whiz. Fortunately, the wound was minor, and she felt little pain. Shirshu turned sharply to see the injury on Su Mianyan's arm, his eyes blazing with concern. He unleashed a volley of bullets, each shot echoing like thunder as their enemies fell. Observing Shirshu's fervent state, Su Mianyan could not help but interject, "Shirshu, safety is paramount." Her words momentarily brought him back to reason, and his shooting became more calculated. Soon enough, he had carved a path for their escape. As Su Mianyan prepared to leave, she cast a worried glance at Shirshu's serious expression, suppressing her anxiety as she sprinted ahead. After running approximately a kilometer, she encountered Shirshu's team. "Quickly, assist Shirshu. There are too many enemies," she urged, breathless yet determined. Shirshu's men, upon hearing her, assigned 3 to protect her while the rest rushed to support him. Anxiously, she watched them depart, her heart heavy with concern for Shirshu's safety. Once Su Mianyan had left, Shirshu felt unrestrained. Remembering the grenade Su Mianyan had just given him, he hurled it towards the area of heaviest fire. A deafening explosion erupted, engulfing the surroundings in flames. Hearing the blast, Su Mianyan's heart raced with anxiety. She could only hope that Shirshu was unharmed. Unbeknownst to him, the grenade's power was greater than anticipated. And despite his considerable distance from the epicenter, he felt the shockwave. Frustration flickered across his face as he prepared to advance further, just as his reinforcements arrived. "Boss, we're late," one of his men said respectfully. Shirshu shook his head, inquiring about Su Mianyan's safety. Upon learning she was unharmed, he nodded in relief. With reinforcements at hand, they swiftly overwhelmed the enemy. As Shirshu faced the last surviving foe, a sardonic expression crossed his face. In business, integrity is paramount. Deceit will not lead to longevity. With that, he shot the man, who fell lifelessly into a pool of blood. Shirshu smirked before striding away, leaving the others to deal with the aftermath. When Su Mianyan saw Shirshu return safely, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Rushing to him, she noticed his tattered clothing. "What happened? Were you caught in the explosion?" she asked, torn between concern and the urge to reach out. "Nothing serious, just some superficial wounds. How is your arm?" he inquired, worry etched on his face for the first time since the chaos. Su Mianyan shook her head, reassuring him that she was fine. "We can no longer linger in D country. We must depart for E country tonight." E country was abundant in weapons, meats, and various seafood. Su Mianyan found the people there quite amiable. They were honest in their dealings and even gifted them numerous items. As she prepared to leave, a twinge of reluctance tugged at her heart. "Mianyan, are you hesitant to leave? Shall we stay a few more days?" Shirshu asked, noticing her wistful expression. Su Mianyan quickly shook her head. The threat of impending disaster loomed ever closer. They had yet to explore several countries and could not afford to waste any more time. Understanding her concerns, Shirshu accelerated the pace of their acquisitions in subsequent nations, managing to cover 2 or 3 countries each week. Su Mianyan had become so accustomed to flying that it felt almost routine. Their final destination was our country, where she thoroughly exhausted her resources, nearly depleting the stock. By the time they returned home, it was already late August. "I can't believe we've been away for so long. I'm starting to miss home." Su Mianyan mused, reclining on the plane, her heart filled with nostalgia. Shirshu smiled, choosing not to reveal that her longing was likely for the culinary delights of their homeland. The cuisine abroad is indeed rather unpalatable. Even he himself is somewhat reluctant to partake. It would be wise to indulge in more upon returning. Additionally, one could stockpile a bit more. After all, isn't it possible to preserve the original flavor of food? Time reminded her. Upon hearing this, Su Mianyan suddenly sat up. A look of regret etched across her face as she glared at Time, exclaiming in frustration, "Time, how could I have overlooked this matter?" Time was taken aback, unable to comprehend why she was vexed with him. "I shall reserve all the delightful eateries tomorrow. I wonder if my parents have stockpiled any delicacies. Those ingredients I must certainly hoard." The mere thought that she would be deprived of gourmet food in a post-apocalyptic world made Su Mianmian's heart ache as though it were bleeding. Time, not fully grasping her sentiment, merely nodded in agreement with her train of thought. Chapter 35. The pinnacle of the White Lotus cultivation upon returning to the homeland. The clock had already struck 2 in the morning. Su Mianmian felt immensely grateful for the convenience of a private jet, as it meant landing right at her doorstep. It's time to rest. I shall retire for the night. Good night. With that, she dashed away. Su shook his head and made his way back to the ancestral home. The Shi family residence was still brilliantly illuminated upon his arrival. As soon as he stepped in, his mother greeted him. Did Mianmian not come with you? She inquired, a hint of disappointment flickering across her face at the sight of him alone. Su shook his head. I did not inform her of my return. She was too exhausted and needed to rest. His mother nodded in understanding. Su proceeded to update his father on the circumstances abroad and the information he had gathered. When he mentioned being ambushed, his father's expression darkened. Such is the nature of foreign lands. Are you all safe? He asked with a serious demeanor. Su shook his head. How much have you managed to collect during this time? His mother eagerly chimed in, detailing their extensive acquisitions over the past 2 months. In addition to medicines and weapons, they had gathered a plethora of necessities. She aimed to stockpile resources domestically to ensure there was ample provision and to prevent leaving others without options in the end. Upon hearing this, Su nodded in approval. He was well aware that his mother would surely indulge in collecting local delicacies, and recalling Mianmian's earlier disappointment, he couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at, Su? Do you think our collection is inadequate? His father questioned sternly, worried that Su was mocking their stockpiling of food. Not at all. I merely remembered that Mianmian lamented not having time to gather local treats, and now mother has taken care of that. She will be delighted to learn this, Su explained, shaking his head. His father exhaled in relief, while his mother beamed. As long as Mianmian is happy. It's a joy to finally have someone who shares my passion for food. You too, a typical pair who believe that as long as you can eat, you will never go hungry. I am at a loss for words, she teased, casting a playful glare at both men. Su chuckled softly, but remained silent. Once their discussions concluded, he stood to take his leave. His mother, concerned about his fatigue, urged him to stay the night. However, he declined, expressing his desire to return home for rest. Seeing his resolve, she relented. At the break of dawn, Su Mianmian was roused by a cacophony of chirping birds. Sitting up in dismay, she groaned. Why are these birds so bothersome? Frustrated, she cradled her head before ultimately dragging herself out of bed. Remembering Su Jinxian in the space, she quickly changed her clothes and entered. Shu, didn't you say he would awaken after a month of consuming the spirit spring? How long has it been? Why is he still not awake? As soon as she entered, she couldn't help but inquire about Su Jinxian's condition. Fortunately, Su did not pry further. Otherwise, he might have suspected something was amiss. I truly did not anticipate the extent of the toxins in his body. Perhaps I should extend the time in the space? That might hasten his awakening, Shu suggested, visibly anxious to see her. It had been quite a while since they had last met, and now, witnessing her made it tremble with trepidation. Never mind, let us just leave it as is. He should awaken soon, Su Mianmian replied, shaking her head. She glanced at Su Jinxian and felt an inexplicable premonition that he would soon regain consciousness. Instructing Shu to take good care of him, she exited the space. Once outside, her thoughts drifted to the matters concerning her original family's home, a veritable nightmare for her. She had no desire to involve herself, especially with her stepmother, whom she found utterly repulsive. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to ignore them, trusting that Su Jinxian shared her sentiments. Should they cross paths in the future, she would surely confront her stepmother. A wicked smile crept across her lips as she descended the stairs, only to encounter an unwelcome guest. What brings you here? Su Mianmian asked, her expression shifting to one of disdain upon seeing her stepmother's daughter, Su Ran. Sister, you haven't returned home in ages. I came on behalf of our parents to check on you, Su Ran replied, her tone feigning innocence. Upon witnessing the lovely Su Mianmian, Su Ran's demeanor faltered slightly. How could it be that Su Mianmian appeared even more enchanting than before? Surely, it must be a trick of the light. Su Ran felt a tumult of emotions, but outwardly maintained composure. With an exasperated sigh, Su Mianmian approached her, irritated by the intrusion. Well, now that you've seen me, you may leave. Travel safely. Without sparing her a glance, she brushed past Su Ran, who was left fuming in her wake. Sister, how have you transformed into this? I've only just arrived, and you're already sending me away? Su Ran attempted to provoke a response, but feigned innocence upon noticing Su behind Su Mianmian. Realizing Su's presence confirmed her suspicions, Su Mianmian turned to him. Su, have you had breakfast? If not, let us dine together. She disregarded Su Ran entirely, focusing solely on Su. He nodded and stepped forward, and together they entered the dining room, ignoring Su Ran, who seethed with indignation behind them. When had she ever endured such humiliation? Su Mianmian had previously sought to please her. How had their roles reversed? Did she truly believe that with Su as her ally, she could treat others this way? As Su Ran stormed off, Su Mianmian couldn't suppress her laughter. This white lotus was utterly oblivious to her own pretensions. Isn't the highest form of a white lotus cultivation to remain unperturbed even when provoked? She remarked with a straight face. Su shook his head in confusion, clearly unable to grasp her jest. Su Mianmian had no expectation of him understanding. He was, after all, a straightforward man. After finishing their breakfast, Su recounted his visit to the ancestral home from the previous night. Su Mianmian was taken aback. Mother and the others are impressively resourceful. Su, could you arrange for some of those hotels and restaurants to deliver food to the villa? I'd rather not visit each one individually. And what about the milk tea shops, hot pot places, and sushi restaurants? It would take far too long to gather them one by one. She looked at Su with an expression of pitiful longing, hoping to persuade him. Su, caught off guard by her unexpected request, was left speechless. He pondered for a moment and remarked, to place everything under our command is quite an ambitious goal. We may need to allocate some responsibilities. Upon hearing his agreement, Su Mianmian paid no heed to the division of tasks and simply nodded in assent. Before long, Shi received the store name that Su Mianmian had meticulously crafted. Shi raised an eyebrow, surprised by the swiftness of Su Mianmian's efficiency. Indeed, those who possess a passion for gastronomy exhibit remarkable prowess. Shi shook his head and forwarded the information to several individuals, instructing them to take action. Now, he needed to seek out Su Qing to investigate the circumstances surrounding Su Jinchuan's poisoning. It had been quite some time without any news, and he felt a twinge of concern. Chapter 36. Dragon Eggs? As Su Mianmian witnessed Shu departing, she followed closely behind. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Longshan possessed an irresistible allure. Typically, she was a woman of action, and after instructing Steward Li to arrange for a vehicle, she drove there without hesitation. By the time Su Mianmian arrived at Longshan, it was already past noon. She parked her car at the foot of the mountain and commenced her ascent on foot. The mountain was steep, and its tails were numerous. Although she had not delved deeply into its history, she was aware that few dared to tread its path. Her courage to enter stemmed from her possession of a unique space and the mountain's captivating charm. The initial stretch of the trail was manageable, but as she ventured further, it became nearly engulfed in underbrush, rendering the path nearly invisible. With a machete in hand, she cleared her way as she progressed, following the instinctive pull within her. She walked for what felt like an eternity before checking her phone, only to discover that it had lost signal. Shaking her head in resignation, she hoped Shi would refrain from attempting to contact her. After nearly 2 hours of trekking, she finally arrived at what she sensed was the destined location. Before her lay a cave, and gripping her machete tightly, Su Mianmian cautiously approached the entrance. Upon reaching the mouth of the cave, she heard no sounds, and with utmost care, she parted the vines that obscured it. Sunlight streamed inside, illuminating the cave's contents. To her relief, there were no large creatures lurking within, though she still held her machete firmly. With trepidation, Su Mianmian ventured inside, meticulously searching the space for an extended period, only to uncover a few eggs. A look of confusion crossed her face as she examined the eggs, recognizing they could not have been laid recently, given the dust accumulating around them. Unsure of what to do, yet unwilling to return empty-handed, she approached the eggs and illuminated them with her flashlight. To her astonishment, she discerned movement within. These are not dead eggs, Su Mianmian murmured to herself. Since I'm here, I might as well take them with me. With a sigh, she waved her hand, drawing them all into her space. Just as she prepared to leave, a loud exclamation erupted from within her space. Master, how can there be dragon eggs in our space? Upon hearing this, Su Mianmian swiftly retreated into her space. What did you just say, Shu? I just brought in dragon eggs? But aren't dragons extinct? She regarded Shu with a perplexed expression, suspecting it might be mistaken. How could these possibly be dragon eggs? Although they are quite large. But dragons are no more, right? Seeing her skepticism, Shu grew anxious. Master, they are indeed dragon eggs. Only one of them is capable of hatching, while the others serve as nourishment for the viable one. It insisted earnestly, desperate for Su Mianmian to believe its words. Noting Shushu's urgency, Su Mianmian found herself swayed. All right, I shall momentarily concede to your claims. How do I facilitate their hatching? She inquired with curiosity. Am I to learn from birds? That seems impractical. Perhaps I should allow it to remain in the space. Without your intervention, it would never hatch. There is no spiritual energy outside. Left exposed, it could take millions of years to emerge. Shushu's explanation clarified Su Mianmian's earlier puzzlement regarding the dust coating the eggs and their surroundings. It was evident that the absence of spiritual energy was the reason for their inability to hatch. Now understanding her premonition, Su Mianmian realized she had come to acquire dragon eggs. Shaking her head in resignation, she bid farewell to Shushu and exited. Shushu, observing the dragon eggs, felt a twinge of fear. It had always harbored a slight apprehension towards formidable beings. However, upon recalling its status as the second master of the space, its fear diminished. It believed that it was merely unaccustomed to their presence. Over time, it would grow accustomed to them. The question of when the eggs would hatch lingered in Shushu's mind. Unaware of Shushu's musings, Su Mianmian encountered a wild boar while descending the mountain, nearly losing her footing. The boar, defying all decorum, attacked her in her moment of distraction. Not one to let such an affront go unpunished. She vowed to transform it into roasted delicacies upon her return. With a disdainful huff at the boar's menacing glare, Su Mianmin initiated her counterattack, utilizing the knowledge imparted by Su Qing to leap onto the creature's back. The boar, sensing the added weight, bucked violently. Seizing the opportunity, Su Mianmian stowed her machete and brandished a dagger, aiming for its eyes. With one eye blinded, the boar became even more frenzied, charging wildly and colliding with trees. After steadying her heart, Su Mianmian lunged again, this time targeting the remaining eye. The boar, now fully enraged, continued its reckless rampage. As it barreled toward a tree, she made a split-second decision to leap off. Thankfully, she landed among the underbrush, suffering only minor scrapes and a rather disheveled appearance. The boar crashed into the trunk and collapsed. Concerned it might be feigning injury, Su Mianmian hurled several stones at it. When it remained unresponsive, she cautiously approached. The boar was quite hefty, weighing over 100 pounds. Shaking her hand, which had been gripping its hide, she winced at the strain. With no time to linger, apprehensive that the scent of blood could attract other predators, she stored the boar in her space and departed. Returning to her vehicle, Su Mianmian checked her phone, only to find it had died and powered off. A wave of anxiety washed over her at the thought of Shushu being unable to reach her and worrying. Hastily, she plugged in the charger, praying for it to power up quickly. Suddenly, the sound of an approaching vehicle caught her attention. Turning her head, she recognized Shushu's car. He had arrived. A flutter of nervousness gripped her as she wondered if he might be upset. As Shushu exited his vehicle and approached hers, her apprehension deepened. Hey, Shushu. You came here too. Su Mianmian greeted, attempting to sound cheerful as he opened her car door. His bemused expression revealed his annoyance. You find this amusing? Do you not realize how worried I was when I couldn't reach you? What on earth are you doing here? Observing her disheveled state, with dirt and foliage clinging to her clothes, he frowned, concerned for her safety. If not for her seemingly robust demeanor, he might have feared she had sustained serious injuries. Venturing alone into such perilous terrain left him at a loss for words. Haha, I simply felt drawn to this place, believing it held something intriguing, so I came. I didn't think too much of it. Look, I'm perfectly fine. Su Mianmin refrained from divulging the incident with the boar, fearing his reprimand. His expression urged her to clarify, and she recounted the tale of the dragon eggs but omitted the details of her encounter with the boar. As time unfolded, she skillfully evaded the pressing issues, while he raised his hand and presented her with a chestnut. What is the matter with the weeds on you? He inquired. Do not tell me it is due to your absent-mindedness while walking, resulting in a fall. With a countenance that demanded the truth, he gazed at her. Seeing his insistence, Su Mianmian sighed, ultimately deciding to reveal the incident involving the wild boar to him. Chapter 37. The revelation of the apocalypse. Su Mianmian was acutely aware that she could not deceive Shushu. His intelligence was simply too profound. Shushu, taken aback by Su Mianmian's encounter with a wild boar, could not help but scrutinize her with a serious expression. As he examined her, Su Mianmian, unable to suppress her amusement, remarked, I'm perfectly fine. You should be more concerned about the wild boar. Upon hearing her jest, Shushu felt relieved. He followed her lead and inquired, Did you manage to drive the wild boar away? He hadn't considered the possibility of Su Mianmian having killed the beast. Merely escaping from its jaws was impressive enough. Anticipating his response, Su Mianmian looked at him with a proud demeanor and declared, "I actually killed it." Concerned that Shirshu might assume she had done so with a firearm, she quickly clarified, "I didn't use a bullet. I first injured its eye with a dagger. And then it ran into a tree and died." Shirshu couldn't help but exclaim, "Mianmian, you are remarkably clever." It was evident that this was her first encounter with such a creature. Her lack of fear was commendable, and her audacity left him increasingly fascinated by her. She was like an onion, with layers begging to be peeled away. Su Mianmian shot Shirshu a haughty glance, feeling elated that he had likely forgiven her for venturing out alone. Yet, he admonished her, "While you are indeed clever, your actions were still perilously reckless. You must not take such risks alone again, especially in this apocalyptic world, do you understand?" Nodding in agreement, Su Mianmian did not object. Deep down, she recognized that she had acted impulsively, yet she harbored no regrets. She believed that one must possess the capability to stand independently. Otherwise, constant reliance on others would hinder her growth. "Let us head back. We need to gather supplies tomorrow," she stated. Noticing the encroaching darkness, Shirshu gently urged her back into the vehicle. To her astonishment, he asked her to drive, and she turned to him with disbelief as she settled into the passenger seat. Shirshu playfully patted her head, saying, "What are you staring at? Just drive us home." Feeling powerless to argue, Su Mianmian glanced at the weary expression on Shirshu's face. She bit her lip, suppressing the words she wished to say. Upon returning to the villa, it was already past 9 in the evening. Observing Shirshu with his eyes closed, she muttered, "What on earth did you do tonight that has you so exhausted?" She thought her voice was barely audible, but Shirshu opened his eyes, revealing a clarity that belied his appearance of sleep. Surprised that he had not actually been asleep, a hint of embarrassment crept onto her face. "Shirshu, we're home now. You should get some rest. I'll head inside first," she said as she opened the car door. However, Shirshu gently pulled her back and replied, "I was busy handling work all night." He was responding to her earlier query. After a moment of realization, Su Mianmian found herself at a loss for words. Was this what they meant by always answering questions? "I see. Make sure to eat something and rest early. Work is never truly finished. Your health is what matters most," she said before slipping away. This time, Shirshu did not stop her, as if his earlier intervention was merely to ensure she heard his explanation. Rushing into her room, Su Mianmian leaned against the door, exhaling in relief. Shirshu's unexpected remarks had left her feeling a bit unsettled. She dismissed the thoughts and took a shower before retiring for the night, her appetite having vanished. The following morning, as she descended the stairs, she noticed Butler Lee with an anxious expression. Curiosity piqued, she asked, "Butler Lee, what is troubling you?" It was unusual for someone so adept at managing his expressions to appear flustered, and she found it intriguing. Upon seeing Su Mianmian, Butler Lee recounted, "I went to the market today, and I witnessed a man suddenly lunge at another, sinking his teeth into the latter's neck. It was gruesome. And despite others attempting to intervene, that man was far too strong. Some of those who tried to help were bitten as well." Butler Lee shook his head, visibly shaken by his first experience of such a bloody scene. Su Mianmian stood frozen, realizing the apocalypse had begun to reveal itself. Without taking the time to comfort the startled Butler Lee, she hurriedly inquired about Shirshu's whereabouts. Butler Lee informed her that he was in the study, and she dashed upstairs. Butler Lee was left wondering why Su Mianmian was in such haste to find Shirshu. "Mianmian, you're here. Butler Lee must have informed you. This is the video. Come take a look." Shirshu greeted her without surprise, opening his computer for her to see. Su Mianmian accepted and closely examined the footage. It resembled Butler Lee's description closely. A man, seemingly dazed, suddenly lunged at another, viciously biting into his neck. The onlookers scattered in fear, and soon several burly men rushed in, attempting to restrain him. Despite their efforts, the man lunged at them, most of whom ended up with injuries. Witnessing this scene intensified Su Mianmian's foreboding. "Shirshu, I believe the apocalypse is approaching sooner than anticipated. We need to quickly gather our final supplies," she asserted gravely. Shirshu shared her apprehension, nodding in agreement. After shutting the computer, they both made their way outside. In the coming days, they would need to expedite their preparations. Butler Lee, ensure the doors are locked, avoid strangers, and do not open the door for anyone. Consume the food we have at home and refrain from venturing outside. The situation outside is becoming increasingly precarious. It's best to stay indoors, Su Mianmian advised Butler Lee as they departed. Butler Lee sensed an unusual tension in the household, and being astute, He understood that some questions should remain unasked. He nodded in acknowledgement of her instructions. As soon as Su Mianmian and Shirshu left, Butler Li secured the door. He glanced into the kitchen, relieved to find a substantial amount of food remaining. The garden still bore the fruits of his previous endeavors, likely sufficient to last for some time. Feeling a bit reassured, Butler Li turned his attention to the warehouse that Su Mianmian and Shirshu were heading to, which comprised several interconnected sections. Previously used for storing hazardous materials, it had fallen into disuse after the family ceased such operations. Now, it was perfectly suited for their current needs. As Su Mianmin surveyed the expansive warehouse, she couldn't help but marvel at the strength of the Shirshu family. If it weren't for the impending apocalypse, they would truly have nothing to worry about. Shirshu, there shouldn't be any dangers here, right? I really don't want to encounter another horde of mutated rats, she remarked with a hint of concern, glancing at him. Shirshu chuckled. This time, there won't be any. The odor here is unpleasant, and rats tend to avoid such scents. Su Mianmian still did not comprehend the unpleasant odor that Shirshu had mentioned. However, once Shirshu opened a warehouse, realization dawned upon her. This was far beyond just a mere foul smell. She hastily retrieved 2 masks, tossing one to Shirshu while donning the other herself. Shirshu, I hope these odors won't affect the contents inside. Su Mianmian expressed her concern. With the mask on, Shirshu's voice became somewhat muffled, yet the essence of his reassurance was clear. There was nothing to worry about. Upon hearing this, Su Mianmin nodded, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Chapter 38, Awakening. Aside from the first warehouse, which had an overwhelming smell of gunpowder, the others were not particularly severe. Su Mianmin speculated that her own condition might have contributed to this. After collecting everything, the 2 of them got into the car and departed. There were still several batches of goods in W City that they needed to retrieve themselves. Bringing everything back to J City would attract too much attention. They took turns driving and arrived at W City in the middle of the night. W City was a coastal city, and their goods were stored in a warehouse by the dock. Shirshu had initially intended for Su Mianmian to rest in the car, but she felt it would be better to finish the collection while it was dark. Seeing her determination, Shirshu nodded and led her to the warehouse. As they approached, they noticed 2 suspicious figures loitering at the entrance, their intentions unclear. Su Mianmian glanced at Shirshu, who pulled her to the back. There was a small door that only the Shir family knew about. Entering through the small door, they found themselves inside the warehouse. Shirshu, what do you think those 2 men outside are up to? Are they planning to steal from the warehouse? Su Mianmian couldn't help but inquire as they entered. The 2 men, clad in black, did not appear to be up to any good. Shirshu nodded. Ignore them. Once we finish collecting the items inside, if they want to come in, let them. Su Mianmian agreed with his reasoning and began gathering the supplies. Shirshu stood guard at the entrance while she hastily organized the space, planning to sort everything out when they returned. After an hour of labor, just as Su Mianmian was about to collect the last batch, a loud bang echoed from the entrance. Instinctively, she held her breath and stealthily moved to Shirshu's side. He gestured for her to be quiet, and they leaned in to listen to the commotion outside. Do you even know how to open this warehouse door? If not, don't rush into this. A frustrated voice boomed. Do you realize I've spent an entire night with you? If you can't do it, just leave. You're wasting my time. Su Mianmian exchanged glances with Shirshu, both understanding the gravity of the situation. I didn't expect this warehouse door to be so difficult to open. Forget it. Find someone else. I can't handle this. I'm leaving. The voice, filled with anger and resignation, faded as tools clattered to the ground. The man who had spoken left, and the one who had been silent followed suit, grumbling. Once the coast was clear, Su Mianmian and Shirshu cautiously withdrew their ears from the door. Who were those people trying to access our warehouse? Why are they fixated on it? Su Mianmian pondered, curiosity etched on her face. Shirshu shook his head, urging, let us have them investigate when we return. We need to finish collecting the items quickly. There are still several warehouses left. Su Mianmin understood the urgency and soon completed her task. Although she had felt dizzy while working earlier, now she felt entirely composed. The book had mentioned that her mental fortitude was strengthening. After spending 2 days in W City, they finally gathered all the supplies. They drove back without delay, not lingering a moment longer. During these 2 days, news reports of people attacking others had surfaced, leaving Su Mianmian with a sense of foreboding regarding the impending apocalypse. She wondered if the government would take any measures against this escalating crisis. Watching videos circulating on her phone, Su Mianmian sighed. The government likely remains unaware that this phenomenon is contagious. They continue to send those bitten to hospitals. The victims are merely unconscious and have yet to transform into zombies. Shirshu, while driving, took a moment to respond to Su Mianmian's concerns. You're right. Hospitals become the epicenter of chaos during an apocalypse. When the outbreak occurs, hospitals are the first to collapse. The book mentioned Shirshu's struggles to find Su Jinxian in a hospital, which had proven quite arduous. However, the outcome was ultimately. Su Mianmian shook her head. Since she was here, this was no longer the world depicted in the book. She was determined to alter Su Jinxuan's fate, as well as her own. Her eyes reflected a fierce determination, a yearning for rebirth. Upon returning to the villa, it was already the following morning. The housekeeper, Li, appeared to have aged a little in just 2 days. Su Mianmin sensed an overwhelming worry emanating from him. Li, haven't we only been gone for 2 days? Why do I feel like you've changed so much? She inquired lightheartedly, hoping to lighten the mood. However, Li's face remained clouded with concern. Seeing this, Su Mianmian realized her efforts were still lacking. Noticing her disappointment, Shirshu couldn't resist ruffling her hair. Li, don't overthink things. Even if the sun fails to rise tomorrow, we must continue living. No matter what happens in the future, we will not abandon anyone. As Shirshu spoke, Li and Appo's expression shifted to one of relief. Su Mianmian was astonished at how easily Shirshu had reassured him with just a few words, her disbelief palpable. Shirshu pinched her cheek gently, urging her to rest. After she left, he too departed, leaving Li to contemplate Shirshu's words. Once back in her room, Su Mianmian did not rest, but instead slipped into her space. She sensed that Su Jinxian would awaken today. As expected, upon entering, she heard the book announce that he would indeed wake up. Su Mianmian had no intention of allowing Su Jinxian to awaken inside the space. Hearing the book's words, she quickly exited. Shirshu had prepared a room for Su Jinxian right next to hers. As she left her room and entered his, she even fed him a bit of spiritual spring water. Uncertain of when Su Jinxian would awaken, she unknowingly fell asleep beside his bed. When a dry hand gently stroked her head, she jolted awake in fright, confused and disoriented. It took her a few seconds to realize her surroundings. Turning to face the source of her shock, she was immediately drawn into a pair of tender eyes. Brother, you're awake. You're really awake. For reasons unknown, upon seeing Su Jinxuan's eyes open, Su Mianmian felt tears welling up. Perhaps it was the lingering consciousness of her original self, or perhaps it was the bond of blood between them, but she was unable to control her emotions. Tears streamed down her face, disregarding her own will. Su Jinxian, seeing his sister's tear-streaked face, felt a pang of anguish and was at a loss for how to comfort her. Mianmian, please don't cry. Your tears hurt my heart, he said, pulling her hand to draw her closer. The two embraced, both unaware of whose tears soaked the other's clothes. Embracing one another, they wept for a considerable time before finally parting, feeling a tad awkward. Brother, I never imagined you could cry too, she remarked in surprise. After this heartfelt display, Su Mianmian had successfully come to regard Su Jinxian as her brother. Since childhood, she had yearned for an elder brother, and now her wish had been fulfilled. Su Jinxian, teased by his sister, felt no anger whatsoever. Indeed, shedding tears in your presence is nothing to be ashamed of. With a face full of gratitude, Su Jinxian expressed his feelings. As for what he was grateful for, perhaps only he understood the depths of his own heart. Chapter 39. Matters after the coma. By the way, Mianmian, what transpired after my unconsciousness? Before falling into a deep slumber, Su Jinxuan's greatest concern was his innocent younger sister. She was so naive that she could easily fall prey to others, and he wondered if Shirshu had taken measures to protect her. His gaze upon Su Mianmian was tinged with a hint of sorrow. Su Mianmian had initially hesitated to share the events that unfolded during his coma, but upon hearing his inquiry, she reflected and concluded that it was better to divulge the truth now rather than later. She briefly recounted the circumstances faced by her original self, and with each word, Su Jinxuan's anger intensified. They were being utterly intolerable. Surely, that woman was orchestrating these misdeeds from behind the scenes. Su Jinxian could not contain his indignation. Su Mianmian nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of his words. Brother, Shirshu has treated me exceptionally well. You need not worry. She knew she had to feign ignorance about the bond between Su Jinxian and Shirshu. When Su Jinxian heard her mention Shirshu, his expression momentarily stiffened. He had entrusted his beloved sister to his comrade, only for that comrade to marry her. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. In light of the situation, He looked at Su Mianmian with a serious demeanor and asked, Mianmian, do you have feelings for Shirshu? Su Mianmian realized his intent behind the question. Should she deny her affection, he would undoubtedly seek to annul the marriage. However, she was entangled with the Shijia family. And in this apocalyptic world, survival was not a solitary endeavor. She had never been arrogant, and considering her interactions with Shirshu thus far, she found him rather agreeable. After contemplating, she concluded that she did not mind continuing their relationship. With a grave expression, she replied, I cannot definitively say whether I like him, but I wish to continue my association with him. Su Jinxian nodded, comprehending her sentiment. Are we currently at the Shijia residence? Shouldn't I be in the hospital? Su Jinxian surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of antiseptic odors and the non-sterile bedding, indicating that they were indeed at home. Su Mianmian recalled that she had yet to inform him about the impending apocalypse. She spoke up, Brother, there is something of utmost importance I must share with you. Please brace yourself and try not to be too shocked. Su Jinxian glanced at her, believing nothing could be more astonishing than what he had just learned. He nodded, indicating she should proceed. Su Mianmian succinctly explained the circumstances surrounding the apocalypse, and upon finishing, she observed Su Jinxian's silence. Brother, do you not believe me? Or are you afraid? She inquired, curiosity etched upon her face. Su Jinxian shook his head, sighing as he quietly admitted, I too dreamed of the apocalypse. In that dream, you were torn apart by zombies, and I was powerless to help you. The weight of that feeling was unbearable. Su Mianmian stared at him in shock. Could it be that his dream mirrored the original owner's experiences? If so, she could begin to fathom his anguish. She smiled faintly, attempting to find humor in the situation, yet the laughter eluded her. The horrors he witnessed were indeed real, but she could not disclose the truth to him. Brother, it's all right. Dreams often present the opposite of reality. With you by my side, how could I possibly come to harm? Perhaps that dream was merely a catalyst to hasten your recovery, she reassured him. Upon hearing her words and witnessing her vivacious expression, Su Jinxian slowly nodded. As he was still in the recovery phase, Su Mianmian urged him to rest adequately. After her departure, however, Su Jinxian found himself unable to sleep. He harbored resentment towards those who compelled Su Mianmian to act against her will. Now that he had awakened, he would ensure justice for her. Unbeknownst to Su Mianmian, Su Jinxian harbored such thoughts as she returned to her room, exhausted and quickly falling asleep. When she awoke again, the sun had risen high in the sky. Stretching languidly, she felt pain as she descended from her bed. Before her journey, she had relished the luxury of sleeping in, yet now it had become a rare indulgence. After shaking her head, she washed up, donned fresh attire, and stepped outside, eager to see if Su Jinxian had awakened. Brother, are you awake? She knocked on the door, inquiring. Upon hearing his response, she entered the room. Brother, you have been unconscious for so long. Allow me to give you a massage. Otherwise, your recovery will be arduous. Su Jinxian was taken aback by her offer. He had not anticipated her proficiency in massage. Nodding in agreement, he accepted her assistance, eager to regain his strength. Su Mianmian massaged him for an extensive period before taking a break. That is sufficient for now. I'll provide another session this evening. How do you feel? She asked. Curiosity etched on her face. Su Jinxian, now feeling quite comfortable, nodded appreciatively and remarked, Mianmian, upon waking, you have bestowed upon me numerous delightful surprises. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment at his compliment. During his time in the hospital, Shirshu had ensured that someone was present daily to massage him, fearing severe muscle atrophy upon his awakening. After today's session, Su Mianmian noted significant progress in his recovery. Brother, would you care to try some rehabilitation exercises? While you were in the hospital, Shirshu arranged for daily massages, and now that I've massaged you once, I've observed that your muscles are in decent condition. Let us attempt some recovery training. The apocalypse is approaching, and I hope for your swift recovery, she urged earnestly. Su Jinxian did not decline. He, too, wished to confront the impending apocalypse without being burdened by a frail body. Nodding in agreement, Su Mianmian assisted him to his feet. As he descended from the bed, his legs felt weak and unsteady. He fought against the unfamiliar sensation of not having walked in a long time, gradually following Su Mianmian's lead. With each step, she could sense his discomfort, and her heart ached for him. Yet, she understood that sympathy alone would not suffice. The apocalypse loomed closer. She needed to push him forward. As they exited, they encountered Shirshu, who was equally excited to see Su Jinxian awake. He approached with brisk strides and patted Su Jinxian on the shoulder. "It's good to see you awake," he exclaimed. Shirshu assumed that Su Mianmian had conveyed all necessary information to Su Jinxian in her absence. Su Jinxian nodded, his eyes reflecting his own excitement. Observing this, Su Mianmian thought it best to allow Shirshu to guide him in rehabilitation exercises. "Shirshu, do you have any matters to attend to? If not, please take my brother for rehabilitation training," she requested, glancing at Shirshu. Shirshu nodded in acknowledgement, exchanging positions with her. Watching them depart, Su Mianmian smiled, knowing they had much to discuss and deciding to grant them their moment. With a soft chuckle, she turned and descended the stairs. Shirshu assisted Su Jinxian to the rehabilitation room, where he immediately began his training. Both were familiar with the exercises, and Shirshu refrained from instructing him, merely observing him in silence, contemplating his next words but unable to voice them. "Shirshu, do you have feelings for Mianmian?" Su Jinxian suddenly asked, his curiosity surfacing. Time stood still as Su Jinxian gazed at him, unprepared for such a question. Previously driven by a sense of duty, but now, "I believe I have developed feelings." He lowered his head and spoke softly. He was uncertain when he had begun to harbor affections for Su Mianmian. Perhaps it was her vivacity, perhaps the stubbornness that often graced her face, or maybe it was simply the result of prolonged companionship. Affection is affection, and he would not deny it, nor was there any necessity to do so. Su Jinxian turned his gaze toward him, yet regrettably, his expression remained unseen. After a brief moment of silence, he finally spoke. "From now on, you shall call me brother." Once he uttered those words, he couldn't help but break into a helpless smile. Time understood that he had given his consent. A sense of joy welled up within him. Unbeknownst to both, an unexpected guest had arrived. Chapter 40. Severing ties. Upon hearing from the butler, Mr. Li, that her family had arrived, Su Mianmian was momentarily bewildered. The thought of Su Ran, the manipulative woman she had outsmarted, brought a wave of annoyance. It was evident that the White Lotus had been unable to contend with her and had retreated to summon reinforcements. Su Mianmian gritted her teeth, feeling that she had been far too lenient. With a surge of indignation, she flung open the door, revealing the exasperated countenance of Mr. Li. Observing his expression, she surmised that he had already endured their unpleasantness. "Mr. Li, I apologize for the inconvenience. However, let us not be hasty. Please await my return. I shall seek out Shirshu and my brother." Initially, Su Mianmian had intended to handle the situation independently, but considering that Su Jinxian might also wish to address them, she deemed it prudent to inform him beforehand. Mr. Li nodded in acknowledgement as she departed. Upon arriving at the rehabilitation room, Su Mianmian found Shirshu assisting Su Jinxian with his exercises. Beads of perspiration adorned Su Jinxuan's face, yet his gaze remained resolute. His gait had gradually improved, surpassing his initial struggle when she had aided him from the bed. After observing for a brief interval, Su Mianmian entered the room. The two men paused, momentarily taken aback by her presence. Su Mianmian proceeded to inform them of her family's arrival. Upon hearing this, Su Jinxian immediately expressed his intention to descend. They had arrived before he could seek them out, which was opportune. "Brother, please hydrate yourself first. We shall proceed via wheelchair momentarily." Su Mianmian retrieved water from her dimension, offering it to Su Jinxian. Despite his awareness of her spatial abilities, it was the first instance he had witnessed her utilization of them. He observed the water in her hand with curiosity. Accepting the offering, he imbibed the liquid. A refreshing sweetness enveloped his palate, soothing his throat and alleviating the fatigue from his training. "This is indeed a remarkable elixir. It is the very substance that preserved my life, is it not?" Su Jinxian declared with certainty. Su Mianmian nodded in affirmation. He had consumed the spiritual spring water within the dimension for an extended duration, and it undoubtedly constituted a vital component of his recovery. "I am disinclined to use the wheelchair. Is it possible to forego it?" Su Jinxian inquired, his expression conveying resistance upon seeing the wheelchair Su Mianmian had produced. Su Mianmian shook her head, stating, "We must not arouse their suspicion." Su Jinxian comprehended her rationale. Despite his reluctance, he acquiesced and seated himself in the wheelchair. Shirshu assumed the role of pushing him. As they emerged from the elevator, the sound of Su Ran's aggrieved voice echoed from the living room. Su Mianmian surmised that she had been waiting for an extended period. A faint, derisive smile graced her lips, as if mocking Su Ran's ignorance. "This is merely a prelude to the longer wait that awaits." Upon hearing the commotion, the Su family emerged. Su Ran, upon seeing Su Jinxian in the wheelchair, emitted a piercing shriek. "Mother, a ghost." Li Mei, standing nearby, swiftly interjected, Ran, what are you uttering? She tugged at Su Ran's arm, signaling her to cease her pronouncements. Despite the lingering terror in her expression, Su Ran calmed down considerably. She retreated behind Li Mei, her gaze cautiously scrutinizing Su Jinxian. Su Mianmian and Su exchanged glances, both sensing an air of peculiarity surrounding the two women. Jinxian, your sister misspoke. Please do not bear any resentment. She is still young. Li Mei addressed Su Jinxian with a cordial smile, her tone gentle. The subtext of her words implied that Su Ran's youth excused her actions and that any resentment would be unwarranted. A sardonic smile played on Su Jinxuan's lips as he retorted, at the age of 20, she is hardly a child. Even a toddler would refrain from uttering such curses. Li Mei, taken aback by the rebuke, cast a plaintive glance towards Su Lai, who had remained silent. Su Lai, previously absorbed in the astonishment of Su Jinxuan's recovery, had not spoken. However, upon witnessing Su Jinxuan's arrogance, he felt a surge of indignation. Su Jinxian, she is your mother. How can you be so disrespectful? Su Ran was merely startled by your sudden appearance. Even if you do not apologize to her, you should not hold her misspoken words against her. As an elder brother, you exhibit no semblance of brotherly conduct. Su Lai shook his head, his gaze conveying disappointment as he regarded Su Jinxian. Su Jinxian was rendered speechless. It was evident that his father had been completely indoctrinated by the mother-daughter duo. With a hint of derision, he stated, she is not my mother. My mother is deceased. If she were my mother, she would be a corpse. Su Lai, incensed, sputtered, unable to articulate further words. Su Mianmian scrutinized Li Mei and Su Ran, sensing an anomaly. Since their initial sighting of Su Jinxian, Li Mei had managed to maintain a semblance of composure, whereas Su Ran, perhaps due to her youth, had struggled to conceal her emotions. Her entire demeanor exuded fear. Su Mianmian suspected that the two women were concealing something. Jinxian, it was my fault. Ran was overjoyed by your recovery, which led her to utter those words. Is that not so, Ran? Li Mei prompted, tugging at Su Ran's arm. Despite her lingering fear, Su Ran stammered a hesitant affirmation. Su Jinxian scoffed, dismissing them. Su Jinxian, how have you become like this? Why did you not return home after waking up? Do you intend to remain here indefinitely? Su Lai, a man of unwavering pride, could not tolerate being slighted, particularly by his own son. Since you have arrived today, I shall settle our accounts directly. We previously agreed that Mianmian should not be used as a tool for marriage. You have reaped the benefits and forgotten your promise. Are you being untruthful? Do not claim that she consented willingly. Would you have allowed her to live if she had refused? Since you were the first to breach our agreement, it is morally justifiable for me to reclaim what is rightfully mine. Su Jinxuan's gaze was icy as he addressed Su Lai in a frigid tone. Su Lai's expression betrayed a hint of guilt, but he had no intention of relinquishing what he had acquired. We are family. What is mine is yours, and vice versa. Furthermore, business has been challenging recently, and everything has been lost. With that, Su Lai averted his gaze, avoiding Su Jinxuan's eyes. Su Jinxian had anticipated this response. However, his current objective was not to argue over these matters. His ultimate aim was different. In that case, we shall sever our paternal bond. Mianmian shall sever her filial ties with you. Henceforth, we shall go our separate ways. Su Jinxuan's tone was laced with menace. Su Lai was taken aback by Su Jinxuan's declaration. He regarded him with a look of veiled threat. Are you certain that you wish to proceed with this? Once you do, you will no longer be a member of the Su family. Su Lai found it difficult to believe that he would relinquish all claims to the Su family's assets. All the better. Since my mother's passing, I have longed to disassociate myself from the Su family. Su Jinxuan's voice dripped with sarcasm. Su Lai, infuriated by his words, retorted with a forced laugh. Very well. I shall issue a statement upon my return. Li Mei, standing nearby, beamed with delight, anticipating this moment for years. Su Ran, on the other hand, displayed no signs of elation. She was consumed by panic, never having anticipated that Su Jinxian would still be alive. She had completely forgotten the purpose of her visit. Su Lai also wished to forget that his purpose for coming here was to teach Su Mianmian a lesson. Upon meeting Su Jinxian, the tension between them was palpable. As the Su family left in anger, Su Mianmian couldn't help but chuckle. They must have come to seek justice for Su Ran, but the outcome was simply amusing. Brother, have you secretly wanted to sever ties with them for a long time? Su Mianmian asked with curiosity. Su Jinxian nodded. With the apocalypse upon us, it is best to cut ties now to avoid future complications. I shall not leave hidden dangers for the future. Su Jinchuan's expression was grave. Su Mianmian was taken aback by his thorough consideration. Her gaze towards him was filled with admiration. Chapter 41. The Eve of the Apocalypse. Mianmian. Do you not sense that there is something amiss with Su Ran and Li Mei? The way they look at your brother is unmistakably filled with shock and fear. Shirshu rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Su Mianmian nodded in agreement, voicing her suspicion that they must be involved in some nefarious deeds. Shirshu concurred, sensing their connection to the poisoning incident. During this period, Su Qing had achieved nothing in his investigations, leading him to believe he might be pursuing the wrong leads. Su Jinxian was somewhat bewildered by their cryptic conversation. Mianmian, what are you discussing? I find myself at a loss, he remarked, perplexed. Had those individuals committed actions of which he was unaware? Shirshu glanced at Su Mianmian, who then explained, while you were unconscious, someone poisoned you. Shirshu has been trying to uncover the truth, yet he has found no leads. Seeing their demeanor today, we thought perhaps. She left the rest unsaid, confident that Su Jinchuan's intellect would allow him to infer the implications. Su Jinxian was taken aback to learn that the mother and daughter had plotted against his life. A dangerous smile crept upon his lips. It must be them. That woman fears I might awaken and claim her son's inheritance. New grudges entwined with old. I shall settle them after the world falls apart, he declared angrily. Su Mianmin thought of the little tyrant of the Su family and couldn't help but smile wryly. The boy had been raised by his mother, leaving her speechless. As the apocalypse drew nearer, the entire Shi family had gathered at the villa, and even Butler Li was aware of the impending doom. Su Jinchuan's strides grew increasingly assured, and Su Mianmian could not help but admire him. He was ruthless, to the point where she found herself at a loss for words. When urged to rest before training further, he refused. Were it not for the spiritual spring water, he likely would not possess such stamina. Su Mianmian shook her head, standing outside the rehabilitation room with a heart full of concern. Shirshu approached her, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Your brother knows his limits. There is no need for concern. Su Mianmian nodded, her worries secondary to her compassion for him. Have you made any progress regarding the poisoning incident? She inquired. For the past 2 days, Shirshu had accompanied Su Qing in pursuit of answers, and she suspected he had returned with news. Shirshu nodded, revealing, when Su Jinxian first fell unconscious, Li Mei had Su Ran administer the poison. Su Mianmian's expression shifted to one of realization. No wonder Su Ran had appeared so astonished upon seeing Su Jinxian regain consciousness. The truth had been thus. Li Mei was indeed ruthless, directly involving her own daughter in such treachery. If caught, would Su Ran not face dire consequences? Her tone dripped with sarcasm, as though mocking Su Ran's position in Li Mei's eyes, which was hardly commendable. Shirshu maintained a stoic demeanor. At that time, I allowed only those close to him to visit. This must be why she had Su Ran poison him. I never anticipated it would lead to Su Jinchuan's peril. Shirshu shook his head, a twinge of guilt gnawing at him. Su Mianmian seemed to discern Shirshu's turmoil, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. There is no need for guilt. This is not your fault. If you feel remorse, it is they who should rejoice. Shirshu raised his gaze to meet Su Mianmian's concerned expression, a faint smile curving his lips. He nodded, softly affirming her words. At that moment, Butler Li hurried over, appearing as though he had seen a beacon of hope. Young master, a peculiar-looking man is attacking the villa's gate. Is he a zombie? He asked, visibly anxious. Both Su Mianmin and Shirshu dashed to the monitoring room. Su Mianmin focused intently on the surveillance footage of the entrance, her brow furrowing as she observed. The figure on screen was no longer human. His arms were devoid of flesh, leaving only bone, and a gaping wound marred his face, already rotting and infested with maggots. Su Mianmin shuddered at the grotesque sight. His eyes were gray, indicating he was a level 0 zombie. Shirshu, how should we handle this? Should we call the police? Su Mianmin inquired, having confirmed the identity of the creature outside. Shirshu nodded. For now, order has not yet been disrupted, and the surveillance remains intact. Calling the police is the safest course of action. He instructed Butler Li to report the incident, and when the police arrived, they were heavily armed, clearly seasoned in such matters. They advised Butler Li to refrain from venturing outside, as numerous such creatures had begun to appear. After escorting the officers away, Butler Li relayed their warnings to Shirshu and Su Mianmian. Su Mianmian glanced at her phone, noting the absence of discussions about these zombies on social media. They had likely been suppressed. As the day of the apocalypse loomed closer, Su Mianmian and Shirshu resolved to venture out and assess the situation. Upon seeing this, Su Jinxian expressed his desire to accompany them, but Shishu urged him to focus on his rehabilitation instead. After some contemplation, he acquiesced. As Su Mianmian and Shishu stepped outside, they encountered an eerily sparse street. Shishu, let us check the nearby supermarket. I believe most people have flocked there, Su Mianmian suggested, glancing at the desolate surroundings. Shishu nodded, guiding the car towards a nearby large supermarket. Upon arrival, they observed an abundance of vehicles and individuals hastily gathering supplies, many of whom appeared vigilant. Su Mianmian exited the car and stopped a passerby. Why is everyone so anxious? What has transpired? The man, seeing Su Mianmian was a delicate woman, relaxed slightly. Many flesh-eating monsters have appeared outside, and we don't know when the situation will be resolved. If we don't stock up on food now, how will we manage when those monsters take over? You should hurry inside and gather supplies too. Prices will skyrocket. He finished, rushing away. Su Mianmian gleaned the information she sought and returned to the car. Shishu, it seems this apocalypse differs from the one in my dreams. In my dreams, it began with a rainstorm, yet now. She shook her head, feeling a sense of confusion. Shishu contemplated her words, offering, perhaps there is no disparity. Every event carries its own omens. In your dreams, you may have overlooked these details. After considering his perspective, Su Mianmian found merit in his reasoning. Had they not ventured out today, they would remain oblivious to the growing chaos outside. With only 2 days remaining until the rain she had foreseen, the streets were already teeming with zombies. Perhaps the rain merely expedited the transformation into zombies, rather than being the catalyst itself. Having reached this conclusion, Su Mianmian felt a wave of relief wash over her. Shishu, let us return. In truth, this situation is rather fortuitous. When the rain falls, fewer people will be inclined to venture out. With fewer zombies, humanity's hope remains intact, she remarked, a hint of resignation in her tone. In truth, this was merely her hope. The speed of zombification was at its peak during the initial stages. Upon returning to the villa, the two found that Shi's parents were engrossed in the news. The broadcast urged the public not to panic excessively, advising them to stockpile food at home while awaiting further developments, as the government had dispatched various forces to address the situation involving those afflicted with the infectious disease. Upon hearing this, Su Mianmian shook her head in resignation. What on earth is this? Shi's mother suddenly inquired with a curious expression. Chapter 42. Awakening of abilities. Following the direction in which Mother Shi was gazing, Su Mianmian looked over and was taken aback. Why was the news broadcasting events from Country R? The screen displayed a multitude of marine creatures rapidly ascending onto land. Octopuses, sharks, dolphins. Those frolicking by the seaside. How could they dare to approach such a sight? In the next moment, tragedy struck. Wherever these oceanic beings ventured, there was nothing but bloodshed. People screamed and fled, but it was too late. The video ended abruptly, leaving only the echoes of panic-stricken voices. It was hard not to speculate that the person filming might have. The news commentary stated that this was happening in Country R, urging the citizens not to panic. Su Mianmian felt that such occurrences were likely not confined to Country R. Similar events might be unfolding elsewhere. It was terrifying. How had those octopuses grown so large? And the sharks and crabs, how had they all become so enormous? Mother Shi, her face reflecting lingering fear, spoke uneasily. Father Shi placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, saying, "We do not live in a coastal city. We are unlikely to encounter such things. Do not worry." Su Mianmian listened to his words of comfort, but remained silent. They would be traveling to H City, which would require passing through coastal areas. Su also refrained from speaking, perhaps concerned that his mother was overly anxious. In the final 2 days, the family remained at home, with all of Su's brothers gathering in the villa. There were 4 of them in total. Su Mianmian recognized only Su Qing, while the other 3 were unfamiliar to her. She nodded at them, and they regarded her with a mix of respect and curiosity. "Sister-in-law, greetings. I am Su Qing, the 4th brother. This is Su Huan, the 3rd brother, and Su Yu, the 2nd brother." Su Qing appeared quite gentle, with fair skin. When she inquired about his age, he stated he was 25, leaving Su Mianmian momentarily speechless. Su Huan and Su Yu were identical twins, though their eyes differed slightly. Su Huan sparkled with mirth, while Su Yu's held a frosty demeanor. This distinction helped Su Mianmian tell them apart. She nodded at them before turning to find Su Jinxian, as she had something to discuss. Upon arriving at the rehabilitation room, she found it empty. Puzzled, she proceeded to his bedroom. After knocking several times without a response, she sensed something was amiss and hurriedly fetched the spare key from butlerly. Upon opening the door, she discovered Su Jinxian lying on the floor, his face flushed. Rushing to him, she felt his forehead, which was burning hot. "Madam, is he running a fever?" "I will fetch some antipyretics," Butler Li said, following closely behind. Su Mianmian shook her head. This is likely not a typical fever. Considering Su Jinxuan's frail constitution, she was determined to facilitate his awakening of abilities. "Butler Li, I will fill the bathtub with water. Please help me carry my brother inside." After entrusting Su Jinxian to Butler Li, she entered the bathroom. Once Su Jinxian was submerged in the bathtub filled with spiritual spring water, Su Mianmian finally breathed a sigh of relief. There was no need for anyone to guard him. She and Butler Li exchanged a glance before departing. Su was aware that Su Jinxian was awakening his abilities, and he paused for a moment, perhaps realizing it was due to the significant amount of spiritual spring water he had consumed, leading to an early awakening. Su Mianmian recognized Su's confusion and offered an explanation. He nodded silently, withholding further comments. That evening, Su felt unusually lethargic and lightheaded. Su Mianmian sensed his discomfort and reached out to touch his forehead. "Su, you have a fever too," she exclaimed. "Su Qing, quickly take Su back to his room. He is burning up." As she turned to seek assistance, she spotted Su Qing emerging from the kitchen and quickly called out in urgency. Su attempted to reassure her not to panic, but before he could utter a word, he fainted. Su Mianmian was grateful for Su Qing's swift arrival. Otherwise, Su might have collapsed on her. He was surprisingly heavy. It was Su Mianmian and Appo's first time entering Su and Appo's room, which was styled simply in black and white. After glancing around, her curiosity waned. She filled the bathtub with spiritual spring water before departing, to prevent others from prematurely awakening their abilities. Su Mianmian took the precaution of filling each person's bathtub with spiritual spring water. In the middle of the night, Su Mianmian felt unwell, struggling against dizziness as she stumbled toward the bathroom. Once she lay down, she felt considerably better. The spiritual spring water alleviated the agonizing pain within her. The next morning, when Butler Li awoke, he found that no one else had risen. Following his instructions, he remained unperturbed and attended to his duties. The first to awaken were Su Qing and the others, who immediately devoured a plethora of food. Butler Li watched them ravenously consume their meal and could only shake his head in exasperation. When Su Mianmian finally awoke, she sensed 3 small orbs within her. One was a pale yellow, another green, and the last white. To her astonishment, she had awakened 3 types of abilities: healing, wood, and ice. Her eyes lit up with excitement. She tentatively stretched out her hand, attempting to channel her powers. A small sapling trembled to life from her palm. Staring at the sapling, she was momentarily stunned. It was nothing like she had envisioned. She retracted it and tried to release her other abilities. Unsurprisingly, the other 2 were equally ineffective. Su Mianmian felt utterly despondent. Eager to discover the nature of others and Appo's abilities, she hurriedly climbed out of the bathtub, changed her clothes, and ventured out to see what powers her companions had manifested. As she descended, she found everyone gathered in the living room, discussing their abilities, with the exception of Su. Upon noticing her, they eagerly inquired about her own powers. After she shared her abilities, they expressed their envy. "Do not envy me. My abilities are quite weak." "Look," Su Mianmian said, unable to resist showcasing her frail sapling. Su Qing chuckled at the sight. "Eldest brother, what are you laughing at? Your flame cannot even ignite. Did you lose your powers after singeing your hair?" Su Qing teased. Su Mianmian instinctively glanced at Su Qing's singed hair and couldn't help but laugh. How comical that such potent abilities could result in such mishaps. Thank goodness she hadn't awakened. Otherwise, she might have scorched her own hair. "Brother, what abilities did you awaken?" Su Mianmian inquired curiously as she approached Su Jinxian. He replied slowly, "It appears to be speed and lightning." Su Mianmian gasped in surprise. Lightning was formidable, and speed was also impressive. "Well done, brother. Keep enhancing your skills," she encouraged, patting Su Jinxian on the shoulder. Time's mother awakened her power in the elemental category, while Time's father harnessed the fire element, and surprisingly, Time's grandfather also manifested the wood element. Su Qing awakened both the water and earth elements, whereas Su Huan and Su Yu both awakened the cerebral element. "You two must be programmers, right? How did you acquire such peculiar abilities?" Time's mother inquired with a curious expression, gazing at the Su brothers. The siblings nodded in affirmation, and her expression reflected her certainty. Su Mianmian smiled softly. "Apart from Butler Li, Everyone else in the team possessed special abilities, and she wondered if Time's abilities would mirror those found in the books. She felt a sense of anticipation. Chapter 43. Welcome to the Apocalypse. As Shijun descended the stairs, he felt the curious gazes of everyone around him, particularly the unmistakable intrigue in Su Mianmian's eyes. He shot her a warning glance, prompting her to quickly temper her expression. Stealing a glance at the others, she noticed that they remained oblivious to her unabashed curiosity, which brought her a sense of relief. Just moments ago, they had agreed to be discreet, yet now Shijun had caught her in the act. She felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Grateful that no one else had noticed. Observing her adorable, flustered demeanor, Shijun's smile widened. He approached Su Mianmian, and the others hastily parted to let him through. "Why do you gaze at me so?" he inquired playfully. "Have I changed since awakening my abilities?" Feeling a slight flush at his accidental touch on her ear, Su Mianmian instinctively wanted to shy away, but the numerous onlookers made her hesitate, fearing they might misconstrue her reaction as a sign of discord between them. Suppressing her discomfort, she feigned nonchalance and replied, "Indeed, you have become even more handsome than before." Before Shijun could respond, the others erupted in laughter. "Yes, yes. My son truly grows more dashing by the day." Curiosity glimmered in Shermu's eyes as she pressed. "So, what abilities have you awakened?" The rest of the group mirrored her eagerness, including the previously distracted Su Mianmian, who turned her gaze towards Shijun, anticipation dancing in her eyes. Seeing their collective attention, Shijun chuckled resignedly and murmured, "Space, mind, and lightning, I suppose." Seizing upon a key word, Su Mianmian inquired with intrigue, "Why suppose? Is there another ability you have yet to discover?" Her heart wavered between hope and trepidation. If he had another ability, it would bolster their team. Yet the prospect of an undisclosed power made her uneasy. Shijun, oblivious to her inner turmoil, gently patted her head. "What abilities do you possess?" As each person recounted their powers, Shijun nodded thoughtfully. Tonight heralded the arrival of the apocalyptic rain, marking the onset of a new era. Su Mianmian felt a pang of anxiety, wondering if the rain would indeed come as foretold. Time trickled by, and while the group maintained a facade of calm, their hearts raced. Su Mianmian's gaze fell upon Su Jinxian, who was relentless in his rehabilitation training, her heart aching for him. Though he could walk again, he was far from his former self. To regain his previous agility, and perhaps even surpass it, he needed to push himself. Unable to dissuade him, she resolved to provide him with ample spiritual water to replenish his strength during breaks. As night enveloped the world, Su Mianmian marveled at the multitude of shooting stars streaking across the sky, exclaiming, "Look outside. So many shooting stars." Shijun frowned, observing, "Such a phenomenon will undoubtedly draw many outside to gaze upon it." Initially, Su Mianmian did not grasp the significance of his words, but as comprehension dawned, a flicker of worry crossed her face. Life and death are fated. Wealth and honor are determined by the heavens. We must respect the fates of others, Su Qing urged. Noticing Su Mianmian's concern, Su Mianmian understood the logic, but added, "I believe we could issue a warning via the virtual network. Whether they heed it is their choice. Humanity is a social creature, and if too many succumb to becoming zombies, it will spell disaster for us all. Our priority should be to unite with those within our capabilities to combat the undead." Having served in the military, Su Jinxian was resolute. He could not bear to witness those he had once protected transformed into mindless zombies. Shijun shared his sentiment, casting a glance at Su Mianmian as if seeking her approval. She nodded, affirming, "As long as our identities remain concealed and our safety is not jeopardized, feel free to proceed with your plans." Contemplating further, she cautioned, "I know you have military backgrounds, but the greatest danger in the apocalypse lies in human nature. We can assist within our means, but we must not adopt a messianic attitude." Su Mianmian harbored concerns that they would attract too many new and uncertain individuals before they even established a base in City H, even without first-hand experience. She had gleaned insights from the novels she had read. Shermu nodded in agreement with Su Mianmian's words. "Do not mistake our stance as cruel or devoid of compassion. In the apocalypse, we must first safeguard ourselves before extending help to others. It is folly to attempt to protect others when we cannot protect ourselves." Seriousness etched on her face, Su Mianmian acknowledged her mother's wisdom, hoping the men would grasp this vital truth. Offering assistance to others is commendable, but a surfeit of altruism could lead to recklessness. "Rest assured, mother, we will not be that foolish," Shijun declared earnestly, with Su Jinxian quickly affirming, "Indeed, in this apocalypse, Our safety comes first. Let us hope you speak the truth. Hurry and see to your plans. Remember what Mianmian just said, Shermu urged, her expression a blend of resignation and concern. Though she was reluctant for them to become entangled in such matters, Su Jinshuan's reasoning held merit. The apocalypse was a matter for all humanity, and zombies were their common foe. If they could save even one life, it would be worthwhile, as long as it posed no threat to their own safety. Upon hearing this, Su Jinxian and Shijun retrieved their laptops and began typing furiously. Soon, the internet was flooded with informative posts about the rain tonight, laden with viruses. After completing their task, they swiftly logged off, finishing in mere 5 minutes. Impressed by their speed, Su Mianmian could not help but exclaim, "Wow, you two are remarkably fast. Do not doubt our efficiency, Mianmian. We were notorious for our swiftness during our time in the military," Su Jinxian teased, catching her astonished expression. Su Mianmian merely rolled her eyes in confusion, unable to fathom what excited him so. As the shooting stars continued to fill the night sky, Su Mianmian gazed out the window, her expression grave. Around 11 o'clock, the first drops of rain began to fall. Su Mianmian knew that after this rain, the apocalypse would truly begin. The others fixed their eyes on the rain outside, unable to relax for even a moment. This rain was unlike any they had seen before. It bore a hint of red. "Mianmian, come take a look." Su Jinxian stood by the window, sensing something amiss. He turned and beckoned to Su Mianmian. With a look of confusion, she approached him, only to discover that the rain indeed had a hint of red. This crimson hue must be the virus. She wondered if the posts they had shared were taken seriously by anyone. Shaking her head, she found it hard to believe that ordinary people caught in this rain might either become superhumans or zombies by the following day. Observing her reaction, Su Jinxian unlocked his phone and noticed that their posts had garnered numerous replies, some of which had already been deleted due to their incendiary nature. Most responses reflected skepticism, with only a handful expressing belief. He shook his head, feeling an inner calm. Posting had assuaged his conscience, and whether others believed or not was beyond his concern. As Su Mianmian saw the rain cease, a smile graced her face as she turned to the crowd, proclaiming, "Welcome to the apocalypse." Chapter 44. The Purge of the Undead Time Sequence was the first to react. He approached Su Mianmian with a serious expression and declared, "No matter which world we find ourselves in, I will protect you." Su Jinxian, standing nearby, felt an overwhelming sense of joy upon hearing this. With someone like Time Sequence safeguarding his sister, he felt an immense relief. Su Mianmian glanced at Su Jinxian, clearly aware of his presence. "Oh dear, I shall take my leave now. You two carry on with your conversation," she said. After Su Jinxian departed, others soon made excuses about being tired and headed off to bed. Before long, only Time Sequence and Su Mianmian remained in the living room. "I shall retire for the night as well," Su Mianmian stated, and before Time Sequence could respond, she dashed upstairs. Time Sequence watched her retreating figure, shaking his head in resignation. Once in her room, Su Mianmian locked the door and leaned against it, feeling her heart race. After a while, her heartbeat finally returned to normal. She moved to the window, drew back the curtains, and gazed calmly into the dark night. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a gathering of black mist outside. Observing intently, she realized the mist was drifting towards the mountain. A sense of unease washed over her. Why was this black mist specifically moving towards the mountain? With no answers forthcoming, Su Mianmian decided to rest. Tomorrow morning would surely bring unforeseen circumstances, and she needed to be well rested. Beneath the shroud of night lay an endless abyss. A night passed, and the world had transformed. The following morning, Su Mianmian was awakened by a loud cry. She bolted upright, turning towards the source of the sound. Unfortunately, a high wall obstructed her view. She knew that the owner of that voice must have seen a zombie. Such occurrences were likely happening everywhere. Calmly, Su Mianmian got out of bed, washed up, and changed her clothes. As she descended the stairs, she noticed everyone else had already risen. Observing their dark circles, she surmised they had not slept well the previous night. "Did you all go rob a bank last night?" She joked lightly, attempting to ease their tense expressions. I wanted to sleep. However, that old man wouldn't rest. He insisted that some black mist had drifted up to the mountain. I didn't see anything and thought he was imagining things, but he stubbornly argued with me. Did any of you see that black mist?" Mother Sure shot Father Sure an exasperated glance before turning to Su Mianmian. Surprised, Su Mianmian replied, "I didn't see anything." "Neither did I. I saw it." Only Time Sequence claimed to have seen it, which piqued Su Mianmian's curiosity. Was this black mist not visible to everyone? Mianmian, did you see it? Time Sequence inquired, sensing her contemplation. He had a feeling she had witnessed something. Mianmian nodded, affirming his intuition. Time Sequence fell silent for a moment, muttering, "Why is the black mist like this? Why can some see it while others cannot?" Mianmian pondered the same question. The book she had read made no mention of this black mist, leaving her unable to draw any conclusions. It seemed that with her arrival, the apocalypse had become even more enigmatic. This is not the time for such thoughts. There are scattered zombies outside the villa that we must deal with, lest they consume others and converge upon us, Su Jinxian noted, having observed an increase in zombies through the surveillance cameras that morning. They roamed aimlessly but would gather wherever there was commotion. He felt that failing to eliminate them would complicate their lives. Mianmian nodded, understanding the necessity of clearing the nearby zombies, and added that not only the zombies but other threats must also be addressed. Rain was forecasted to arrive in a week and would continue for a month, followed by snowfall. They would have to relocate to higher ground when it snowed, as this place was unsuitable for such conditions. She considered their options: leave now or wait until the rain ceased. Casting a glance at Time Sequence, she sought to gauge his thoughts. The high-rise is not far. We should head there now, clearing the zombies as we go. Since the threat level of the zombies is currently low, it would be beneficial for everyone to practice their skills, Time Sequence suggested after some contemplation. Let us leave now, before anyone else catches on, Mianmian agreed, their minds aligning perfectly. After residing in the villa for so long, she had developed an attachment to it. She stored her belongings in her space, intending to restore it to its former state once they had a stable residence. Concerned that too many people leaving at once might attract zombies, Time Sequence divided the group into smaller teams. Su Qing and his 3 companions were tasked with protecting Mother Shi, Father Shi, and Grandfather Shi. Mianmian, Time Sequence, and Su Jinxian would take care of Butlerly. As Mianmian stepped outside, she encountered a zombie with half its head bitten off. Momentarily stunned, her instincts kicked in, and she instinctively swung her machete at the remaining portion of its head. With a dull thud, the head tumbled to the ground. The others, taken aback, looked at Mianmian with admiration. Mianmian thought to herself, "Can I say that was merely a reflex action?" The zombie had lunged at her, and in the interest of self-preservation, she had acted without thinking. "Does this zombie have a crystal core?" Su Jinxian asked, giving its head a kick, puzzled. Mianmian shook her head, explaining what type of zombies possessed crystal cores. Upon hearing that the gray-eyed zombies lacked cores, Su Jinxian couldn't help but sigh, lamenting. So there are no crystal cores to be found in the early stages of the apocalypse. Mianmian nodded in agreement. If they don't exist, they don't. This is just a practice session. If a level 1 zombie truly appeared, we might find ourselves in trouble. As they approached a nearby house, a small zombie rushed out. Mianmian instinctively kicked it away. Peering into the home, she shook her head in dismay. The little zombie had killed all the inhabitants inside. Should we eliminate this little one? Or perhaps we should spare it? Su Qing suggested, his heart softening upon seeing the 4 or 5-year-old zombie. Mianmian, her expression grave, shook her head. No, it has already consumed several people. Its eyes are darkening. Keeping it alive would pose a grave threat. Time Sequence also disapproved, directing Su Qing. You handle it. Su Qing felt as though Time Sequence was punishing him for his earlier suggestion. Holding his machete, he stared sternly at the small zombie. It seemed to sense his hostility and diverted its gaze from Mianmian to Su Qing. Recognizing that this zombie was more formidable than the others, Su Qing sidestepped its initial attack. The little zombie, taken aback by his swift maneuver, bared its teeth, blood staining its mouth, creating a chilling sight. At that moment, Su Qing had gauged its strength and speed, and he made the first move to strike. As the machete struck the small zombie's head, a resounding thud echoed through the air. Su Qing glanced over, only to find that the creature's head remained unscathed, while his blade had suffered damage. How could this zombie's skull be so resilient? A sense of astonishment welled up within him. Mianmian observed the small zombie, now incensed by Su Qing's actions. As it lunged toward him once more, Su Qing, focus. She couldn't help but admonish. Just as Su Qing regained his composure, the small zombie was already launching itself at him. Chapter 45. What are you doing? In a moment of crisis, Su Qing risked his life. Just as he was about to be seized by a small zombie, he swiftly turned to the side and raised his machete. This time, he struck at the zombie's neck, successfully severing its head. As the head fell to the ground, the cold sweat finally dripped from Su Qing's forehead. Phew! I will never underestimate the frailty of zombies again, he exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow, his face still bearing the marks of anxiety. Mianmian, noticing his exhaustion, tossed him a bottle of spiritual water. Replenish your energy. Some zombies may appear weak, but they can be surprisingly strong. What we see with our eyes is not always the truth, she said gravely. Her words were not merely a caution for Su Qing, but also a warning for the others. In this apocalyptic world, compassion is the most useless sentiment. Mianmian did not wish for them to lose their lives due to pity. I understand. I will no longer entertain such thoughts, Su Qing replied, grabbing the bottle and rising to his feet. His hands trembled slightly. It was the first time he had been so close to a zombie, and he felt a twinge of fear. After drinking the spiritual water, he felt considerably better. Su Qing, check if it has a crystal core, Su Jinxian said, crossing his arms with a teasing smile. Su Qing glanced at Shirshu, who shot him a look that seemed to say, what are you waiting for? Just do it. Su Qing shook his head and crouched down again to investigate, suppressing his disgust. He used his knife to slice open the small zombie's head and began to stir the contents. Those present turned their heads away, unable to watch him search for the crystal core. Mianmian opened her mouth to explain that this was not the proper way to find a crystal core. But Shirshu pulled her back. She glanced at him and saw him shake his head, indicating that he didn't want her to remind him. She closed her mouth and chose to remain silent. As Su Qing stirred the insides, he felt nauseous. Just as he was about to declare that there was no crystal core, his knife suddenly struck something hard. His eyes brightened, and he pried it out with his blade. A crystal core, stained with putrid blood, was dislodged and fell to the ground with a clink at Shirshu's feet. Understanding Su Qing's obsessive cleanliness, Mianmian took out some water to rinse it off. As she washed it, the crystal core revealed its true form, a non-attribute crystal core. Su Qing, why not give it a try? She suggested, her interest waning upon seeing its white hue, as she preferred colored crystal cores. Boss, perhaps you should give it a try. Su Qing glanced at Shirshu, eager for approval. Shirshu shook his head and casually placed the crystal core into Su Qing's hand. With no other option, Su Qing decided to attempt it himself. Following Mianmian's instructions, he focused on feeling the core's energy, drawing that force into his body to blend with his own power. Once absorbed, the crystal core disintegrated into powder. Su Qing opened his eyes and released his ability. The small flame that had once flickered now burned more robustly and brightly. The others, witnessing the effectiveness of his single absorption, were filled with renewed determination. Initially, it was relatively easy to upgrade abilities, and utilizing them more could facilitate further enhancement. However, as they progressed, upgrades would become increasingly challenging. Seeing their envious expressions, Mianmian shook her head, amused. Shirshu nodded in agreement. When he first awakened his powers, they were feeble. After diligent practice, his abilities were nearing the first level. If Mianmian were aware of Shirshu's terrifyingly rapid ability upgrade, she would undoubtedly be astounded. The group pressed forward, encountering few dangerous zombies. Most were merely newly transformed. Mianmian and Shirshu took a few for practice, leaving the remainder to the others. Upon reaching the base of a towering building over 50 stories high, Mianmian silently regarded Shirshu. We need to go to the 37th floor. I've already cleared it. It's sufficient for all of us to reside there. Shirshu seemed to understand her inquiry and began to explain. Mianmian nodded in satisfaction. The selected floor was just right, not too high, nor too low. The high-rise was sparsely populated, and upon their ascent, they saw neither people nor zombies. Once it rained, they anticipated that locals would inevitably arrive. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Mianmian shook her head, feeling a surge of irritation. The elevator was out of service, and when they finally climbed to the 37th floor, everyone, except for the exceptionally fit Shirshu, felt a degree of fatigue. Just as Mianmian was about to speak, she suddenly heard a sound reminiscent of a chainsaw. She glanced at Shirshu, as if to confirm he had heard it too. Shirshu nodded and instructed Su Qing and the others to protect their mothers while he led Mianmian and Su Jinxian toward the source of the noise. Upon arrival, they found 2 men and 2 women attempting to saw through a security door that Shirshu had specially installed. Why is this door so difficult to cut through? Do you think there are really valuable things inside? One of the men panted, having made no progress after sawing for quite some time. He paused to wipe the sweat from his brow. Regardless of what's inside, we must get in. There could be a fortune waiting for us. Why else would they have such a sturdy security door? The woman beside him insisted, pushing him to hurry. After listening to their conversation for a while, Su Mianmian and the others understood that these four were merely attempting to commit burglary, leaving them exasperated. Did these individuals not see the zombies outside? How could they still be thinking about stealing money? Unable to contain herself, Su Mianmian pretended to cough to draw their attention. Upon noticing her, she crossed her arms and, with an expression of indifference, asked, "What are you doing?" The four were visibly startled at her approach. The man with the chainsaw faltered, losing all strength to wield it. We forgot the key. The power is out, so we have to do this to open the door," one woman stammered, her voice trembling. The others nodded in agreement. "How was I unaware that my home included you lot? Do you prefer that I break your legs and kick you out? Or would you rather leave swiftly on your own?" Shirshu said coldly, eyeing the four. It was evident that these individuals lacked the courage to face the outside world, and stepping out would only lead to their demise. He was too apathetic to dirty his hands over them. Su Mianmian shared the same sentiment. These individuals had yet to grasp the gravity of their situation, and it was clear what would happen if they encountered zombies. She regarded their expressions with disdain. "Just because you say it's yours, does that make it so? Do you possess the property deed?" The woman, hearing that the house belonged to them, was incredulous, believing it too coincidental. It seemed they were merely after whatever riches lay within. She was fiercely protective, as if the house were rightfully hers. Su Mianmian, nearly laughing in frustration, retorted, "If you wish to live, you should leave at once. Otherwise, one would remain oblivious to the manner of their demise." She gazed at the four with an enigmatic smile. The four felt provoked and stood tall. One robust man among them retorted defiantly, "I believe it is you who is unaware of how you might meet your end, you wretched woman." Su Mianmian, witnessing their disregard for her earnest counsel, let out a sarcastic smile. Chapter 46, an undeserved death time sequence, and Su Jinxian observed the four individuals before them as if they were watching a theatrical performance. Having provoked Su Mianmian, they had indeed drawn the short straw. Su Mianmian possessed a myriad of methods to deal with them. Time Sequence glanced at Su Mianmian, who was deep in thought, and smiled indulgently. Su Mianmian had been waiting, and at last, a loud shout echoed from the staircase. She knew her opportunity had arrived. "This gift, I hope you will cherish it. We shall retreat for now." With a mysterious expression, Su Mianmian addressed the four, then turned to Time Sequence and Su Jinxian, who understood her unspoken command and retreated to a safe distance. The four at the entrance had yet to grasp the nature of the gift Su Mianmian had mentioned when two grotesque creatures suddenly appeared before their eyes. "Ah, what manner of monsters are these?" they shrieked, staring at the abominable figures that were neither human nor ghost. The zombies, having caught the scent of the living, grew increasingly agitated by their screams, their previously sluggish movements now imbued with unexpected agility. One zombie lunged at a man wielding a saw, sinking its teeth into his throat. The woman nearby screamed even louder upon witnessing the horror. The faster they screamed, the quicker their demise. How foolish they were. Su Mianmian observed the chaotic scene of the men and women in disarray and shook her head in exasperation. Time Sequence found her reaction amusing. After all, it was the typical response of normal people when confronted with zombies. However, Su Mianmian's reaction upon seeing the zombies was rather peculiar. One might assume she had encountered them before. Save for a brief moment of panic, she seemed entirely exhilarated by the encounter. Time Sequence shook his head, feeling a peculiar sense of joy. The remaining three, having heard Su Mianmian's words, fell silent, though their trembling forms betrayed their fear. "Please, someone save us. We promise we won't do it again," cried a woman, who, terrified, leaned against the wall as a yellow liquid trickled down, forming a small puddle at her feet. Su Mianmian turned away, for she was not a benevolent soul. Should they be spared, what reason would they have to mend their ways? Neither Su Jinxian nor Time Sequence harbored any intention of sparing them. They were not so naive as to believe these individuals would truly repent. They understood well the adage, wild grass cannot be completely eradicated. It will spring back with the spring breeze. Suddenly, a zombie lunged at the woman who had just spoken. In a reflexive panic, she grabbed the woman beside her, using her as a shield. The unfortunate woman barely had time to scream before she was consumed by the zombie. Su Mianmian frowned at the scene. This woman was truly ruthless. "Xiaomi, do not blame me. Blame them for not saving us," the terrified woman muttered, her gaze fixated on the corpse being devoured by the zombie. With both zombies preoccupied with their grisly feast, she and another man attempted to flee. Yet, Su Mianmian would not allow their escape. With a swift motion, she kicked both individuals towards the zombies. Their eyes widened in shock as they beheld her. A dangerous smile curled at the corners of Su Mianmian's lips as she spoke. You must be covered in blood, for I am here to enact divine justice. She could see from their faces that they had committed heinous acts in the past. It was only fitting that she delivered this justice. The woman, taken aback by Su Mianmian's knowledge, averted her gaze. What? What are you saying? We are upstanding citizens. She struggled to distance herself from the zombies, her face marred by the terror of the gruesome sight. Seeing her refusal to acknowledge her guilt, Su Mianmian smirked sarcastically and fell silent. After a moment, she cast a glance at the zombie behind the woman and allowed a mocking smile to play on her lips. Whether she admitted her guilt or not was irrelevant. Her fate was sealed. In your next life, strive to be a better person, she declared, just as the zombie sank its teeth into the woman's throat, blood splattering onto the man beside her, who let out a terrified shriek. How obnoxious. The last person who deceived me has met their end. Do you wish to follow suit? Su Mianmian's smile remained as she innocently regarded the last remaining man. He perceived her as a beautiful poison, seemingly harmless, yet more dangerous than anyone could fathom. Just as he opened his mouth to fabricate a lie, Su Mianmian interjected, You know I detest liars. I haven't done anything heinous. They were the ones who entered and killed. I merely assisted in moving the bodies. Besides, we only targeted the elderly. Killing them merely alleviated their family's burdens. The man protested desperately. I believe we have done nothing wrong. Before he could utter another word, Time Sequence hurled a knife, ending his life. These individuals are truly a plague. Are those words even human? Such abhorrent sentiments. Su Mianmian's fury was palpable as she surveyed the carnage around her. Those who had committed such vile acts were fortunate indeed that she had not allowed them to escape. Once the scene was cleared, Su Mianmian still felt a simmering anger within her. Time Sequence approached her, gently patting her head. Do not waste your emotions on these wretches. They are destined for hell. Su Mianmian nodded in agreement, believing they were not merely bound for hell, but rather condemned to eternal damnation without the hope of reincarnation. When Mother Shi and the others arrived, the area had already been tidied up. Su Mianmian and her companions refrained from mentioning the heinous deeds of those individuals, simply stating that someone had attempted to encroach upon their property. Has someone already tried to claim our home? Surely, they cannot have foreseen the apocalypse? Mother Shi expressed her concern. Su Mianmian chuckled at Mother Shi's adorableness, thinking how delightful it was that she could still find humor amidst chaos. Fear not, Mother. Those individuals merely covet our superior facilities. There is no need for undue worry. She reassured her by patting Mother Shi's shoulder. With Mother Shi present, Su Mianmian felt her spirits lift considerably. The notion of a cleared floor was indeed a splendid idea. The space was ample, perfectly suitable for their large group. The new technology employed here could filter the toxic air from outside. Upon entering, Su Mianmian felt her breathing improve significantly. We're leaving. Is there any chance we could dismantle all this equipment? I would like to take it with us, Su Qing inquired curiously. Time Sequence shot him a bemused look, perplexed by his thoughts. Su Qing, we won't require air filtration for much longer. The recent surge in viral content is merely temporary. Once the seismic activities settle, these devices will be unnecessary. However, if you wish to dismantle them, I suppose it could be arranged. Su Mianmian glanced at Time Sequence, knowing he would be the one to address this matter. As Shirshu glanced at Su Mianmian in inquiry, he nodded and replied, If you wish to dismantle it, then do so. He perceived Su Qing as rather idle. Upon hearing Shirshu's acquiescence, Su Qing was filled with uncontainable joy. Su Mianmian surveyed her room, noting the sizable window that allowed ample light to flood in, and with a look of satisfaction, she nodded in approval. At that moment, a piercing scream reached Su Mianmian's ears, prompting her to turn in the direction of the sound. Upon seeing it, her eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 47. Whether human or ghost, come forth. A flock of sparrows collided violently with the neighboring high-rise. Su Mianmian gazed in astonishment at the scene before her, unable to fathom the reason behind their actions. Mianmian, quickly draw the curtains. The urgent voice of Shirshu echoed from behind her. Without much thought, Su Mianmian stepped forward and pulled the curtains shut. In the next moment, a series of thunderous impacts resonated. Su Mianmian struggled to imagine the horrifying sight that would unfold if she were to draw the curtains again. Mianmian, you're not frightened, are you? They're merely newly mutated sparrows, lacking significant power. Our glass is quite sturdy. Nothing like what happened at the neighboring building should occur, Shirshu reassured her, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. Having not witnessed the chaos next door, Su Mianmian hastily inquired, Shirshu, what transpired at the neighboring building. Initially reluctant to disclose the details, Shirshu observed the seriousness etched on her face and decided to reveal. The glass in the neighboring building was shattered, and the sparrows flew inside. Those who were alive within might be in grave peril. Mianmian responded with a silent understanding. Realizing this was one of the reasons Shirshu had urged her to close the curtains to shield her from the gruesome imagery. I understand now. Those sparrows should not return, she stated, her face devoid of expression as the sounds of impact dwindled. These mutated sparrows were among the most bothersome foes in this apocalyptic world, causing her considerable distress. Regardless of whether they return, we need not fear. I have unwavering confidence in our glass, Shirshu replied, exuding certainty. Mianmian smiled at his demeanor. While confidence is commendable, should they truly wish to invade, such force may be beyond your anticipation. Their initial display of strength is alarming, and given time, they could become even more formidable. Shirshu, if you encounter these mutated sparrows outside, what would your strategy be to confront them? Mianmian scrutinized him closely, testing his ability to devise an effective solution. Understanding her intent, Shirshu pondered briefly, then glanced at the drawn curtains before turning back to her, his eyes filled with confidence. Birds generally fear fire. Combining water and ice, or water with electricity, could also serve as methods to attack them. What do you think? He proposed assertively. Mianmian chuckled, acknowledging his ingenuity. You are indeed clever, Shirshu. Keep it up, she commended, lightly patting his shoulder before turning to leave. Shirshu, left smiling, shook his head in amusement. Where did Mianmian learn such things? Surely not from the old man. Following her outside, they discovered others engaged in a discussion about the taste of roasted sparrows. Mianmian exchanged glances with Shirshu, both at a loss for words. I suggest you refrain from eating them. They are now toxic. Be wary of becoming a zombie. She calmly interrupted their fervent debate. Upon hearing her warning, the group fell silent, their enthusiasm dampened. Why would you consider devouring sparrows when we have plenty of meat? Mianmian remarked, unable to suppress her sarcasm as she observed their disappointed faces. Shirshu trailed behind her, shaking his head in exasperation. These brothers are utterly frivolous. We merely wish to give it a try. We promise we won't do it again. Su Qing, the leader of the group, raised his hand in mock surrender, prompting others to follow suit. Shirshu cast a stoic glance their way, causing them to lower their heads in shame. Seeing this, Mianmian tugged at Shirshu, saying, Come. Let us go outside to assess the situation. As they departed, the group collectively exhaled in relief. Mianmian, were you concerned I would be unable to handle them inside? You needn't worry about such matters in the future. How could they possibly restrain me? Shirshu chuckled, amused by her concern. Stopping in her tracks, Mianmian turned to him. Shaking her head, I sensed a subtle disturbance earlier. I'm unsure of its origin, but I wish to investigate. Shirshu, observing her seriousness, took her words to heart. They ascended the building. The darkness deepened, and Shirshu used a flashlight to illuminate the steps. As they climbed higher, the sensation intensified, and upon reaching the 45th floor, she halted. It's right here. She indicated a door on her right. Shirshu, sensing her gravity, contemplated kicking the door down. Mianmian, startled, halted him. This door seems quite sturdy. It's best to avoid brute force. She was taken aback by his inclination to kick it open. Shirshu nodded, retracting the idea. At that moment, a rustling sound emanated from the doorway, imbued with an eerie quality. Mianmian nearly laughed. Such a paltry trick to deter her was amusing. A smile crept upon her lips. Whether human or ghost, come forth. Shirshu, vigilant, scanned their surroundings, following her gaze towards the door, which revealed nothing. Just then, the door swung open, revealing a pitch-black interior where visibility was obscured. As Mianmian pushed the door ajar, a dog leaped out. Reacting instinctively, Shirshu kicked at it, causing the dog to yelp and tumble to the ground. From within, a man rushed out. Why did you harm my dog? I opened the door for you. His disheveled hair concealed his face, yet Mianmian sensed he was an odd individual. This strangeness was intricate, as if he could be advantageous if utilized properly. Yet a blade aimed at them if mismanaged. With narrowed eyes, she contemplated unraveling this situation. Shall we dispose of him directly? Shirshu, sensing her murderous intent, raised his weapon. The man, noticing their hostile demeanor, trembled. I did nothing wrong. Please don't kill me. My dog merely wishes to protect me, he pleaded, appearing genuinely unfortunate to have encountered such threatening individuals. You possess penetrating abilities. You were using them to observe us just now. Am I correct? Mianmian crossed her arms. Her expression icy. The man, taken aback by her knowledge of his powers, exclaimed, "How did you know I had abilities? I only discovered them this morning. Are you aware of the events outside?" He appeared innocent, feigning ignorance of the chaos. Su Mianmian's smile transformed, now laced with danger. This man was a master of deceit, and she had no intention of allowing him to remain. "If you do not speak the truth, I shall take your life," she declared with a chilling indifference. "I detest deceitful individuals." Su Mianmian fixed her cold gaze upon the man, her disdain palpable. The intensity of her stare sent shivers down his spine, rendering him unable to utter another lie. He quickly recounted everything, revealing that he had discovered their secrets while using his extraordinary abilities and had been observing them ever since. Had it not been for a minor issue with his powers, Su Mianmin would have never uncovered his presence. She deemed such a person perilous. His extraordinary ability was indeed rare, yet, should she kill him or spare his life? Chapter 48. Collaboration. Su Mianmian instinctively glanced at Shirshu, who, noticing her gaze, lowered his head to meet her eyes. His expression was devoid of any particular meaning, seemingly urging her to make a decision. "Tell me, should you be spared from death?" The revelation of their affair made it apparent that not eliminating her would be perilous. A smile adorned Su Mianmian's face, yet it failed to reach her eyes. She genuinely contemplated the prospect of eradicating this potential threat, unless he could present a justification for his survival, one that would satisfy her. With a calm demeanor, she scrutinized the man, her eyes reflecting a tumultuous mix of emotions. The man, feeling the weight of her gaze, sensed a chill creeping up his neck. "Please, don't kill me. I harbor no ill intentions. I swear," he exclaimed, panic evident in his features. Su Mianmian shook her head, disappointment etched across her face. "That reasoning does not resonate with me. Better to mistakenly eliminate 1,000 than to let one escape." As she spoke, she advanced towards him with an air of intimidation. The man, frightened, retreated, neglecting his dog in his haste. I can assist you, just spare my life. I can do anything you ask. I'm a botanist. I can help cultivate food, vegetables, whatever you need." In his fluster, he slapped his forehead, realizing that such skills might not be of value to them. He sensed his fate was sealed, yet Su Mianmian halted her approach. This capability could indeed prove beneficial. Establishing a base would necessitate food cultivation. Su Mianmian turned to Shirshu, seeking his thoughts. "Do you possess any evidence of your ability to grow crops? The land is now rife with viruses." Shirshu nodded, and upon seeing this, Su Mianmian addressed the man with an impassive expression. The man was taken aback, surprised they found this topic of interest. I assure you, I can do it. My name is Wu Xiao. If you investigate, you will find my words to be true," he asserted confidently. His confidence did not appear feigned, prompting Su Mianmin to glance at Shirshu, who approached her and provided clarification. To her astonishment, Shirshu was familiar with this individual, leading her to scrutinize Wu Xiao more closely. This man had cultivated rice in the desert. Indeed, he possessed remarkable talent. "But how can we trust that you won't betray us? I find it hard to believe in your integrity." Su Mianmian regarded Wu Xiao, arms crossed, her demeanor cold. Wu Xiao slapped his forehead, regretting his earlier deceit. "What can I do to earn your trust? I will accept whatever you propose." In response, Su Mianmian retrieved a pill from her pocket, actually from her space. "This is a poison. If you betray us, you will succumb to its effects. Should you genuinely wish to accompany us, we will provide the antidote." The pill in her hand resembled a ticking bomb to Wu Xiao, who felt his mouth go dry. Trembling, he reached out and took the pill, swallowing it without a second glance. It dissolved instantly, and he sensed an invisible chain binding him. "You should now feel its effects. Do not engage in actions unbefitting, nor utter words that should remain unspoken. I hope for a harmonious collaboration." A genuine smile lit up Su Mianmian's face, reaching her eyes this time. Shirshu looked at her with surprise, not expecting her to possess such a potent item. Initially, he thought she was merely attempting to intimidate Wu Xiao, but now he had to concede that Su Mianmian possessed something remarkable. Wu Xiao nodded, a resigned expression on his face. "Rest assured, I have no desire to die." With that, he fell silent. Observing his despondent demeanor, Su Mianmian wished to alleviate her partner's melancholy. "Do not despair, we are not heartless. As long as you remain loyal, we will not indiscriminately take lives. We only target those who pose a threat. Now, hasten to gather your belongings and join us," she instructed, gesturing towards the door. Wu Xiao, still in a daze, instinctively stood up and complied with her command. Upon entering, Su Mianmian exchanged glances with the dog he had left behind, which unexpectedly approached her and began to nuzzle against her. Su Mianmian was bewildered, turning to Shirshu as if seeking clarification about the dog's behavior. Amused, Shirshu couldn't help but smile at her adorably perplexed expression. When Wu Xiao emerged with his belongings, he found his dog entirely loyal to Su Mianmian, circling her legs. He could only shake his head in disbelief. "Let us be off," Su Mianmian declared, leading the way down. The others were taken aback to see them return with a stranger. "Once we reach the base, you will be responsible for cultivating food and vegetables. Treat him well." Technical staff, Su Mianmian jested with a smile. Wu Xiao was caught off guard by her introduction, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, yet his spirit lifted considerably. Observing his previously despondent expression soften, Su Mianmian couldn't suppress a slight smile. Her expertise lay in winning hearts and minds, using a blend of intimidation and kindness to secure loyalty. Shirshu noticed her smile, which did not escape his keen observation, and a glimmer of amusement danced in his eyes. This was perhaps the essence of the proverbial mantis stalking the cicada, while the yellow bird lay in wait. "So, you're a technical expert. Our food supply will be entrusted to you. A significant responsibility," Shifu remarked, excitement evident in his voice. Suddenly, Shizong's expression grew serious as he regarded Wu Xiao. "Is your grandfather named Wu Guodong?" he inquired, capturing everyone's attention. Su Mianmian's eyes flickered, as if she grasped something profound. "Yes, do you know my grandfather?" Wu Xiao asked, curiosity evident in his tone. "Your grandfather and I were good friends, though our paths diverged, and we lost contact," Shizong replied with a hint of nostalgia, shaking his head in disappointment. Wu Xiao pondered for a moment before responding. "He left long ago. There was an explosion at the lab. He left the rest unsaid, but the implication was clear to all." Shizong sighed, expressing regret. "What a pity. And what of your father? I once held him as a child, but I wonder what he is doing now. My parents are abroad. With the current situation, I am uncertain if they will ever return," Wu Xiao replied, a note of sorrow in his voice. "Grandfather, sure. Are you aware of what has transpired?" Wu Xiao, perhaps due to his acquaintance with his own grandfather, now possessed a semblance of tranquility. Although he outwardly appeared composed, internally he was in a state of turmoil. Su Mianmian was taken aback by the revelation of their connection. She glanced back at Su, who shook his head in response, indicating his unawareness of the situation. Grandfather Shi engaged in lively conversation with Wu Xiao, while Su intended to take the opportunity to practice their skills outside. Observing this, Su Mianmian decided to accompany them downstairs. Chapter 49, Zombies. Cocoon? As a few individuals descended the stairs, the sun had long vanished from sight. Su Mianmian listened to the distant screams, shaking her head in exasperation. The louder they cried, the more the zombies gravitated toward them. It was baffling how they had yet to grasp this simple truth. "Mianmian, what are you pondering?" Su Jinxian asked, ruffling her hair with a bemused expression. Su Mianmian glanced at Shirshu, who seemed troubled by the ominous black mist they had encountered. She nodded, but a thought struck her. With so few people at home, would they be safe alone? She looked at Shirshu curiously. He hardly seemed the type to leave their father and others behind. Shirshu shook his head. "It's just the three of us going up. The four here will practice a bit and return shortly to guard them." Seeing that Shirshu had made arrangements, Su Mianmian nodded in agreement. She retrieved a vehicle from her spatial storage, with Shirshu driving, herself in the passenger seat, and Su Jinxian in the back. After they departed, Su Qing and the others paired off to seek out zombies for practice. Throughout the journey, Su Mianmian heard cries for help emanating from homes, and she shook her head, convinced they had yet to recognize their dire reality. If these individuals failed to learn self-rescue, they would undoubtedly perish in their own homes. Zombies are still weak. If we don't venture out now, when will we? Su Jinxian grumbled from the back seat. Su Mianmian smiled. Home was always a comfort zone. Most people were reluctant to leave it unless absolutely necessary. It would only be when food ran out and utilities ceased that panic would truly set in. For now, this was merely the beginning. Let us ignore them. We are not their saviors and cannot tend to so many. They are simply naive, hoping for rescue without sacrifice. Su Mianmin stated candidly. Su Jinxian and Shirshu nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in her words. As they ascended the mountain, the black mist they had seen the previous night reappeared. Su Mianmian furrowed her brow. This mist was certainly no ordinary fog. What could it be? She hoped to find answers upon reaching the summit. Shirshu gripped the steering wheel, his confusion deepening. Suddenly, he slammed on the brakes. Su Mianmian and Su Jinxian were caught off guard, lurching forward due to inertia. Thankfully, the seatbelts restrained them. Otherwise, they would have suffered a harsh impact. Regaining her composure, Su Mianmian turned to Shirshu. What's wrong? The road ahead appeared clear, so his sudden stop signified something significant. The vehicle nearly malfunctioned. We may need to proceed on foot. It's best to wear gas masks, Shirshu replied solemnly. Upon hearing this, Su Mianmian and Apos' expression turned grave. The mist possessed capabilities beyond her expectations. She retrieved 3 gas masks from her spatial storage, handing 2 to them and donning the last herself. Once outside, Su Mianmian returned the vehicle to her spatial storage. As they ascended further, she felt the air grow thinner. Despite the abundance of trees, breathing became increasingly labored. I can't continue without an oxygen tank. How about you? If you feel unwell, don't push yourselves, she insisted earnestly. Shirshu and Su Jinxian contemplated her words and decided it was prudent to be cautious. Once equipped, they continued their ascent. Su Mianmian inhaled deeply, clarity returning to her vision. Observing the flowers and plants by the roadside, she sensed their trembling, as if they feared something lurking nearby. Confident in her intuition, she recognized that her wood-based abilities allowed her to perceive the emotions of these plants. She shared her observations with Shirshu and Su Jinxian, who appeared reluctant to let her proceed further. Staying here alone would be more dangerous for me, and if I encounter danger, I can always retreat into my spatial realm. There is no need to worry about me, Su Mianmian asserted firmly, unwilling to remain behind. Seeing her determination, the two eventually acquiesced. As they neared the mountain's peak, Su Mianmian's heart began to race, a wave of unease washing over her. Shirshu sensed her discomfort. Even through the gas mask, he noticed her suddenly pale complexion. Mianmian, what's wrong? Are you unwell? He asked, supporting her with concern. Su Jinxian mirrored his worry, his face etched with anxiety as he glanced at her helplessly. After a moment, Su Mianmian steadied herself, calming the tumult in her heart. I'm fine. It was just a brief moment of panic. Shirshu, Jinxian, I sense something is terribly amiss here. Her expression turned serious as she glanced between them. Recognizing the gravity of her premonition, Shirshu and Su Jinxian heightened their vigilance. Su Mianmin and Apos' instincts had always proven accurate. They could not afford to be complacent. As they resumed their ascent, each was on high alert. Shirshu unleashed his mental energy, detecting numerous small entities moving outside. He gestured for caution, indicating the presence of something ahead. The Su siblings nodded, proceeding with heightened wariness. Before long, they reached the summit, where the terrain flattened out. To their right lay a cave. Su Mianmian heard growls emanating from within and instinctively moved forward to investigate, only for Shirshu to pull her aside. Taking refuge behind some bushes, they peered cautiously at the cave entrance. Soon, several zombies emerged, moving faster and more human-like than those they had previously encountered. Su Mianmin surmised they were approaching level 1. Upon locking eyes with them, her suspicions were confirmed. Quietly, she relayed her observations to Shirshu and Su Jinxian. Their expressions turned grave at her words. Shirshu, now able to perceive the interior of the cave through his mental energy, was puzzled by an object wrapped in an oval shape within. He motioned for the others to retreat to a safer distance. Once they were secure, Shirshu conveyed what he had seen. Su Mianmian's heart sank. The object you saw, it couldn't possibly be a zombie cocoon, could it? That's revolting. The thought of the cocoon described in the books made her stomach churn. Noticing her discomfort, Shirshu and Su Jinxian exchanged perplexed glances. Mianmian, what's wrong? You've been acting strangely since we climbed the mountain, Shirshu inquired, patting her shoulder with curiosity. Su Jinxian, equally bewildered, gazed at her, struggling to comprehend her sudden change since awakening. Su Jinxian attributed this to his failure to protect her. She had grown up alone under the threats of those individuals. This was also the reason for her transformation. Every time Su Jinxian contemplated these matters, he regretted not having dealt with those people. He hoped that in the end times, they would meet again, and at that moment, both old grievances and new vendettas would be avenged. His eyes were filled with a murderous intent. Su Mianmian, oblivious to the change in Su Jinxian, was pondering how to explain to them what a zombie cocoon was. After a prolonged silence, she finally formulated her explanation. Chapter 50. The destruction of the cave. Su Mianmian's demeanor shifted from sorrow to joy as she cheerfully remarked, "You all understand that children are the continuation of humanity, right?" Time sequence and Su Jinxian exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of her intent. Observing their confusion, Su Mianmian directly encouraged, "Feel free to speak your minds." "Mianmian, isn't that common knowledge?" They both responded, bewildered. Upon hearing their remarks, Su Mianmian refrained from arguing, instead nodding and calmly stating, "What you saw earlier was actually the progeny of zombies." Time Sequence and Su Jinxian were momentarily taken aback. There was something unsettling about the way Su Mianmian conveyed this information with such composure. "Mianmian, are you certain they are merely the offspring of zombies? How did they come to be?" Time Sequence inquired, a look of curiosity on his face. Sensing that Su Mianmian must possess some knowledge, Su Mianmian shot him a glare. She had no desire to divulge the repugnant details, yet since they were eager to know, she continued, "You asked for this. If you choose not to eat dinner tonight, do not blame me." Her expression turned grave as she continued. "The outer layer consists of zombie saliva. Inside, well, there are pregnant women, and they are very much alive, not yet turned into zombies." With difficulty, she disclosed the grim truth. The reason she found it so revolting was that these zombies would select the most adaptable pregnant woman to serve as their puppet, destined to give birth to the next generation of zombie offspring. The zombie queen is the foundation of a nest. If she dies, they must promptly find a suitable replacement, lest they remain homeless. Occasionally, the demise of a zombie queen from one nest may incite a scramble to seize another's. The thought was both horrifying and nauseating to Su Mianmian. A single zombie queen could bear dozens of zombie children, and one could only imagine the terror of her swollen belly. Her diet was equally repulsive, consisting not only of human flesh but also of zombie meat. As Time Sequence and Su Jinxian observed Su Mianmian's shifting expressions, they exchanged serious glances, now fully attentive to her words. "Mianmian, is there any hope left for those pregnant women?" Su Jinxian asked, a look of concern etched on his face. He felt a sense of hopelessness but was slightly encouraged by Su Mianmian's mention of living pregnant women. "Brother, don't even think about it. They are currently engaged in a brutal fight among themselves. Whoever survives will become the zombie queen. They are no longer human." Su Mianmian shook her head, exuding resignation. She spoke the truth, unwilling to fabricate any lies. Su Jinxian nodded nonchalantly. If they were still alive, a rescue might be feasible. But if they had already lost their humanity, then that was that. We must eradicate this zombie nest. It is alarmingly close to where we reside. Once the zombie queen is born, the zombies will leave in search of human prey to replenish their strength and continuously produce new zombies. We cannot remain passive. We must eliminate it before the zombie queen is born, Su Mianmian declared with utmost seriousness. Time Sequence and Su Jinxian shared the same resolve, and the trio swiftly began devising a strategy. After an intense discussion and several revisions, they finally settled on a straightforward yet effective method to burn them all to ashes. Zombies are most fearful of fire, and their saliva cannot withstand the flames. "What about using a bomb? Don't we have one?" Su Jinxian suggested, contemplating. "First, we set off a bomb, then ignite the fire. It should expedite the process." Su Mianmian glanced at Time Sequence, who expressed no objections to this plan. Time Sequence pondered aloud. "Will this attract other zombies?" Su Mianmian shook her head. "The zombie queen has not yet been born. They will not seek food. This is their most precarious moment, and they will avoid any threats to their future." With that assurance, Time Sequence nodded in agreement. "Let's proceed as you suggest. Mianmian, we will require your abilities to deliver the bomb inside." Time Sequence smiled at Su Mianmian, who responded with an affirmative gesture. The three of them divided their tasks and approached the cave once more. Upon arrival, Su Mianmian retrieved the desired bomb as instructed by Time Sequence. Upon inspection, she noted its diminutive size, uncertain of its efficacy given the cave's presumed vastness. Seeking confirmation, she looked at Time Sequence, who nodded reassuringly. Meanwhile, Su Jinxian was taken aback by the bomb's size, though Su Mianmian did not witness his reaction. Time Sequence ignited the bomb, and Su Mianmian promptly utilized her wood-based abilities to place it within the cave, channeling all her energy to position it in the central area. Once she withdrew her powers, Time Sequence and Su Jinxian ignited the cave before sealing it with stones, not to suffocate the zombies but to delay their emergence. After sealing the entrance, the trio hastily fled down the mountain. After sprinting for about 10 seconds, a loud explosion echoed behind them. The force of the blast propelled them forward. Upon landing, Time Sequence quickly searched for Su Mianmian. Feeling dazed, Su Mianmian sensed she might have sustained a concussion. Shaking her head only intensified her dizziness. "Stop shaking your head. It will only make you feel worse. Lie flat for a moment before sitting up," Time Sequence advised as he rushed to her side. Noticing her distress, he gently supported her head, effectively halting her movements. Meanwhile, Su Jinxian remained oblivious to the unfolding scene, listening to time sequence words. Su Mianmian lay flat for a while and gradually felt better. My brother should be fine, right? His head just recovered. She expressed concern for Su Jinxian, clutching Time Sequence's hand anxiously. Time Sequence glanced at Su Jinxian, who was resting nearby, and reassured her, he is perfectly fine, simply resting beside you. Turning her head, Su Mianmian spotted Su Jinxian and sighed in relief. She sat up and retrieved 3 bottles of spiritual spring water from her space, offering 2 to Time Sequence. After drinking, she felt significantly revitalized. Time Sequence handed a bottle to Su Jinxian, who accepted it and drank eagerly. The 3 of them felt rejuvenated after consuming the water. That bomb was incredibly powerful. We managed to escape quite a distance, yet it still propelled us forward, Su Mianmian remarked, shaking her head in disbelief. Su Jinxian quickly explained, don't let its small size fool you. Its power is unmatched by a whole stack of grenades. The cave must be completely collapsed by now. Really? I had no idea it was that formidable. Su Mianmian replied, astonished. With your mental prowess, can you still reach into that cave? Su Mianmian inquired, scratching the back of her head with an expression of curiosity. Shirshu shook his head, indicating that he needed to draw closer. The 3 of them returned to the cave, only to find that the vicinity was littered with ashes and some partially shattered bones. Su Mianmian cast a fleeting glance before averting her gaze. She was still unaccustomed to such sights. As Shirshu delved deeper with his mental energy, Su Mianmian and Su Jinxian remained quietly by his side. After a few minutes, Shirshu opened his eyes, a smile gracing his face as he declared, everything has been completely incinerated. Chapter 51. Why are you hitting me? Upon hearing those words, Su Mianmian could hardly contain her joy. The cave had been utterly destroyed, rendering it impossible for any future zombies to establish a lair there. The extent of the destruction was such that it was no longer suitable for their habitation. Su Mianmian smiled, feeling quite pleased with the day's accomplishments. Look, the black mist is gone. Su Jinxian, surprised, noted the absence of the black mist that had surrounded them. So, this black mist is related to the zombie lair? Upon hearing this, Su Mianmian and Shirshu began to scan their surroundings, confirming that the black mist enveloping the mountain had indeed vanished. Su Mianmian pondered for a moment, concluding that the black mist was indeed connected to the zombie lair. If that's the case, we can use the black mist to locate the zombie lairs in the future. I wonder if this mist only appears before the zombie queen is born. Shaking her head, she realized that the book had not mentioned anything about this, and the truth seemed increasingly elusive. Regardless, the black mist provided an important clue. Mianmian, where are zombie lairs typically found? Shirshu asked, believing that understanding this would enhance their ability to destroy the lairs in the future. They can be anywhere, especially in dark places, which tend to attract zombies. Some zombie queens are particularly terrifying. They can even give rise to zombie emperors, those that resemble humans. Noticing the bewildered expressions on their faces at the mention of zombie emperors, Su Mianmian elaborated, they look like humans? Doesn't that mean they can blend into crowds undetected? Su Jinxian was momentarily stunned before expressing his shock. Su Mianmian nodded, explaining that this was precisely why they were referred to as zombie emperors. They were the advanced version of zombies. But you need not worry too much. These typically emerge later in the apocalypse. The most important thing for us now is to enhance our abilities. Once we are strong enough, we shall fear no danger. Every evening, Su Mianmian would enter her space for additional training, eager for her abilities to upgrade. The speed at which the zombies evolved was alarming, and she feared encountering formidable foes in the future. Indeed, let us hurry. Our families must be worried about us. Su Jinxian affectionately ruffled Su Mianmian's hair, smiling. He felt it best not to share his concerns with her. Such matters were better kept to himself. As the trio descended the mountain, Su Mianmian noticed that the flowers and plants along the roadside seemed to be in a much better mood. She no longer sensed their previous fear. It appeared that their initial trepidation had been due to the zombie lair. These plants were even more sensitive than humans. She shared her observations with Shirshu and Su Jinxian, who regarded the flora with newfound curiosity. Mutated plants and animals are remarkable. When you encounter them, you'll recognize their strengths. I hope your reaction is one of wonder, rather than fear. With a mysterious smile, Su Mianmian continued, and both Shirshu and Su Jinxian understood that she was cautioning them. The path down was easy to navigate, and perhaps due to her uplifting spirit, Su Mianmian found joy in everything around her. Even the occasional zombie they encountered while driving did not bother her. Hey, Mianmian, look at that person. She resembles Su Ran. Why isn't she with them? Su Jinxian suddenly exclaimed, pointing to Su Ran on another road. He eagerly nudged Su Mianmian's seat. Intrigued. Following his gaze, Su Mianmian saw Su Ran surrounded by several people, clearly frightened, as they formed a protective circle around her. A mischievous smile crept onto her lips as she turned to Shirshu. Shirshu, we've spotted an acquaintance. Let us go have a chat. Shirshu glanced at Su Mianmian, noticing her eagerness, and chuckled as he maneuvered the car towards Su Ran. When Su Ran and her companions saw the approaching vehicle, their excitement was palpable, and they began to dance around joyfully. Su Mianmian couldn't help but feel disdain for their foolishness, wondering if Su Ran would still be pleased to see her inside the car. Soon, Shirshu parked next to Su Ran and her group. Su Mianmian rolled down the window and feigned surprise. Su Ran, why are you with these people? Aren't you going home? The moment Su Ran saw Su Mianmian in the car, her expression soured. Realizing she could not afford to be without support, she suppressed her displeasure and decided to coax Su Mianmian into giving her a ride home. I was out with friends yesterday, and when I woke up today, I'm just about to head home. Could you give me a ride? Su Ran pleaded, her companions looking on in confusion. Since you know the people in the car, isn't it normal to ask for a favor? One of them remarked, puzzled by Su Ran's demeanor. Before long, someone recognized Su Mianmian and exclaimed, "You're Su Mianmian, the notorious sister of Su Ran. How can you bully her? That's so cruel. Su Ran, we shouldn't let her take you home. What if she bullies you again?" Unable to contain her laughter, Su Mianmian was amused by how Su Ran had crafted a tragic narrative of being bullied by her sister in front of these people. Su Ran, who is truly bullying whom? You really are a blooming white lotus, always seeking to play the victim. Su Ran was exasperated by the woman who had just spoken. She longed for the protection of Su Mianmian and Shirshu to get home. Yet this woman's words threatened that hope. Suppressing her irritation, she looked up at Su Mianmian with a feigned innocence. Sister, how could I ever think of you as a wicked sister? She glanced at the protective figures surrounding her and shook her head helplessly. I don't and Appos, do you know why they think you are like that? I have always believed you are the best sister in the world. Su Mianmian nearly burst into laughter, finding the notion of being the best sister quite nauseating. Did Su Ran not find this absurd? With a puzzled expression, Su Mianmian regarded Su Ran as if assessing her audacity. Seeing the look in her eyes, Su Ran remained unfazed, insisting with sincerity, I truly mean it. Shaking her head, Su Mianmian felt the conversation was losing its interest. Su Ran, if you continue to speak this way, your companions will be upset. Those who play both sides are the most repugnant. People have memories. While you speak ill of me to them, you simultaneously claim these thoughts are theirs. Do you really think you are the only clever one? With a cold snort, Su Mianmian's demeanor turned icy. Su Ran was about to utter more words when the woman who had just offended her seemed to be awakened by Su Mianmian's remarks. She raised her hand and slapped Su Ran sharply. With a resounding crack, Su Mianmian exclaimed in delight. Su Ran felt a stinging pain on her cheek. She covered her face, staring in astonishment at the woman who had struck her. Bai Qing, what are you doing? Why did you hit me? Su Ran's composure shattered. Her face contorted with rage. The intensity of her expression, coupled with her furious tone, caused those around her to instinctively retreat a few steps. The drama was about to unfold. Chapter 52. Living is more painful than death. What do you want from me? You ask. Did you not once lament how your sister bullied you, making you eat leftover food and live in the attic? We pitied you then, only to see you now. Humph, I must have been blind to your true nature. Bai Qing, with her unyielding spirit, fearlessly confronted Su Ran, pointing at her face and laying bare the truth. The anger among the others was palpable. They felt like pawns in Su Ran's game. Her previous words echoed in their ears, now seemingly disavowed. The men present, however, began to exhibit a protective instinct upon witnessing Su Ran's humiliation. All right, Bai Qing. Ranran hasn't said anything, so perhaps you should cease your tirade. What more do you want after striking her? A man beside Su Ran gazed at her reddened face, concern etched across his features. Ah, Bai Lin, are you truly my brother? To defend a white lotus like her? Bai Qing remarked, disappointment coloring her expression as she shook her head. Bai Lin was at a loss, bewildered by Bai Qing's newfound fastidiousness over trivial matters. He had not even shown her disappointment, yet she was quick to express hers. You have truly been spoiled by our parents, he retorted. Bai Qing, exuding an air of exasperation, responded, Bai Lin, you really are a good brother. After she deceived us, you still speak in her favor. Do you have feelings for her? Her mind swirled with his disapproving gaze, leaving her defenseless as she spoke her thoughts aloud. Bai Lin's frustration simmered beneath the surface. Though he harbored a slight interest in Su Ran, it was clear she had no such feelings for him. Her words left him in a precarious position, and his expression darkened with indignation. He silently wished he had no sister at all. Observing the sibling drama unfold, Su Mianmian felt detached. As Su Ran vanished from the scene, she felt a sense of relief. With a mocking smile, she remarked, "Su Ran, you seem to have quite the entourage of admirers. I wonder if they know you once played the mistress for money, even having had an abortion." Su Mianmin's words struck home, transforming Su Ran's expression to one of shock and fury. The revelation that such a private matter was known left her reeling. Su Mianmian, with a sly smile, reveled in the power of her newfound knowledge, wondering if Su Ran's knights would remain steadfast in their loyalty after this revelation. "How could you falsely accuse me, sister? Those deeds were yours. Why shift the blame onto me? I know brother-in-law is in the car, and you want to divert suspicion. But who would believe that? Everyone knows you are the one without money," Su Ran retorted, displaying a remarkable ability to counterattack in the face of danger. Su Mianmian chuckled, acknowledging Su Ran and Appo's cleverness. Yet, she felt a tinge of pity for her. Such composure was admirable, yet ultimately futile. "I may lack wealth, but my brother and husband are affluent. Before my brother's misfortune, he provided for me. Afterward, my husband has done the same. Why would I seek an older man for money? But you, with your family's company in turmoil, have resorted to, well, we all understand the implications." The crowd, familiar with the intricacies of their social circle, grasped the insinuations without needing further elaboration. Bai Lin instinctively distanced himself from Su Ran. While Bai Qing's derisive snort echoed in the air, mocking him, Bai Lin, preoccupied with his own thoughts, felt relief wash over him for not having been involved with Su Ran. Such a woman would haunt him with revulsion for eternity if he had ever been intimate with her. One man remained silent, exuding an air of indifference as he observed the unfolding drama. Su Mianmian, catching sight of him, paused. There was an unsettling aura about him, and as she scrutinized him, she noticed a gruesome wound on his hand, oozing with infection. When Su Ran noticed Su Mianmian's gaze fixed on Qin Xian, her eyes widened in terror. "Sister, why are you staring at Qin Xian? Do you have feelings for him, despite being married?" Su Mianmian laughed at the absurdity of the suggestion. "Just because I look at someone does not imply affection. Your mind is far too narrow. I could not care less. Seeing you today has soured my mood. The mere thought of you mingling with those types is worrisome." After making her point, she waved her hand dismissively, as if to rid herself of the negative energy. Su Ran's fury was palpable, her eyes blazing with rage. "Time to leave. We shouldn't linger around here with someone on the brink of madness," Su Mianmian stated, ignoring Su Ran's simmering anger as she rolled up the car window. As the vehicle pulled away, her brother, Su Jinxian, remained unusually quiet, prompting her to inquire, "Why were you silent just now?" "I feared that speaking would ignite a desire to end her life. I truly despise that woman. Yet, I do not wish for her demise to come too easily. Living is a far more torturous fate for her. The apocalypse is merely the beginning of her suffering," he replied with a devilish smirk, akin to a mischievous imp. Su Mianmian shook her head, feeling that he too had succumbed to madness in these dire times. After their departure, the crowd began to ostracize Su Ran, who, in her haste, followed the taciturn Qin Xian. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Xian's silence stemmed from his ongoing transformation. Suddenly, he erupted, sinking his teeth into a woman in front of him. Su Ran screamed in horror. Bai Lin stumbled backward, fear coursing through him as the bitten woman cried for help, yet no one dared intervene. Gradually, her gaze dulled, and her breath faded. Su Ran screamed again, paralyzed by fear, while another woman attempted to pull her away. In a desperate act, Su Ran grasped her, using her as a shield against Qin Xian's attack. Seeing disbelief and shock in the woman's eyes, Su Ran shook her head, pleading, "I didn't mean it. I didn't mean to." Her cries attracted Qin Xian's attention. Without a sacrifice, she knew her fate was sealed. Su Ran did not wish to die. She truly did not want to perish. She gazed in terror at the woman she had pulled out to confront Qin Xian, shook her head, and fled. Upon witnessing this, Bai Qing and Bai Lin also took flight. Seeing them all retreat, the remaining individuals followed suit, and soon, only Qin Xian and the two women who had met their demise remained. Chapter 53. Someone has arrived. Su Ran. How could you push her out like that? How cruel. Once the group reached a safe location, Bai Qing slapped Su Ran in a fit of anger. Su Ran turned her head from the force of the blow. her eyes wide with disbelief and filled with fury. This was the second slap she had received. Did Bai Qing think she was easy to provoke? I didn't do it on purpose. If you were in my position, you would have done the same. Don't consider yourself so noble. If it came down to it, you would be even more selfish than I am, Su Ran retorted with a sardonic expression. Bai Qing pointed at her for a long moment, unable to formulate a rebuttal. Bai Lin stepped between the two, exasperated. You two need to stop arguing and figure out what to do next. He was growing weary of their constant bickering. Was this really the time to complicate matters? He shot a warning glance at Bai Qing, signaling her to cease her quarrel with Su Ran. Seeing his expression, Bai Qing huffed, crossing her arms and turning her gaze elsewhere. My parents have joined the military. We can go to them. Perhaps we can plead with the military to rescue your parents. Or maybe your parents have already been rescued and are with them now. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Su Ran's eyes. Ultimately, her intent was to have them protect her until she reached safety. Bai Lin paused. Contemplating the idea of seeking refuge with the military, it indeed seemed promising. Do you know where they are? They aren't too far away, are they? He inquired. A hint of confusion evident in his expression. If they were too distant, reaching them would pose a challenge. The military is currently stationed near my family's villa. If you go, you want and amp, oppos, to have to crowd with others. You can stay at my home. Given the chaos outside, there are bound to be many people there. Su Ran strategically offered, fully confident that this temptation would entice them. Bai Lin's eyes brightened at her words, while Bai Qing regarded Su Ran with skepticism, sensing a trap. You're not trying to deceive us into protecting you just so you can betray us once we arrive, are you? If that's the case, Su Ran, you truly are malicious, she said with disdain. Bai Lin frowned at her insinuation. To assuage any doubts, Su Ran quickly assured them, I promise to keep my word. If I lie, I'll be bitten by a zombie. In her quest to gain the Bai siblings' trust, she was willing to risk it all. Upon hearing her vow, Bai Lin's expression shifted to one of belief, while Bai Qing merely rolled her eyes in disbelief, recalling how Su Ran had made promises before without following through. Nevertheless, Bai Qing resolved to keep her thoughts to herself. After all, if Su Ran did not fulfill her promise, they could still seek protection from the military. Either way, they had to take this journey. Unbeknownst to her, she would come to regret the decision made today. Upon returning to their residence, Su Mianmian opened the door to an eerie silence. She paused, glancing at Shi Su and Su Jinxian, both equally bewildered. The three entered, bewildered, discovering that the lights were off as they peered outside. Their focused expressions suggested they had not noticed the sound of the door opening. Clearing her throat sharply startled them, prompting them to turn around. At that moment, Shi Su attempted to turn on the lights. Boss, don't turn on the lights. Su Qing quickly interjected. Shi Su halted mid-action, nonchalantly lowering his hand. What's wrong? Why can't we turn on the lights? Su Mianmian asked, puzzled. She approached them, following their gaze but seeing nothing particularly remarkable. When it's dark and we turn on the lights, swarms of flying insects gather at the windows. It's quite alarming. Once we turned off the lights, they began to disperse, Su Qing explained, visibly shaken. Su Mianmian raised an eyebrow, initially assuming it was something more significant. Oh, I see. It's just that tomorrow it's going to rain heavily for an extended period. It's normal for insects to be attracted to light before rain. Haven't you noticed insects gathering under lights before it rains? She remarked, shaking her head in exasperation. Really? Maybe there were just too many of them. And that's why we were frightened, Su Qing admitted, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. Su Mianmian chuckled softly, deciding not to comment further. Perhaps the power outage made our place the only source of light, attracting them. Don't worry, just draw the curtains. Shi Su shook his head, equally bemused, acknowledging their misjudgment. Su Qing and the others obediently closed the curtains. Once the lights were turned on, the group adjusted to the brightness, feeling somewhat disoriented. I'm hungry. What's for dinner? Su Jinxian lamented, patting his empty stomach. Feast on fish and meat. We have chicken, duck, and fish. Su Huan replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, Su Jinxuan's eyes sparkled with delight. However, upon entering the kitchen, he was met only with 3 bowls of noodles. Su Mianmian stared in disbelief. You're having such a meager meal tonight. The others nodded in grievance, explaining that the housekeeper had fallen ill and could only prepare something simple. Su Mianmian chuckled, surprised by their misfortune and the absence of the housekeeper. After finishing their noodles, the 3 quietly retired for the night. In the middle of the night, Su Mianmian was awakened by the sound of rain. Pulling back the curtains, she observed torrential downpours accompanied by strong winds. The building swayed slightly beneath her. This was precisely why she had hesitated to let Su choose a higher floor. Higher elevation swayed more during storms. Unable to sleep, she gazed outside, lost in thought. By dawn, she noticed that the water level had risen to the 4th floor. Frowning, she realized that at this rate, it might rise to the 15th floor. Without a boat, movement would be nearly impossible. Closing the curtains, she turned to change her clothes and wash up. The water was now contaminated with viruses and bacteria, rendering it unusable. As she stepped outside, she encountered Su Qing, who seemed ready to leave. "Where are you going? Are you planning to learn how to swim?" Su Mianmian teased, momentarily taken aback. Su Qing shook his head, raising the machete in his hand. "I saw someone approaching our building on the surveillance cameras. I'm going to check it out." Su Mianmian nodded, reminding him to stay safe. Su Qing acknowledged her and set off. Watching his retreating figure, she turned towards the kitchen. It seemed she would have to prepare the meal today. Let those men continue their endeavors. She is growing weary of it. When Su Qing returned, Su Mianmian had just finished preparing breakfast. Upon seeing his arrival, she hurriedly inquired, "Su Qing, are these individuals posing any danger?" Su Mianmian harbored a slight aversion to complications. Su Qing nodded and then shook his head. Witnessing this, Su Mianmian felt a tinge of confusion. Chapter 54. Trouble at the door. Sister-in-law. There are too many of them. Some seem harmless, but others appear quite formidable. I wonder how things will unfold, Su Qing remarked, shaking his head in exasperation. He felt quite perturbed. While covertly observing them, he noticed several individuals brazenly stealing food from others. To act so unscrupulously in broad daylight raised concerns about the possibility of them targeting them in the future. Su Qing shared his observations with Su Mianmian, who remained silent for a considerable time. When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water rises, we shall use earth to contain it. If they dare to target us, we are not to be trifled with. Let them come, Su Mianmian replied nonchalantly. She was a person who believed in reciprocating grievances. As long as others did not provoke her, all would be well. However, if they did, she would not let them off easily. Although her eyes sparkled with amusement, her smile did not reach them. Su Qing noted the growing resemblance between her and Su, pondering whether such harmony between spouses extended to shared laughter as well. Shaking his head, he retreated to the surveillance room, feeling a tinge of apprehension towards the current Su Mianmian. Upon noticing Su Qing's departure, Su Mianmian chuckled softly and turned to find Su standing at the kitchen doorway, seemingly having appeared there unnoticed. "When did you arrive? You startled me," she said, placing a hand on her chest in bewilderment. Logically, she should have heard his footsteps. She regarded him curiously, internally lamenting how silently he moved, akin to a phantom. "I've been here for a while. What were you discussing?" Su inquired, arms crossed, his curiosity piqued. He was eager to know what they had been talking about, but regrettably arrived just as their conversation ceased. Had it not been for Su Mianmian's evident surprise at his presence, he might have suspected they were whispering about him. Surprised by his discomfort over such matters, he chuckled wryly. "Oh, Su Qing mentioned that some people have arrived in our building, some of whom are rather difficult to deal with," Su Mianmian replied casually. Brushing her hair back, Su nodded and approached the window to peer outside. He observed that the water had risen to the midpoint of the 4th and 5th floors. At this rate, many lives would likely be lost. "There will certainly be more people coming. There are quite a few around us," he remarked, tapping the glass with his finger, his expression impassive. Su Mianmian agreed, acknowledging the rationality of those seeking refuge in the high-rise buildings to survive. "It's going to get chaotic here. What a hassle," she sighed, her frustration evident. Su smiled lightly, finding no cause for alarm. He believed the door could hold for a while longer. Suddenly, he remembered, when will the blizzard end? He turned to Su Mianmian, seeking an answer. "Probably early November. It's mid-September now, so we'll be here for over a month. After the blizzard, there will be an earthquake, followed by a great conflict between humanity, zombies, and mutated flora and fauna." Su Mianmian contemplated, her brow furrowed, sensing that something was amiss. Before she could articulate her thoughts, Su released his hand from the glass and took hers instead. "Let us not dwell on this. We should have breakfast." As they enjoyed their meal, others gradually emerged. Upon hearing their complaints about being unable to sleep due to the rain and waking up late, Su Mianmian couldn't help but chuckle. "I simply skipped the midday nap. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gotten up either. At a time like this, it's better to sleep. Mianmian, I've grown cabbage with Wu Xiao. Aren't we impressive?" Grandpa sure beamed with pride. Su Mianmian paused, taken aback. "Didn't Wu Xiao just arrive yesterday? I used my abilities to accelerate their growth." It's perfect since I possess wood-type powers, Grandpa sure explained with a grin, as if anticipating her confusion. Nodding in admiration, Mianmian replied, "You all should continue your research. The future crops for our base will be entrusted to you." She couldn't help but smile at the thought. While she wouldn't hand over everything to them, it was beneficial for them to have something to focus on during these times. Wu Xiao was someone she needed to understand better. So far, he seemed trustworthy. Moreover, Grandpa sure knew his grandfather, which eased her concerns considerably. Observing this dynamic, Mianmian felt optimistic. She valued talent, but wouldn't force anyone who wasn't suitable for her purposes. For now, the situation appeared promising. As Grandpa Shi and Wu Xiao delved into vegetable cultivation, Mianmian returned to her room to practice her abilities. With the current circumstances preventing them from venturing outside, honing their skills became paramount. She understood the challenges they would face after the natural disasters subsided, and it was crucial to upgrade their powers beforehand. Days passed with the household bustling only during meals, the rest of the time marked by an eerie stillness. After lunch one day, as Mianmian prepared to retreat for her training, a loud bang echoed through the door. Furrowing her brow, she exchanged glances with Shi, and together they rose to investigate. The others snapped back to reality and hurried to follow their lead. Mianmian refrained from opening the door immediately, peering through the peephole and noting the absence of anyone on the other side, as they had yet to breach the outer security door. She turned to Shi, who remained unperturbed, confident in the security measures he had in place. Once she opened the door, several individuals stumbled inside as the door swung open, resulting in a cacophony of groans filling the hallway. Mianmian felt no pang of guilt. Instead, a smirk crept onto her lips at the sight of their misfortune. Who opened the door? Did no one think to inform us? A corpulent man, his face contorted in agony, emitted a hoarse cry, his gaze sweeping over Mianmian and her companions with palpable fury. Upon sighting Mianmian, his eyes gleamed with sudden interest. Observing this, Shi stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of her, shielding her from the man's intrusive appraisal. Mianmian felt a surge of contentment, as she too was averse to being subjected to the man's objectifying gaze, which filled her with profound displeasure. Had Shi not intervened, the man and Appo's eyes might have already been lying on the ground as a consequence of his impudence. Mianmian suppressed her burgeoning supernatural abilities, feigning docility. "The woman behind you," the man proclaimed, his tone laced with unwarranted arrogance. "I shall present you with an opportunity to atone for your transgressions. Surrender the woman behind you to our leader, and I shall implore him to spare your lives." Chapter 55, Why Fear? Mianmian was on the verge of laughter, incredulous that he truly believed her to be an object. Just as she contemplated teaching this man a lesson, she heard him emit an even more agonized groan. A glance revealed that his hands were instinctively clutching his neck, his face ashen. Despite the impending threat to his life, his hands remained tightly wrapped around his throat, as if he were intent on bringing about his own demise. Mianmian cast a sidelong glance at Shi, knowing without a doubt that he was responsible. Only his psychic abilities could wield such control over a person. What was he doing? Had he been possessed? Witnessing his distress, the man's companions instinctively took a few steps back. A few bold souls attempted to advance, only to be pulled back by others. "What are you doing? Do you want to die alongside him?" No one, regardless of their courage, wished for death, and they halted their advance. Mianmian locked eyes with the man, who was filled with confusion, anger, and a plea for help, yet devoid of regret. She smirked. A man like him was hardly worth mourning. Just a glance at his forehead revealed the multitude of sins he had committed in the past. A man like this would likely not be granted rebirth even in death. As she watched the life slowly ebb from his body, she felt no emotion within her. Had he died? Had they killed him? The man's partner was the first to react, pointing at Shi and the others with a look of pure terror. As the others realized he was not possessed, but instead under Shi's control, fear washed over them. The prospect of being able to control others was indeed terrifying. Except for the deceased man's companion, the rest felt an overwhelming urge to flee. "If you dare to disturb us again, the next to die will be you. Believe it or not, that is entirely up to you." Mianmian regarded them with a mocking smile, her tone devoid of emotion yet laden with menace. Shi glanced at Mianmian, his prior ire dissipating considerably. Upon hearing the man's intention to deliver Mianmian to his superior, his rage had been uncontrollable, prompting him to kill without hesitation. No one knew how deeply he cherished Mianmian. Whoever dared utter such words to her was destined for death. A dangerous smile flickered in Shirshu's eyes. Why, you little witch? How dare you speak to us like that? We merely intended to deliver some information. A middle-aged man's face flushed crimson at Su Mianmian's words, feeling the sting of humiliation as a former politician. We don't need you to tell us anything. Just leave us be. If you return, his fate will be yours, Su Mianmian declared arrogantly, her confident gaze silencing the middle-aged man, who dared not utter another word. I will avenge my brother. You all will die, especially you, you filthy witch. A man lunged forward, brandishing a knife, advancing towards Su Mianmian. A cold smile graced her lips as a vine ensnared the knife, pulling it from his grip. Disarmed, the man's eyes widened in disbelief. He attempted to retreat, but his body refused to obey. Su Mianmian, her expression gleeful, stepped forward to examine the man who sought to end her life, her disdain evident as she remarked, "Not only is your mouth foul, but so are you." With that, she swiftly retreated a few steps, prompting laughter from Shirshu and the others. Su Mianmian's what was undeniably entertaining. Why, you are the foul one. Let me go? If you kill me, our leader will not spare you. Fear flickered in the man's eyes as he recalled how the previous man had met his end. Then go back and tell your leader that we are always here, ready to be found. We will welcome him, Su Mianmian replied nonchalantly. As soon as she finished speaking, the man regained control of his body and turned to flee. Suddenly, with a loud explosion, his body disintegrated, flesh and blood splattering onto those around him, who let out terrified screams. Boss, you never mind. We'll deal with it later. Su Qing, about to voice his thoughts, caught sight of Shirshu's displeased expression and wisely fell silent. Provoking Shirshu when he was in a foul mood was not a prudent choice. Are you not leaving? Do you intend to stay here with these two? Su Mianmian regarded the remaining individuals with a devilish smile, the blood staining their clothes repugnant to her. Upon hearing her words, the crowd fled down the stairs in a frenzy, perceiving this place as akin to hell. How could these people kill so effortlessly? They expressed their unwillingness to return. Are we just letting them go? Will they truly not return? Su Qing stroked his chin, curiosity evident on his face. They are merely minor players. We need to stain our hands with their blood. The real concern lies with the boss they mentioned, Su Mianmian replied, having discerned the issues with the two men, while the others presented only minor problems, unworthy of her attention. Su Qing nodded in agreement. If we were to kill so many at once, we would undoubtedly become the enemies of this building. While we are unafraid, it would be too troublesome. In such times, it is best to avoid unnecessary complications. Killing these two will suffice to intimidate the rest. Su Jinxian grasped Su Mianmian's intentions and offered an explanation. The others began to comprehend her reasoning. Su Mianmian cast an approving glance at Su Jinxian, who truly understood her thoughts. Should they eliminate everyone at once, their peaceful existence would inevitably come to an end. Unless they eradicated everyone within the building, an impossibility. Humanity was already scarce, and not all were wicked. To kill indiscriminately would render her no better than the villains. Su Mianmian was not one to engage in senseless slaughter. Her targets were unequivocally those deserving of death. Let us return. Tonight, their boss will undoubtedly make a move. We can deal with these matters later. We will have to address them again tonight. Shirshu, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Su Mianmian scrutinized him, suspecting his silence was due to probing the so-called boss with his psychic abilities. It seemed he had grasped their plans. Su Qing and Su Huan nodded. Beginning to clean up the aftermath, Su Mianmian halted Shirshu, asking, "Did you sense the boss?" Her tone was laden with certainty. Shirshu nodded, revealing no hesitation. Su Mianmian inquired about their plans, to which Shirshu smiled and casually remarked, "It is but a trifle." Su Mianmian was puzzled. Why did he respond so off-topic? Shirshu gently patted Su Mianmian on the head and chuckled, "They intend to bomb our house. Are you afraid?" Upon hearing this, Su Mianmian, with a curious expression, retorted, "Why should I be afraid? If Shirshu isn't frightened, then why should I be?" Since Shirshu had made such a casual remark, she was confident he must have devised a plan to handle it. Observing the unwavering confidence on Su Mianmian's face, Shirshu could no longer contain his laughter. The melodious sound reached Su Mianmian's ears, causing her cheeks to flush. "Shirshu, what are you laughing at? Stop it." Su Mianmian playfully smacked Shirshu's arm, her face a mixture of embarrassment and anger. Shirshu ceased his laughter, grasped Su Mianmian's hand, and, with an air of mystery, said, "Tonight, I will show you a grand spectacle." Chapter 56. An unexpected surprise. Upon hearing those words, Su Mianmian wore an expression brimming with anticipation. She was eager to see what splendid performance Shushu would unveil for her, hoping fervently that it would not disappoint her. A subtle smile graced her lips, radiating joy. Shushu gently tousled her hair, his demeanor tender as he reassured her, "It certainly will not." Returning to her room, Mianmian promptly entered her space. "Master, you must see that dragon egg. It causes mischief daily. I am forced to tidy the space with my thoughts every day, leaving me no time for cultivation." Upon spotting Mianmian, Shushu immediately began to complain. Following the direction indicated by Shushu's branches, Mianmian's expression darkened. Why had the dragon egg chosen to wreak havoc in her vegetable garden? "Shushu, confine it to open spaces. Do not let it destroy my crops anymore. If it remains disobedient, I shall stew it for dragon soup," she declared with a hint of exasperation. Surprisingly, she had directed her words at the dragon egg, assuming it would not comprehend. Yet, upon hearing her threat, it quivered slightly. Intrigued, Mianmian discovered that the dragon egg could indeed understand her words. With this revelation, she feigned a cough and continued her playful intimidation. "I believe roasted dragon egg would be quite delectable. Should it misbehave, I shall roast it." Shushu, excited by her words, exclaimed, "Master, with that sentiment, I understand. If it causes more trouble, I shall roast it to nourish you." Unaware of Mianmian's jest, Shushu was already contemplating how to prepare the dragon egg. The leaves on its branches danced, clearly indicating its exhilaration. Mianmian chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent. At that moment, the dragon egg rolled towards her, and she sensed its distress. "Is this really necessary? Master, it has actually signed a contract with you. I cannot roast it now." "Ah!" Shushu cried in utter dismay. Confused, Mianmian pondered when she had entered into a contract with the dragon egg, utterly oblivious. "Shushu, I have not made any contract with it." "Are you mistaken?" she replied incredulously. Seeing her skepticism, Shushu insisted, "Master, you might want to check your arm. Do you not see the dragon mark that has appeared?" Rolling up her sleeve, Mianmian indeed discovered a small dragon imprint on her arm. "It truly exists. But when did I forge this contract?" She had no recollection of such an event. Shaking her head, curiosity pierced her thoughts as she gazed at the dragon egg. Had that mere brush against it constituted a contract? Was she, in fact, the unwitting victim of its scheme? With a perplexed expression, she regarded the dragon egg, feeling an inexplicable itch in her hand. The urge to shatter the egg arose within her. Sensing her unease, the dragon egg spun around in a flurry. Suddenly, it nudged against her, and upon realizing she did not reject it, it nudged her again. Mianmian mused that if the egg had a face, it would surely be adorned with an expression of eager appeasement. Shaking her head in resignation, she concluded that there was no need to hold a grudge against it. To survive, it had forged the most rudimentary of contracts with her. At a loss for words, she felt a twinge of annoyance. "Master, if you dislike it, you can erase it from existence within your thoughts. However, this contract has also bestowed an opportunity upon you," Shushu revealed with an air of mystery. Intrigued, Mianmian inquired, "What opportunity? How was I unaware of this?" Shushu, sensing her eagerness, promptly divulged the nature of the opportunity she had gained through the contract. To her astonishment, Mianmian learned that she could acquire the dragon's abilities upon forming the contract. This was indeed an unexpected stroke of fortune. Alas, since the egg had yet to hatch, she could not discern any of its powers. Nevertheless, she suspected its abilities would be formidable. Shushu shook its leaves, shedding several in the process, unconcerned. As it continued to shake, "Shushu, if you keep this up, you will become bald," she admonished, observing the sparse foliage remaining on Shushu. "If all the leaves fall off, it would be quite unfortunate. But I feel so itchy. Am I unwell?" Shushu lamented, aware of its dwindling leaves but unable to cease its shaking due to the overwhelming itch. Seeing its discomfort, Mianmian approached and gently stroked its trunk. As her hand made contact, a soft glow emanated from Shushu. When she attempted to withdraw her hand, she found herself unable to move. She felt her strength gradually being siphoned away by Shushu, leaving her powerless. Just as she feared she might succumb, an influx of energy surged back into her body at an astonishing pace. After receiving this newfound power, she sensed an enhancement within herself. Estimating her abilities had reached an impressive level 2. "Master, I have leveled up. I can walk now," Shushu exclaimed, demonstrating its newfound mobility. Mianmian was taken aback. Previously, I had only seen animated trees walk. Now, I witness a real tree in motion. She felt she had certainly broadened her horizons. "So, your leveling up requires my energy?" Such a perilous method of advancement, she quipped, recalling how close she had come to peril. Shushu's leaves had completely regrown, now flourishing, leaving it feeling slightly unaccustomed. Upon hearing Su Mianmian's jest, it quickly adopted a more serious demeanor, explaining, "In truth, I could level up on my own, but your assistance expedites the process." Su Mianmian, realizing her misunderstanding, felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. Shushu, sensing her silent disbelief, endeavored to cheer her up. Now capable of both walking and altering its size at will, Shushu could hardly contain its joy. Seeing the exuberance radiating from Shushu, Su Mianmian could not help but smile. "Now that you have leveled up, I entrust you with the affairs of the space. Ensure the dragon egg is educated and does not wreak havoc on my belongings," she warned, casting a threatening glance at the dragon egg before swiftly exiting the space. With Su Mianmian gone, Shushu began organizing the dragon egg's designated activity area. As it was now Su Mianmian's spirit pet, Shushu would not neglect its needs. It allocated a spacious area for the dragon egg to frolic freely. The dragon egg looked forlornly at its new surroundings, clearly displeased. "Do not even think about causing havoc with the master and Appos' possessions. If she sees, she will roast you. Stay here and behave. I will bring your relatives and friends shortly," Shushu instructed, promptly retrieving more dragon eggs. Thus, the dragon egg's new abode was established. After Shushu departed, the dragon egg remained here, rolling about in a state of boredom. Upon exiting her space, Su Mianmian discovered that someone had entered her room. She pondered for a moment, concluding that it must have been Shichi or Su Jinxian. Aside from these two, no one would casually intrude upon her sanctuary. Uncertain of their intentions, Su Mianmian contemplated stepping out to inquire, when suddenly she heard a knock at the door. Upon opening it, she was met with the anxious visage of Su Jinxian. "Brother, what on earth is going on? Has something happened?" Su Mianmian exclaimed, momentarily taken aback and filled with concern. Chapter 57. The cannibalistic monster Su Jinxian rarely displayed such an expression, prompting Su Mianmian to believe something significant had occurred. With an anxious gaze, she regarded him, only to be enveloped tightly in his embrace the next moment. Confused, she struggled to comprehend his sudden display of affection. "Brother, what on earth is wrong? Please, tell me." As she attempted to see his face, he only held her tighter. Eventually, she resigned herself to the situation, feeling a sense of urgency within, yet realizing she must first allow Su Jinxian to calm down. After what felt like an eternity, he finally released her. "Brother, have you been crying? What has happened?" Observing his slightly reddened eyes, Su Mianmian felt utterly bewildered. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon her, especially since Su Jinxian remained silent. Her growing anxiety seemed futile without his words. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, Su Jinxian, with a hint of grievance, spoke first. "Where did you go? I couldn't find you anywhere." He had nearly been driven to panic upon discovering Su Mianmian's absence from the room. After searching for her in vain, his heart sank. If not for Shushu suggesting she might have entered the space and advising him to check her room, he might have succumbed to despair. Su Mianmian felt a twinge of guilt upon realizing the extent of his worry due to her disappearance. "Brother, I merely stepped into the space for a moment. In the future, if you can and Appos, find me, please Don and Appos, panic, all right?" She stood on her toes and gently patted his head, her tone soothing. To her, he resembled a petulant child in need of comfort to return to his usual self. "I understand now. I won't be so aimless next time. It was my first experience," Su Jinxian admitted bashfully, scratching the back of his head and turning his face away. Su Mianmian couldn't help but chuckle at his shyness. Shushu, observing the sibling duo from a distance, couldn't suppress a smile. To make amends for Su Jinxuan's wounded spirit, Su Mianmian prepared his favorite dish, braised pork. "Today, we are fortunate to enjoy Mianmian's cooking, thanks to Jinxian," Shermu remarked, fully aware of the situation. She appreciated the bond shared by the siblings, but wouldn't pass up the opportunity to tease. Su Mianmian, smiling at Shermu, shook her head, choosing to ignore her playful jabs at Su Jinxian. "My sister treats me the best, doesn't she?" Su Jinxian grinned at Su Mianmian, his tone laced with a hint of playful intimidation. Yes, hurry and eat before the braised pork is all gone," Su Mianmian replied with a resigned nod, urging him to dig in. Realizing the dish had already diminished significantly, he hastily grabbed a few pieces while grumbling about others taking his share. Dinner was filled with laughter. Su Mianmian's face nearly stiff from smiling as she watched them, her spirits lifted. "Mianmian, I was scared today too. Aren't you going to compensate me?" Do you truly only care for your brother? Shirshu's voice suddenly chimed in her ear, causing her to pause mid-bite and turn to him with suspicion, as if verifying whether he had indeed spoken. Shirshu wore a pitiful expression, unfazed by her scrutiny. Realizing it was indeed Shirshu who had spoken, Su Mianmian felt exasperated. She wished she could peer into his mind to discern what was amiss. He wasn't always like this. Where was the normal Shirshu? What? Is your silence a sign of acquiescence? Shirshu, noticing her intense gaze without a word from her, shook his head in disappointment. Fine, dealing with one is enough, and here's another. How could I not care for you? You and Appos, my husband, after all. What would you like to eat tomorrow? I'll make it for you, Su Mianmian said, a smile gracing her lips as she turned to him, her expression flawless. Yet, Shirshu suspected her inner thoughts were filled with mockery. I will relish anything you prepare, as long as it's made by your hands. He emphasized the latter, and Su Mianmian found it an easy promise to keep, nodding in agreement. The others, witnessing the playful exchange, pretended to be engrossed in their meals, though their ears were perked up, eager for more of the couple's banter. After dinner, Shirshu arranged for someone to retrieve items from outside. Su Mianmian, unable to see clearly, approached him with curiosity. Shirshu, what are they carrying? It looked a bit like meat. They are smoke bombs, Shirshu explained. What's wrong? He inquired, noticing her shocked expression. Oh, it's nothing. I just thought. What they were carrying resembled meat. Su Mianmian felt embarrassed admitting her mistake. A glimmer of amusement danced in Shirshu's eyes as he playfully ruffled her hair. Didn't we just finish dinner? Su Mianmian felt as though he was testing her patience. Turning away, she chose to ignore him. He poked her cheek, and she swiftly swatted his hand away. Realizing she was genuinely upset, Shirshu reassured her. I didn't mean it. The smoke bombs do indeed resemble meat. Meant to confuse the enemy's eyes. You were right. Ah, I knew you were teasing me, she retorted, pushing him away as she stepped outside. Shirshu shook his head, quickly trailing after her. Although teasing Su Mianmian was amusing, it was also precarious. A subtle smile flickered in his eyes, as Su Mianmian ventured out to survey the situation. Shirshu felt a twinge of concern. Rest assured, I'm fine. If you accompany me, I'm the one who might be in danger, she replied, her expression jovial. Others perceived her as a woman with little threat, but they knew Shirshu was anything but harmless. Su Mianmian merely wished to observe without causing trouble. Seeing her determination, Shirshu nodded in agreement with her choice. After she departed, Shirshu still felt uneasy. Boss, don't underestimate my sister-in-law. She's quite formidable. We're not worried. So you needn't fret, Su Qing chimed in cheerfully. Shirshu shot him a glare, as though his thoughts had been laid bare, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger. Su Qing, undeterred, found that Shirshu was becoming increasingly approachable. He had never exhibited such expressions before. Clearly, Su Mianmian had brought him back to humanity. Su Mianmian made subtle alterations to her appearance, ensuring others could not discern her true identity. In a post-apocalyptic world, beauty equates to danger. Su Mianmian is acutely aware of this truth. To avoid trouble, she aims to blend in as much as possible. As she descends, she notices that all the doors are firmly shut, and no sounds emanate from within the houses, as if they are devoid of inhabitants. Deep in thought about the absence of people, she inadvertently finds herself on the 10th floor. The water has risen to the midpoint between the 5th and 6th floors, and she had assumed that the 10th floor would be unoccupied. To her surprise, she spots a few children playing outside. Upon noticing Su Mianmian, their eyes flicker with a hint of wariness. She offers them a smile, which dispels their apprehension. Auntie, there are monsters outside that eat people. Why did you come out? A small boy asks in a childlike voice, gazing at her with curiosity. Chapter 58. Recognition. Upon hearing the term aunt, Su Mianmian momentarily froze. But as she considered her appearance, she quickly came to terms with it. After all, was she not an aunt now? But how do you play outside? Aren't you afraid of monsters? Su Mianmian approached them, crouching down with a curious expression. They were dirty, clearly having gone a long time without bathing. Their faces were gaunt, mere bone. As she gently ruffled their hair, an unsettling feeling washed over her. A strange uncle came over, and mother kicked us out of the house. She told us to play here and wait until she opens the door, a boy with innocent, curious eyes said. Su Mianmian, unable to withstand his gaze, instinctively looked away. Listening to his words, she understood why their mother had expelled them. Yet comprehension was one thing, voicing it was another. Shaking her head, she reached into her pocket, which was actually a space of her own, and retrieved 2 candies to share with them. I do not know why your mother acts that way. However, the outside world is perilous. If you encounter danger, you must knock on the door and call for your mother. If she does not open, run swiftly to a safe place before pausing. I must leave now, so take care of yourselves. As she stood up, she heard their grateful voices and could not help but shake her head. The plight of children in this post-apocalyptic world was indeed heartrending. As Su Mianmian ascended the stairs, her mind wandered. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind her, startling her into alertness. She seized the hand, yanking it to deliver an over-the-shoulder throw. The man crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, followed by a pained groan. Observing the man writhing in agony, Su Mianmian furrowed her brow, feeling a sense of familiarity wash over her. Who are you? Why did you ambush me? We should not be acquainted. Su Mianmian, wishing to conceal her true identity, intentionally adopted a more neutral tone. When the man remained silent, she kicked him lightly. If you do not speak, do not blame me. In her hand was a small knife, freshly acquired from the man himself. As she toyed with it, she bore an air reminiscent of a demon exacting a toll. The man, upon glimpsing her demeanor, felt a flicker of fear. I just saw you had candy, so I thought, you must possess something. His unfinished sentence conveyed everything to Su Mianmian. He intended to threaten her into surrendering her provisions. Unfortunately for him, he had miscalculated. She was no ordinary individual. With a disdainful huff, she bent down, her expression dripping with mockery. The blade glided across his face, rendering him breathless with trepidation. Fearing a careless slip, he stifled even a whisper. Noting his cowardice, Su Mianmian suddenly lost interest. What is your name? She inquired casually, seeking to ascertain whether she recognized him. It was not her, but rather her original self who seemed to know him. I am Zhu Xinyu, merely a common university student. If not for this disaster, I would still be attending classes. He grasped her leg, shaking and pleading. Sister, please spare me. I only wish to survive. Instinctively. As he clung to her, she kicked him away, scrunching her nose in distaste at the unwarranted contact. Keep your distance. Do not touch me. If you dare again, you shall regret it. Zhu Xinyu, nearly choking on his own blood from the kick, coughed painfully but nodded fervently at her warning. Su Mianmian rested her chin on her hand, contemplating. Finally, she recalled who Zhu Xinyu was. He was one of Li Qingqing and Apos, acquaintances from abroad, and his actions nearly led to her current partner and Apos' demise later on. Without Zhu Xinyu and Apos' interference, Li Qingqing and Apos' life would have been considerably more comfortable. A smirk graced Su Mianmian's lips. She would not allow Li Qingqing to enjoy a life of ease. Zhu Xinyu must not perish. She scrutinized Zhu Xinyu lying on the ground, as if assessing whether he had sustained any grave injuries. Once assured of his well-being, she exhaled in relief. This time, I shall let you off. Should you attempt such foolishness again, consider your own limitations first. Now clear the way. With irritation etched on her face, she gestured at Zhu Xinyu, who was taken aback by her unexpected mercy. Gratefully, he expressed his thanks. Hearing his words of gratitude, Su Mianmian's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Her mercy was not born of kindness. Rather, she merely sought to witness the unfolding drama. Once Su Mianmian departed, Zhu Xinyu, in pain, attempted to return to the house, only to notice a knife lying nearby. The woman had left the weapon behind. He paused, then broke into a grin. He pocketed the knife, for without a weapon, he felt utterly vulnerable. He could only hope his father would send someone for his rescue soon. Upon returning upstairs, Su Mianmian wore a smile. Seeing her, Su inquired with curiosity, Mianmian, what is this attire? If I were not so familiar with you, I might not recognize you at all. You are my sister-in-law? Su Qing was about to question how she obtained a key when he heard Su and Apos' words, and it felt as if the sky were collapsing. How had Su Mianmian transformed so drastically? She had appeared perfectly fine just moments ago. Su Qing's face was a canvas of confusion, impossible to ignore. Su Mianmian playfully adjusted her wig, chuckling, Su Qing, do you not recognize me? She deliberately altered her voice to sound different, which only increased Su Qing's astonishment. He glanced at Su, as if seeking confirmation, is she truly Su Mianmian? Su smiled, reaching out to remove Su Mianmian's wig. Mianmian, not everyone can recognize every facet of you, but I can. His words seemed to affirm that no matter her guise, he would always see through to her true self. Su Mianmian chuckled softly, neither confirming nor denying. Su Qing, feeling sheepish, hoped she would not be angry for not recognizing her. Su Mianmian did not hold it against him. His inability to identify her merely proved her disguise was effective. She was far too pleased to be upset. As for Su, she could not deceive him. His sharp intellect made it impossible. What are you two doing here? It seems you've been here for quite some time. Su Mianmian shed her disguise and stepped outside, only to find Shirshu and Su Qing tinkering with something at the door. A look of confusion crossed her face as she approached them, unable to comprehend their activities. Curiosity piqued, she could not help but inquire. Shirshu turned to her, noticing that she had reverted to her original appearance, and he nodded in satisfaction. We are installing a bomb. Sister-in-law, would you like to give it a try? Su Qing exclaimed, holding the bomb aloft with a cheerful grin directed at Su Mianmian. Su Mianmian felt an urge to ask whether Su Qing was being serious. Were they truly burying a bomb? Did they intend to perish together? Chapter 59. Night Attack. Su Mianmian was utterly perplexed, gazing at Shirshu with an expression that pleaded for an explanation of Su Qing's cryptic words. Shirshu, perceiving her bewilderment, refrained from speaking initially. Instead, he grasped her hand and led her to the location where they had just set up the explosives. A glance revealed that, unless one looked closely, it would be nearly impossible to discern anything amiss. As she surveyed the concealed bombs nestled beside the corridor, she found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Were they not concerned about accidental discharge? Shirshu observed her confusion, a smile dancing on his lips, and could not help but chuckle. Mianmian looked up at him, as if silently questioning the reason behind his laughter. Shirshu shook his head and elucidated, these are not ordinary explosives. They are the latest innovation, designed solely to eliminate life without causing harm to property. Mianmian stared at him in astonishment, then turned her attention back to the bombs. As she scrutinized them, she suddenly realized that these devices were indeed distinct from the ones she had previously encountered. Compact and vibrantly colored, they bore a striking resemblance to decorative items rather than lethal weapons, a notion only dispelled by Su Qing's declaration. She reached out to touch one, only to find its texture remarkably soft, devoid of any metallic sensation. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she cast a scrutinizing glance at Shirshu. He responded with a puzzled, clearly unsure why she was regarding him so intently. Did he possess some defect that warranted such scrutiny? He instinctively touched his face, as if searching for something that might explain her gaze. Shirshu, where did you acquire these explosives? Why didn't we come across them earlier? Or is it that I have forgotten? A wave of unidentifiable emotions surged within her, and despite her desire to dispel them, her efforts proved futile. At this moment, only Shirshu could provide her with solace. These were developed by us, he replied gently, ruffling her hair. That is why Su Qing referred to them as the latest type of explosives. Mianmian and Appo's heart swelled with joy, her spirits rekindled. Shirshu noticed the shift in her expression and smiled, his brow arching slightly. It's not as you imagine. I have nothing to conceal from you. His words struck a nerve, provoking her ire. With a huff, she turned away, musing that he had never divulged his secrets with Su Jinxian. Had it not been for her foreknowledge of the plot, she would remain oblivious. His assertion of having nothing to hide felt disingenuous, a blatant lie. Though discontent simmered within her, she dared not confront him about it. To do so might risk exposing her identity as a time traveler. Mianmian treaded cautiously, each step calculated to avoid missteps. Shirshu, bemused by her sudden anger, felt a sense of bewilderment. Fortunately, Su Qing's voice called out to him, sparing him from further provoking her ire. Sometimes silence was the best remedy for anger. Boss, take a look at this bomb. It seems somewhat off. Perhaps it hasn't been properly developed? Upon joining Su Qing, he held up the suspicious device. Unlike the others, this one lacked the soft texture, instead possessing a distinctly plastic feel. Shirshu decided to take it back for further examination. Just as he contemplated doing so, Mianmian insisted on bringing it inside, urging him to continue with his tasks. Shirshu regarded her with uncertainty, perplexed by her sudden willingness to engage. Mianmian, feeling slightly awkward under his gaze, feigned indifference, asserting, the matter at hand is of greater importance. Finding her reasoning sound, Shirshu promptly handed the bomb to her. Mianmian accepted it and promptly entered the room. Su Qing approached Shirshu, a teasing smirk playing on his lips. Boss, your wife has already vanished. Stop gazing after her. Shirshu shot him a glare before turning back to his work. Mianmian, clutching the flawed bomb, found the Su brothers embroiled in a heated debate about their research. Standing at the doorway, she listened, a faint smile creeping across her lips as they bickered. Once their argument subsided, she knocked softly. Su Huan turned to see her and momentarily froze in surprise. What brings you here? This is the defective bomb discovered by Su Qing. Please investigate it for any issues. Mianmian stepped inside, placing the bomb on their table. Su Huan wasted no time, seizing the bomb for inspection. This is not right. Something is seriously amiss. Suyu, did you mess this up in your sleepwalking? He slapped Suyu playfully, incredulity etched across his face. Suyu, initially skeptical, took a closer look and was astounded to find the bomb indeed faulty. Could it be that I inadvertently sleepwalked? But I have no history of such behavior, he mused, scratching his head in confusion. Observing their argument reignite, Mianmian shook her head and departed. Realizing her presence was of no use and that she should focus on her own responsibilities. As the night wore on, everyone was engrossed in their tasks. And soon it was 10 o'clock. Shirshu had assigned night watch duties, but Mianmian was not included, so she retreated to her room. Anticipating significant events that night, she refrained from squandering precious sleep and lay down to rest. At 2 in the morning, when sleep was at its deepest, a group of individuals stealthily ascended the stairs to Mianmian's floor. Boss, this is the place. There are even bloodstains here. They were audacious, dismissing the authority of their leader and carelessly taking the lives of their comrades. Tonight, we shall teach them who truly reigns over this building. A handsome man, with a sycophantic demeanor, turned to a towering figure beside him, raising an eyebrow. Indeed, Xiaoqing, you are correct. These individuals deserve a proper lesson. You shall take the lead. Xiaoqing, the handsome man, hesitated slightly, sensing a reluctance. The imposing figure noticed his hesitation and emitted a discontented grunt, a clear threat. Startled, Xiaoqing quickly nodded, determination etched on his face. The man, pleased, patted his shoulder in commendation. However, Xiaoqing was filled with regret, realizing he should have kept his mouth shut. The saying about the bird that sticks its head out had never felt more relevant. Regardless of his regrets, he had no choice but to proceed. Drawing closer to the security door, Xiaoqing gripped the axe tightly, his palms sweaty from fear. Suddenly, a deafening crash shattered the tranquil night. Su Mianmian sat up in bed, her expression shifting from confusion to indifference in an instant. She had made prior preparations, her attire being a casual ensemble for daily wear. After leisurely donning her shoes, she stepped outside. Aside from her mother and the others, everyone else had gathered in the living room. By the time Su Mianmian arrived, Su Jinxian wore a look of profound fatigue. Chapter 60 Valuable Intelligence Brother. Why do you look so exhausted? Did you not sleep early? Su Mianmian inquired, observing her sibling with curiosity as she distributed several bottles of spiritual spring water. Upon reaching Su Jinxian, she noted his haggard appearance and could not help but ask. Su Jinxian accepted the spiritual spring water and shook his head, appearing quite drowsy. Last night, Su Qingfei dragged me into a card game, and I didn't manage to sleep at all. Hearing this, Su Mianmian turned to Su Qingfei, who indeed bore a similarly weary expression. However, compared to Su Jinxian, who seemed barely able to keep his eyes open, Su Qingfei appeared considerably more alert. After a moment and Appo's hesitation, Su Mianmian could not resist teasing. Brother, you've been played by Su Qingfei. He was the one on watch just now. She found it amusing that her brother could also be deceived. Su Qingfei merely sought a companion for the night watch. Per Su Jinxian. She felt a pang of sympathy for him. Su Jinxian. He stared incredulously at Su Qingfei, his eyes ablaze with indignation. Su Qingfei glanced left and right, avoiding meeting Su Jinxuan's gaze. Concerned that Su Jinxian might forget the matter at hand, Su Mianmian pulled him gently and advised, there are disturbances outside. Let us first resolve that before you two attend to your own affairs. Upon hearing her words, Su Jinxian composed himself, nodding in agreement. Su Qingfei sighed in relief, casting a resentful look at Su Mianmian, as if blaming her for revealing the truth to Su Jinxian. Su Mianmian paid him no mind. After all, Su Jinxian was her brother, and she could not deceive him. Su Qingfei ought to count his blessings. With a smile, Su Mianmian approached Shirshu, asking, aren't we going out? The noise outside continued sporadically. It was somewhat suspicious that Shirshu had yet to call them out. Shirshu shook his head mysteriously, reaching out to pat her on the head. No hurry, you will understand shortly. Seeing his demeanor, Su Mianmian suppressed her curiosity and nodded. Soon, she would know what was happening. Suddenly, a series of loud noises erupted outside, drowning out the sound of pounding on the door. Su Mianmian walked to the door and peered through the peephole, seeing nothing. It was pitch black outside, devoid of any light. She turned to Shirshu and the others, seemingly inquiring about the situation. This time, Shirshu did not play coy. He grinned proudly. They enjoy banging on our door, so let us reciprocate by knocking on their heads. His eyes sparkled with mirth, Yet Su Mianmian found it somewhat eerie. Shu, if I open the door now, it won't be a bunch of brains outside, will it? She felt a wave of nausea just imagining such a scene. Had Shu and Su Qingfei been concocting a plan outside merely to thump some heads? Their taste was rather peculiar, to say the least. Of course, it wanted amp, oppose, TB that grotesque. We still have our limits. If we are to die, we shall do so with dignity, Su Qingfei said, resting his chin on his hand, exuding an air of pride. Su Mianmian. Shu walked over, took her hand, and opened the door, leading her outside. To her surprise, the scene she had envisioned did not materialize. There was nothing outside. She paused, realizing that those individuals had not even managed to breach the security door. They were truly incompetent, far below her expectations. Without acknowledging Su Mianmian's expression, Shu guided her directly to the security door, opening it to survey the outside. Su Mianmian glanced up at him, finding encouragement in his eyes. Inspired, she reached out and opened the door. The scene outside was chaotic. The first person in line had a darkened head, and she felt as though it were charred. The others were not much better off, though they still breathed. The last few individuals, less injured, looked at them in terror. Su Mianmian smiled, finding their expressions somewhat entertaining. Why do you all look at us like that? Waking people in the dead of night is rather inconsiderate, don't you think? She called out, her voice rousing the remaining individuals from their stupor. You. Are you human or ghost? How dare you set off bombs here? Aren't you afraid of death? The tall man, once proud, now hunched over in pain, pointed at Su Mianmian and the others. Su Mianmian detested being pointed at. She frowned and was about to speak when a knife shot past her, severing the man's outstretched finger. She turned in surprise to see Su Jinxian, his fury evident. She smiled, realizing it was his doing. A loud shout broke the tense silence. Boss, are you all right? You people are truly outrageous. Killing so many of our brothers isn't enough. Now you want to harm our boss? A stout man supported the tall figure, looking angrily at Su Mianmian and her companions. Su Mianmian found it laughable. Who had instigated trouble first? Had they not come here to provoke them? She did not regard these small fry as a threat. Turning away, she dismissed them. Be quiet, you are too loud. Yet here you are, a role he had grown accustomed, attempted to help his boss leave when another knife shot out, blocking their path. This is not a place where you can come and go as you please. You either leave your lives here, or leave behind. His demeanor playful yet threatening. The stout man now trembled at the sight of the knife. If you want intelligence, I can provide it. A mocking smile on his face. As long as the intelligence you provide. Su Jinchuan's gaze was cold as he stared, ultimately deciding that his life was of greater importance. In a few days, a military unit will arrive. They will be dispersed across these high-rise buildings. They will bring many refugees. As I possess numerous informants, she wondered which particular military. Su Mianmian anticipated a spectacle of considerable interest. Chapter 61. The death of another's familiar time sequence cast a glance at Su Mianmian, seemingly inquiring about the merit of this transaction. Without hesitation, Su Mianmian nodded, finding the man's words rather intriguing. She was unafraid of him fleeing, with the torrential rain outside. She doubted a cowardly man would venture out to meet his demise. His best course of action was to diligently fulfill his obligations. As for his fate post-completion, she was indifferent. A fleeting shadow flickered through Su Mianmian's eyes, unnoticed by anyone. Once he grasped her intentions, Time Sequence coldly addressed the man. If you fail to execute this task properly, I assure you, I will find you, no matter where you hide. The man, initially amused, was abruptly struck by an unforeseen force that penetrated his mind. He shook his head, attempting to dislodge the intrusion. There was no need for such efforts. The entity that had invaded was monitoring him. Did he really think they were so naive as to leave themselves without an escape plan? Time Sequence smirked at the incredulous expression on the man's face. It struck him as rather comical. Surely, he could not believe they would place their unreserved trust in him without any contingency. What have you done to him? Su Mianmian inquired, her curiosity piqued. She felt as if she had witnessed nothing at all. Could it be that Time Sequence possessed some ancient forbidden technique? She regarded him with surprise, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. What a thought! Merely my mental prowess, Time Sequence replied, ruffling her hair with a mix of exasperation and affection. At times, he pondered what lay within her mind, as her thoughts often veered toward perilous paths. A man could only cherish his own woman. Su Mianmian let out a soft sound, nodding in bewilderment. She felt utterly disappointed, having expected Time Sequence to possess knowledge of long-lost arcane arts. He turned his attention back to the towering man standing in the corridor. The imposing figure understood that his life now rested in the hands of the individual before him. All he could do was swallow his indignation. He vowed to remain loyal, but Time Sequence found his unwavering expression somewhat ironic. Were it not for his hidden contingencies, the man would hardly exhibit such fealty. Now be on your way. If you receive any news, relay it to us immediately. Should you dare to conceal anything, you know the consequences, Time Sequence warned, arms crossed, exuding a palpable threat. The man nodded vigorously, assuring his loyalty. The hasty retreat of the men appeared frantic, as if some spectral entity were in pursuit. Mianmian shook her head, deeming their escape far too lenient. Do not fret, when they become obsolete, we shall deal with them anew. I merely stated that they could live for now. I make no promises for the future. Noticing Mianmian's displeasure, Su Jinxian offered a reassuring smile. She understood his intent. She was not one to act irrationally. The information possessed by these men could still prove useful. In times of uncertainty, external allies were indispensable. These individuals were the ideal candidates to probe the military's activities. Having reached a resolution, Mianmian felt a sense of relief. They could afford to let them live a while longer. However, would the army truly venture this far? She propped her chin in contemplation. Time Sequence, sensing her doubt, interjected. In matters of life and death, everyone knows which path to choose. Initially perplexed by his statement, Mianmian soon grasped its meaning. Realizing that Time Sequence was indeed a formidable figure, even in his simplicity, those within the military would stop at nothing to survive. Her question about their capability to travel such distances now seemed somewhat naive. With a smile, she acknowledged the unfolding narrative. Unlike the soldiers who would have to deliberate over such matters, they are likely to arrive within these next 2 days. We must prepare for their arrival. One wonders if there are any familiar faces among them. A smirk, tinged with sarcasm or mockery, played on Su Jinchuan's lips, casting an enigmatic aura upon his face. Enough of this horror film. Let's dispose of the bodies, clean the floors, and sanitize the area, ignoring the musings of the others. Time Sequence noted the hour and urged them to act swiftly. Each person contributed to the task at hand. Although Mianmian was not required to help, she felt compelled to participate. Time Sequence, observing her determination, allowed her to work alongside the others. By the time they finished, dawn had broken, marking 6 o'clock. I am utterly exhausted. I intend to sleep the day away. No one is to disturb me. Su Qing yawned, his fatigue evident. Mianmian nodded in agreement. Her own weariness palpable. Time Sequence, however, appeared invigorated, showing no signs of fatigue despite having pulled an all-nighter. Mianmian gazed at him in admiration, questioning, Time Sequence, are you not weary? She was astonished by his stamina. He had seemingly thrived on the lack of sleep. Not at all. If you feel tired, you should return and rest, he urged, noticing her fatigue. Mianmian nodded, hurrying off to preserve her strength. The others gradually departed as well, leaving Time Sequence alone. Instead of resting, he busied himself installing discreet surveillance cameras throughout the building. The impending arrival of the military had undeniably stirred his sense of urgency. Time Sequence anticipated that their presence would disrupt the tranquility of their lives. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. He turned to find a small bird watching him intently from a distance. A smile crept across his face at the absurdity of having a bird assigned to monitor him. Did they truly consider him a fool? In an instant, a knife flew from his hand, piercing the creature before it could take flight. He approached the fallen bird, lifting it carefully. He wondered whether Mianmian was aware of how such birds were used for surveillance. He could only hope it had not relayed anything to its master. Meanwhile, in the neighboring 38th floor, a woman spat out a mouthful of blood, clutching her chest in disbelief. She had not anticipated that someone would slay her familiar. Thankfully, the bond they shared was not one of life and death. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Who dared to kill her familiar? Fury coursed through her veins, and she yearned for vengeance against the one who had committed this act. All she intended was to send it to investigate the formidable individuals residing next door. Yet the outcome was far from what she expected. Weak and trembling, her anger only intensified. With no knowledge of her adversary's identity, she concluded that the existence of the neighboring building had become meaningless. Let them all perish. They shall join my familiar in the afterlife. Her malevolent gaze fixated on the towering structure across the way, as if waiting for the slightest opportunity to reduce it to ruins. As Shirshu returned home with a bird in tow, Mianmian immediately rushed to his side. How could you bring back a dead bird? She exclaimed. This bird is rather peculiar. Mianmian cupped her chin and scrutinized it for a moment. suddenly realizing that it appeared to belong to someone else as a spiritual companion. With a grave expression, she turned to Shirshu and remarked, "It seems you have inadvertently taken someone else's spiritual pet." Shirshu, in turn, gazed at Mianmian with an inquisitive look, as if he were entirely unfamiliar with the concept of a spiritual companion. Chapter 62. Resolving together. Time sequence initially believed that the bird he had killed was merely a creature trained by someone else for surveillance, unaware that it was in fact someone else's spirit pet. However, he assumed that the essence of a spirit pet was somewhat aligned with his interpretation. He posed this question to Mianmian, whose bewildered expression struck him as somewhat endearing. Regrettably, this was not a moment for levity. Mianmian earnestly elucidated the significance of a spirit pet to an individual. As a spirit pet owner herself, she understood its profound importance. She pondered what kind of frantic actions the pet's owner might undertake upon sensing the demise of their beloved companion. Resting her chin on her hand, Mianmian looked up at Time Sequence with a serious demeanor and inquired, "Did anyone witness you killing this bird? If someone saw it, then..." Although Time Sequence was quite formidable, she harbored no desire for him to encounter the pet and Oppo's owner. After a moment of thought, he shook his head. Only the surveillance could have captured it, but it wasn't powered on, so it didn't record anything. This matter is known only to us. His curiosity was piqued as he observed Mianmian, who was evidently worried for him for the first time. Truth be told, he felt a certain joy in that concern. Mianmian, oblivious to his inner thoughts, was solely focused on resolving the issue at hand. Gazing at the lifeless bird, she contemplated consulting Shushu. "I will ask my spirit pet if it has any solutions. You should attend to your own matters for now. However, I suggest you destroy those clothes." She shook her head, eyeing the garments he wore. She was uncertain if the owner could detect the scent of the one who harmed their spirit pet. Hence it was prudent to err on the side of caution. Time Sequence nodded in agreement, refraining from disputing her advice. After Mianmian departed, he retreated to his room for a shower and changed into a fresh outfit. Complying with Mianmian's suggestion, he incinerated the clothes. Meanwhile, Mianmian entered her space and promptly informed Shushu of Time Sequence's actions. Her curiosity piqued as she sought its counsel on how to resolve the predicament. Upon learning that Time Sequence had killed someone's spirit pet, Shushu was nearly propelled into the air, astonished by the audacity of the man. "Such a bold fellow. Mianmian, perhaps we should reconsider having him as our husband. I fear he might eliminate me next." Shushu's voice trembled with apprehension. Mianmian gazed at it, perplexed by its train of thought. Time Sequence had acted unintentionally. The bird had been persistently watching him, leading him to mistake it for a surveillance creature, resulting in its accidental demise. He was unaware of what a spirit pet truly was, and had it not been for her earlier explanation, he would still be in the dark. Now, her concern lay with whether Time Sequence would face retaliation from the bird's owner. Could that individual ascertain who had killed their spirit pet? For Time Sequence's sake, she felt a deep sense of worry. His intentions had been noble, yet she could not fathom why he had not simply captured it alive. A sigh escaped her lips. "Indeed, your actions were not deliberate. Rest assured, Mianmian. The owner will remain oblivious. That individual is likely at a distance from their spirit pet, probably across from you. Unless they possess the ability to see through walls and maintain a constant vigil over the bird, it is improbable that they would identify the perpetrator." Shushu had entangled the bird with a branch and, after a thorough inspection, reached a conclusion. Yet, as it probed further, a sense of unease washed over it. "Mianmian, you may be in for some misfortune. The heart of this owner is rather malicious. They might not know who did it, but they could still lash out indiscriminately. This building may be in peril." Shushu sensed a profound resentment emanating from the owner of the bird, its leaves rustling in concern for Mianmian and Time Sequence. Upon hearing this, Mianmian became increasingly troubled. They were oblivious to the identity of their adversary. What course of action could they take? Was the owner a good person? If not, perhaps it would be best to eliminate them outright. She did not wish to live in constant fear. A flicker of murderous intent crossed her eyes. She genuinely desired to eradicate this potential threat. From my observations, this owner frequently employs the bird to monitor various individuals, which suggests they are likely not a person of good character. Specifically, I have traced them to the 38th floor across from you. Shushu relayed the information to Mianmian. After listening intently, she vanished from sight. She left the bird behind for Shushu to deal with, as it was advisable not to carry it outside, which could attract the owner's attention. Upon her return, Time Sequence coincidentally approached her. Seeing him, Mianmian hurriedly pulled him inside. Time sequence, intrigued by her urgency, questioned, "What has transpired to make you so anxious?" Upon his inquiry, Mianmian could not help but pinch his cheek in response. After the action, she froze, and Time sequence wore a bewildered expression. They both paused, the atmosphere tinged with awkwardness. Mianmian quickly regained her composure, releasing his face and brushing her hair back in an attempt to mask her embarrassment. Time sequence chuckled at her reaction. "I apologize. I merely felt that you seemed unconcerned," which irked me. Upon witnessing his amusement, Mianmian bashfully explained her earlier gesture. Time sequence nonchalantly waved it off, stating, "It is fine. I understand you are worried for me." Mianmian instinctively sought to refute this notion, opening her mouth to argue but found herself at a loss. She indeed harbored concern for him. Lowering her gaze, she chuckled at her own predicament, surprised at how quickly she had begun to worry for Time sequence. "My spirit pet informed me that the owner of the bird will not let the one who harmed their spirit pet go unpunished. So," she left the thought unfinished, eager to gauge Time sequence's reaction. Without hesitation, he interjected, "So you wish to eliminate them together?" Mianmian remained silent, realizing he truly understood her intentions. She nodded, revealing her thoughts without reservation. Time sequence furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before lifting his gaze to Mianmian, his expression serious. "I can handle this matter alone. You need not involve yourself further." Mianmian bristled at his words. "What do you mean? Are you suggesting you can simply dispose of me once you have used me? That is unacceptable. I refuse to agree." Her face was a portrait of defiance. Time sequence, taken aback by her interpretation, chuckled helplessly. "How could I be that kind of person? I simply do not wish for you to be embroiled in this. As individuals like this tend to harbor a strong desire for revenge, I do not want you to become a target." He reached out, affectionately ruffling Mianmian's hair as he explained. However, she shook her head, seriousness etched on her face. "She has already set her sights on us. Do you truly believe I can evade her wrath? She harbors animosity towards the entire building. It would be in our best interest to resolve this matter swiftly." Mianmian regarded Time sequence with clarity, determined to confront the challenges ahead. Her actions were not merely a means to assist Shirshu, she was also aiding herself. She certainly did not wish to meet an untimely demise. How unjust that would be. After a moment of contemplation, Shirshu finally nodded in agreement with her perspective. Mianmian was correct. This matter had transcended his personal concerns. The enemy lurked in the shadows while they stood in the light. If they did not resolve this issue promptly, the threat to them would be insurmountable. Once Mianmian discerned that Shirshu had grasped the gravity of the situation, she divulged all the information she had obtained from Shushu to him. Chapter 63. Nighttime plans. These recent days present the most opportune moment for resolution. She grapples with the aftermath of her spirit companion's demise, rendering her particularly vulnerable. "We must seize this weakness to successfully eliminate her," Mianmian declared with an indifferent expression. The fact that she could forge the most rudimentary contract with this spirit companion suggests that she is not of noble character. Were she virtuous, a contract of equality would have been established. Mianmian felt no sorrow for those of ill repute, especially after hearing Shushu remark that this spirit companion appeared to have been frequently abused, further dulling her empathy. At present, her sole desire was to expedite the resolution of this matter, indifferent to all else. Shirshu nodded, observing Mianmian as she busied herself. A pang of sympathy stirred within him. "Mianmian, I appreciate your efforts. I shall ensure you experience no such hardship in the future," he assured her earnestly. Mianmian remained unconcerned. Shirshu had indeed assisted her in numerous ways, and she bore no grievances for aiding him in return. As Shirshu departed to make arrangements, Mianmian drew back the curtains, gazing across at the 38th floor with unwavering intent, as if she could pierce through the concrete to glimpse the individual within. Upon stepping outside, she was met with a cacophony of discussions. Su Qing expressed confidence that the individual in question would likely refrain from action and could be disregarded. Conversely, Su Jinxian insisted on taking decisive measures to eradicate any potential threat. Listening to their fervent debate, Mianmian turned her attention to Shirshu, who had remained silent throughout. His expression was placid, as though their words had not registered with him at all. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Mianmian approached Shirshu, tugging at him gently. "What are you pondering?" she inquired, concerned that Su Qing's words might sway him into negligence regarding that individual. Such negligence could indeed prove perilous. Shirshu shook his head, deep in thought. I was contemplating whether tonight would be suitable for action. Upon hearing this, Su Mianmian eagerly nodded in agreement. I believe it is an excellent idea. The time is ripe, and we should expedite the resolution of this matter. With Su Mianmian's endorsement, Shu finally committed to the plan. Disregarding the clamor of the two others as he decisively announced, "We shall act tonight." At his proclamation, Su Qing and Su Jinxian fell silent. Su Jinxian felt indifferent. He was already aligned with the plan. Su Qing, however, was somewhat perplexed. He opened his mouth to voice his thoughts, but Shu's cold gaze silenced him, compelling him to swallow his words. Once Shu had made up his mind, no force could sway him. After a moment's contemplation, Su Qing ultimately ceased his objections. With everyone settled, Su Mianmin elucidated the necessity of eliminating all future threats. Upon hearing her explanation, Su Qing felt a surge of guilt. "Boss, I apologize. I had no idea the situation was so intricate. Had I known, I certainly would have refrained from speaking out." Su Qing was quick to amend his mistake, his expression reflecting deep regret. Observing this, Su Mianmian interjected on Shu's behalf. "I knew Shu would not elaborate. He must have simply issued commands, leaving you unaware of the full context." A smile graced Su Mianmian's face as she looked at Shu with a hint of jest. Shu returned a wry smile, tinged with resignation. Su Qing gave Su Mianmian a thumbs up, his silent gesture conveying his approval. Shu wasted no further time, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. According to his plan, they would take an inflatable boat to the adjacent building at midnight. However, he refrained from discussing how they would handle the individual in question. Su Mianmian eyed him curiously, sensing he harbored additional plans. "Shu, please share your thoughts. I refuse to believe you have not devised a strategy for dealing with that individual." Her tone was earnest, reflecting her concern that he often concealed matters from them. This behavior truly ought to change. Shu hesitated, casting a glance at Su Mianmian before shifting his gaze to the others. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, Su Mianmian interjected. "Are you worried that individual is too formidable and that our involvement may lead to danger, prompting your desire to face this alone?" Her words conveyed a mixture of disappointment and frustration. Why did Shu always adopt such a mindset? She felt her previous observations were futile. The others regarded Shu with disapproval, their expressions mirroring their agitation. Shu bowed his head, a look of helplessness crossing his features. When he looked up again, a glimmer of light shone in his eyes. It was indeed a revelation to have someone understand him, a sentiment that left him both amazed and somewhat resigned. "I was mistaken. I shall not act this way again. If that individual resides on the 38th floor, we shall endeavor to avoid disturbing anyone else and proceed directly to that floor. My only concern is how to identify the owner among potentially many residents. Furthermore, if we eliminate only one person, could we incite enmity from the others?" Shu propped his chin thoughtfully, visibly troubled. This predicament occupied his mind for quite some time, as evidenced by his furrowed brow, a rare sight for him. Upon hearing Shu's concerns, Su Mianmian finally comprehended why he remained silent during Su Qing and Su Jinxian's argument. He had been preoccupied with this dilemma. She communicated with Shu in the space, seeking its counsel on the matter. Shu suggested that she procure a feather from a small bird, instructing her on how to utilize it to identify the owner. Upon receiving this advice, Su Mianmian's eyes sparkled with realization. "I understand how to find the owner now. You need not dwell on this any longer. As for any others present, do we not possess sedatives? Before entering, we can simply incapacitate everyone inside." She relished this straightforward and forceful approach to problem solving. Shu, upon hearing her, placed a reassuring hand on Su Mianmian's shoulder, a smile of admiration gracing his features. "Mianmian, you are truly exceptional." It was undeniable that Su Mianmian's intelligence was increasingly remarkable. Su Jinxian, too, smiled proudly at his sister, feeling a swell of pride in her capabilities. Shu seldom offered compliments, yet he frequently praised Su Mianmian, a testament to her undeniable charm. Although Su Jinxian believed his sister to be the best, he often pondered the reasons behind Shu's affection for her. Now, however, he felt reassured. Su Mianmian was the very reason he admired her. It would be unnatural not to cherish someone so astute. With their discussion concluded, Shu began to organize personnel and prepare the necessary equipment. Su Mianmian, feeling unhelpful, noticed Butlerly cooking alone and decided to assist him. Butlerly possessed the ability to manipulate water, a skill that proved invaluable for their household's needs. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Shu led Su Mianmin, Su Jinxian, and Su Qing outside. Upon reaching the 6th floor, Su Jinxian and Su Qing inflated the boat. Once completed, they tossed it into the water as if discarding refuse. The two men climbed aboard the inflatable craft first, with Su Mianmian jumping in just ahead of Shirshu, her heart racing with a hint of nervousness as she did so. Wait a moment, as she sits upon this contraption, she is somewhat anxious about capsizing. There is no need for fear, it is quite safe. I shall support you, simply leap down. They will catch you. Observing Su Mianmian's trepidation, Shichi extended his hand to steady her, offering reassurance. Su Mianmian nodded, gathering her courage, and without a second thought, she leapt down. Initially, there was a slight wobble, but Su Jinxian promptly steadied her. As Shichi descended smoothly, Su Qing, seeing everyone gathered, navigated the vessel to the adjacent building. Chapter 64. Our purpose is you throughout the journey. Su Mianmian felt the raindrops striking her raincoat as if they were hitting her skin, causing her pain. The water below flowed slowly, but corpses and debris were visible everywhere. Su Mianmian was certain that after the floods and snow disasters, infectious diseases would surely follow. After a few minutes on the inflatable boat, they arrived at their destination. Su Jinxian ascended first, tossing a rope down afterward. Su Mianmian had to climb the rope to follow him. The process was much simpler for Shirshu and Su Qing, as the two directly scaled up. Will this inflatable boat be left here? Could it be stolen? Su Qing glanced at the boat below, feeling a sense of unease. Shirshu and Su Mianmian believed that few would be up at this hour, and seeing that, Su Qing reluctantly left it behind. The four of them quietly ascended the stairs, with Su Mianmian walking in the middle. She observed the staircase and genuinely felt that the inhabitants here were disordered. With every step, she could see fresh bloodstains. The mingling of zombie blood and human blood was nauseating. Su Mianmian was grateful for her shoe covers. Otherwise, she would have discarded her shoes in disgust. After approximately 5 minutes, the four reached the 38th floor. There were 4 doors, and Su Mianmian took out a feather from a bird, cut her hand, and let her blood drip onto it. In an instant, the blood-stained feather emitted a faint glow and floated up, guiding Su Mianmian to the door closest to the window on the right. Noticing where it stopped, she turned to Shirshu and the others, signaling that this was the place. Shirshu and the others hurried over. Shirshu released his psychic abilities, probing inside. There was only one woman. She appeared to be sleeping and posed no immediate threat. Shirshu knew that those who seemed least threatening often turned out to be the greatest danger. He signaled to the group that there was only one person inside. Seeing this, Su Mianmian nodded. Su Qing noticed a peephole at the door and produced a sleeping gas, blowing it into the opening. They waited a few minutes for the gas to take effect. Shirshu nodded at Su Jinxian, who promptly unlocked the door with deft movements. Su Mianmian admired their seamless cooperation. Once inside, they shut the door behind them. Su Qing intended to deal with the woman, but as he approached the bed, a dagger suddenly flew from the bedding, slicing his arm. Su Qing winced in pain, the dagger clattering to the floor. Su Mianmian was taken aback, realizing that she had not been rendered unconscious by the gas. It seemed this woman possessed something of significance. Who are you, and why have you come to kill me? The woman, looking weary, gazed at the intruders, bewildered as to why these strangers wished to harm her, considering she did not know them. Is a reason needed to kill? If we wish to kill, we shall. Su Jinxian replied, his face twisted with menace as he aimed his gun at her. The woman was taken aback by the presence of a firearm and felt her spirit dim. Her abilities had diminished significantly following the death of her spirit beast. She was no match for these individuals now. What should she do? Her mind raced, desperately seeking a means of escape. If you seek food, I have some in my kitchen. Take it, I won't resist. Just spare my life. The woman altered her earlier fury to a visage of fragility. Su Jinxian held his gun steady, awaiting Shirshu's command to fire. Our purpose is you. As for your food, we shall see about that later, Su Mianmian replied, arms crossed and a smile gracing her lips. Did the woman think she was oblivious to her cunning intentions? It was clear she sought to bargain for her life. Su Mianmian narrowed her eyes, filled with murderous intent as she scrutinized the woman's expression. The woman on the bed, surprised to see another woman among the intruders, glared at Su Mianmian in anger, reproaching, we are both women. Why must one woman make life difficult for another? Su Mianmian disregarded the moral high ground, glancing at Shirshu, urging him to make a decision. Shirshu had been observing the woman on the bed, his brow subtly furrowing. Are you Lu Xiao, the daughter of Huangzhou? Upon hearing someone recognize her, Lu Xiao's face lit up with hope. Yes, I am Lu Xiao, the daughter of Huangzhou. You know my father, don't you? Can you persuade them to let me go? Her excitement made her overlook the tone in which the question had been posed. Su Mianmian exchanged glances with Shirshu. Did he genuinely intend to spare her? If he were to choose mercy, she felt he would no longer be the Shirshu she knew. Spare you? How could that be? Your father has committed numerous atrocities. Don't pretend you are unaware, Shirshu retorted, a sardonic expression crossing his face as sparks of lightning flickered at his fingertips before extinguishing. The fluctuating atmosphere weighed heavily on Lu Xiao. Where there had been exhilaration, now she felt an icy chill. The phrase deep waters and blazing fires resonated most closely with her current feelings. How could I possibly know? I am merely his daughter kept outside. He pays me no mind, Lu Xiao protested, shaking her head innocently. Su Mianmian observed her, sensing a hint of the White Lotus act. Turning away, she refused to watch the woman's clumsy performance. It is precisely because you were neglected that you resorted to wrongdoing to gain his favor. Do you think I discovered your name and appearance without investigation? Lu Xiao, after causing the demise of so many young men. Do you not wonder if you will feel fear in the dead of night? Shirshu's words dripped with irony, as if casting a curse upon her. As Lu Xiao absorbed his words, she envisioned countless long-forgotten faces rising before her, their mouths gaping in agony, lunging at her like demons. Unable to contain herself, she screamed in terror. The cacophony of her cries sent a jolt of annoyance through Su Mianmian, who glared at Lu Xiao, wishing she could silence her with an old sock. Do not approach me. I didn't and oppose. T mean to. If you must blame someone, blame Huangzhou. He is the one who commanded me. Lu Xiao pleaded, her hands flailing as she spoke in a frenzy. Her behavior resembled madness. Su Mianmian regarded her with skepticism, convinced it was all an act. Initially, she had perceived Lu Xiao as possessing remarkable mental fortitude, remaining composed even in the face of death. How could she suddenly feign madness? Unless... Su Mianmian glanced at Shirshu, realizing he was the one orchestrating this. Indeed, it is I. I intensified her fear with my psychic abilities, trapping her in the misdeeds of her past. Shirshu confessed without hesitation. There was no denial of his actions. Shall we still proceed to kill her, or let her remain in this state? Su Jinxian inquired, holstering his firearm, curiosity etched upon his face. Kronos turned his head towards Su Mianmian, indicating that the decision rested with her. Kill her. I'm uncertain if she can be redeemed. It's best to eradicate the problem at its root. Su Mianmian scrutinized Lu Xiao with a calculating gaze, then coldly stated, since this person has committed so many misdeeds, she should descend and atone for her sins. Su Jinxian nodded in agreement. He raised his pistol, preparing to depress the trigger. Unable to endure the torment of her memories, Lu Xiao abruptly turned and slammed her head against the wall. With a resounding thud, she collapsed to the ground, a gaping hole visible in her forehead. Blood streamed forth, with glimpses of bone visible amidst the crimson flow. Chapter 65. The little mouse. Su Mianmian frowned slightly. Lu Xiao's demise seemed to spare their hands from bloodshed. Su Jinxian, once again stowing away his firearm, sighed. It appears I am of little use today. Su Mianmian smiled faintly and approached Lu Xiao, checking for her pulse. There was none. All right, she is passed. She turned to Su Qing, concern etching her features. Are you all right? Su Qing shook his head, but the loss of blood nearly caused him to collapse. Su Jinxian quickly supported him, preventing his fall. Su Mianmian retrieved some spiritual spring water from her space, urging him to drink. Upon examining his wound, she noted its depth. It would be wise to employ some ability for healing, she remarked before unleashing her healing powers. A gentle light emanated from her palms, enveloping Su Qing's injury. Gradually, the bleeding ceased, and the wound began to close. Su Qing's complexion improved considerably. As Su Mianmian sensed her powers waning, she hastily concluded the treatment. Mianmian, you look quite pale. Have you exhausted your abilities? Shijun, from his own space, presented her with more spiritual spring water, worry etched across his face. He contemplated reproaching her, but held his tongue, recognizing her intentions to save a life. However, he couldn't shake his concern for her well-being in the future. After a moment's hesitation, observing her still pale visage even after drinking, he finally blurted out, Mianmian, please refrain from such actions in the future. Exhaustion of your powers can be perilous. You must act within your limits. He gazed at her, resolute and unyielding. Su Mianmian, meeting his gaze, sensed his displeasure and nodded in acquiescence. Seeing her compliance, Shijun's expression softened. Sister-in-law, thank you. Are you all right? Su Qing gazed at Su Mianmian with gratitude and guilt, his heart heavy as he noted her distress caused by him. Su Mianmian shook her head, indicating it was of no consequence. Let us depart. It is getting late, and it would be unwise to linger here. Feeling rejuvenated, she rose promptly, urging them onward. They cleared out Lu Zhao's supplies, reasoning that leaving them behind would only lead to spoilage or theft. Su Mianmian envisioned using the provisions as a gesture of goodwill, a small boon to encourage others to assist them. Shijun concurred with her plan, and they swiftly aligned their intentions. With Su Qing injured, Su Jinxian piloted the boat. By the time they returned home, it was past 5 o'clock. Su Mianmian did not tarry, heading directly to her room to rest, as her sleep had been insufficient. When she awoke, it was well past noon. Yawning and surveying her surroundings, she sought the source of the disturbance that had interrupted her slumber. After a thorough search, she discovered a small white mouse nestled timidly by the bedpost. It would have been easily overlooked had she not been vigilant. This little creature. Su Mianmian regarded it sternly, threatening, "Come out quickly, or I shall feast on roasted mouse today." The little mouse trembled at her words, fear etched across its tiny features. She remained silent, confident that it possessed some degree of intelligence. As she had anticipated, the little mouse, quaking with trepidation, cautiously emerged. With a swift motion, Su Mianmian captured it, lifting it to eye level for a thorough inspection. "You seem rather feeble. Perhaps I should see if anyone wishes to form a contract with you." She mused silently. The mouse, upon hearing her words, squirmed as if reluctant. Su Mianmian tightened her grip, threatening, "If you refuse to form a contract, you shall meet your end. Who will safeguard you then? A contract means food and shelter. Isn't that enticing?" Her tone was laced with persuasion. The mention of sustenance sparked a glimmer of hope in the mouse's eyes. Realizing she had piqued its interest, Su Mianmian gently placed the mouse in her palm. It did not flee. Instead, it gazed up at her with an endearing expression. She smiled softly and stroked its tiny head. Already possessing an unhatched dragon, she decided it best to allow others the opportunity to form a bond with the mouse. Stepping outside, she called out, "Is anyone fond of little mice? Come and take a look." Upon entering the living room, she found Shijun and the others seated, her query eliciting confused glances. Once they spotted the small white mouse in her hand, comprehension dawned. "Where did you acquire this little mouse? It appears quite docile," Su Jinxian remarked, playfully reaching out to examine it. The mouse, overwhelmed, scurried beneath Su Huan's feet. Su Huan, bending down, lifted it gently. "It knows how to hide. Intriguing," he commented with a smile. Seeing their interest, Su Mianmian couldn't help but chuckle. If it didn't run, it would be rather foolish, she teased, poking Su Jinxian playfully. He, caught off guard by her jest, stuck out his tongue in a playful retort. "Let us see who it chooses to form a contract with." "I doubt anyone harbors disdain for mice," Shijun remarked, casting a glance at the little creature, though he displayed little enthusiasm. Su Mianmian understood his intent and nodded. "Little mouse, take your time to decide who you wish to bond with. You shall find sustenance with any of us," she encouraged, her tone alluring as she feared the mouse might flee in confusion. Listening intently, the mouse surveyed its options, ultimately fixing its gaze upon Su Jinxian, who was still recovering from its earlier antics. "Are you looking at me because you wish to choose me, or merely indicating that anyone else will suffice?" he inquired, bewildered. The mouse, sensing his uncertainty, turned to Su Mianmian for guidance. She chuckled, playfully nudging Su Jinxian. "It has indeed chosen you," she declared, her surprise evident as she realized the mouse preferred Su Jinxian despite his earlier rough handling. "Is this what they call a love-hate relationship?" Su Jinxian mused, receiving the mouse from Su Huan with a grin. "Now that you have chosen me, I promise you shall never go hungry." The mouse nuzzled against his finger in response. With Su Mianmian instructing them, the two completed the ritual of forming their contract, each with their respective mouse, solidifying their newfound bond. It is quite simple. It merely requires the blood of one person and one mouse. Upon completing the contract, Su Jinxian found himself able to comprehend the words of the little white mouse. It expressed its hunger. Su Jinxian was taken aback that its first utterance was such a mundane request, leaving him in a state of helplessness. Su Mianmian could not contain her laughter, and soon others joined in the mirth. "I have some nuts here. Surely it can consume those?" she pondered. "If not, then so be it." At that moment, Su Qing, who had just been snacking on nuts, heard Su Jinxuan's remark and, with a puzzled expression, produced the remaining nuts. Chapter 66. Enemies. Upon hearing Su Qing's words, the little white mouse immediately scurried to his feet, its eyes sparkling with eagerness, as if imploring him to place the nuts directly into its mouth. Su Qing set the nuts upon the table, and the mouse embraced them eagerly, gnawing away. It was so diminutive, what could it possibly achieve? In a battle against zombies, it seemed rather ineffectual. Su Qing gestured with his hand to indicate the mouse's size. Shaking his head in curiosity, Su Jinxian glanced at Su Mianmian, convinced that her decision to form a bond with the creature must stem from some extraordinary characteristic it possessed. Although it was currently small and its abilities unremarkable, as it grew, it would surely be capable of transforming its size. Moreover, its acute sense of smell and taste rendered it one of the most perceptive mutated creatures, adept at sensing danger. With its presence, their future outings could be considerably safer. Su Mianmian explained with a calm demeanor. Su Qing was astounded. He could hardly believe that such a small creature could possess so many remarkable traits. Today had indeed broadened his horizons. If only more mutated animals could be found in the future, he too desired one. Su Huan looked at Su Jinxian with envy. Expressing his own fondness for spirit pets, Su Jinxian beamed with pride, reveling in the affection bestowed upon him by the small creature. Su Mianmian said nothing further. She turned, careful not to disturb anyone, and returned to her room. Once inside, she swiftly entered her space. "Master, come quickly. The dragon egg is about to hatch," Shushu exclaimed as soon as it saw Su Mianmian. She approached it, and together they gazed at the dragon egg, which was cracking open in the distance. Several fissures had formed on its shell, and they could hear the sounds of struggle from within, reminiscent of a chick attempting to break free. Su Mianmian chuckled softly, bemused by her own thoughts. "Master, look, its head seems ready to emerge," Shushu exclaimed, fixated on the dragon egg. Su Mianmian turned her gaze and indeed noticed that a new opening had formed. The little creature inside appeared fatigued, having quieted after making its initial breach. After patiently waiting for a few minutes, movement resumed within, prompting Su Mianmian to breathe a sigh of relief. She had nearly gone over to investigate if nothing occurred. Suddenly, a dragon head adorned with 2 tufts of fur appeared within her line of sight, startling her. She hadn't expected the dragon to look like this. Unlike the dragons depicted in her previous illustrations, this one had a round face, lacking the sharp angles of its artistic counterparts. Su Mianmian suspected that it had absorbed too much spiritual energy, resulting in its plumpness. "Master, pull me out. Why do you just stand there? Come help me." The little dragon inside the egg pleaded, its expression filled with grievance. Su Mianmian was taken aback and turned to Shushu, recalling that it had suggested the dragon should emerge naturally from the egg for optimal health. Yet here it was, expecting her assistance. Feeling lightheaded, Su Mianmian regarded Shushu, who seemed to squirm awkwardly at her confusion. "Haha, isn't this a means of training it? Little dragon, you've grown up. You must learn to fend for yourself," Shushu declared with mock seriousness, though a closer inspection revealed it was merely feigning. Disregarding Shushu, Su Mianmian approached the little dragon, gently lifting it out. Upon seeing it fully, she realized it was indeed quite long, over a meter, despite just hatching. Its scales were somewhat prickly, and she hesitated, momentarily tempted to set it down. "All right, you're out. Can you fly?" she inquired, squatting to place it on the ground, her brow furrowed in uncertainty. She was unsure whether a real dragon could indeed fly. It bore no visible wings, leaving her intrigued. "Of course I can fly. I may be small now, so it might look a bit awkward. You won't laugh at me, will you?" The little dragon replied innocently, gazing up at her. Su Mianmian nodded, assuring it she would not mock its attempts. Yet, as she wondered just how peculiar its flying would be, she soon found herself stifling laughter upon witnessing its first attempt. When it took flight, tiny wings appeared, wholly inadequate for supporting its body, causing it to wobble precariously, with its feet flailing in confusion. Its frightened expression made it all the more difficult for Su Mianmian to contain her amusement. She swiftly scooped it up to prevent further flight. If it continued, her promise of restraint would surely falter. "Aren't you supposed to eat those dragon eggs? Hurry and feast," she reminded, pointing to the nearby dragon eggs, urging it on. She was eager to indulge in a private chuckle. Upon hearing her words, the little dragon's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Master, once I consume them, my abilities will surely enhance, and I will be able to protect you," it declared confidently. Su Mianmian nodded in encouragement, signaling it to proceed. As the little dragon scurried away, she could no longer contain her laughter. Shushu, observing her amusement, was puzzled. "Master, what are you laughing about? Is there something funny?" it inquired, causing a few leaves to tumble onto Su Mianmian's head. She merely smiled, brushing the leaves aside as she chuckled. You wouldn't understand. Teach it well during this time. I must take my leave. Do not quarrel. She instructed Shushu before exiting, ensuring it would maintain a good rapport with the little dragon. Shushu nodded, watching her depart with a sense of longing, wishing for the day it could join her outside. As Mianmian emerged from her space, she found the environment of her room disorientingly altered, almost leading her to doubt that she had returned to the correct realm. Shurji, what are you doing in my room? You startled me, she exclaimed, placing a hand on her chest, still reeling from the surprise. Noticing her reaction, Shurji felt a hint of embarrassment. I have urgent matters to discuss. Seeing you absent, I awaited your return here, he explained. Why are you so easily startled? Approaching her, he ruffled her hair with a playful smile. Mianmian shot him a glance, unimpressed by his nonchalant demeanor. Anyone would be startled upon discovering an unfamiliar presence in their room. Shurji, as ever, was insufferable. However, she quickly shifted her focus back to the pressing concern he had mentioned earlier, signaling for him to continue. Nodding in acknowledgement, he looked outside, his expression growing somber. A ship arrived not long ago, carrying a military unit. One of the leaders is someone I recognize. He bears a grudge against both me and Su Jinxian. And should he discover our presence here, it would certainly spell trouble for us. As he spoke, a glimmer of lethal intent flickered in his gaze. Observing his expression, Mianmian felt a sense of foreboding about the individual in question. Suddenly, the name Yao Yin surfaced in her mind, a figure who was a superior to both Shurji and Su Jinxian. The last mission they undertook had been orchestrated by him, with the intent to eliminate both of them. At that time, Shurji reported to Yao Yin that their military provisions were inadequate. Fearing that his collusion with others to embezzle public funds would be uncovered by Shurxiu, Yao Yin sought to eradicate the problem entirely. Unexpectedly, Shurxiu and Su Jinxian emerged unscathed, and Shurxiu realized that this matter had been orchestrated by Yao Yin himself. The specifics of their confrontation remain unclear, yet the outcome was that Shurxiu and Su Jinxian withdrew, allowing him to continue in his role as military commander. Mianmian speculated that Shurxiu compromised to protect Su Jinxian. Otherwise, given his nature, he would have undoubtedly exposed the matter. Chapter 67. Why not take his supplies? In the midst of a tense atmosphere, Shurxiu was harboring a profound frustration due to Su Jinxian. The resurrected grudges stirred within him, and upon encountering that individual, it was likely that he was suppressing a surge of anger. Shurxiu, could you enlighten me on the events that transpired between you two? Mianmian yearned for Shurxiu to voluntarily share, as that would enable her to assist him seamlessly. Initially reluctant to divulge such sordid matters, Shurxiu found himself unable to refuse when faced with Mianmian's eager expression. A silent sigh escaped him, lamenting that he could never bear to turn her away when she looked at him that way. This, perhaps, was the helplessness of having a soft spot. Resigned, he began recounting the grievances he harbored against that person. Listening intently, Mianmian realized the narrative mirrored the plot of the novel she had read. Ultimately, she deduced that Shurxiu had withdrawn, burdened with the responsibility of protecting Su Jinxian. The individual named Yao Yin was capable of such wickedness only through substantial connections. He had threatened Shurxiu, asserting that if he dared to report his misdeeds, Su Jinxian would meet a grim fate. Uncertain of the extent of Yao Yin's network, and with Su Jinxuan's life hanging by a thread, Shurxiu had no choice but to compromise and decided to investigate further at a later time. Thus, he found himself waiting until now. A twinge of guilt gnawed at Shurxiu. He had yet to unveil the true nature of this individual. Observing the guilt etched on his face, Mianmian instinctively reached out to ruffle his hair, encouraging him in the same manner he had once encouraged her. Shurxiu lifted his gaze to her, joy shimmering in his eyes. Unaware of his intent, Mianmian suddenly felt the world spin and, upon regaining her bearings, discovered she was seated on Shurxiu's lap. What are you doing? Why am I? Her words trailed off, but the blush on her cheeks conveyed what she could not articulate. He chuckled softly, choosing not to respond, instead resting his head against her shoulder, nuzzling her. This behavior reminded Mianmian of a playful puppy, softening her heart. Time passed as Shurxiu held her close, eventually lifting his head. Mianmian, after all this time together, has your perception of me changed? Perhaps it is time for us to deepen our relationship. His earnest gaze bore into hers, his hands firmly holding her to prevent any retreat. Understanding that evasion would only lead to disappointment for Shurxiu, Mianmian resolved not to be the one who shied away from the matter. Reflecting on their journey from their first meeting to this moment, she realized she had been unwittingly drawn to him. Whether it was during perilous moments abroad, where his protection had been unwavering, or the meticulous care he bestowed upon her in daily life, she appreciated and cherished it all. Having a partner who respected women and exuded strength seemed far from undesirable. Though she had never experienced love before, an instinct within her whispered that he was the one for her in this lifetime. Regardless of the changes the future may hold, she wished to convey her desire to be with him, to relish the present moment. Shu, let us embark on our journey as true partners from this point onward. No matter what the future holds, we are mutually fond of one another, are we not? She winked playfully, her face alight with joy. Upon hearing Su Mianmian speak of becoming true partners, Shu felt as if he had misheard her. Mianmian, what did you say? Could you repeat that? He was surprised by his own urgency. Anticipating his excitement, she reiterated her words with greater solemnity. Upon hearing what he longed to hear, Shu could no longer contain himself and embraced Su Mianmian tightly. Mianmian, I vow to never let you down. You can trust me. His grip was firm, his expression resolute. With her eyes closed, Su Mianmian murmured in acknowledgement. In truth, she was not concerned with the future. Her focus was solely on cherishing the present and this hard-won happiness. What lay ahead was a matter for the future. A faint smile graced her lips, and the mutual understanding between them brought joy to Su Jinxian and Mu. When they heard Su Mianmian mention planning a wedding ceremony upon the completion of the base, both displayed unmistakable delight. Flushed with embarrassment under their gaze, Su Mianmian hid behind Shu, reluctant to show herself. He chuckled, shielding her with his presence. All right, we will be counting on you both for the preparations. Thank you for your efforts. His gratitude was palpable. Mu and Su Jinxian exchanged knowing glances, finding joy rather than inconvenience in the preparations. The joyous occasion surrounding Shu and Su Mianmian shattered the tranquility of their home, igniting excitement among all. Seeing their elation, Su Mianmian couldn't help but smile. Yet, thoughts of Yao Yin lingered in her mind, fueling her irritation. This individual had dared to harm Shu and Su Jinxian. She would not let him escape unscathed. Shu, do you wish to seek revenge? She regarded him with solemnity, her eyes aflame with the anger he recognized. Shu's smile faded, replaced by curiosity. Have you conceived a plan? With a knowing look, Su Mianmian turned her gaze to the window, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. Why not seize his supplies? She was certain Yao Yin had concealed the embezzled goods, and if they could locate them, it would serve as a form of retribution. Even if they could not eliminate Yao Yin, they could certainly infuriate him. A smile crept across Su Mianmian's face as she reveled in the thought. Shu, hesitant to dampen her spirits, had to voice the truth. Yao Yin is cunning. We have interacted with him for quite some time without recognizing his true nature. In this apocalyptic world, he must have numerous contingencies in place. Confronting him will not be a simple task. He gently tousled Su Mianmian's hair, aware of her desire for vengeance on his and Su Jinchuan's behalf. However, he understood that revenge was not as straightforward as she believed. Regarding her suggestion to locate Yao Yin's hidden supplies, he felt it was a daunting challenge. In the midst of the flooding, it was uncertain whether those supplies even existed. And given Yao Yin's caution, he might not have stored them within the city. It was possible that he had established bases in multiple cities, making a comprehensive search counterproductive. Shu rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought, concluding that this approach might not be feasible. Observing his skepticism, Su Mianmian recalled the narrative from the book and noted that their destination aligned with Yao Yin's. In a world where resources were scarce, it was inconceivable for Yao Yin to abandon a city he had lived in for so long and journey to a distant location without a compelling reason. She had ample grounds to suspect that the majority of Yao Yin's supplies were hidden in City H. Shu, if Yao Yin's destination coincides with ours, could it imply that his supplies are located there? Su Mianmian inquired, her gaze penetrating as she sought his thoughts. Without a moment's hesitation, Shu nodded affirmatively, for it was inconceivable that one could traverse such a distance without provisions. Yao Yin was a man of profound cunning, harboring distrust towards others. He preferred to personally handle many significant matters. If Yao Yin's supplies were indeed located in City H, he would undoubtedly abandon his stay here. Listening to Shu's words, Su Mianmian realized her suspicions were validated. In light of this, the situation became considerably more manageable. Chapter 68. Forbidden Thoughts. As time passed, Su Mianmian's eyes sparkled with excitement, prompting him to reach out and gently pinch her cheek, curiosity evident in his voice. What are you thinking? Su Mianmian shared her conjecture, and upon hearing it, Shu rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. She observed his face intently, a flicker of curiosity igniting within her. Would he believe her speculation to be accurate? I believe your hypothesis may indeed hold merit. Let us first observe his movements. Shirshu replied, his gaze fixed on Su Mianmian, devoid of any unnecessary emotions. Uncertain of his thoughts, she opened her mouth to inquire further, but ultimately closed it, dissuaded by the intensity of his gaze. Never mind, let us wait and see. If the current Yao Yin differs from the one in the book, that could complicate matters. Yao Yin and his companions currently resided in the adjacent building. Shirshu instructed everyone to draw the curtains tightly, ensuring they could not be spied upon. They surely possess equipment. We must be cautious, he added. Upon learning of Yao Yin's arrival, Su Jinchuan's face flushed with rage. Were it not for Shirshu's revelations regarding events post his coma, he would scarcely believe Yao Yin capable of such treachery. Shirshu, do you think he would be surprised to see me? I doubt he ever considered I might awaken. Su Jinxian gripped an apple tightly, and Su Mianmin observed him, feeling as though he might crush it at any moment. She tugged at Shirshu's sleeve, signaling him to soothe Su Jinxian. Shirshu nodded and approached Su Jinxian, gently patting his shoulder. I understand your anger towards him, but we cannot ascertain his current strength. Until we have concrete information, our best strategy is to conserve our energy. Su Mianmian nodded in agreement, her expression affirming his words. Brother, Shirshu is right. Hatred will not resolve our troubles. In fact, it may lead to your downfall. Let us maintain a calm perspective, she said, moving beside Su Jinxian to offer comfort. She was acutely aware of the animosity that fueled their desire for revenge. However, Shirshu's reasoning resonated deeply with her. They were unaware of Yao Yin's true capabilities, and provoking him recklessly would only place them at a disadvantage. The priority now lay in enhancing their own strength. A flicker of lethal intent crossed Su Mianmian's eyes. Such a person as Yao Yin had no right to exist in this world. Hoarding military provisions and ensnaring heroes warranted his demise. As Su Jinxian listened to Shirshu and Su Mianmian's counsel, his anger began to subside. He looked up with a bemused smile and said, all right, I was merely venting. You needn't worry about me. Su Mianmian felt a wave of relief wash over her at his words. I fear for your safety, lest you recklessly seek your own demise. She teased. Su Jinxian bristled at her remark. How could I be that foolish? Sibling banter ensued, filling the room with warmth as Shirshu watched them. Affection evident in his gaze. Having family and loved ones nearby was a comforting sensation. At that moment, Su Qing rushed in, his expression fraught with urgency. Su Mianmian's smile faded, replaced by a serious demeanor. Su Jinxian mirrored her concern, both regarding him with solemnity. Boss, there are individuals across the way using binoculars to observe us. Some are even pointing guns in our direction. What do they intend? Su Qing exclaimed, frustration evident in his tone. Shirshu remained unfazed. It is likely a directive from Yao Yin. He is perpetually on edge, perhaps overwhelmed by the number of enemies he perceives. Let them be. We shall not engage with their antics, he replied dismissively. Su Jinxian waved his hand nonchalantly. I thought it was something significant. Yet it turns out to be this triviality. Su Qing still felt a twinge of unease. What if they open fire on us? Su Mianmian dismissed the notion. They wouldn't dare. It would serve them no advantage unless they are aware of our presence here. Yao Yin wouldn't go to such lengths without reason. Shirshu expressed his disagreement, asserting they would not act recklessly unless they had a clear motive. Upon hearing Shirshu's words, Su Qing regained his composure, shaking off his earlier panic. Well then, it seems our peaceful existence is at risk of disruption. Quite bothersome, he remarked, crossing his arms. Annoyance etched on his face as he cast a glance towards the window, where the curtains hung. Su Mianmian couldn't help but chuckle at Su Qing's irritation. She empathized with his frustration, feeling it herself. Su Qing returned to monitoring the situation, and after a brief moment, Shirshu turned to leave, intent on honing his abilities. Brother, aren't you going to practice your powers? Su Mianmin queried, noticing Su Jinxian's stillness. She nudged him, curiosity piqued. Startled from his thoughts, Su Jinxian replied, if you continue to startle me, you might find yourself without a brother. He then mused, what if we simply blew up that building? Wouldn't they all perish? His eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at Su Mianmin. Su Mianmin was taken aback. What a dreadful idea. How could you even consider such a thing? She regarded him incredulously, as if he were a fool. Brother, I can hardly claim you as my sibling if you entertain such notions. That building is not solely occupied by villains. There may be innocents among them, just as you once were. Would you truly condemn them all to death? Her expression conveyed her dismay. She struggled to comprehend Su Jinshuan's mindset, as such indiscriminate violence was utterly unacceptable to her. She may not perceive herself as virtuous, yet she refused to partake in the slaughter of the innocent. Seeing the displeasure on Su Mianmian's face, Su Jinshin quickly relented. I misspoke. I was merely jesting. I would never go through with it. Shirshu and the others would never approve. You are correct, Mianmian. We shall only pursue our enemies, he added, a conciliatory look in his eyes as he attempted to appease her. Su Mianmian chuckled softly, placing a hand on his shoulder. I'm glad you understand. Glancing at the clock, she noted it was already 5 in the afternoon. Where is Butler Lee? Has something happened? Concern etched on her face. She turned to Su Jinshian. He chuckled in response. Mianmian, what could possibly go wrong here? You missed lunch, and everyone decided on hot pot for dinner. They should be here shortly to make arrangements. Relieved to learn that Butler Lee was unharmed, Su Mianmian sighed in relief. Yet, she couldn't resist teasing Su Jinshian. You all discussed this without informing me? How could you leave me in the dark? Su Jinshian recognized her jest and flashed a charming smile in response. Before long, Butler Lee emerged with Shi's mother and father, ready to prepare the ingredients. Observing this, Su Mianmian decided to join in the lively atmosphere. With a multitude of people, an abundance of provisions was gathered, and soon, baskets of vegetables were being carried out. As Su Mianmian stepped outside, the tantalizing aroma of the hot pot broth wafted through the entire house. She inhaled deeply, her face radiant with joy. There was nothing more blissful than enjoying a hearty hot pot meal in the midst of an apocalyptic world. Chapter 69. Some rejoice, some sorrow. Seeing that Shirshu had not yet emerged, Su Mianmian turned and walked towards his room, which was to her left. As she knocked on the door, she contemplated whether to return to her room to change clothes. Her attire had become slightly damp from washing vegetables a bit too vigorously, causing water to splash onto her. It was rather uncomfortable to wear. However, she hesitated at the thought that she would certainly smell of hot pot later. Just as her indecision lingered, the door opened. Shirshu was momentarily taken aback to see Su Mianmian at his door. It was the first time she had knocked on his door. Usually, it was he who sought her out. Surprised by her unexpected visit, he felt a flicker of joy. Mianmian, what brings you here? Is there something you need? The moment the words left his lips, he almost chastised himself. It sounded rather awkward. He cautiously glanced at her and, relieved to see her expression unchanged, relaxed. It's time for hot pot. If you don't hurry over, you might miss it, she said, her face radiating delight. Shirshu nodded, acknowledging that he had a few matters to attend to. He reached out to ruffle her hair gently. I understand. You go ahead and eat. I'll join you shortly. Su Mianmian nodded, her internal conflict about whether to eat first or change now resolved. The prospect of bringing the sin of hot pot into her room twice felt rather unpleasant. She concluded that it would be best to tackle that concern later. The atmosphere in the dining room was exceptionally lively, with beverages, sunflower seeds, and an array of fruits arranged around the table. At the center, various vegetables accompanied the meat. Noticing the absence of seafood, Su Mianmian retrieved a substantial amount from her space. Sister-in-law, thank you so much. I adore seafood, Su Qing exclaimed, jumping up in excitement as he swiftly approached her to receive the bounty, expressing his gratitude fervently. Su Mianmian smiled, unfazed by his exuberance. She cherished this atmosphere, having not experienced it in a long while. Do you think others can smell what we're having? Mother Shi inquired, her nose catching the fragrant aroma of the hot pot. Su Mianmian was at a loss to answer, glancing at Su Jinshian and the others for assistance. However, they all feigned ignorance, leaving her in a bit of a bind. As footsteps approached, Su Mianmian turned in excitement, spotting Shirshu without a hint of surprise in her eyes. Shirshu, Mom is wondering if others can smell our food. We're uncertain, perhaps you know. She looked at him anxiously, hoping he would alleviate the awkwardness of having no one respond to Mother Shi. They one and oppose. T smell anything. Have you forgotten that our house has an air purification system? Not only must the outside air be purified to enter, but the air inside must also be purified before it can escape, Shirshu replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Mother Shi visibly relaxed, repeatedly affirming that it's good to know. Su Qing's curiosity was piqued by the air purification system in the house, and his desire was palpable. Brother, when we leave, you should take that system with you. I can see how much you want it. I wouldn't dream of letting you go without it. I fear you might dream of it every night, Su Huan teased, pretending to be serious before bursting into laughter. Su Mianmin couldn't help but join in the laughter, finding them all quite amusing. The lively group enjoyed a long-awaited hot pot feast, and as they finished, Each face bore traces of lingering satisfaction. "Let us make this a bi-weekly affair, shall we? It's a wonderful way to foster relationships and enhance friendships," Su Qing proposed, belching contentedly. The others turned their gazes to Shirshu, including Su Mianmian. Seeing all eyes upon him, Shirshu expressed his confusion. "Why is everyone staring at me?" Su Qing couldn't resist the urge to tease. "Because you hold the power of veto." Su Mianmian stifled a laugh at his playful jab. Shirshu, noticing her amusement, took her hand under the table and gave it a gentle squeeze. Su Mianmian, shocked, stared at him, never expecting such affection in a public setting. Ignoring her astonishment, Shirshu addressed Su Qing casually. "Do as you wish, as long as you have the time and energy." With his agreement, the others were ecstatic, disregarding any stipulations he might have implied. Su Mianmian watched them with amusement, pondering whether they realized that soon they might be too busy to even eat. In the early days of the apocalypse, due to various natural disasters, there was indeed more leisure time, but humanity could not simply refrain from foraging for food. Once their supplies dwindled, that would mark the true beginning of their trials. They would undoubtedly need to venture out for resources, whether for show or out of necessity. While Su Mianmin reveled in this camaraderie far away, Li Qingqing was steeped in sorrow. "Qingqing, we will definitely be able to return home. Do not be too disheartened. Your unhappiness affects me as well." A soft-spoken young man embraced her from behind, concern etched on his face. Hearing his tender words, Li Qingqing found it impossible to refuse. She nodded, gazing longingly towards her homeland, believing it to be a safer haven compared to this terrifying place filled with monstrous threats. Were it not for his protection, she felt she would have perished countless times. However, this ordeal had awakened her spatial abilities. As for Su Mianmian, she remained oblivious to Li Qingqing's fixation on her while she returned to her room after dinner, only to be urgently summoned by Shirshu. Upon entering, she bumped into the little dragon wreaking havoc in her space. Seeing the frightened expression on the dragon's face, Su Mianmian found it difficult to muster a smile. The space was a chaotic mess. Nowhere was untouched. Her anger flared. "Shirshu, what happened? How did it ruin my crops like this?" Watching her nearly ripe vegetables destroyed by the little dragon, she felt her teeth grind in frustration. The little dragon, sensing her fury, cowered in fear. It attempted to approach her, but a warning glance from Su Mianmian made it freeze in place, too intimidated to advance. Shirshu explained the situation, revealing that after consuming the egg she had allowed it to eat, the little dragon began to rampage through the space. Gritting her teeth, she was at a loss for words. Those eggs had been her own concession. What could she say now? Had it overindulged, leading to such restlessness? Su Mianmian gazed at the little dragon, who stood there fidgeting, and her expression shifted, revealing a dawning realization. Upon hearing her words, Shirshu too became aware of the situation. "Master, it indeed seems plausible. So, we have both misjudged the little dragon?" Shirshu looked at the little dragon, feeling a twinge of guilt within. Had it known that consuming the dragon egg would be so beneficial, it would have allowed the little creature to savor it at a leisurely pace. Chapter 70. Gathering supplies at this point. Further words hold no value. Su Mianmian had thrown Xiao Long into the mountains, allowing it the freedom to roam and expend its boundless energy. Once everything within the space was resolved, Su Mianmian finally exhaled in relief. "Shirshu, I must trouble you with these vegetables. Please ensure Xiao Long does not ruin them again. Issue it a strict order to keep away from the food supplies." Observing the damaged vegetables on the ground, her heart ached deeply. After earnestly instructing Shirshu, she swiftly departed from this sorrowful place. Back in her room, sleep eluded her, prompting her to practice her abilities. Leveling up her powers required the complete consumption of her existing energy. Gradually, her abilities would accumulate more significantly. Unlike some who feared depleting their energy, Su Mianmian felt no such dread. She understood precisely how to enhance her powers. Should anyone enter her room, they would find it entwined with numerous vines. As Su Mianmian withdrew her powers, she took a large gulp of spirit spring water. After drinking, she sighed in relief. However, upon opening her eyes and seeing the furniture damaged by the vines, she fell into a daze. With a resigned hand to her head, she was reluctant to confront the mess. Rising from her bed, she silently began tidying up. Clothes that had not been stored in the wardrobe lay scattered across the floor, while cups and ornaments had fallen and shattered into pieces. Grateful for the soundproofing, she thought. Otherwise, the sound of shattering glass would surely draw others in. After cleaning up, she stifled a yawn and collapsed into bed, utterly exhausted. Su Mianmian was awakened by the sharp crack of a gunshot. She bolted upright, scanning her surroundings for the source of the sound. Finding no answers, she slipped on her shoes and resolved to inquire with others. Upon reaching the living room, she found Shirshu and the others present. Yawning, she inquired, "What just happened? Did I hear a gunshot?" Instinctively sitting beside Shirshu, she noticed a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, revealing his good spirits. Su Jinxian, observing the scene, refrained from comment. Appreciating the bond between Su Mianmian and Shirshu, though he occasionally felt a twinge of jealousy. Someone on the opposite side has gone mad, firing a shot at our 10th floor. Fortunately, there seemed to be no casualties. It was merely a show of intimidation, Su Qing stated. His gaze fixed on the surveillance monitors, the most authoritative on the matter. Su Mianmian nodded in response. The individuals across the way were equally bewildered, and she frowned. Her mood soured. Had we known they had surveillance installed as well? Now, with the enemy hidden, we remain oblivious to their intentions. Su Jinxian clenched his fists, visibly displeased. Su Mianmian agreed with his sentiment, acknowledging that had they also set up monitoring, they could have gleaned insights into the movements and plans of those individuals. The primary leader was likely among them. This place warranted the utmost caution. Noticing Su Mianmian and Su Jinxuan's shared displeasure, Shirshu suppressed a smile and interjected. There's no need for concern. Su Mianmian regarded Shirshu skeptically, asserting, "You know something, don't you?" Shirshu nodded, revealing the information relayed by their informants earlier that day. In a few days, the main leader would arrive with a contingent, followed by others of influence and ability. Su Mianmian shook her head, recognizing that ordinary individuals without power would find it nearly impossible to traverse such distances. The military would not send a large escort for them. The costs were too high. And training a competent team was no simple task. Every individual instinctively weighs the pros and cons, and she felt no right to chastise them, merely sensing the ruthless selection of the apocalypse. They will likely occupy the highest floors. Given the uniqueness of our situation, might we not be the first to attract their attention? Su Jinxian pondered, resting his chin in thought. He felt certain they would be noticed, uncertain of the potential for conflict. If conflict arose, how would they respond against a multitude? Su Jinxuan's thoughts spun, nearly overwhelming him. It shouldn't escalate. They will likely seek to recruit us. If we refrain from provoking them, they should leave us be, Shirshu reassured. Su Mianmian, observing Shirshu's unwavering confidence, found herself puzzled about the source of his assurance. Perhaps sensing her incredulity, Shirshu elaborated, their primary concern is securing shelter and food. Once they have established a suitable base, their next priority will be gathering supplies. Shirshu's implication was clear. They were likely too preoccupied with their own survival to concern themselves with the likes of them. Understanding this unspoken context, Su Mianmian nodded, choosing to remain silent. The external threats loomed large, causing her initial plans to search for supplies to be shelved. This realization left her somewhat disheartened, as the present moment seemed ideal for seeking resources, yet they were confined. Noticing the disappointment etched on her face, Shirshu could no longer contain his curiosity. "Mianmian, what weighs on your mind?" Without hesitation, Su Mianmian expressed her regret at being unable to venture out for supplies. Upon hearing this, Shirshu remained silent, but that very evening, he summoned her outside. Upon her arrival, she found not only Shirshu but also Su Qing, Su Huan, and Su Jinxian. Confusion clouded her expression as she wondered about their intentions. "I concur with your earlier sentiments. Now is indeed the perfect time to gather supplies. So we shall commence our operation tonight. The daytime activity from the opposing side is far too risky. We will operate under the cover of darkness for the next few days," Shirshu explained. Hearing the plan to collect supplies, Su Mianmian's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. She produced a map, presenting it to Shirshu, which detailed various supply locations and types, with her priority marked in red. "Is the freezer still operational?" "I hope we 1T arrived to find spoiled meat," Su Qing queried, eyeing the highlighted freezer. Su Mianmian reassured him, large freezers are typically equipped to handle power outages. "I am confident the meat will still be fresh." With Su Qing and Appo's concerns alleviated, Shirshu decided they would first head to the freezer, leaving the other supply locations for tomorrow night. The group agreed, donning raincoats and waterproof shoes as they set out. The rain was light, and the wind gentle, creating an ideal atmosphere for their expedition. As they reached the 6th floor, Shirshu retrieved an inflatable boat, while Su Qing and Su Jinxian efficiently inflated it. Su Huan stood guard at the stairway, while Shirshu and Su Mianmian quietly discussed their planned route. Su Mianmian noted that their journey to the freezer would take them past a supermarket. She suggested that on their return, they could gather supplies from the store. Shirshu nodded in agreement. The inflatable boat was cast into the water, and one by one, they jumped in. When they reached the river, Mianmian no longer felt the trepidation she once had. Without a moment's hesitation, she leaped in. Soon, the inflatable boat sped toward the ice house. The ice house was not particularly far from their current location. By car, it would take approximately an hour. However, Mianmian was uncertain how long the journey would take by boat, especially given the possibility of unforeseen events along the way. She could only hope that nothing untoward would occur. Just as they had encountered no difficulties halfway through the journey, and Mianmian began to believe they would have a smooth passage, an unexpected incident transpired. Chapter 71. The Great Fish with a Meteorite. Why is the inflatable boat leaking? Did we hit something? Mianmian furrowed her brow in confusion as she observed water steadily seeping into the bottom of the inflatable boat. Shirshu reached out to touch the water. It was not rain. It was accumulated water seeping from beneath. I think I saw a large fish. Right, over there. Su Huan stammered, seemingly too astonished to articulate properly. Mianmian and Shirshu followed his gaze, but saw nothing. Su Huan scratched the back of his head, embarrassment washing over him. As soon as you looked, it dove down. Exchanging glances, Mianmian and Shirshu understood that he was not deceiving them. This boat was no longer a viable option. Su Qing struggled to steer it towards a location that would allow them to disembark. Spotting a rooftop, he immediately headed in that direction. At that moment, Su Huan caught sight of the large fish once more. Its gaping mouth, with teeth glistening sharply in the moonlight, was quite a sight. Speechless, he tugged at Shirshu's sleeve, who turned to see what was happening. Su Huan quickly pulled Su Qing aside and took the helm himself. He navigated swiftly, but the damaged boat hindered his maneuvers. Su Qing, initially bewildered, jumped when he finally spotted the colossal fish. How on earth did it grow so large? Mianmian pondered, her eyes filled with curiosity. Isn't that a sea fish? How did it end up here? The water here has no salt. What sustains it? Her mind was awash with questions. Suddenly, she noticed a stone wedged in the fish's tail and instantly understood. The stone was a fragment of a meteorite, providing it with energy. We need to retrieve that meteorite, Mianmian stated solemnly. The others turned their gazes toward the fish's tail upon hearing her words. It seemed to sense their intentions, flicking its tail and sending a massive wave crashing toward them. Mianmian gripped the boat tightly, bracing against the uncomfortable onslaught of water, unwilling to let go. Falling into the water was a fate unknown, fraught with peril. Shirshu turned to face the approaching fish, his demeanor growing increasingly composed. Just as the fish was about to reach them, Shirshu maneuvered the boat onto the rooftop. The jolt was jarring, nearly causing Mianmian to lose her lunch. As they disembarked, everyone, except Shirshu, trembled on their feet. My goodness, boss, when did you become such an adept helmsman? You drove us right onto the rooftop. Impressive. Su Qing, fighting back retching, gazed at Shirshu in admiration. Mianmian, though not nauseous, wore an expression that revealed her discomfort. Mianmian, are you all right? Shirshu approached her, offering a bottle of spring water. After taking several gulps, Mianmian felt significantly better. The others, seeing the spring water, flocked to Shirshu, who generously distributed a bottle to each. Once she regained her composure, Mianmian approached the edge and looked down, discovering that the fish was still there. Perhaps it was drawn by the scent of the spring water. Its gaze toward her was filled with longing. They were now approximately 2 meters above the water's surface. Mianmian wanted to give Shirshu a thumbs up. He had indeed done an incredible job in bringing the boat up. Despite the tumult they had endured, they were alive. And she was grateful. Why does it keep circling us? I'm truly exasperated, Su Huan remarked, observing the large fish as it swirled around the house, showing no signs of leaving. As the rain intensified, the wind picked up speed. Mianmian, with her good sense of balance, feared she might be swept away by the fierce gusts. Mianmian, hold on to me. Don't let go, Shirshu urged, positioning himself beside her. Without hesitation, Mianmian grasped his hand tightly. Just as she did, a powerful wind surged, making it difficult for her to keep her eyes open. In that moment, Shirshu became her anchor of security. After what felt like an eternity, the wind subsided. Mianmian opened her eyes to find the others huddled together to shield them from the harsh elements. Mianmian, are you okay? Su Jingxian, unable to see her expression, approached her with concern. Mianmian shook her head. That wind had been overwhelming. I'm grateful for you all and Shirshu. Otherwise, I might have been blown away. Where did that malevolent wind come from? Look, The fish is gone, Su Huan murmured as he moved to the wall and peered down. He had anticipated seeing the menacing creature, but the surface of the water was undisturbed, save for the ripples from the falling rain. Su Mianmian and the others approached him and looked down, confirming his observation. There was nothing to be seen. Where could it have gone? Surely it wasn't blown away by the wind? Su Huan pondered aloud, resting his chin on his hand. Su Mianmian shook her head. It seemed improbable. They had not been blown away, so how could it have been? Unless there was a whirlpool beneath, drawing it away to another location. But what kind of whirlpool would be strong enough to do that? She believed it more likely that the fish was merely hiding. I suspect it wants us to lower our guard. I don't believe it has truly vanished, she stated gravely. Su nodded in agreement, clearly sharing her sentiments. The fish lurked in the shadows while they remained in the light. This predicament was indeed troublesome. What could possibly entice it out? Su Mianmian whispered to herself. Suddenly, an idea struck her. The fish had shown a clear interest in the spring water. Why not use it to lure it out? Su Mianmian articulated her plan, and it received unanimous approval. She retrieved a bottle of diluted spring water from her space and poured it onto the surface of the water. It fell silent, eerily quiet. All eyes were fixated on the water, anxious not to miss a single movement. After several tense seconds, the water remained still. Just as Su Mianmian began to waver in her resolve, the fish leapt from the depths, launching an attack toward them. The force of the splash sent Su Mianmian and the others reeling backward. Su caught her to prevent her from falling, and she offered him a grateful glance. Without further exchange, they both turned their attention back to the fish, which continued its relentless leaps. Is it trying to use the water to push us in? Su Huan wiped the splashes from his face, displeasure etched across his features. Su Mianmian nodded in agreement. Isn't that precisely its intent? But unfortunately for it, we are not ones to sit idly by. Wait a moment, I will use my vines to restrain it and buy you some time. You should divide your tasks. Who will remove the meteorite from its tail, and who will distract it with an attack? Su Mianmian said with a serious expression. Su felt that her plan was feasible and promptly instructed Su Huan and Su Qing to extract the meteorite from the large fish's tail. He, meanwhile, would utilize his mental prowess to control the creature, preventing it from moving. Seeing that he had not been assigned a role, Su Jinxian curiously inquired, "Am I not required to do anything?" Upon hearing his question, Su Mianmian couldn't help but chuckle. "Brother, are you wishing to electrocute them? Have you forgotten about your own abilities? If you unleash your powers, wouldn't Su Qing and Su Huan be in peril?" A smile adorned Su Mianmian's face. Chapter 72. The strange crow. Su Qing and Su Huan gazed at Su Jinxian with expressions of firm disapproval, commanding him to refrain from using his extraordinary abilities, for they still wished to preserve their lives. With a resigned nod, Su Jinxian acknowledged their request. Although his powers were formidable, they were regrettably not to be employed. He stood aside, his countenance tinged with sorrow, ensuring he did not disturb their efforts. Seizing the moment, Su Mianmian extended her vines and ensnared the large fish as it leapt from the water. Upon witnessing her success, Shijun released his mental energy to exert control over the creature. Su Qing and Su Huan plunged into the water, swimming to the rear of the fish to begin extracting the meteorite. Their combined efforts yielded only a small victory after a minute of strenuous labor. The stone was embedded far too deeply, making it exceedingly difficult to remove. Su Qing grimaced as he toiled, his face flushed from exertion. Meanwhile, the fish grew increasingly agitated, sensing their intent to extract the source of its power from its tail, and began to thrash violently. As Su Mianmian struggled to maintain her grip, the strain of controlling the fish drained her energy, leaving her complexion pale. Shijun, too, felt the strain. The fish's fierce resistance was proving nearly insurmountable. Observing their distress, Su Jinxian called out urgently, urging them to hasten, for both Su Mianmian and Shijun were on the brink of exhaustion. Should they falter, Su Qing and Su Huan would be in grave peril. After a moment of contemplation, Su Jinxian leapt into the fray, joining the two in their efforts to extricate the meteorite. His assistance made the task significantly easier, and with a concerted effort, they finally extracted the stone. The fish, as if gripped by an unseen force, went rigid. Without hesitation, the trio grasped the meteorite and climbed atop it. Relieved to see their safe return, Su Mianmian and Shijun retracted their powers. However, as Shijun withdrew his energy, he was suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of nausea, expelling a copious amount of blood. Alarmed, Su Mianmian quickly retrieved a vial of spiritual spring water from her spatial pocket, urging him to rinse his mouth before drinking. Shijun's pallor was alarming, and Su Mianmian felt a pang of guilt. She lamented her own weakness. If she had been able to control the fish more effectively, Shijun would not have had to exert himself so greatly, leading to his current state of distress. Filled with concern, she resolved to strengthen herself, vowing that one day she too would be capable of safeguarding them. With determination gleaming in her eyes, Su Mianmian's resolve did not escape Shijun's notice, stirring a sense of protectiveness within him. In tumultuous times, all must grow. What was happening? Why was the fish thrashing so violently? It resembled symptoms of acclimatization issues. Su Huan sprinted to the wall, his gaze fixed on the fish, noting its frenzied movements following its initial paralysis. Approaching, Su Mianmian realized her earlier suspicions were correct. The fish was indeed struggling to adapt. Originally a creature of the sea, it had entered freshwater due to the meteorite's power, and now, bereft of that source, it was suffering from incompatibility. With a hint of sarcasm, Su Mianmian addressed the fish, arms crossed, explaining its predicament. Su Huan nodded in understanding, finally grasping the situation. Su Qing, casting a glance at the meteorite, was astonished by its potency. Could it truly provide energy? Su Jinxian, curiosity piqued, regarded the stone with intrigue. The notion that such a small object could enable a sea creature to thrive in freshwater was indeed fascinating. Su Mianmian nodded, then shook her head, sensing his confusion. Su Jinxian pressed for clarification. Could it upgrade her spatial abilities or not? It can indeed enhance my space, but it holds no value for you. You must rely on crystal cores and the regular use of your abilities for upgrades, Su Mianmian replied with a playful smile. Upon learning that the meteorite could facilitate her spatial enhancement, Su Jinxian promptly handed it over to her, reasoning that it would serve no purpose for them and discarding it might inadvertently empower something else. With tacit agreement from the others, Su Mianmian took the meteorite and placed it within her spatial pocket. In the next instant, she felt an abrupt severance of connection with her space. Despite understanding this signified an upgrade, she could not quell a surge of anxiety at the disconnection. Noticing her distress, Shijun approached her, his brow furrowed in concern. Mianmian, what troubles you? Is the meteorite unsuitable for an upgrade? She shook her head, explaining that her space was currently undergoing an upgrade, thus rendering her unable to establish contact. Shijun tenderly stroked her head, offering silent reassurance. Unbeknownst to them, a crow observed their every move from the shadows. Sensing it had been noticed, the bird fluttered nervously and took flight. Shijun's gaze flickered with a barely perceptible glint of menace. The creature was undoubtedly suspicious. Should it reappear, he would ensure it was captured. Lowering his head, he concealed the intensity of his gaze. Su Mianmian, sensing a shift, inquired, Shijun, did you see something? Her question stemmed from the fact that he often grew quiet and watchful whenever something unusual occurred, sending a chill down her spine. Nodding, Shijun recounted his observations of the crow, emphasizing the need for heightened vigilance. Su Mianmian and the others nodded in agreement. Unbeknownst to them, the large fish had succumbed, floating lifelessly on the water's surface, its belly exposed, resembling a beached leviathan. Su Mianmian furrowed her brow, feeling a mix of unease and uncertainty about how to proceed. Do you have any ideas? She asked, glancing at Shijun and the others, her expression troubled. Shijun suggested dragging the fish to the rooftop, where they could incinerate it. Taking advantage of the clear weather, Su Qing and the others had no objections, admitting they could not conceive of an alternative. Su Mianmian nodded in agreement. After considerable effort, they finally managed to drag the fish to the rooftop, where it sprawled across the surface, obstructing their path. To expedite the burning process, they utilized oil. Let us inflate the inflatable boat first. Once we're all aboard, we can ignite the fire. Otherwise, we risk being trapped, Shijun cautioned, noting that some remained oblivious to the impending danger of the flames. Responding promptly, Su Mianmian retrieved an inflatable boat from her space. Su Qing and Su Jinxian set to work inflating it, and soon it was ready for use. Once aboard, Shijun ignited the fish. As the flames quickly engulfed their catch, Su Qing hastened their departure. They fled the rooftop, now ablaze, grateful for Shijun and Appo's foresight. Otherwise, they might have had to leap into the water to escape. The thought alone was exhilarating. As Su Mianmian watched the fire recede into the distance, she could not help but express her admiration for Shijun's careful planning. He smiled in response, choosing not to elaborate. Having lost considerable time, they arrived at the cold storage facility just past midnight. Gazing up at the elevated structure, Su Mianmian could not help but commend its designer for their foresight. That individual was truly visionary. Had it not been for him, they might have been unable to receive this batch of supplies. Time Sequence accompanied Su Jinxian to unlock the door, while Su Mianmian and Su Qing observed them from the side. Su Huan stood alone, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. With a series of soft clicks, the lock was released. As the door opened, a rush of cold air surged forth. Su Mianmian was caught off guard, shivering from the sudden chill. In the next moment, she let out a sneeze. Time Sequence pulled her aside. Exasperation etched on his face as he remarked, "You truly do not make it easy for me." Chapter 73. No need for salvation. As the door creaked open, the others hastily retreated, leaving Su Mianmian standing there in a daze. When Shirshu noticed her lingering in the cold air, he paused momentarily before swiftly pulling her back. Su Mianmian gazed at him with a pitiful expression, silently conveying her acknowledgement of her mistake, pleading for him to refrain from reprimanding her further. Seeing her disheartened demeanor, Shirshu could only indulge her. "Mianmian, you mustn't let this happen again. Are you feeling cold?" Su Jinxian asked anxiously, his concern evident. Su Mianmian shook her head, assuring him that she was fine. Initially, she had been startled by the sudden chill, which had caused her to yawn, but now that she was distanced from the source of the cold, she felt no discomfort. Relieved by her response, Su Jinxian felt a weight lift from his chest, due to her space being temporarily unusable after an upgrade. Shirshu glanced into his own space and discovered it filled with warm clothing. "I'll go in and gather what we need. You all stay outside," he instructed before changing into suitable attire and entering the cold storage. Even though he donned regular, non-specialized clothing, he still felt a biting chill upon entering. Without delay, he began to collect whatever he could find. Soon, the items in the cold storage were safely stowed away in his space. When Su Mianmian saw him emerge, she exhaled in relief. The thought of him being inside that frigid chamber for so long had caused her heart to race with anxiety, but now that he was out, her worry subsided. "Boss, was it very cold in there?" "Unfortunately, we have nothing warm to offer you," Su Qing said with an apologetic look. Shirshu waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was of no concern. He felt much better now that he was outside. Inside, he had truly experienced a bone-chilling cold. Su Mianmian's space had successfully upgraded when they reached the supermarket, and upon hearing the familiar sound signaling the upgrade, her face lit up with joy. "My space has successfully upgraded. Shirshu, let us split up to gather supplies," she exclaimed before rushing upstairs. Concerned for her safety, Su Jinxian followed her closely. Upon reaching the upper floor, Su Mianmian unexpectedly encountered two zombies. Perhaps they had caught the scent of human presence after a long absence, their faces twisted with madness. She could see their expressions were filled with a desperate longing. As they lunged towards her, she did not flinch. Seeing this, Su Jinxuan's heart nearly leapt from his chest. Just as he was about to shout a warning for her to evade, he witnessed the vines she summoned ensnare the two zombies. Breathless with relief, he approached her, wanting to scold her, but hesitating for fear of upsetting her. He felt utterly distressed. Upon seeing Su Jinxian, Su Mianmian's face turned sheepish. She had just put on a show, unsure if he had witnessed her display of prowess. She cautiously glanced at him, and, noting his displeasure, realized he had indeed seen everything. "Brother, the zombies are still alive. Would you help me eliminate them?" "I'm a bit shaken," she said innocently, feigning vulnerability. Though her legs were not truly weak, she merely sought to divert his attention. Her ploy succeeded. Upon hearing her words, Su Jinxian picked up a machete and dispatched the two bound zombies with swift precision. Their heads fell to the ground with a thud, and Su Mianmian observed the gruesome scene, sensing that he had vented all his frustration upon them. "Brother, you're so strong." "Haha, I'm going to start gathering supplies now," she said, a hint of guilt in her voice before darting off to collect items. She left some behind for the others, particularly the food, which she hardly touched, focusing instead on perishables that would spoil soon. After gathering the supplies on the upper floor, Su Mianmian and Su Jinxian descended. The ground floor was eerily quiet, devoid of any sound. They exchanged puzzled glances. "Aren't Shirshu and the others downstairs? Why is it so silent?" Su Mianmin pondered. Unable to believe they could have perished, the only plausible explanation was that they had discovered something and had gone to investigate. Aligning with her thoughts, Su Jinxian and Su Mianmian began to search the vicinity. Eventually, they stumbled upon a hidden door ajar in a secluded corner. As they stepped inside, they heard the raucous voices of Su Qing and Su Huan. They exchanged glances and hurried in. "There you are? We thought you had wandered off," Su Mianmian remarked. exasperation evident in her tone. Scanning the area, she realized they were in the supermarket storage room. Xirshu had already collected a considerable amount, leaving the space looking somewhat barren. She speculated that it must have been overflowing when they first arrived. Mianmian, do you want this? Xirshu beckoned, and she approached to find a box of sanitary pads. She smiled at him, touched by his thoughtfulness. Never mind, let us leave this for those in need. I already have an abundance in my space, she replied proudly, asserting that as a woman, sanitary pads were among her top 3 essential supplies. Hearing this, Xirshu stowed away a box. Su Mianmian stared at him, bewildered. I worry that one day your space might become unusable, and you'll need these in a pinch. It's better to keep a box here just in case, he stated, his composure unwavering. Su Mianmian felt both moved and amused by Xirshu's precautionary mindset, which resonated deeply within her. As they basked in their shared moment, the clamor continued on the other side. After collecting the supermarket supplies, the group began their return journey. It was now past 6 in the morning, the sky still overcast, lacking any sunlight. The rain was light, merely a drizzle. Peering through the glasses integrated into her raincoat, Su Mianmian observed her surroundings with a sense of peculiarity. We should make haste. If someone spots us, they might seek our assistance, she remarked, glancing at the numerous houses submerged or on the brink of flooding. Contemplating the possibility of individuals trapped inside. Should anyone call for help, they would find themselves in a predicament. Such encounters were best avoided, as the decision to rescue or not was fraught with difficulty. Xirshu concurred with her sentiments, urging Su Qing to disregard the distractions and expedite their departure. With the order given, Su Qing quickened their pace. Occasionally, they encountered the bloated corpses of animals, humans, and zombies floating in the water, exuding a nauseating stench. Su Mianmian thought that next time they ventured out, they should wear gas masks, as the current masks were ineffective. Even with 2 on, the pungent odor of decay was still overpowering. Should any of these bodies explode, it would surely spell disaster. Observing the swollen corpses bobbing in the water, Su Jinxian could not help but shake his head in disgust. Su Huan gazed at him in exasperation, retorting, I believe it would be wise for you to refrain from uttering such ominous words. The sight of those corpses is already quite revolting. Should there be an explosion, I fear I may lose my appetite for meat for the entire week. As the two conversed, a cry for help reached their ears. Su Mianmian turned in the direction of the sound and spotted a woman. The woman's complexion was ghastly, mottled with shades of blue and purple. From her vantage point below, Su Mianmian could even discern the woman's blood vessels, which appeared to be expanding ominously. The blood coursing through those veins was no longer the hue of a healthy human. It was a deep, unsettling black. Su Mianmian shook her head. It was clear that this woman was beyond salvation. Chapter 74. Someone approaches. She had already been infected by the zombie virus. There was no need for rescue. Su Mianmian lowered her head, her expression inscrutable. Upon witnessing this, Xirshu urged Su Qing to hasten the boat's speed. Su Qing complied, and the vessel surged forward with increasing swiftness. The woman, realizing they were not only refusing to save her, but also accelerating away, could no longer contain her fury and began to curse vehemently. Listening to the woman's vitriol, Su Mianmian couldn't help but shake her head. What good would it do to curse? It was utterly pointless. Mianmian, do not let that woman's words affect you. If we were to save her, we would be endangering ourselves. Xirshu, mistaking Su Mianmian's sentiment as regret, comforted her with a gentle touch on her head. Realizing he misunderstood her, Su Mianmian smiled faintly. I am not disappointed by our inability to rescue her. I merely find her curses meaningless. She still did not grasp the true brutality of the apocalypse. Those who survived in such times could not afford to be shackled by morality. With a sardonic smile, Su Mianmian remarked, if she feared those words, how could she dare to survive in this world? The apocalypse is rife with self-righteous individuals. Reflecting on the fates of such people made her shake her head again. Mianmian, I am relieved you think this way. You all should adopt the same mindset. Do not feel obligated to save everyone, understand? Xirshu spoke seriously to Su Qing and the others. They nodded vigorously, assuring him they would not play the role of naive saviors. Along their journey, they encountered several others pleading for help, and without exception, they ignored them. When a towering man stood at a window, anxiously calling for assistance, Su Mianmian could not help but scoff. A grown man should be focusing on saving himself rather than relying on others. He resides in a tall building and could easily seek refuge higher up once the flood reached his home. It is impossible for the flood to submerge the entire structure. He has no need to be rescued. Su Mianmin sometimes found it incomprehensible that they possessed geographical advantages yet still sought to venture outside. Was there something out there that lured them? Their desire for rescue stemmed from a lack of food. Devoid of sustenance, they were inclined to depend on others. The psychology of such individuals was easily discernible. Shirshu ruthlessly unveiled the truth. The others reacted with displeasure, realizing these individuals sought to exploit them for survival. They not only wish to drain our resources, but may also covet our very flesh. Should we rescue them, we would be obliged to feed and shelter them. And in times of danger, they would offer no assistance, possibly even betray us, Su Jinxian mused thoughtfully. In this apocalypse, it is best not to save anyone unless they are truly deserving of it. Su Mianmin nodded, reassured by Shirshu and Su Jinchuan's understanding of these principles. They continued to disregard those who called for help, and before long, Su Qing navigated the boat down below. As Su Mianmian gazed up at the sky, dark clouds loomed ominously, heralding an impending storm with thunder and lightning. She felt grateful they had returned to safety. Had they remained outside, their security would have been compromised. Noticing the absence of others, Shirshu stowed the inflatable boat back into storage. On their way up the stairs, they encountered two men. Both parties were vigilant, the atmosphere thick with tension as they brushed past each other. Fortunately, neither harbored hostile intentions, allowing for a peaceful exchange. Upon reaching the 37th floor, Su Mianmian finally breathed a sigh of relief. I'm so exhausted, climbing stairs is truly exhausting. I feel as if I've run a marathon. The sight of the sofa beckoned, and she couldn't resist collapsing onto it. Shirshu chuckled at her weariness. You shouldn't say you're tired. Instead, you should proclaim that you can continue climbing. It was rare for Shirshu to jest with Su Mianmian, yet she had no inclination to engage with him at that moment, her fatigue overwhelming her desire for banter. Observing her exhaustion, Shirshu suppressed his laughter and gently massaged her legs. Initially, Su Mianmin resisted, but soon, overwhelmed by the soothing sensation, she surrendered, burying her face in the sofa's cushion, feigning unconsciousness. After an indeterminate period, Shirshu finally withdrew his hands. Su Mianmian remained motionless, leading Shirshu to believe she had fallen asleep. Just as he contemplated carrying her to her room, she suddenly sprang up, leaving him bewildered. Without offering an explanation, Su Mianmian dashed back to her room. Shutting the door behind her and leaning against it, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Shirshu's actions were truly excessive. Did he not realize they were in the living room? His treatment of her was surely visible to others. The thought of facing anyone made Su Mianmian want to hide. She covered her face with her hands, shaking her head in shyness. Outside, the storm raged with thunder crashing like a relentless drum roll, yet Su Mianmian was oblivious. Her mind consumed with the lingering sensation of Shirshu and Appo's gentle massage. It was so comforting, so enchanting. Had it not been for the inappropriateness of the setting, she might have enjoyed it even more. Meanwhile, Shirshu remained transfixed, staring at her room, his eyes unblinking. Seeing his expression, Shermu couldn't help but reflect on the beauty of youth. The dazed demeanor of Shirshu mirrored that of his father in his own youth, evoking a wave of nostalgic happiness. Just then, Su Qing entered the monitoring room, exclaiming, "Boss, someone is coming." Quite a few, in fact. Upon seeing the footage, Shirshu's mind cleared of previous thoughts, transforming him into a vigilant predator, brimming with danger and alertness. He nodded, leading Su Jinxian and Su Huan to the entrance. Uncertain of the newcomer's intentions, he cautioned them against any potential threat. Clenching his fists, a murderous intent flickered in his eyes. They had not waited long outside when a knock echoed from the security door. This time, there was no forceful banging. Shirshu exchanged glances with Su Jinxian, both puzzled as to whether these visitors were friend or foe. Shirshu signaled Su Huan, who understood and approached the security door, pressing the black button. A small opening gradually appeared, a feature Shirshu had designed for communication with outsiders. He would never open the door without knowing whether the visitors were hostile. Such an act would be far too perilous. What do you want? Why have you come here? Su Huan took on the role of diplomat, ignoring the expressions of those outside as he questioned them assertively. The visitors, slightly miffed by his audacity, suppressed their grievances, recognizing the importance of their negotiations. We have matters to discuss with you. May we come in for a proper conversation? The man at the forefront exuded an air of elegance, his gaze sincere, as if to convey that he was not deceiving anyone. Upon witnessing this, Su Huan turned to glance at Shirshu. Shirshu approached, observing the individuals outside, and casually remarked, "We can converse like this." He was unconcerned about matters of etiquette, for in the realm of personal safety, politeness held little significance. Moreover, he had created a small opening to eavesdrop on their conversation, which could be considered a gesture of goodwill. Were it others in his place, they might not have been afforded such privilege. Chapter 75. Reunion with Su ran in the absence of any ill intent. It was only natural for Su to permit Su Huan to create this small opening. Should their dissatisfaction persist, there would be little merit in further communication. Su and Amp, Appo's gaze was profound. Those outside could only meet his eyes for a fleeting moment before they instinctively lowered their heads, unable to sustain the intensity of his stare. The cultured gentleman, having observed this, recognized that Su was the leader of this establishment. I am Xiangyan, he introduced himself, and I wish to discuss the safety concerns regarding this building with you. Upon hearing this, Su raised an eyebrow, a hint of confusion gracing his features. We have not engaged in any perilous activities, have we? Are you here to issue us a warning? Su Huan interjected, crossing his arms with a sardonic expression. They had not jeopardized the safety of the building, and the motives of these individuals were indeed questionable. Su Huan regarded Xiangyan with visible displeasure. Realizing he had been misunderstood, Xiangyan hastily waved his hands in negation. No, you've misunderstood. I am not here to warn you. To clarify any potential misinterpretation. He decided to articulate his intentions directly. I wish to discuss matters concerning the military. A unit will be arriving at our building tomorrow, and I fear their presence may cause unrest among us, the original inhabitants. A flicker of conflict crossed Xiangyan's countenance, as if he genuinely felt troubled by the situation. Su, perceiving his underlying thoughts, smirked mockingly. So you wish for us to serve as scapegoats? After all that Xiangyan had conveyed, anyone oblivious to his ulterior motives would surely be a fool. Su's indifferent gaze bore down on Xiangyan, who, for reasons unknown, felt a shiver run down his spine under the scrutiny. No, it's not like that. I merely believe we should unite. If they dare to bully any of the original inhabitants, you should also stand against it. We have coexisted for far longer, haven't we? At this juncture, Xiangyan was stripped of his previous elegance. Su's unwavering stare rendered him hesitant. He sought to evade Su's gaze, even avoiding direct eye contact while speaking. Before Su could respond, Su Huan interjected vehemently. Xiangyan, do you think we're fools? Your absurd idea is best left unvoiced. Take your people and leave. We do not wish to entertain you any longer. Su Huan's face was aflame with anger. He felt Xiangyan deemed them all as simpletons. Xiangyan instinctively opened his mouth to retort, but a man behind him suddenly nudged him. Turning around, the man whispered, Boss, if they refuse to cooperate, the military will undoubtedly target them first, given they occupy an entire floor. Upon hearing this, Xiangyan realized the merit in the statement. His initial panic at the military's impending arrival prompted him to rush in seeking collaboration without due contemplation. Now, reflecting upon it, he surmised that not collaborating might serve them better. Since you do not wish to cooperate, we shall not insist. Should anything befall you, do not expect our assistance. With that, Xiangyan turned and departed with his entourage. Su Huan, unable to restrain himself, scoffed. Why is he fleeing so hastily? We want to be opening the door to confront him. Su ignored him and entered the room. Su Jinxian discerned that Su was deep in thought and refrained from interrupting him. Su Jinxian, what is wrong with our leader? Why did he suddenly leave? Su Huan scratched the back of his head, utterly perplexed. He pondered whether his words had inadvertently displeased Su, prompting his departure. Su Jinxian glanced back at Su Huan, who appeared conflicted, and patted his shoulder reassuringly. It's nothing. Your leader isn't angry. He often adopts this demeanor when he is deep in thought. Having fought alongside Su for several years, he understood his temperament well. Relieved by Su Jinxuan's words, Su Huan exhaled. Su returned to his room and closed the door. Observing the pen and paper on the table, he approached and began to write. Once finished, he folded the paper neatly and tucked it into his pocket. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was time for dinner. As he opened the door, a cacophony of sounds greeted him, particularly the bright inquiry from Su Mianmian regarding his whereabouts. Mianmian, I'm right here. Is something the matter? He called out, shaking his head as he hurried towards her. Upon seeing him, Su Mianmian swiftly pulled him aside. Sure, Su, when I pulled back the curtains to look across, I noticed they were aiming their guns at our floor. It may not be solely directed at us, but nonetheless, I feel we are being watched. Her expression was grave as she addressed Su. God knows how disconcerting it was when she cautiously drew back the curtains only to be met with the barrel of a gun. She wished to avoid such a heart-stopping experience again. Listening to Su Mianmian's words, Su's expression shifted to one of understanding. I suspect this is related to the individuals who visited us today. Their failure to secure our cooperation likely incited them to ally with the military out of spite. Su's tone dripped with irony. Su Mianmin looked at him, puzzled, struggling to grasp his meaning. After he elaborated, she finally comprehended. How despicable. They profess concern for our building's safety, only to turn around and collaborate with them. What should we do now? Su Mianmian stamped her foot in frustration, furious at the betrayal that had exposed them. For now, let us observe their intentions. We should refrain from opening the curtains for a while. I believe they will not trouble us just yet. Their immediate priority is sustenance. Unless they wish for their own demise, they must recognize what is truly important. A sardonic smile graced Su's lips. Su Mianmian nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the armed individuals across from them posed no immediate threat. If they ever did, they would be prepared to retaliate fiercely. Dinner that evening was marked by an unsettling calm. Silence enveloped the table, with each person lost in their thoughts about the uncertain future and the looming arrival of the military unit. After finishing her meal, Su Mianmian retreated to her room, eager to enhance her abilities. Danger was imminent, and she had to strive harder. As night deepened and the rain continued to pour outside, those accustomed to the sound slept soundly, undisturbed. The following morning, as Su Mianmin stepped outside, she discovered Su and the others gathered in the monitoring room. Upon entering, she saw them intently observing the surveillance feed from the 6th floor, where boats were approaching and individuals were beginning to scale the building. Su Mianmian felt that if she were to descend to the 6th floor, she would undoubtedly witness a great deal of commotion. At that moment, she spotted an acquaintance. Was that not Su Ran? What was she doing here all alone? Su Jinxian expressed his astonishment. Su Mianmian fixed her gaze upon her and soon realized that she was not alone. Beside her stood a tall and robust man, their demeanor intimate, resembling that of a couple. The man next to her bore a resemblance to Yao Yin's son, Yao Sheng. Shu's expression turned grave. Chapter 76. The exchange of interests. Upon hearing the arrival of Su Ran, Su Mianmian instantly sensed that her presence was not to be taken lightly. Su Ran had indeed been fortunate. However, it remained uncertain whether Yao Sheng would continue to cling to her upon learning of her antics. It appeared that she had awakened her spatial abilities. As Su Mianmian spoke, all eyes turned towards her. Su stood and approached her, curiosity etched on his face. Mianmian, when did you arrive? It was peculiar that no one had noticed her presence. Surprised that they had been oblivious to her arrival, Su Mianmin replied. I've been here for quite some time. Did none of you notice me? Perhaps you were too engrossed in your discussion. With a playful smile, she touched her nose, amused by the fact that even the ever-vigilant Su had failed to detect her entry. Su ruffled her hair, ignoring her teasing. Look at this woman pretending to be a good Samaritan, Su Qing remarked, having turned to see Su Ran distributing food to those around her. Su Mianmian could not help but chuckle. Did Su Ran realize how displeased Yao Sheng appeared when she handed out the food? It seemed that the items from her spatial pocket were not truly hers. Ignore her. She will face her own misfortunes, she thought. Their highest-ranking leader had yet to arrive, leaving them uncertain of the identity of the newcomer. Su, refusing to spare Su Ran a glance, focused intently on the floor, his demeanor cold. At that moment, Su Mianmian spotted a large vessel entering the harbor via the surveillance feed. This ship, significantly more sophisticated than the others, boasted an abundance of soldiers, each standing at attention with their rifles. Su, do you think the leader is aboard that ship? Su Mianmian tugged at his sleeve, urging him to glance at the monitor. As Su lifted his gaze, a figure emerged from the vessel, a burly middle-aged man whose sharp features exuded an air of shrewdness. Even through the screen, Su Mianmian sensed the commanding aura that surrounded him. This was a man of danger, though his character remained a mystery. Is that him, Commander Rin? Su, sensing a shift in their circumstances, remarked, I feel as though we are no longer isolated. Beside them, Su Jinchuan's eyes sparkled with excitement upon recognizing Rin Tingfeng. He gazed at Su, nearly bursting with joy. However, as Su observed Rin Tingfeng engaging in spirited conversation with Yao Sheng on the 6th floor, he felt a sense of foreboding. He may not be the same as before. Just look at him now, he muttered, shaking his head in disapproval. Instinctively, Su Jinxian turned to the surveillance feed, and upon witnessing Rin Tingfeng walking side by side with Yao Sheng, he felt a pang of disillusionment. How could he have transformed into such a person? With the apocalypse upon them, it was impossible for anyone to remain unchanged. Most relationships were now driven by self-interest. Even if he disliked Yao Sheng, he would still put on a facade. Observing Su Jinchuan's disheartened expression, Su Mianmian sighed. This is reality. How could he still be unaware of it? I should have anticipated this. So what do we do now? If they all conspire against us, Su Jinxian clenched his fists, yearning to confront them. Su Mianmian believed the situation had not yet escalated to that point. If this so-called Commander Ren sought to extract benefits from the Yao family while feigning friendship, perhaps they could negotiate a partnership. She refused to believe they lacked what he desired. A subtle smile graced her lips. Su, noticing her demeanor, could not help but chuckle. Mianmian, have you devised a plan? Do share. He affectionately tousled her hair, eager to hear her thoughts. Swatting his hand away, Su Mianmian glared at him with mock annoyance. Su, if you mess up my hair again, you'll be in trouble. Su hesitated, noting her indignation. But a sudden spark of insight led him to wisely remain silent. He nodded in acknowledgement, promising to refrain from further mischief. After tidying her hair, Su Mianmian slowly articulated her thoughts. As she spoke, Su's eyes brightened. Mianmian, you are truly brilliant. We must try your proposed strategy. Though he harbored doubts about Ren Tingfeng's genuine rapport with the Yao family, he considered the possibility that Su Mianmian was correct, that Ren Tingfeng was merely seeking something from them. If they possessed something he desired, he would undoubtedly protect them. In that case, they could maintain their stability here. Su regarded Su Mianmian with satisfaction. Feeling fortunate to have her by his side, Su Jinxian beamed with pride, declaring, My sister is exceptional. None of you can compare. Ha ha. His laughter elicited bemusement from Su Qing and the others, who regarded him as though he were a lunatic in need of restraint. Su Mianmian, witnessing the previously somber atmosphere transform into one of liveliness, could not help but smile. She was delighted to assist them. Now we simply await trouble to find us. Su asserted, contemplating how to gradually reveal their advantages and draw Ren Tingfeng and Appo's attention to their uniqueness, prompting him to approach them for discussion. Su stroked his chin, adopting a serious expression. He knew little about Ren Tingfeng, but the integrity of the man was well regarded among the soldiers. Given Ren's naturally suspicious nature, they could not afford to approach him directly. Su Mianmian nodded, choosing not to involve herself in the specifics. Her role was merely to provide direction. The subsequent actions would be left to them. Having completed her task, she turned to enjoy her breakfast. As Su and the others continued their deliberations, time passed slowly. By the time they emerged, Su Mianmian had nearly finished her meal. Why are you all taking so long? Breakfast will be cold, she exclaimed, puzzled that Su had previously indicated a brief discussion. Believe it or not, this has been a swift discussion by our standards, Su replied, recalling how, in the past, meetings had dragged on to the point where the cafeteria ran out of food. Do not trust his words any longer. Su Jinxian sat beside Su Mianmian, reminiscing about the past grievances concerning Su. Su Mianmian couldn't contain her laughter. It was evident that Su Jinxian harbored a profound disdain for the few remarks he made about Su. There he goes again, speaking ill of me in front of you. Mianmian, do not heed your brother's words. I am not the person he portrays. I have treated them all to a sumptuous feast as a form of compensation. As Shu listened to Su Jinxuan's grievances and observed the joyful countenance of Su Mianmian, he could not help but defend himself. Chapter 77. The performance Su Jinxian was quite mischievous. He dared to speak ill of himself. Su shot him a warning glance, as if to say he should refrain from disparaging Su Mianmian any further. Ignoring him, Su Jinxian felt secure in his status as Su's brother-in-law. After all, what could Su really do to him? Su Mianmian observed the interaction between the two men and found their behavior somewhat childish. Enough of your squabbling. Have you reached any conclusions? She asked, raising a hand to her forehead in exasperation, attempting to shift the conversation. If they continued their bickering, breakfast would be forgotten altogether. We've come to an agreement, but how it will be implemented remains uncertain, Su Jinxian replied with a resigned shake of his head. Su Mianmian looked at him, puzzled by his sudden defeatist attitude. Had something occurred? He proposed something earlier, but we shot it down, hence his sulking, Su interjected, casually tidying Su Mianmian's hair with a smile. Su Mianmian instinctively glanced at Su Jinxian, who was glaring at Su with an intensity that seemed to radiate heat. Su paid no heed to him and continued to enjoy his breakfast, basking in the calm before the storm, unsure how long it would last. He was eager to finish some tasks as quickly as possible. The others seemed to grasp his urgency, unconsciously quickening their own pace. Just as Su Mianmian was about to return to her room after finishing her meal, the sharp sound of gunfire pierced the air. Instinctively, she moved toward the window. But Su caught her arm, urging her to head to the monitoring room instead. She nodded, a hint of embarrassment on her face as she recalled Su's earlier warning about leaving the curtains drawn. The group hurried to the monitoring room, and once inside, Su Mianmian began scrutinizing the surveillance feeds. Eventually, she pinpointed the source of the gunfire on the 15th floor. It was Su Ran again. Beside her, Yao Sheng wielded a firearm, clearly the one who had fired the shot. Lying on the ground was an elderly man, seemingly innocent of any wrongdoing that might have provoked Su Ran. Su Mianmian shook her head, realizing that anyone who crossed paths with Su Ran was destined for misfortune. Su rewound the footage, and after a moment of observation, Su Mianmian understood the sequence of events. Su Ran's earlier act of giving food to a heavy-set individual on the 6th floor had been broadcast by someone, leading many to seek her out for food, including the unfortunate elder. Perhaps he had grown faint from hunger and inadvertently bumped into Su Ran. In response, she played the damsel in distress, igniting Yao Sheng and Appos as protective instincts. Enraptured, Yao Sheng drew his gun and shot the elderly man. Su Mianmian felt a wave of incredulity wash over her. What kind of twisted romance were these two attempting to enact, and why were they playing with an innocent life? The poor old man. Su Qing exclaimed in anger. Su Jinxian nodded in agreement, observing their nonchalance as if human lives were mere fodder to them. Such individuals truly disgusted him. They would inevitably face retribution, only the timing remained uncertain. Su Mianmian glared at Su Ran, her own vendetta against her unresolved. Noticing her ire, Su Jinxian attempted to soothe her. Mianmian, don't let her bother you. She still owes me a life. He had yet to confront Su Ran about her earlier attempt on his life. This time, he could not afford to let the opportunity slip away. Every grievance has its source. I will not let her or her mother escape unscathed. A fierce glint of vengeance flickered in his eyes as he regarded Su Ran. Su, understanding their mutual animosity towards Su Ran, shared their disdain. Both Yao Yin and Su Ran must face consequences for their actions. I have an idea. Su Ran is always accompanied by Yao Sheng. We could disseminate information about her past. If Yao Sheng continues to support her after learning the truth, then Su Ran truly has some prowess, Su Mianmian suggested, a mischievous grin forming on her lips. Su Jinxian found the notion appealing but pondered how to spread the information. Rubbing his chin in contemplation, he suddenly conceived a brilliant plan. The building was a melting pot of characters. Once the news was released, it would inevitably reach Yao Sheng's ears. At that thought, his expression brightened. After sharing his idea, Su Mianmian immediately raised her hand in agreement. Observing Su and the others remained silent, Su Jinxian inquired, "Do you not agree? Do you have a better idea?" His question rendered Su and the others momentarily speechless, leading them to shake their heads in reluctant approval. The plan was set. However, the challenge lay in who would spread the news. Su Mianmian declared that she would provide the gossip, but wouldn't he partake in spreading it herself. Su turned to Su Qing and Su Huan, who both understood he expected them to take on the task. With expressions of resignation, they nodded in agreement. Su Mianmian glanced at them, determined not to let them leave unprepared. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she snapped her fingers excitedly. "Let me give you both a makeover." Su Qing and Su Huan hesitated, but the fierce gaze from Su made it clear their refusal would be futile. They were promptly seated, restrained by Su and Su Jinxian, while Su Mianmian began her artistic endeavor. After an indeterminate amount of time, when they finally opened their eyes, they found Su and Su Jinxian stifling laughter as they gazed at them. The two exchanged glances, both reading disdain in the other's eyes. "Su Qing, you look like a middle-aged woman," Su Huan teased, mocking him. Crossing his arms, Su Qing retorted, "And what of you? You resemble a disheveled old man." He found Su Huan's appearance equally unappealing. Su Mianmian produced a mirror to reveal their transformed visages. Though they had anticipated the outcome, they were nonetheless horrified by their reflections. They gazed at Su Mianmian with expressions of grievance, as if to ask whether they had offended her in some way to warrant such treatment. Su Mianmian instinctively glanced at Su Jinxian. Initially, she had intended to make them look appealing, but Su Jinxian had pulled her aside, cautioning that if they appeared too attractive, trouble would ensue. After considering his words, she conceded that beauty often attracted complications. Thus, she had deliberately made them look as unappealing as possible. She looked at them, her eyes filled with embarrassment. Su Jinxian, unwilling to see his sister bullied, positioned himself protectively in front of her. Why do you all want to look so good? Don't you realize that looking attractive only invites trouble? Last time Mianmian went out alone, she disguised herself. Can't you do the same? Su Jinxian wore an expression of displeasure. Su Qing and Su Huan exchanged glances, both responding in unison. That is not our intention. We merely meant that it is our first encounter. And we find sister-in-law's makeup skills quite impressive. How could they not be? If Su Mianmian were to present herself in such a manner, it would likely render them unrecognizable if they were to meet her for the first time. Chapter 78. Exceptional acting. Su Mianmian smiled, understanding that Su Qing and Su Huan were merely struggling to accept the situation. Once they came to terms with it, their demeanor would surely change. After a brief commotion, Su Qing and Su Huan took a respite outside while Su Mianmian returned to her room to draft the script. Before long, she emerged with the completed lines. All right. You two, come here and memorize your lines quickly. It's almost time for your improvisation, and you must not falter, she urged, handing them 2 sheets of paper. The lines marked in red were mandatory, while those in black allowed for creative freedom. Her anticipation for their performance was palpable. Su Qing and Su Huan exchanged glances at the content of the papers, their excitement growing with each passing moment. Observing them, Shirshu and Su Jinxian exchanged puzzled looks. Su Jinxian tugged at Su Mianmian and Appo's sleeve, whispering curiously, "What did you write for them that has them so thrilled?" Shirshu mirrored his curiosity. Su Mianmian, however, chose not to divulge, giving them a look that suggested a temporary confidentiality. Their curiosity only intensified. As time passed, Su Qing and Su Huan quietly memorized their lines, while Su Mianmian and Shirshu refrained from interrupting. Eventually, Su Qing set his paper down with a contented sigh, noticing he had finished. Su Huan hastily jotted down the last line. Once assured of his memorization, he too placed his script aside. You both have memorized them. That was quick, Su Mianmian remarked, rising with admiration. She was well aware of her own writings, and their ability to memorize in such a short span was commendable. Su Qing and Su Huan nodded proudly in unison, exclaiming, "Our memory is exceptional." Su Mianmian laughed softly, making final arrangements. From my observations through the surveillance, it is evident that the residents of the 20th floor are particularly gossip-prone. Many matters tend to circulate from there. If we wish for Su Ran's situation to reach Yao Sheng's ears, we must promote it from the 20th floor, Su Qing stated earnestly. Su Mianmian nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of his point. The 20th floor was not merely home to gossip-mongers. It also housed individuals involved in dubious activities, making it a rather open platform for entertainment. A slight smile graced Su Mianmian's lips as she pondered whether Su Ran was prepared to accept her gift. Su Qing and Su Huan chose an opportune moment to descend to the 20th floor. Upon arrival, they found the area relatively empty, though they were aware of the hidden eyes lurking in the shadows. Feigning a quarrel, they seamlessly steered the conversation towards Su Ran. The woman delivering food today was so kind. If I had such a daughter-in-law, I would be overjoyed, Su Huan remarked enviously, shaking his head. Su Qing feigned disdain, responding drily, "You don't know her? She is Su Ran, the heiress of the Su family. I've heard she used to be a mistress to wealthy men, not to mention the number of children she's purportedly had." Su Huan's expression morphed into one of astonishment. Grabbing Su Qing's arm, he exclaimed, "Old man, you can't say that. If she's truly the Su family's daughter, how could she possibly be short on funds to engage in such activities?" Su Qing shot him a knowing glance, his demeanor enigmatic as he replied, "Rumor has it that the Su family has been struggling recently, and Su Ran wishes to maintain her glamorous facade, hence her actions. I was shocked when I first heard it, but then she showed me the photos, and I had no choice but to believe it." Suddenly recalling something, he added with a smirk, "Let me show you the photos. Luckily, I brought some with me." As he spoke, he pretended to drop a few, which conveniently landed in a corner unnoticed by either of them. Su Huan eagerly took the photos, exclaiming in disbelief, "Oh my, how could things have escalated to this level?" The hidden observers were piqued by their animated conversation. "I sense she is delivering food as a means of atonement. Otherwise, who would give away food for free? Yet, it could also be an attempt to project kindness, hoping to obscure her past," Su Qing mused. "Look, you were just deceived by her charm." Su Huan quickly donned an embarrassed expression, shaking Su Qing's arm in a conciliatory manner. "All right, I get it. I was just being overly naive." After a moment's thought, he handed the photos back to Su Qing, urging, "Quickly tuck these away. We wouldn't want her to cause us trouble. Su Qing promptly pocketed the photos, assuring, "You're absolutely right. I shall dispose of them when we return." They continued to discuss Su Ran's past misdeeds, their animated expressions and gestures prompting Su Mianmian to marvel at their exceptional acting skills while observing through the surveillance footage. "Shirshu, where did you find these two? They're remarkably talented." Su Mianmian marveled, her admiration uncontainable. Shirshu felt a pang of discomfort at her praise, sensing a hint of competition. "Mianmian, I am quite capable as well. Perhaps even more so than they are. You cannot solely commend them," he protested, his expression one of feigned indignation. Before Su Mianmian could respond, Su Jinxian couldn't contain his laughter any longer. Shirshu shot him a cold glare, displeased by the interruption. "Su Jinxian, if you don't wish to stay, feel free to leave," Shirshu warned, his face slightly flushed, clearly embarrassed. Su Jinxian quickly covered his mouth, signaling he would refrain from further laughter, not wanting to miss the unfolding drama. He figured he could save his amusement for later. Su Mianmian chuckled, fully aware that Shirshu was feeling a tinge of jealousy. "Who would have thought you could be envious? Shirshu, how delightful to learn this about you," she teased, her smile radiant. Shirshu, unable to threaten her, merely pouted, turning his head away, observing his childish demeanor. Su Mianmian couldn't help but laugh harder, which only seemed to aggravate Shirshu further. Stopping her laughter, she gently poked Shirshu in the side, softly reassuring, "All right. I won't laugh anymore. You're not jealous. You simply dislike my compliments towards others. I promise to only praise you from now on, all right?" Hearing this, Su Jinxian displayed a hint of dissatisfaction. Su Mianmian, noticing his discontent, shot him a look that conveyed, "Not now. Let us focus on Shirshu." Su Jinxian, feeling slighted, turned his head away, muttering to himself. With a silent sigh, Su Mianmian realized that she had yet to soothe Shirshu, and now Su Jinxian was upset as well, feeling the weight of life's difficulties pressing upon her. Hearing Su Mianmian's sigh, Shirshu could not help but turn his head to gaze at her. Upon noticing that he finally acknowledged her, Su Mianmian seized the moment to utter a few more charming words. Shirshu, enchanted by her flattery, soon found his frustrations dissipating. Su Jinxian shot Shirshu a disdainful glance, deeming him utterly embarrassing. While Su Jinxian criticized Shirshu, Su Mianmian discreetly prodded him, instantly lifting his spirits. Chapter 79. Human Experimentation? As Su Mianmian observed Su Jinxuan's smile, she couldn't help but touch her forehead, where no sweat existed. Su Jinxian was in sync with the timeline, and she felt it best to avoid provoking him in the future. Both of them were prone to misunderstandings and required gentle coaxing. Casting a glance at the surveillance, Su Mianmian discovered that Su Qing and Su Huan had already left the 20th floor. Had they completed their task so swiftly? She rewound the footage slightly and realized that their return was not voluntary. However, she noticed the scattered photographs in the shadows had already been picked up by someone. A faint smile graced Su Mianmian's lips. "Su Ran, just wait and see." When Su Qing and Su Huan returned, their expressions were notably grim. Su Mianmian recognized their displeasure stemmed from not executing the task flawlessly. "You both did wonderfully. Do not dwell on the imperfections that followed. Those photographs have already been collected. Now, we must observe their dissemination," she encouraged with a warm smile. Upon hearing her words, Su Qing and Su Huan's expressions lightened considerably. "That's true. I can't fathom how we encountered Su Ran's zealous supporters. The moment they overheard us speaking ill of her, they rushed to chase us away. If not for the need to remain discreet, we would have surely taught him a lesson," Su Huan grumbled, raising his bruised hand in indignation. Su Mianmian glanced at it and noted the severity of the injury. She retrieved some ointment for bruises from her space and handed it to Su Jinxian. "Brother, could you assist Su Huan in massaging the bruises? They won't heal easily without proper care." "Su Qing, do you have any issues?" she asked, concern etching her features. "I'm fine. Perhaps it's because I'm female that he refrained from hitting me." Su Huan, on the other hand, bore the brunt of it, Su Qing replied, shaking his head in resignation. He longed to assist Su Huan, but was wary of revealing too much about his identity. Su Qing cast an apologetic look at Su Huan, as if to express his regret. While Su Jinxian tended to Su Huan's injuries, the latter's cries were heart-wrenching, causing Su Mianmian to wince at every sound. For several consecutive days, no trouble came their way. Su Mianmian exchanged a glance with the timeline. Both sensed something amiss. Had Su Ran's incident not escalated? It had been quite some time. It should have by now. Su Qing rested his chin on his hand, scrutinizing the surveillance footage with confusion. He distinctly sensed the presence of lurking individuals while they spoke. Could they all be affiliated with Su Ran? Anger flared within him as he deemed Su Ran excessively fortunate. Su Mianmian examined the footage, noting that the once ostentatious Su Ran had not reappeared since. Although Yao Sheng had made a few appearances, his behavior remained unremarkable. This was peculiar. Logically, Su Ran should not be this low-key. Su Qing, go investigate what Su Ran is up to. I sense something is off, Su Mianmian asserted. The timeline had evidently sensed Su Ran's unusual demeanor as well. Before she could speak, he dispatched Su Qing to check on her. Su Qing nodded, and that evening, he stealthily ventured to the quarters of Su Ran and Yao Sheng. Taking advantage of Yao Sheng's absence, he slipped through the window. The moment Su Qing entered the room, he was overwhelmed by a nauseating stench of blood and the lingering odor of intimacy between men and women. It was overpowering, nearly inducing him to vomit. He steeled himself against the revulsion and cautiously navigated further in. As he tiptoed into the living room, sounds of a coupling couple emanated from the room on the right. Su Qing was perplexed. Had Yao Sheng not gone out? He carefully approached the door, which was ajar, leaving a crack. He subtly nudged it open just enough to observe without being noticed. Through the widening gap, he beheld a shocking scene. Su Ran was surrounded by several men, evidently engaged in some form of game. Su Qing was taken aback. Wasn't he Su Ran Yao Sheng's woman? Had he relinquished her to others for their amusement? This was utterly perplexing. He found himself at a loss for words to describe his astonishment. He retrieved his pre-prepared phone and captured several photographs. Just as he intended to leave, Su Ran seemed to resist, prompting a man to slap her and curse, "You deceitful vixen. Our boss treats you with such kindness, yet you dare to betray him? If it weren't for your special abilities, do you think our boss would permit us to treat you this way? Frankly, we have no interest in women like you. But alas, the boss demands it. After we punish you, I'll be off to find someone clean to wash away this filth." The others echoed his sentiments. Su Ran clenched her jaw, unable to utter a word. Her eyes ablaze with fury, though it remained unclear whom she directed it at. Su Qing did not linger. He hastily retraced his steps. Upon returning home, as Su Mianmian approached him, she instinctively recoiled a few steps. The timeline scrutinized him with a furrowed brow, clearly bewildered by his whereabouts. Su Qing felt utterly wronged, recounting the events in hopes of receiving their consolation. Upon hearing of Su Ran's current plight, Su Mianmian couldn't suppress a chuckle. "Su Qing, you've had a hard time. The stench must be unbearable. I'll fetch you a bottle of spring water to cleanse your eyes. You should take a shower first," she said kindly. Su Qing was reeking of the nauseating odor, and she could no longer tolerate it. The timeline also seemed equally distressed, prompting Su Qing to dash back to his room to shower. It appeared Yao Sheng had become aware of Su Ran's situation and had come to believe it. He likely tolerated her solely because of her abilities. Su Mianmian regarded the timeline with a smile, while he nodded in agreement. Yet their intentions extended beyond this matter. Su Ran must meet her end. By the way, I heard there are individuals in this building conducting research on abilities. They seem intent on using people for experiments. The timeline remarked coldly, his brow furrowed. Su Mianmin gasped, astonished that human experimentation had emerged so swiftly. Were they truly considering utilizing those with abilities? Given the scarcity of such individuals, their audacity was unfathomable. She expressed her disbelief, deeming such experiments fundamentally wrong. With their time and resources, they ought to be researching a cure to restore zombies to humanity, or at the very least, ways to prevent people from turning into zombies. Their motives for studying abilities were all too clear. Su Mianmian held them in disdain. She had heard they intended to enlist Ren Tingfeng as their protector. Would he acquiesce? The timeline appeared grave. If Ren Tingfeng were to agree, then Su Mianmian sensed the situation was becoming increasingly precarious. Ren Tingfeng was indeed capable, yet his current stance was uncertain. It seemed they would have to take risks. They must absolutely prevent any human experimentation. Such endeavors were unequivocally wicked. Su Mianmian's expression turned serious. The timeline nodded in agreement, sharing her disapproval of such experiments. The two then began to strategize how to persuade Ren Tingfeng to seek them out. Su Mianmian conceived the idea of proclaiming that they possess a miraculous elixir capable of awakening those in a comatose state. Ren Tingfeng harbors profound affection for his wife, who remains in a deep slumber due to a grievous wound inflicted upon her 3 years prior while she selflessly saved him. A few days ago, upon his arrival, the soldiers carried a figure behind him, who was undoubtedly his beloved spouse. At that moment, Su Mianmian curiously inquired of Su Jinxian, who relayed all these details to her. She has been contemplating leveraging this matter as a pivotal opportunity, yet she remains uncertain regarding the feasibility of such a course of action. Chapter 80. I want to kill him. Mianmian, do you have the confidence to awaken Ren Tingfeng's wife? If we fail, he might harbor resentment towards us. Shirshu gazed solemnly at Su Mianmian, inquiring. This matter is not trivial. Ren Tingfeng has consulted numerous renowned physicians, all to no avail. He has become somewhat obsessed with this issue. Shirshu was concerned that if they proceeded without absolute certainty, it could provoke his ire, leading to counterproductive consequences. Su Mianmian understood Shirshu's apprehensions. She believed that without attempting, there would be no chance of success. Shirshu, I want to give it a try. I've healed my brother. And I have faith that I can do the same for Ren Tingfeng's wife, she asserted confidently. Shirshu, fond of the confidence radiating from Su Mianmian, couldn't help but ruffle her hair with a smile, saying, I believe in you. With a solution in hand, the next step was to disseminate the information. Shirshu refrained from widespread announcements, confident that Ren Tingfeng's deep concern for his wife would ensure that even a whisper of news would reach him. Initially, Su Mianmian harbored doubts about Shirshu's strategy, fearing that the message might not reach Ren Tingfeng. However, as soon as they spread the word, a visitor arrived, none other than Ren Tingfeng himself. Upon his arrival, Su Mianmian was momentarily stunned. He truly came? She exclaimed, astonished at the sight of Su Jinxian, who had come to find her. She never expected Shirshu's method would prove successful with just a hint of gossip. Clearly, Ren Tingfeng held a profound love for his wife. Su Jinxian nodded, prompting Su Mianmian to eagerly make her way to the living room. However, upon encountering Ren Tingfeng up close, she realized he was even more unapproachable than she had imagined. He exuded an aura that deterred strangers. His demeanor seemingly gentle yet ultimately insincere, an apparent facade he maintained in public. As Su Mianmian scrutinized Ren Tingfeng, he too assessed the young woman before him. So young, yet capable of healing? Ren Tingfeng's expression bore a hint of skepticism, his demeanor growing colder. Su Mianmian was acutely aware of his disbelief. Thus, she felt compelled to demonstrate her abilities. Commander Ren, wouldn't it be rather narrow-minded to judge someone solely by their age? Many matters cannot be discerned from mere appearances. She countered boldly, meeting his gaze without flinching. Ren Tingfeng paused, evidently surprised that this young lady dared to speak to him in such a manner. She was the first to maintain eye contact and challenge him during his anger, which piqued his interest. Just for that, he was curious to see what she could do. The tension surrounding him eased somewhat, and Shirshu shot Su Mianmian an approving glance. Su Mianmian smiled. She recalled Shirshu and Appo's advice that Ren Tingfeng did not favor the weak. To earn his respect, one must exhibit fortitude. Having braved significant pressure to stand her ground, she finally breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing the shift in both Shirshu's and Ren Tingfeng's expressions. She felt she had successfully crossed this hurdle. I'm not here to play games. I've heard that you can awaken those who have been in a coma for years. I want you to examine my wife. 3 years ago, she sustained a head injury while protecting me, and despite consulting numerous doctors since, none have been able to help her awaken. If you succeed, I will grant you any request, Ren Tingfeng assured her. Su Mianmian was taken aback by the magnitude of his promise and instinctively glanced at Shirshu, misinterpreting her disbelief. Ren Tingfeng boldly declared, I, Ren Tingfeng, have never failed to fulfill a promise. You may trust my character. Shirshu nodded at Su Mianmian, indicating she could place her faith in him. Seeing this, Su Mianmian finally acquiesced. I have indeed revived people from long comas. However, the causes vary, and so too does the treatment. May I first examine your wife? She asked earnestly. After some contemplation, Ren Tingfeng agreed, recognizing the logic in her words. It would be unreasonable to claim she could help without first assessing the situation. He led Su Mianmian and Shirshu downstairs, leaving others behind. As Ren Tingfeng preferred minimal disturbance around his wife, and too many people might cause misunderstandings. Upon seeing Ren Tingfeng's wife, Wu Jingwen, Su Mianmian was momentarily captivated. She was not conventionally beautiful, but her presence was undeniably soothing, and Su Mianmian felt an instant kinship, heightening her resolve to help. I need to take her pulse to understand her condition. I must be alone during this process, Su Mianmian stated firmly. She intended to utilize her healing abilities discreetly, not yet wishing for Ren Tingfeng to discover her powers. Shirshu, understanding her reasoning, supported her by saying, she means no harm to your wife. We only wish to save her, not to cause any distress. Despite Ren Tingfeng's lingering concern, he reflected on Shirshu's words and deemed them reasonable. They had no motive to engage in malevolent actions. Closing the door, Su Mianmian began her examination with her healing abilities. Initially, everything seemed normal, but upon reaching the brain, she couldn't suppress a frown. How could Wu Jingwen's neural pathways be so severely damaged? That she remained alive was nothing short of miraculous. Withdrawing her powers, she internally lamented the situation. Exiting quickly, she found Ren Tingfeng anxiously awaiting news. Upon glimpsing his wife, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Noting she appeared stable, "Commander, your wife's neural damage is quite severe. Have you encountered unqualified doctors over the years?" Su Mianmian inquired, her expression filled with concern. She was genuinely curious as to how such damage could occur. "No, the doctors all claimed she was improving," Ren Tingfeng replied, confusion evident on his face. Su Mianmian requested to see his wife's previous medical reports, which he promptly retrieved. As she reviewed them, she noted that the initial assessments indicated less severe damage, with the condition worsening over the last 3 years. Presenting the initial report alongside the one reflecting the deterioration, she asked, "Am I mistaken? Her neural condition has indeed been progressively declining. Do you recall where this report was conducted and who referred you to that doctor?" Shirshiu, listening closely, sensed that Ren Tingfeng's wife might have encountered some misfortune. As Ren Tingfeng meticulously compared the 2 reports, his unease grew. A chilling anger enveloped him, clearly infuriated. "Damn that Yao Yin! How dare he treat my wife this way? I will kill him." Ren Tingfeng suddenly called out Yao Yin's name, causing both Shiqi and Su Mianmian to freeze momentarily. They had not anticipated that this individual was, in fact, the true mastermind behind the turmoil. Observing the fury etched across Ren Tingfeng's face, Su Mianmian grasped his arm, exclaiming with exasperation, "You won't achieve anything by rushing over there. It would be wiser to awaken your wife first." She felt utterly helpless. How could such an astute man as Ren Tingfeng become so agitated in the face of adversity? If he proceeded in this manner, the consequences were unpredictable. With a glance at Shiqi, she signaled him to urgently restrain Ren Tingfeng. Chapter 81. Enigmatic Powers Director Ren. I am acutely aware of your current discontent. However, we are bereft of tangible evidence, possessing only these medical reports. He could easily shift the blame onto the doctors. Shirshiu stated calmly, placing a reassuring hand on Ren Tingfeng's shoulder. Though Ren Tingfeng was still seething with anger, Shirshiu's words brought him a measure of tranquility. "You are correct. This matter requires careful deliberation," Ren Tingfeng replied solemnly. "Is there any possibility of awakening my wife?" His gaze fixed intently on Su Mianmian, his voice tinged with a flicker of hope. Su Mianmian regarded Ren Tingfeng, whose outward composure belied the anticipation in his eyes. "Although your wife's brain injury is quite severe, it is not beyond salvation. However, you must place your complete trust in me and refrain from allowing any other physicians to intervene. Should another doctor harbor ill intentions and exacerbate her condition, the fault cannot lie with me." Her distrust of Ren Tingfeng's doctors was palpable. The extent of his wife's neurological damage could not have materialized overnight, but rather through a protracted ordeal. She was unwilling to risk everything she had worked for becoming futile. Ren Tingfeng pondered Su Mianmian's words in silence for a considerable time before nodding in apparent concession. "I will allow my wife to receive treatment under your care." This was his gesture of goodwill. Su Mianmian felt a surge of joy at this development, as it would alleviate the burden of frequent visits. Yet, she glanced at Shirshiu, uncertain of his stance. Upon noticing her inquiry, Shirshiu nodded in approval, indicating his lack of objections. Elated, Su Mianmian thought, "We shall not betray Director Ren's trust. Your wife will surely awaken one day. I am aware that your decision to have your wife stay with us is partly to eliminate certain individuals. However, I propose a suggestion, which you may choose to heed or dismiss, until you possess sufficient strength to act without fear. It would be prudent to avoid placing yourself in perilous situations." Su Mianmian addressed Ren Tingfeng with utmost seriousness, determined to prevent him from recklessly exposing himself and her to Yao Yin. The fact that Yao Yin had begun to harm Ren Tingfeng's wife so early indicated his fearlessness, making him a formidable threat. Ren Tingfeng contemplated Su Mianmian's counsel and found himself unable to counter her logic. Initially, he had intended to secure his wife in a safe location before confronting Yao Yin, but her words prompted a re-evaluation of his approach. He realized the folly of acting impulsively. If Wu Jingwen awakened and he was absent, what would become of her? With this thought, a pang of anguish gripped his heart. "I understand. I will not act foolishly. This matter will be handled discreetly." He expressed his gratitude to Su Mianmian with a solemn smile, appreciating her willingness to save his wife and the hope she had instilled in him. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Su Qing and Su Huan stealthily arrived at Rin Tingfeng's residence to transport Wu Jingwen. The effort left them drenched in sweat. What on earth is wrong with you two? Is carrying one person truly that exhausting? Su Jingxian inquired, puzzled. Just try lifting her once, and you'll understand. This bed is incredibly heavy. Su Qing wiped the sweat from his brow, exasperated. Su Jingxian, intrigued, attempted to lift the bed with minimal effort, but found it barely budged. Embarrassed, he chuckled. I only exerted half my strength. This doesn't count. Afterward, Su Qing scoffed at him, ignoring the mockery. Su Jingxian then utilized all his strength but still failed to lift the bed. I certainly cannot do this alone. No need to test it further. He relinquished his grip, rubbing his sore hands, regretting his earlier taunts. How did you manage to bring the bed along? It's quite hefty, solid wood. Su Mianmian and Shirshu emerged after overhearing their conversation, immediately noticing the bed beneath Wu Jingwen. The bed's exquisite craftsmanship had caught Su Mianmian's attention, and Rin Tingfeng had mentioned it was crafted from solid wood, surrounded by medicinal herbs meant to safeguard Wu Jingwen's health. She had inspected the herbs previously and found no issues. The fact that Su Qing and Su Huan had managed to bring the bed was astonishing. Yet, if we do not bring the bed, we would have to make contact with her body, which I would prefer to avoid, Su Huan protested, shaking his head in disapproval. Su Qing seemed somewhat reluctant as well. Su Mianmian gazed at them in confusion, unable to fathom their hesitance. They likely feared Rin Tingfeng's ire, as Wu Jingwen was his spouse, and he would undoubtedly disapprove of others touching her. Shirshu clarified their concerns, and Su Mianmian chuckled in realization. Wu Jingwen was assigned to a small room opposite Su Mianmian's, and she diligently treated her daily. Observing Wu Jingwen's gradual improvement filled Su Mianmian with joy, as she felt a sense of responsibility for her well-being. Rin Tingfeng had not visited during this time. As Shirshu informed her, he was busy seeking out a mole. While Su Mianmian had a vague sense of who the traitors might be, she chose not to intervene in others' fates. Come quickly. Su Ran has emerged. Su Qing called out, but he sensed something different about her. As Su Mianmian and Shirshu exchanged glances, they proceeded to the monitoring room. Upon seeing Su Ran, Su Mianmian furrowed her brow, wondering why Su Ran appeared so radiant. Given Su Qing's prior observations, she should not be in this state after being subjected to such treatment. Could it be that she was not mistreated? Su Mianmian pondered, disbelief evident on her face. She felt certain that someone like Yao Sheng would not simply allow Su Ran to escape unscathed. Moments later, the door behind Su Ran opened, revealing several men whose vitality seemed utterly drained. They moved weakly, their gait reminiscent of lifeless puppets, their hollow gazes and frail forms starkly contrasting with Su Qing's descriptions of robust men. What has happened to them? They were so strong just a while ago. Su Qing exclaimed in astonishment. Su Mianmian and Shirshu exchanged knowing glances, both suspecting a connection to Su Ran. I believe she has awakened her enigmatic powers, Su Mianmian concluded. If this extraordinary ability is harnessed wisely, it can benefit both men and women. However, if misused, it can lead to dire consequences, as we have witnessed. Su Mianmian furrowed her brow, her expression laden with gravity. She had not anticipated that Su Ran would be so fortunate, awakening such a power during the most arduous of times, siphoning the vitality from several individuals. It appears that the misfortune of the wicked often translates into remarkable luck. With a cold and indifferent gaze fixed upon the surveillance footage of Su Ran, Su Mianmian's mind was already racing with strategies on how to confront her once more. Chapter 82. The method to break the powers. Upon hearing Su Mianmian's words, Su Qing was instantly struck with fear. What if she attempts to seduce me? I do not wish to become a lifeless corpse, Su Qing exclaimed in terror, unable to accept the notion. Beside him, Su Huan wore a similarly distressed expression. Observing their reactions, Su Mianmian couldn't help but chuckle. Her mood, which had been quite gloomy moments ago, suddenly lifted at the sight of their disdain towards Su Ran. This may indeed be what one calls emotional transference. Rest assured, only those with wavering willpower are susceptible to her powers. Moreover, there are means to guard against her abilities. Should you sense something awry, simply avoid looking into her eyes, Su Mianmian reassured them. She was not particularly concerned about Su Qing and Su Huan falling prey to Su Ran's allure. Her powers were likely still nascent, while Su Qing and the others possessed abilities that surpassed hers, making it difficult for her to ensnare them. Yet, Su Qing and Su Huan remained somewhat apprehensive. With hopeful expressions, they turned to Su Mianmian and inquired, "Sister-in-law, is there anything that can shield us from her enchanting powers?" Their eyes sparkled with anticipation as they gazed at her, leaving Su Mianmian unable to voice her refusal. Seeing this, Su, not wishing to put her in a difficult position, remarked, "Are you two so fearful because you believe you could tolerate Su Ran?" Both Su Qing and Su Huan shook their heads vehemently. How could they ever accept Su Ran? She was utterly vile. To accept her would be tantamount to losing one's senses. Amused by their comically distressed expressions, Su Mianmian laughed heartily. Su, witnessing her joy, couldn't help but smile as well. Su Qing and Su Huan, observing their laughter, exchanged bewildered glances. "Boss, sister-in-law, why are you both laughing? Su Ran's powers are quite disadvantageous for us, are they not? If she were to seduce Rin Tingfeng, then—" Su Qing's voice trembled with fear. Su Mianmian interjected. "I believe you are overthinking it. If Su Ran could entice Rin Tingfeng, then he wouldn't be the person I know. A man of his caliber possesses a psychological resilience beyond your comprehension. He is impervious to Su Ran's charms. Instead, it was more likely that Su Ran had her sights set on Yao Yin," Su asserted with conviction. Su Qing, puzzled, looked at him, unable to fathom his certainty. He believed Su Ran, being a person who craved power, would certainly aim for someone as formidable as Rin Tingfeng, and if that were the case, they would undoubtedly be doomed. Noticing Su Qing's confusion, Su Mianmian glanced at him, and, seeming to understand his thoughts, turned her gaze to the surveillance footage featuring Su Ran. With a gentle smile, she explained, "Su Ran harbors a strong desire for vengeance. Having been wronged by Yao Sheng, she undoubtedly seeks retribution. Yao Yin is a pawn she can manipulate for her revenge." Su Mianmian could easily discern the type of person Su Ran was, one who bullied the weak and feared the strong. She would never dare provoke someone like Rin Tingfeng. As this realization dawned on her, she smiled at Su Ran, recognizing that she was, indeed, a clever individual. However, cleverness can sometimes arrive too late. Yao Yin was not someone she could control. But why does she not seek vengeance against those who spread rumors about her? Has she forgotten that Yao Sheng gained knowledge of her affairs through those channels? Su Qing mused, scratching his nose in confusion. Logically, Su Ran should harbor a deeper hatred for those who disseminated her secrets. Of course she despises them, but she cannot locate the source of the rumors. For now, she can only retaliate against Yao Sheng, Su Mianmian replied, a teasing smile on her lips. If you were to reveal that we were the ones spreading her secrets, just imagine how much she would loathe us. Su Qing hurriedly shook his head, terror etched across his face. He was absolutely frightened of Su Ran and dared not confront her. Observing his reaction, Su Mianmian sighed with a smile. Realizing that she indeed needed to devise a method to shield them from Su Ran's powers. Otherwise, their fear of her would persist, and that simply would not do. After bidding them farewell, Su Mianmian turned and exited. Upon returning to her room, she locked the door and swiftly entered the space. Shu, do you know of any methods that can shield against charm-based abilities? Su Ran has awakened this power, and now there is a palpable fear surrounding her. As soon as she entered the space, she immediately inquired of Shu. Hearing the urgency in her tone, Shu pondered momentarily before shaking its head. Master, perhaps you should visit the library. There may be answers you seek there. Though, there is a chance you may not find any. Before Shu could finish, Su Mianmian had already dashed to the library. This was not her first time in the library. She navigated it with ease, heading straight for the shelves dedicated to abilities. Sifting through the volumes in search of information. Charm-based abilities operate through mutual attraction between the genders. No, not this one. Charm-based abilities can enhance a woman's cultivation, but if the man is stronger, he may usurp her power. Not this either. As Su Mianmian searched, she found nothing but descriptions of charm-based abilities, with no guidance on how to escape them. Just as disappointment began to settle in, her foot struck a book lying on the ground. Bending down in curiosity, she picked it up, brushing off the dust with her hand, wondering when it had fallen. Flipping through the pages, her excitement grew as she realized this book contained methods to counteract various abilities. Not only did it detail the means to break charm-based powers, but it also included insights on psychic powers and others. Su Mianmian felt as if she had struck gold. However, the most crucial information pertained to charm-based abilities, and she began to read intently. After finishing, her spirits soared. The method to counteract such powers was surprisingly simple. While it appeared somewhat esoteric, if the book suggested it, it was likely valid. Hastily, she began concocting the remedy. She spent several days within the space, ultimately succeeding in creating the potion. During this time, 2 batches were destroyed, and she shook her head in regret, recognizing the difficulty of acquiring such ingredients. Fortunately, the space allowed for cultivation, As she prepared to leave, she instructed Shu Shu to plant additional herbs in the space. She had a strong intuition that she would need to concoct many more pills in the future. Shu Shu readily agreed, expressing a preference for cultivating herbs over vegetables or rice. Unfortunately, Su Mianmian seldom requested herb cultivation, so this sudden order prompted it to make the most of the opportunity. When Su Mianmian emerged, an entire day had passed outside. The first thing she did was check on Wu Jingwen's condition, and upon discovering all was well, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Mianmian, you were in the space for so long. I hadn't seen you all day, Shi Su remarked as he stepped out of Wu Jingwen's room, confirming her arrival. Aside from her, few dared to enter Wu Jingwen's quarters. I went into the space to find a solution for them. I spent several days refining medicine, which is why I returned late. While I was gone, nothing untoward occurred, did it? Su Mianmian asked, her expression filled with concern. Upon hearing her explanation, Shi Su let out a sigh of relief and shook his head, saying, Nothing has happened. We were merely concerned about you since we couldn't see you. Su Mianmian smiled at his words, knowing they would react this way. She could have emerged sooner, but in her moment of haste, she forgot to adjust the time in the spatial realm. Su Mianmian then presented a pill to Shi Su, proudly declaring, This is no ordinary pill. It possesses the ability to shield against Su Rant's abilities. Chapter 83. An overwhelming desire for possession. Shi Su held the item in his hand, examining it closely. Su Mianmian, noticing his reluctance to consume it, gazed at him with curiosity, perplexed by his hesitation. Shi Su, why aren't you eating? Do you not trust me? She inquired, her expression filled with innocence. Shi Su smiled softly. How could he possibly doubt her? I am merely curious about its nature. I could never doubt you, he replied earnestly, his gaze tender as he looked at Su Mianmian. She turned her head away, feeling the intensity of his stare was almost too much to bear. When Shi Su saw her avert her eyes, he said nothing and instead placed the pill into his mouth. It dissolved instantly, leaving no trace, and his expression momentarily shifted to one of endearing surprise. Su Mianmian caught a glimpse of his expression just in time and couldn't help but chuckle. Was he truly unprepared for such a sensation? Shi Su, you are so adorable. Hurry and give the pills to them. I will tend to Wu Jingwen here, she urged, concerned that Shi Su might hold her accountable later. With that, she placed a bottle of pills into his hands. Just as she was about to close the door, Shi Su grasped her hand. Mianmian, I believe it is best if you present this to them yourself, he said, his expression resolute and unyielding. Su Mianmian understood his intent. Shi Su wished for them to remember her kindness. Amused by his playful nature, she found herself unable to voice any objections to his request. Very well. I shall accompany you to deliver them. After all, we are not strangers, are we? She said, a hint of resignation in her smile. She genuinely did not mind, though she was puzzled as to why Shi Su was so insistent on her presence. Deep down, she recognized his intentions were for her benefit, yet. Su Mianmian sighed, at a loss for words. Shi Su gently ruffled her hair, his demeanor affectionate as he stated, I hope that when I encounter difficulties in the future, they will treat you as they do me. This was Shi Su's true purpose. He wished for them to understand that Su Mianmian was a person worthy of trust and protection. He did not want their respect to stem solely from his presence. He hoped she would earn their genuine acceptance through her own merit. Listening to Shi Su's heartfelt words, Su Mianmian finally acquiesced. You always leave me unsure of how to refuse. You know that nothing will happen to you, and I cannot allow anything to, she replied, feeling uneasy at the thought of him facing any danger. The sensation of losing control was indeed unsettling. Without further discussion, Shi Su took her hand and led her outside. The nature of danger is inherently uncertain. Even he could not guarantee his constant presence beside Su Mianmian. Su Qing and the others were overjoyed to learn that Su Mianmian had been absent for a day in pursuit of a solution to counter Su Rant's abilities. Mianmian, you spoil them too much. You grant their every wish, Su Jinxian remarked with his arms crossed, observing the jubilant expressions of Su Qing and the others. He felt Su Mianmian was overexerting herself and should not have to bear such burdens. Su Jinxian was unafraid of Su Rant's abilities. His willpower was strong, and he would not easily succumb to her charms. Su Mianmian, witnessing Su Jinxuan's displeasure, smiled in understanding. Learning is beneficial, you know. This time, I not only learned how to counter charm abilities, but also other powers, she explained. She had resolved to transcribe the relevant book during her spare time and share it with them. Why should she be the only one privy to this knowledge? Su Mianmian chuckled softly, choosing not to disclose her plans to them just yet. Sister-in-law, thank you. I adore you. Su Qing exclaimed in unrestrained joy, unintentionally expressing his gratitude in such a familiar manner. Previously, he would have reserved such sentiments for his brothers, but he now regarded Su Mianmian as one of them. Su Mianmian felt little in response, aware that Su Qing's affection was akin to that of a brother, just like Shirshu. She stole a glance at Shirshu, who wore an unmistakably displeased expression. Internally, she mourned for Su Qing, hoping he wouldn't suffer a severe consequence when Shirshu eventually reacted. Su Huan's smile faltered as he observed Shirshu, instinctively retreating a few steps, unaware of the implications of his words. Su Qing asked if Su Jinxian was unwell upon hearing him cough. Su Jinxian could hardly contain his amusement as he replied, Su Qing, you cannot declare your love for your sister-in-law. It will make the boss jealous. You should apologize to both the boss and your sister-in-law at once. Su Huan nudged Su Qing, raising his eyebrows in warning. Upon realizing the gravity of his words, Su Qing suddenly felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. Lowering his head, he spoke despondently, Boss, sister-in-law, I did not mean it. I was simply too excited. With a woeful expression, Su Qing felt as though he was in dire straits. Who among them was unaware of Shirshu's possessiveness over Su Mianmian? In a moment of exuberance, he had let slip words he should not have uttered. Su Mianmian glanced at Shirshu, gently pulling on his arm to signal him to temper his anger. She trusted that he understood Su Qing's true intentions. He was merely feeling a tinge of annoyance. However, they were there to distribute the medicine, not to incite conflict. Su Mianmian believed it would be best to avoid any unpleasantness. Observing her disapproving expression, Shirshu silently gritted his teeth, nodding in agreement to refrain from causing a scene. Relieved, Su Mianmian felt a sense of ease. Shirshu's stubbornness often required a delicate approach to yield. Once the pills were allocated, Su Mianmian went to check on Wu Jingwen. Her condition had improved significantly over the past few days, with some neural connections re-established. However, the most crucial connection still remained unlinked. Only once that was restored could she regain her consciousness. Su Mianmian utilized her healing abilities, gradually working to mend Wu Jingwen's neural pathways. Her powers acted like an invisible hand, reconnecting the severed nerves. As subtle repairs occurred, Su Mianmian's complexion gradually paled, just as she felt she could endure no longer. She finally withdrew her abilities. It was clear that such matters could not be rushed. Patience was essential. With a wan expression, Su Mianmian murmured to herself, one cannot be hasty. After consuming 2 bottles of spring water, she finally felt revitalized. She had been so focused on restoring Wu Jingwen's nerves that she nearly exhausted her own powers. Thankful she had retained her rationality. She shuddered to think of what might have happened had she lost control. Taking out a mirror, she examined her pallid visage, realizing just how drained she appeared. If she were to go out like this, she would undoubtedly be the subject of their gossip. After contemplating for a moment, Su Mianmian decided it would be best to remain indoors for the time being. With her eyes closed, she sat cross-legged on the floor, gradually restoring her abilities. Time seemed to slip away, and eventually, a knock on the door roused Su Mianmian from her meditative state. Glancing at the clock, she realized it was already 7 in the evening. Someone must have noticed her prolonged absence and come to summon her for dinner. Upon opening the door, she found it was Madame Shi. Mianmian, it's time to eat. Everyone has gone out, Madame Shi said, her face alight with joy upon seeing Su Mianmian. Chapter 84. Troubles. During this period, she had been assisting Grandfather Shi and the others with their vegetable cultivation, and it had been quite a while since she last spoke to Su Mianmian. Mother Shi was somewhat concerned that Su Mianmian might perceive her as overly aloof. With a hint of anxiety, she observed Su Mianmian, fearing that she might glimpse discontent in her eyes. Fortunately, there was nothing of the sort. Su Mianmian regarded her with the same unwavering gaze as always. Seeing this, Mother Shi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Su Mianmian, perceptive to Mother Shi's unease, felt a flicker of curiosity but refrained from probing further. Mom, how has the vegetable cultivation been going these days? Have you made any breakthroughs? Su Mianmian sensed the hard work that Mother Shi and the others had been putting in, often to the point of losing sleep over their research. Whenever she heard from Shirshu about their struggles, her heart ached for them. She even contemplated suggesting they take a break from their research, fearing it was too taxing on their health. However, Shirshu had advised her against such a conversation, explaining that they derived a sense of worth from their endeavors, and her interference might lead to disappointment. Upon hearing this, Su Mianmian dismissed the urge to intervene. She realized that Shirshu's perspective held considerable merit. They had always felt like a burden to her, particularly grandfather Shur, who lamented his advancing age and perceived inability to contribute, feeling like a liability in the apocalypse. It was only after he engaged in vegetable cultivation and achieved some results through his abilities that he gradually shed this notion. With Mother Shur and Father Shur joining the effort, their spirits had lifted somewhat. Initially, Su Mianmian had only seen their fatigue and overlooked the joy that lit up their faces. After being awakened to this by Shirshu, she began to observe them anew and understood the profound significance of their vegetable research. Ultimately, Su Mianmian acquiesced, allowing them to pursue their endeavors freely. Nevertheless, she ensured that spiritual spring water was readily available, as she remained concerned for their health given their age. She advised them that while research was commendable, they should drink the spring water and communicate any discomfort rather than endure in silence. After they agreed, Su Mianmian felt somewhat reassured. Sometimes, the younger generation struggles to comprehend the thoughts of their elders, leading to misunderstandings. Reflecting on this, as she gazed at Mother Shur and Appo's beaming face, a warmth blossomed within her heart. As long as they were happy, everything was well. Breakthroughs were surely on the horizon. She hoped that once the base was established, they could refine these breakthroughs further. Mother Shur, recalling their accomplishments, was filled with joy. She was genuinely grateful to Su Mianmian for bringing Wu Xiao back. And she believed that not only she but also the old folks felt the same gratitude. Without this research, they might have remained unaware of their value in this apocalyptic world. Mianmian, soon you and Appo's will be able to enjoy the vegetables we and Appo's cultivated, Mother Shur said, her face alight with anticipation. How does that sound? Are you looking forward to it? Su Mianmian, brimming with excitement, replied, Mom, you all are amazing. I believe that with you here, our base won't lack for vegetables. She patted Mother Shur encouragingly, her heart swelling with pride. In just over a month of the apocalypse, they had successfully cultivated vegetables that could thrive in this harsh environment. Truly remarkable. While reading novels, she had noticed that people rarely mastered such skills so swiftly. It seemed that this apocalypse was indeed different from those depicted in books. With this thought, her initial fear dissipated. Now, she felt that regardless of what the future held, as long as she possessed the capability, she could survive in this world. Mother Shur nodded in agreement, and when Su Mianmian accompanied her to the dining room, she discovered that the others were absent. Only Father Shur, Grandfather Shur, and Wu Xiao were present. Su Mianmian cast a puzzled glance at Mother Shur, silently inquiring about the whereabouts of the others. Mother Shur, sensing her confusion, smiled and explained, they and Appo's gone out. It seems Commander Rin is looking for them regarding some matters. This only deepened Su Mianmian and Appo's curiosity. Why would Rin Tingfeng be seeking them? After finishing her meal, Su Mianmian sat in the living room, waiting for Shirshu and the others. But as the hours dragged on into the night, they still had not returned. Her worry intensified. She spent a considerable time in the monitoring room, but failed to spot them on the surveillance screens. The uncertainty was quite unsettling. The more she pondered, the more anxious she became. Just as she contemplated visiting Rin Tingfeng's residence to look for them, she heard a commotion at the door. Listening closely, she surmised it must be Shirshu and the others returning, so she turned back to her seat. Upon entering, Shirshu paused when he saw Su Mianmian seated on the sofa. Why are you still here? And why aren't the lights on? He asked, turning on the light. As the room illuminated, Su Mianmian instinctively shut her eyes. Having grown accustomed to the darkness, the sudden brightness was jarring. Shirshu noticed her discomfort and instinctively reached to turn off the light. However, Su Mianmian seemed to anticipate his move and interjected, Shirshu, no need to turn it off. I just needed a moment to adjust. Now that she had acclimated, she smiled at him, easing his worry. Shirshu let out a breath of relief. Why haven't you gone to rest? It's already 5 o'clock. He approached her. Curiosity etched on his face. Su Mianmian shot him a look of helplessness. How could she sleep when she had no idea where they had been? As Shirshu observed the reproach on her face, realization dawned upon him. He smacked his forehead in exasperation. I completely forgot. It seems no one informed you of our situation. With a resigned smile, he continued, Commander Rin was in such a rush that we didn't have time to bring you along. He briefly explained their purpose for going out. And when Su Mianmian learned they had gone to investigate Su Ran, she was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't anticipated Su Ran and Appo's capabilities, realizing that many ability users in the building had fallen victim to her. Naturally, Rin Tingfeng was anxious upon witnessing the losses. Su Mianmian understood now why Ren had sought their assistance. He must have hoped they could help him in this endeavor. Shirshu and the others had rushed out the moment they learned it was about Su Ran, wishing to shield Su Mianmian from worry by not informing her. Now comprehending the entire situation, Su Mianmian looked at Shirshu with a blend of resignation and concern. Shirshu, please don't do this again. I worry about you all too much. In the future, if anything arises, could you please inform me in advance? She gazed earnestly at him. And after scrutinizing her for a long moment, Shirshu finally relented with a sigh. All right, I promise I won't do this again. He found it impossible to refuse her earnest expression. Unbeknownst to them, the others had already retreated to their rooms, leaving the living room with just the two of them. Su Mianmian stifled a yawn, and upon seeing Shirshu and the others return, a wave of relief washed over her. At that moment, the weariness she had suppressed for so long surged forth. Her face bore the marks of fatigue, with the corners of her eyes slightly glistening from her recent yawn, lending her an air of vulnerability. Shirshu smiled gently, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. All right, let us return and allow you to rest. It appears you can scarcely keep your balance. Chapter 85. Joining them, Su Mianmian did not refuse and nodded in agreement. After she left, Shirshu also returned to his room. The rain poured down incessantly, and despite having taken a nap, Su Mianmian still bore a look of fatigue. The relentless din of the rain was quite bothersome, and she found it hard to adapt to. Clenching her fists, she struck the bed with a thud. She despised the sound of rain. At first, it had been somewhat soothing, almost hypnotic. However, after enduring it for a month, her irritation had only grown. Perhaps it was due to the absence of sunlight for such a long stretch that her mood mirrored the dreary skies outside. Indeed, one cannot remain deprived of sunlight without it affecting their spirits. Shaking her head, Su Mianmian freshened up and ventured out for a meal. To her surprise, after wandering around, she found no one in sight. Puzzled, she wondered if they were still asleep in their rooms. That seemed unlikely. Approaching Shirshu's door, she knocked softly. After about a minute, she heard faint footsteps from within, gradually drawing closer until the door swung open. Su Mianmian was taken aback to see Shirshu still clad in his pajamas, momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated that the usually early-rising Shirshu would indulge in a late morning. Shirshu, you just woke up? She inquired, her curiosity evident in her gaze. Rubbing his eyes, Shirshu appeared groggy and nodded, showing no hint of embarrassment. Su Mianmian realized her knocking had disturbed him, otherwise, he would still be asleep. It's already past noon, and you just got up. You astonish me, she remarked, playfully tapping his shoulder. To her surprise, Shirshu revealed, I only fell asleep after 10. So I've only had a couple of hours of rest. Su Mianmian stared at him in disbelief, astonished that he had gone to bed so late. Hadn't he returned earlier? Why hadn't it Oppos? He slept. Sensing her confusion, Shirshu explained, I needed to plan our route. Rin Tingfeng will be joining us. Su Mianmian seemed to grasp the underlying message and exclaimed, he wants to join us? Her voice rose in shock, unable to contain her excitement. Shirshu affectionately ruffled her hair, confirming her suspicion with a nod. Overwhelmed by her elation, Su Mianmian had never imagined that Rin Tingfeng would willingly choose to ally with them. His involvement would undoubtedly facilitate their future endeavors. Seeing her excitement, Shirshu couldn't help but chuckle. Mianmian, let us not celebrate just yet. We still have unresolved matters with the Yao family. They will certainly want Rin Tingfeng on their side, and now that he is with us, our conflict with them has escalated. I heard from Rin Tingfeng that many in the military have been bribed by the Yao family. The situation is rather grim. Shirshu's expression turned serious as he pondered the influence of the Yao family. Their scheming was evidently deep-rooted and far-reaching. Filled with resentment towards the Yao family, Shirshu clenched his fists, vowing to settle both old and new grievances in due time. Understanding his animosity, Su Mianmian, noticing his discontent, took his hand in hers. His hand felt cool, yet she paid it no mind, squeezing it firmly and declaring, rest assured, the Yao family will undoubtedly fall. They cannot obstruct our path without facing consequences. A slight smile graced her lips, revealing her determination. Shirshu nodded, confident that with their capabilities, the Yao family would eventually meet their demise. By the way, after Su Ran absorbed the energy of the ability users in our building, she moved to the neighboring one. She took Yao Sheng with her, perhaps to entice Yuan. As you speculated, Shirshu reflected, deep in thought, curious about the situation next door. Last night, they had searched thoroughly and discovered Su Ran had indeed taken Yao Sheng to the adjacent building. Su Mianmian wished for her suspicions to be validated. Neither Yao Yin nor Su Ran were virtuous individuals, and the prospect of them together painted a vivid picture in her mind. She couldn't help but smile at the thought. What a pity we didn't set up surveillance over there. Had we done so, we could have kept abreast of the happenings, she lamented, shaking her head in regret. Shushu agreed, acknowledging their oversight. They had been so focused on their building that they neglected the neighboring one. However, it was too late for regrets. They could only observe the situation for now. Recognizing that Shushu had only slept for a couple of hours, she urged him to return to bed for more rest. Although Shushu was already somewhat awake, he complied with her concern and headed back to sleep. After finishing her lunch alone, Mianmian returned to her room. She wondered if there was anything to explore within her space and decided to investigate. To date, her understanding of its potential was still minimal. She realized that if she needed something in the future and could not locate it, it would pose a problem. Recalling the events of the previous day, she shook her head, resolving to expedite her exploration of the space. Upon entering, she began her search. Shushu observed as Mianmian scoured the area. Having passed by it multiple times, feeling dizzy from the repetition, it extended a branch to halt her once more, asking, "Master, what are you looking for?" Noticing the branch in her path, Mianmian turned and realized Shushu was standing to her right. "Shu, how long have you been here? I didn't even see you," she exclaimed, perplexed. Shushu, taken aback by her obliviousness, felt a wave of indignation. "Master, I've been right here. You've walked past me several times without noticing. I feel so neglected." With its branches drooping in dismay, it lamented its plight. Feeling guilty, Mianmian replied, "I was too hurried and didn't pay attention to my surroundings. I'm so sorry, Shushu. Can you forgive me? I promise I won't overlook you like that again." Seeing her sincere apology, Shushu quickly forgave her. Mianmian received Shushu's forgiveness, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Observing Shushu's newfound joy, an idea suddenly blossomed in her mind. Since Shushu had ample free time, why not enlist its help in searching for something? Her solitary efforts felt insufficient, and having Shushu assist her would undoubtedly prove beneficial. With this thought, a hint of a smile graced Mianmian's face as she gazed at Shushu. However, Shushu sensed an oddity in the way Mianmian was looking at it, even feeling a slight chill creeping up its back. A quick glance at the weather revealed that the climate remained unchanged, with no discernible differences. Chapter 86. Searching for insects with a curious gaze, Mianmian observed it, pondering its intentions. Shushu, perplexed, felt a twinge of regret. Had it known that Mianmian would act this way, it would have refrained from stopping her earlier. Recognizing Shushu's agitated branches, Mianmian couldn't help but smile. Since it was aware of her unease, she decided to be forthright. "Shushu, I have a task that requires your assistance. Surely, you wouldn't refuse me, would you? However, if you wish to decline, it's all right, I can manage on my own." With a sigh that conveyed faint sorrow, she spoke, prompting Shushu to feel a surge of urgency. How could it possibly refuse to assist its master? "Master, how could I ever decline your request? Just tell me what you need, and I shall see it through." Shushu tapped its branches against its trunk, akin to a human thumping their chest in affirmation. The sight was amusing, but Mianmian stifled her laughter. This was not the time to reveal her mirth. She needed to keep Shushu reassured. "Really? I am hoping to find something within the space that can aid in monitoring others, something akin to surveillance. Is there anything of the sort available? If not, can I create it?" Mianmian inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she observed Shushu. She was uncertain whether Shushu was knowledgeable about such things, but she had to take a chance. Having resided in the space, Shushu might possess the insight she sought. After searching fruitlessly for what felt like an eternity, her frustration mounted. If Shushu could provide the information she needed, it would save her considerable time. With every moment that passed, her anxiety grew about Su Ran and Yao Yin spending too long together. Only by discerning their plans could she counter them effectively. Upon hearing Mianmian's words, Shushu fell silent, deep in thought, considering whether there existed anything that might fulfill her request within the space. After a moment of contemplation, it finally recalled something. "Master, I have discovered something. In the Purple Mountain, there exists a type of insect. If you can form a contract with it, it will assist you in monitoring others. However, while forming a contract is simple, locating the insect may prove challenging, as it tends to conceal itself and rarely appears before humans." Shushu nearly articulated its doubt about her luck in finding the insect, but Mianmian, upon hearing this, could only smile wryly. Her eyes sparkled with determination. Regardless of the challenges ahead, she resolved to give her all. "I understand. Thank you, Shushu. I shall proceed now. Adjust the space's time to differ from ours." Let one day outside equal half a year inside. Uncertain of when she might encounter the insect, she preferred a longer duration within the space. Otherwise, she feared that by the time she returned, months might have elapsed in the outside world, a thought that sent a shiver down her spine. Shushu complied, and Mianmian vanished, arriving at the Purple Mountain. Having never ventured to the mountains within the space before, the Purple Mountain lay far from her fields. Separated by vast distances, enveloped in thick mist, she could discern little of its features. Upon arrival, she had no choice but to rely on her physical strength to ascend. Her mental prowess proved ineffective here, revealing that it was not an omnipotent tool. Taking a deep breath, she began her ascent, exploring inch by inch, cautious not to rush or overlook any area. After an entire day, her progress was minimal. Glancing back, she realized she had scarcely traversed a mere 100 meters. Shaking her head, she pondered the mountain's towering height of over 3,000 meters. If she continued at this pace, it would take her years to reach her goal. Furthermore, with the mountain's vastness, she recognized the need to hasten her efforts the following day. After a brief foraging expedition, she managed to catch a chicken, roasting it for sustenance. Following her meal, she resolved to rest among the trees, fashioning a rudimentary bed from leaves and vines. Testing it, she found it surprisingly comfortable and soon succumbed to slumber. Awakened by a sense of being watched, she cautiously opened her eyes, only to find herself face to face with a snake. Its tongue flicking in anticipation. Its dark red and black scales hinted at venomous danger. Panic surged through her. She was without her powers. Fortunately, she still had her spatial storage, from which she retrieved a small knife, gripping it tightly. The snake lurked nearby, poised to strike from the branch directly before her. Externally, she feigned ignorance, while internally, she remained vigilant. Her peripheral vision remained fixed on the creature, ready to act at a moment's notice. Suddenly, a rustle at her feet startled her, provoking the snake to lunge at her. In that instant, instinct took over, without a second thought. She reached out and grasped its body. To her surprise, the snake was much larger than anticipated. Even with both hands, she barely encircled its form. Spotting a sturdy tree trunk nearby, she summoned all her strength and smashed its head against it. The snake succumbed to the force, dazed. Yet, she dared not relax. As long as it was not dead, she remained on high alert. With her knife, she plunged it into the creature's vulnerable point, twisting it to ensure its demise. Only when the snake lay completely lifeless did she finally allow herself to collapse onto her makeshift bed, utterly drained from the encounter. After recuperating, she examined the snake's carcass. Deciding it would be prudent to bring it back for further study, she stored the body in her spatial storage and resumed her search for the insect. For 2 months, she scoured the mountain, yet her efforts yielded naught. Throughout this period, she faced numerous dangers, but managed to transform each crisis into safety. During this time, Mianmian acquired various survival skills, feeling her strength and mental fortitude grow. Yet her primary goal remained unfulfilled. With a sigh, she gazed at the dwindling fire, prodding it with a stick until the flames flickered back to life. This mountain was peculiar. Its temperature varied unlike the consistent climate of other areas within the space, exhibiting its own seasons. On her first day, the mountain felt pleasantly spring-like, but after 2 months, the heat intensified, reminiscent of summer's approach. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she recalled the discomfort while roasting chicken and fish. Wondering if the heat would escalate further, she sighed again, finishing her lunch before resuming her search. After a while, a thought struck her. Perhaps the insect Shushu mentioned did not appear during the day, but was instead nocturnal. Upon contemplating this realization, Mianmian felt as though the preceding months had been in vain. She raised her hand and struck her forehead with a sudden gesture, a look of despondency crossing her face. With this newfound perspective, Mianmian meticulously reorganized her schedule, resting during the day and searching at night. She specifically sought out dark, damp locations. Perseverance bore fruit, and after a month, she finally discovered the insect described by Shushu. With large, expressive eyes and delicate white wings, it was an exact match to Shushu's description. As Mianmian gazed at the creature before her, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Initially fearing that her search might extend for an entire year, she was astonished to find it after merely half a year. A radiant joy illuminated her face. Chapter 87. The Frost Period. Employing the method imparted to her by Shushu, Mianmian forged a pact with the insect before her. Upon the culmination of the agreement, she discovered it was, in fact, a queen. A surge of elation coursed through her, for with this queen at her disposal, She would no longer need to seek out such creatures. I shall name you Chong Chong, and henceforth you shall accompany me. I have a task for you, which you may delegate to other insects to fulfill. Su Mianmian gazed at the diminutive insect before her, her countenance radiant with a smile. Such insects were to be treated with gentle affability, for they possessed a delicate sensibility. Su Mianmian heeded Shu Shu's counsel, ensuring her expression remained devoid of severity. It was now her mobile surveillance, and she dared not exhibit any unfavorable demeanor towards it. Su Mianmian sighed inwardly, feeling as though she, too, had been ensnared by her vulnerability. Chong Chong regarded her and nodded in affirmation. It alighted upon her hand and promptly summoned several insects bearing a resemblance to itself. Their wings were tinged with gray, leading Su Mianmian to surmise that, save for Chong Chong, the wings of all other insects were gray. Thus, their hierarchy was delineated by their wings. Su Mianmian nodded in tacit understanding. She conveyed her task to Chong Chong, who, upon hearing it, fluttered before the newly summoned insects and emitted a series of chirps. The insects nodded in acknowledgement, and Chong Chong informed her that the instructions had been imparted. Su Mianmian nodded, and though she could not comprehend their utterances, their actions conveyed that Chong Chong had successfully communicated her desires. She escorted them outside, while Chong Chong remained behind, indicating that it had unfinished business within. Su Mianmian acquiesced, allowing it to remain in Purple Mountain. Having spent over half a year within the dimension, Su Mianmian experienced a sense of displacement upon her return. Though merely a day had elapsed in the outside world, she felt a twinge of unfamiliarity. Su Mianmian shook her head, refraining from lingering in the room, and opened the door to depart. Shirsu's face broke into a smile upon seeing her. Mianmian, why did you remain in the dimension for so long? Ren Tingfeng just departed, expressing his desire for us to install surveillance in the neighboring building tonight. It seems he, too, comprehends the importance of surveillance. Shirsu's expression grew serious as he spoke. Upon hearing Shirsu's words, a smile graced Su Mianmian's face. She produced the small insect, exclaiming with a hint of triumph, "There is no need to install surveillance in the neighboring building. I have already procured a secret weapon capable of monitoring them. Behold." Su Mianmian instructed the small insect to flutter around Shirsu. The insect complied, circling him several times. Shirsu gazed at them with bewilderment, unable to fathom the meaning behind Su Mianmian's words. Could these diminutive insects truly be the secret weapon she spoke of? Though he had never encountered such insects before, he doubted their ability to conduct surveillance. Even if they could reach the neighboring building, how would they relay what they observed? Surely they wouldn't be able to carry miniature surveillance cameras? Shirsu pondered countless possibilities, only to dismiss them all. Su Mianmian, as if sensing Shirsu's incomprehension, offered an explanation. Upon hearing her words, Shirsu's eyes lit up with understanding. So, your sojourn in the dimension these past 2 days was dedicated to finding them? Did you spend a considerable amount of time within the dimension? Shirsu had not missed the fleeting expression of unfamiliarity and excitement in Su Mianmian's eyes upon their initial encounter. A look of reunion he could not mistake. He had initially been puzzled by her reaction, but now, with her explanation, everything seemed to fall into place. Su Mianmian's search for these insects must have been arduous. Shirsu's heart ached for her, and he approached her, gently ruffling her hair. Mianmian, you have endured much hardship. Henceforth, inform me of any difficulties you face. I can accompany you into the dimension, Shirsu said with a hint of helplessness. Upon hearing this, Su Mianmian slapped her forehead in realization, exclaiming with frustration, I only now realize that I could have brought you with me. She shook her head, feeling utterly hopeless. Shirsu pinched her cheek, saying, Do not utter such foolishness, nor dwell on your shortcomings. You are already exceptional. Her excellence was such that he felt he must strive to avoid being unworthy of her. Shirsu regarded Su Mianmian as the wellspring of his motivation. Su Mianmian said with a hint of resignation, I shall endeavor to remember next time. I truly forgot on this occasion. Had Shirsu accompanied her, her search would not have been so prolonged. A miscalculation, indeed. Su Mianmian shook her head, expressing her frustration. Shirsu, recognizing that this incident had served as a reminder, refrained from further reproach. The two deliberated over the insects, and he then instructed Su Mianmian to release them. Su Mianmian envisioned one insect tailing each individual, ensuring that Su Ran, Yao Yin, and Yao Sheng were under constant surveillance. As for the remaining insect, Su Mianmian hesitated in her decision. Shirsu, what shall we do with the remaining insect? Whom should it monitor? Su Mianmian asked with curiosity. Shirsu pondered for a moment, suggesting that it monitor the 38th floor. The 38th floor has been teeming with activity these past few days, piquing my curiosity. Let us have it monitor the 38th floor, Su said with a serious expression. Mianmian considered the suggestion and deemed it feasible. Su's knowledge undoubtedly surpassed hers, and she placed her trust in him. Mianmian instructed the small insect, and Su slightly opened a window, allowing them to slip through the crevice. Despite the heavy rain outside, they seemed unfazed, reaching the neighboring building without incident. Mianmian and Su breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing their safe arrival. Once they locate the individuals, they shall transmit images to me. I shall inform you if anything arises, Mianmian told Su. She could not provide him with constant updates, but would focus on the most crucial information. Su nodded in agreement. Mianmian departed to visit Wu Jingwen, while Su sought out Ren Tingfeng. He likely intended to inform him of the situation. Mianmian paid no heed, turning and heading towards Wu Jingwen's room. After an absence of nearly 2 days, Mianmian employed her abilities to probe her mind, discovering that she had improved slightly. It seemed that she would awaken before long. The rainy season was drawing to a close, with the frost periods soon to follow. Mianmian sensed that the temperature was gradually decreasing. She was uncertain of the precise timing, but knew it was imminent. Mianmian requested that Su summon Ren Tingfeng, and she informed him of the impending frost period. The temperature will not decrease gradually. Many will perish on the first night. Mianmian hoped to prevent any fatalities among their followers, and thus informed Ren Tingfeng in advance, allowing him to gather supplies and provide them with a warning. Ren Tingfeng regarded this news with great importance and immediately dispatched individuals to procure supplies. All of this transpired discreetly under the cover of night, unbeknownst to Yao Yin and his group in the neighboring building. By the time they became aware, the cold had already set in. Mianmian observed Yao Yin's enraged demeanor through the images transmitted by the small insect, and could not help but feel a sense of exasperation. During this period, they have maintained a certain level of composure, as has Su Ran. While Mianmian remains perplexed by their intentions, they ought to be aware of the surveillance they are under. Thus, the only plausible explanation is that there are informers among them. However, these informers may not have access to the most confidential information, leading them to believe that there is nothing of significance occurring on our side, which explains their recent leisure. Mianmian shared her conjecture with Su, who nodded in agreement and remarked, "We have long been aware that they have sent informers our way. Throughout this time, we have been deliberately misleading him without exposing his presence. It seems you are correct. They believe we are inactive, hence their own inaction." Chapter 88. The poisoner Su gave a sardonic smile, realizing their adversaries had miscalculated, assuming they were idle. Mianmian was taken aback by Su's covert endeavors, which explained their recent frequent absences. It seemed their efforts were mutual. Your approach is astute. Eliminating those spies would only lead to replacements. Keeping them under observation is a more secure strategy. However, given their significant losses and our minimal damage, might they suspect foul play? Mianmian pondered, her expression curious. Su nodded gravely. Yao Yin is no fool. He'll discern he's been outwitted. Yet, his actions were inherently clandestine. A sardonic smile played on his lips, inspiring apprehension. Mianmian, though undaunted, voiced her concern. I fear he might incite the survivors to cause unrest here, especially now that the floodwaters have frozen, facilitating their passage. Her expression was pensive. Su, despite wanting to reassure her, acknowledged the plausibility of her words, given Yao Yin's character. Consulting Ren Tingfeng for countermeasures was imperative. When Su proposed seeking Ren Tingfeng's counsel, Mianmian insisted on joining him. Seeing her unwavering resolve, Su relented with a smile, and they descended. Upon hearing their concerns, Ren Tingfeng sank into contemplation. I had anticipated this, but we lack the means to prevent their approach. Should they incite trouble, we must adapt accordingly. He massaged his temples, wearied by the constant need to gather supplies and contend with Yao Yin's machinations. He was grateful for Su's assistance, without which he felt he would have been overwhelmed. Sensing his exhaustion, Mianmian offered, "Chief Ren, may I take your pulse?" She detected an unusual aura about him, a change in his countenance since their initial meeting. She sought to validate her suspicions. Ren Tingfeng hesitated but, seeing Mianmian's earnest expression, acquiesced. He extended his hand. Mianmian, feigning pulse-taking, employed her healing abilities. Su, witnessing her earnest facade, suppressed a smile. Initially, Mianmian detected nothing amiss, but as she progressed, her gaze grew increasingly cold. Su, sensing the shift, adopted a serious demeanor. Ren Tingfeng, witnessing their reactions, felt a sense of foreboding. Su Mianmian maintained her focus, and Ren Tingfeng, stifling his anxiety, waited until she withdrew her hand before asking, "Am I ill?" His expression betrayed his fear, perhaps stemming from concern for Wu Jingwen's care in his absence. Su Mianmin shook her head. "You are not ill." As Ren Tingfeng began to relax, Su Mianmin declared gravely, "You have been poisoned with a slow-acting toxin." Ren Tingfeng and Shi Su were aghast. Ren Tingfeng paled, his eyes widening in disbelief. Seeing Su Mianmian's conviction, he finally accepted the truth. "Is it treatable? How long has it been?" His words were fragmented, but Su Mianmian understood. "It is treatable, though it will require long-term medication and dietary restrictions. Approximately a year, similar to your wife's condition. Consider the medication prescribed by those doctors." Su Mianmian leveled her gaze at Ren Tingfeng, surmising a connection to his wife's physicians, provided by Yao Yin. If they dared harm Wu Jingwen, they would certainly dare harm Yao Yin. Su Mianmian shook her head, feeling a pang of remorse. She should have examined Ren Tingfeng sooner. Though his condition was not outwardly apparent, the poison had already wrought havoc internally. Fortunately, it had not yet reached the point of no return. She found solace in this outcome. "It must be them. But I haven't taken their medication. How could this be?" Ren Tingfeng clenched his fists, his face contorted with anger. He had not imagined Yao Yin capable of such malice, harming both his wife and himself. He vowed to seek retribution. Hearing this, Su Mianmian exchanged a knowing glance with Shi Su. She gestured for Shi Su to speak. Shi Su nodded. "Chief Ren, it would seem you have a traitor in your midst, one who is exceptionally well concealed. This individual likely attends to your daily needs." Shi Su's tone was calm and measured. Ren Tingfeng could not refute this. Only someone close could administer poison undetected for so long. The realization that he had been betrayed was painful. Ren Tingfeng shook his head, a flicker of anguish in his eyes. Sensing his distress, Su Mianmian decided to press the issue. "Chief Ren, do not entertain any notions of leniency. Someone who has remained ungrateful for so long will never change. The best course of action is to eradicate the threat entirely. While this may seem harsh, it is the truth. If you are unwilling to act, we can assist you." Su Mianmian's expression was resolute. She did not want Ren Tingfeng to spare the one who had harmed him, disliking the idea of a viper being allowed to strike again. Shi Su nodded in agreement. Ren Tingfeng met their gazes, sighed, and shook his head. "I understand your concerns, but since he dared to poison me, our bond is broken. He is now my enemy, and I will show no mercy." Hearing this, Su Mianmin and Shi Su knew he was hurting. But such was life, especially in the harsh reality of the apocalypse, where even more incomprehensible events would unfold. Su Mianmian and Shi Su did not linger. Since Ren Tingfeng had asserted his ability to handle the situation, they departed, leaving him the space and time to do so. When Su Mianmin departed, she cautioned him not to be soft-hearted. A flicker of concern crossed her mind, fearing that he might fall victim to harm. After all, once malevolence is unveiled, his reckless intentions are likely to intensify. Should he harbor thoughts of mutual destruction? Ren Tingfeng may not emerge unscathed. Chapter 89. Resolving matters. Ren Tingfeng nodded slightly, watching them depart. After Shiqi and Su Mianmian left, Ren Tingfeng summoned his adopted son. Ren Liang approached with a hint of anxiety. He was uncertain as to why he felt a persistent unease, as though something ominous was about to unfold. Upon arriving at Ren Tingfeng's door, Ren Liang forced a smile of ingratiation before knocking. The door swung open swiftly, revealing not Ren Tingfeng, but the man Ren Liang despised the most, Liang Xiaoqi. "What are you doing here? Where's my father?" Ren Liang's feigned smile vanished upon seeing him, replaced by a look of disdain as he glared at Liang Xiaoqi, wishing fervently to expel him. Liang Xiaoqi appeared unfazed by Ren Liang's hostility, seemingly accustomed to such treatment. He regarded Ren Liang with calm indifference, casually stating, "Commander Ren is unwell and resting inside." A flicker of joy crossed Ren Liang's face at this news. Hidden in the shadows, Ren Tingfeng observed the shift in his expression, a cold smirk playing upon his lips. The subsequent act was unnecessary, for he had already deduced that Ren Liang was behind the foul play. He had never anticipated Ren Liang would be so audacious. Despite his kindness, Ren Liang remained insatiable. If that were the case, then he should not blame him. A glimmer of malice flashed in Ren Tingfeng's eyes, almost too swift to be noticed. Ren Liang gazed at Liang Xiaoqi, irritation flaring across his features. "I understand. You may leave now. In my presence, it would be prudent for you to vanish without prompting." His displeasure was evident. Liang Xiaoqi did not even grant him a glance, his demeanor as cold as ever, as if Ren Liang and Appo's words were but a fleeting breeze. easily disregarded. Frustrated by Liang Xiaoqi's unyielding presence, Ren Liang's anger boiled over. Liang Xiaoqi, why are you still here? Are you incapable of understanding human speech? He seethed, exasperated by Liang Xiaoqi's refusal to comprehend the concept of avoidance. As he stood there, on the verge of a tirade, Ren Tingfeng emerged with an expression devoid of warmth. The moment Ren Liang saw him, his irritation dissipated, replaced by a mask of servility. Father, I heard you were unwell. Why have you come out? Did you overhear our conversation? I apologize for speaking too loudly. Ren Liang's tone was overly accommodating. Ignoring him, Ren Tingfeng strode to his seat with an air of authority. Oblivious to his father's unusual demeanor, Ren Liang instinctively moved to pour tea, only to be halted by Liang Xiaoqi's hand. With an icy expression, Liang Xiaoqi blocked Ren Liang's path. Taken aback, Ren Liang's instinct was to hurl insults, but recalling Ren Tingfeng's presence, he suppressed his fury. Casting Liang Xiaoqi a look that promised retribution, Liang Xiaoqi remained unaffected, not even sparing him a glance. The neglect stoked Ren Liang's rage. Ren Tingfeng regarded Ren Liang with a frigid gaze devoid of emotion. Ren Liang, do you have nothing to say? The words lodged in Ren Liang's throat, suffocating him with unease. He instinctively shook his head, but Ren Tingfeng's chilling laughter echoed, freezing him in place. I am aware of your poisoning me. I never thought you capable of such treachery. You saved me once, and I accepted you as my adopted son. Now, I have every right to doubt whether the dangers I faced were premeditated. Is Yao Yin behind this? Ren Tingfeng's eyes bore into Ren Liang, sharp and discerning. As if unraveling all his clandestine maneuvers, a wave of panic surged within Ren Liang, who finally understood the source of his earlier anxiety. The threads of fate were indeed entwined. But how did Ren Tingfeng uncover this? He had been so discreet, and yet, here was Ren Tingfeng, seemingly omniscient. Could it be? A chilling thought crossed Ren Liang's mind, recalling Liang Xiaoqi's mention of Ren Tingfeng's ill health. Was it possible that a doctor had discovered the poison within him? Unthinkable. Yao Yin had assured him that no physician would ever detect such a poison. The fear coursed through him. He had always been inept. And poisoning Ren Tingfeng was the most audacious act he had ever committed. Now, faced with exposure, he could hardly utter a word. He feared that a single misstep would reveal his hand. Ren Tingfeng observed Ren Liang's facade of ignorance and shook his head in silence. It was clear that a person of Ren Liang's ilk would not dare to devise a scheme against him. The true architect was undoubtedly Yao Yin. Given this, there was no longer any reason to spare him. As Su Mianmian had aptly pointed out, wild grass, once scorched, would rise again with the wind. Ren Tingfeng would not allow a potential threat like Ren Liang to linger. Were it not for Ren Liang's past assistance, he would have dismissed him outright. Ren Tingfeng signaled to Liang Xiaoqi, who moved to seize Ren Liang. Just as Ren Liang opened his mouth to protest, Liang Xiaoqi forcefully stuffed a foul cloth into his mouth. Desperation filled Ren Liang's eyes as he gazed pleadingly at Ren Tingfeng, muffled sounds escaping his lips. Ren Tingfeng, indifferent, turned his gaze elsewhere. Realizing he could not escape his fate, Ren Liang ceased his charade, glaring at Ren Tingfeng with unbridled fury. He resented the fact that Ren Tingfeng offered him no chance for defense. His hatred deepened as he grappled with the finality of his doom. Ren Tingfeng, though not looking directly at him, felt the weight of Ren Liang's ire. A sardonic smile crept upon his lips. If there was anyone deserving of hatred, it was indeed Ren Liang. A man he had trusted implicitly had orchestrated such a betrayal from behind the scenes. To spare him would be an affront to the suffering that lay ahead. As Su Mianmian and Shiqi observed Ren Liang being dragged away by Liang Xiaoqi through the surveillance footage, both were momentarily taken aback. I thought it was someone else. Turns out it was Ren Liang. Isn't he supposed to be Ren Tingfeng's adopted son? Su Mianmian inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she looked to Shiqi for clarification. Shiqi chuckled, seemingly amused by her inquiry. Su Mianmian playfully stuck out her tongue at him, her mischievous nature shining through. She delighted in questioning him, as if he could refuse her. Exchanging a defiant glance with Shiqi, who merely smiled in response, Su Mianmian continued to ponder. Though Ren Liang was timid, his ambitions were vast. Ren Tingfeng, a man of integrity, would never exploit his power for Ren Liang's gain. With his aspirations unfulfilled in Ren Tingfeng's shadow, resentment naturally brewed within him. When Yao Yin approached him with a proposition, he could hardly refuse. Human desires can sometimes be insatiable. Shiqi chose to say no more, believing Su Mianmian would grasp the underlying truths. Su Mianmian truly comprehended the situation. She shook her head, expressing her helplessness as she remarked. If he were a bit more astute, he wouldn't have acted in such a manner. What Ren Tingfeng can offer him is undoubtedly the best. Unfortunately, this Ren Liang knows nothing. Su Mianmian found his ignorance quite astounding. Upon witnessing Su Mianmian's critique of Ren Liang, Shijun couldn't help but chuckle. Prepare yourself. For Ren Tingfeng is likely to seek you out shortly. The poison within him remains unneutralized. Shijun surmised that Ren Tingfeng must be quite eager to rid himself of the toxin, and it was only a matter of time before he would approach Su Mianmian.